A young man is being wheeled into surgery. He's in a lot of pain. The doctors say he must hurry. The boy thinks he's still so young. Why does he need this disease? The young man is taken to the intensive care unit. The doctor yells at him to take his hands off. The doctor fires a burst, another burst. The doctors fight for the patient's life. The young man thinks he's going to die soon. The doctor states that the young man's heart has stopped. There's no saving him. It's a shame. He was still so young. The doctors gave up and stopped resuscitation. The young man had so much he wanted to do. He didn't realize much in his life. It was indeed a very short life. From the young man's body, a luminous object burst out and rose upwards. It was his soul. The young man thought that he felt very light. There is an unknown ahead. Could this be the afterlife? The traveler is carrying a burden. A second man following him said there might be a good place for a grave. The men stop and one of them starts digging a hole. Next to them lies the corpse of the young man they had brought here with them. One asks, how did Li Mu die? He was so young, he didn't even get married. The other says, stop talking and get a shovel. He has to hurry because they're waiting for him. The other man took a shovel too. He said, death is death. Can we not hold back? In the county clerk's office, the two of them were the best and closest to this dead man. The young man who was a corpse raised his hand and said, let me ask you this. The men with shovels looked around, saw what was happening and started running away, throwing their shovels. They shouted that they were zombies. The young man got to his feet and tried to come to his senses. He didn't understand who the two men were talking about now. There was some kind of turmoil in his head. It ached terribly. The young man looked at his hands. This seems to be his body, he thought. The boy tried to jump, to run. He was doing well. This body is much stronger than his old body, he thought. The young man said, high five, I'm alive again. The guy remembered that the two with the shovels called him Li Mu, so that was his name. The young man didn't know what he should do now. Where should he go? The young man saw that there was something hiding behind a rock. He went over there. The young man saw a little fox and heard some strange noises. The young man went closer and saw that the little animal was trapped, and he was crying. The young man got closer to the little fox and said that he would not hurt her. He wants to set her free. The young man freed the trap, and the animal instantly broke out of it and ran away. The furry animal thanked the young master for saving it. The young man said, you're welcome, and waved his hand to the vixen. Then the lad came to his senses and realized he was now talking to the fox. It doesn't work like that. The young man looked around and saw that there was not a soul around. He ran towards the sun and thought that surely he should find a place where there would be people. The boy saw people in the distance. People saw the young man. One of them turned to the older one and said, that's the undead. This undead dared to take over the body of the county official and has not yet left him. The eldest among these people was a girl. The young man turned to her and said that he was not an undead. He was the real thing. The lad got the feeling that they had come with bad intentions. The girl bared her sword and ordered the young man not to move. The boy asked what she was going to do now. The girl pointed her blade decisively towards the young man. The guy shouted for her not to do that. He was probably confused with someone else. The young man said something happened to his eyes and covered them with his hand. The girl agreed and said it wasn't unclean. The young lady put the sword back in its scabbard and said, still she needs to make sure the young man is normal. The young woman asked who he was. The guy introduced himself, said the guard of Yangshu County, Li Mu. The young lady said she didn't remember such a man. The young lady took out a mirror and told her interlocutor to look into it. The young man looked into it. The guy looked in the mirror but did not recognize anyone there. The girl said it was all right. The soul had been out of the body too long. Some of the memories were gone. The girl turned around and left, and on the way said that the young man should rest a few days at home. Already in the city, this company reasoned that the young man had even forgotten them. Travelers of the young man said that he was a miracle of some kind. In any case, it is good that he is still alive. The man said that coming back to life is very important, and it's a very good reason to have a drink tonight. After all, they were rewarded for digging the grave. The companion said they spent 50 yuan on a straw mat for the young man's grave, so he was owed. The young man said he couldn't remember if he had any money. The man remarked that he would remind him of the money when they were given their salary. The man said the paycheck would be in a couple days. They could talk about the money later. Right now, a drink would be advisable to avoid a difficult future. The older fox asked the little fox, "Did she fall into a hunter's trap and a man rescued her?" The vixen said the young man opened the trap and carefully pulled her out of it. The fox said to give thanks for saving a life. In this case, that might be difficult. The young man opened his eyes and came to his senses. He sighed heavily. The young man regretfully thought that he had woken up at the wrong time. The only male pleasure, and that is not available to him. The guy drank a glass of water. It's been 3 days, and this thing still wasn't working properly. Looks like it's worth a visit to the hospital. The young man heard someone calling his name. The young man went to open the door and thought, "Why did she come at this hour?" The boy opened the door. An older woman stood in front of him. The girl who had decided he was a non-entity. The elder brought him 2 months' wages and another month's wages as compensation. The young man thanked the elder and asked why she had come at such an inconvenient time. That was the end of their meeting. The young man returned to the house. The next day came. The young man was walking through the city, did not hear various snacks being offered. The boy had another problem. He was going to the hospital, and he was wondering if there was a medicine there that could solve his problem. The young man saw a master healer. Suffering people were lined up to him. The old man was casting sorcery and creating various potions, using the spirit of heaven, the spirit of earth, and other necessary attributes. The old man gave the patient a potion and told her to drink it and asked for a son. It was incantation water. The patient said it looked reliable, and it should definitely work. The master said he was finishing the work today. Everyone started to leave. Only the young man remained. He looked at the old man and thought that he was a common charlatan, and he was not interested. The old man took the young man's hand and told the gentleman not to leave. The boy asked, "What happened?" The old man replied, "It wasn't him that happened, it was the young man." The boy pretended to be frightened. "Is his interbrow darker, and does that portend imminent trouble?" The old man replied, "Although his mind is here, but the soul connection is lost. If the karmic balance is not restored, he will return to the grave within 6 months." The young man became threatening. He pointed to his badge and said if he saw the old man fooling the people one more time, he would have to go to the police station. The old man turned around and walked away and said life and death are in the hands of the gods. And whether to believe him or not, let the young man decide for himself. The healer said that he gave the young man today better hope. It was worth paying at least 800 coins for that. The young man said that the old man had gone mad with greed. The boy noticed that the bag of money that belonged to him was in the old man's possession. The young man shouted that it was his money. The old man replied that the young man dared not do such a thing. The boy tried to chase the old man, but the old man disappeared in a flash. The young man couldn't understand where he was. The young man didn't know what to do. He was left with no money. He raised his hands up and shouted loudly that he believed this immortal celestial and wants him to come back. The young man kept shouting for the honorable immortal to come back and explain everything. He fully trusts him. The young man was called out by someone. The girl asked, "What is Li Mu doing here?" Li Mu said he didn't have any money and that old man wasn't here either. The girl said that she brought the young man's salary last night. The young man said he went out to buy something for himself. Then he met the old man. Then his money went missing. The young man asked the girl if it was true that there was a balance of souls. The girl nodded affirmatively, but asked why he was wondering. It's not like he's a cultivator after all. Li Mu replied that he was just curious about it. What would happen if one loses 7 souls po? The girl looked at the young man intently. He asked if she was considering his souls. The elder replied that her cultivation level wasn't enough for that, which she regretted. Li Mu sighed regretfully. The elder said that the 7 by related body and soul powers. If one were to lose the 7 po souls, such a person would be different from ordinary people. The girl said that a person has 7 souls and each has its own role. The elder listed these souls: dead dog, antidote, bird yin, falling arrow, devourer of knavery, purifier, bad heart. The dead dog is responsible for sensation and perceptions. If deprived of it, a person will fall asleep easily. The bad heart is responsible for breathing. Without it, a person will not be able to breathe freely. The falling arrow is responsible for subconsciousness. Without it, a person will become very absent-minded. The devourer of rascality is responsible for banishing evil. Without it, a person will become sick more often. Antidote is responsible for sleep. Without it, a person will not be able to fall asleep at night. The purifier of evil is responsible for cleansing. If one is deprived of it, the internal impurities will not be able to come out. The girl added that the bird's yin is related to male power. The girl asked how the young man gets up in the morning. The boy stated that he really hasn't been sleeping well lately and only wakes up by noon. The older girl said she was asking about him and pointed her finger over there. The young man was very frightened. The young man said, "No way." The elder asked, "What happened to Li Mu?" The young man frightenedly said, "His 7 souls Po and really no." The boy asked the elder if he could still be saved. The girl asked, "How is that possible? Is he not an ordinary wandering soul but an evil spirit? Otherwise, it's impossible to lose 7 Po so quickly. If the 7 souls are lost, then the wind of profanity can easily penetrate the body." The elder handed the young man a talisman and said that it was magical. It can protect him from the outer foulness. It should be carried with him at all times. The girl said that she was going to the county clerk's office to look through the ancient books, and Li Mu should wait for her at home. The young man noticed that this was not his only problem. Maybe she can solve his problems and help him to the end. To the departing girl, Li Mu shouted to her, could she borrow some money for him? The elder sighed regretfully. Li Mu turned out to be troublesome. Li Mu was walking through the city and thought that his fate was now in danger. He didn't have any money either. We should find someone to borrow it from. The young man noticed his colleagues and thought they were the ones from whom he could borrow money. The co-workers saw the young man and thought he should pay them back. All 3 met and hugged each other. The co-worker stated, saw Li Mu together with the older man. He used to be afraid of her. Now he's become very brave. She has already given him his salary, right? Li Mu said he received his salary. The co-workers said he could pay back the straw mat they bought when they were going to bury him. The young man said he was careless. His wages had been stolen, and he'd like to borrow some money from his co-workers until his next paycheck. The co-workers immediately turned around and left. They said they apologized for the inconvenience. The young man thought that these guys were really very good friends. The young man had a simple meal in front of him. It was all he could afford right now. The boy thought that the 2 silver coins he borrowed should be enough for him for a month. The young man decided he couldn't go on like this. How could he, once he was in a new body, be so miserable? The young man remembered that he was a migrant after all. He knew that the most lucrative ways to make money were described in the penal code. The young man wanted to see what he could make some money with. Li Mu found the necessary literature and decided to familiarize himself with it thoroughly. The young man read that all Zhou dynasty officials, regardless of their rank, were not allowed to engage in trade. The young man thought that this could get him killed. The guy sadly stated that there was no chance of making money in this backwater town. Passing by, the young man heard someone else's conversation. The man said that a few lines in a month is not even worth a bowl of rice. The interlocutor asked to be given some more time. The man said that writing a book is a matter of inspiration. The old man replied that he doesn't care about inspiration. He would give him 3 more days. If he didn't get it done in time, he would make amends. Li Mu thought that writing a book is a good idea. We should ask what people are interested in now. The young man went to a bookstore and asked the salesman if he had any good book recommendations. As he studied the literature, Li Mu thought it was amazing how similar the preferences of people from ancient times and today were. The shopkeeper said everything in this row is the latest novelties. The shopkeeper said the young man could choose anything he wanted. The price would be guaranteed to be reasonable. Li Mu asked which books sell better. The shopkeeper said authoritatively that books on immortal cultivation were the best sellers. Indescribable topics are also quite popular, especially among women. The novel genre is popular. It sells well. The young man thanked for the advice and said he was leaving. The shopkeeper was upset that the young man hadn't bought anything. The boy stretched and decided that the money issue would soon be solved. He just needed to get home. Li Mu approached the house and wondered, why is the gate open? The young man cautiously peeked in. He had an older woman at home. He asked, how did she get here? The girl stated, the guy left the gate open by himself. The young man stated he thought a thief had broken in. The girl stated that there was nothing to steal from his house. The young man agreed. The girl stated that she dug through many books and found a way to save the young man. Li Mu inquired what was the way. The elder replied that the first one was cultivation. Cultivation is the practices of Taoism that can be practiced by all living beings in the world. The first stage of cultivation is the purification of the soul. The 7 evil souls dominate the body. By purifying them, the young man will be able to dominate the physical body and become invulnerable to all diseases and evil spirits. The young man has lost his 7 souls, so they must first be formed. This is more difficult to do than just cleansing them. The young man said it sounds complicated. Is there any other way? The elder said, then he would have to become a ghost. The young man was scared. The girl added, before his 3 souls are absorbed into his body, he could leave his body and remain a disembodied spirit forever. The young man said he agreed to the first option. The girl said since the guy had decided to practice cultivation, she respects his decision. There are different ways to gather the 7 souls. Which one does he want to form first? The guy said that lately he hasn't been sleeping well and feels chills all the time. The young man said so he wants to form the antiad, or the absorber of knavery, first. The young man said that he was interested in Birdyin at this stage. The older girl said she thought so. Joy, anger, sadness, fear, love, hate, and desire. These 7 emotions are the basis for the origin of the 7 souls. The bird's yin is born from sadness. The girl said that she would teach him the basics first. The elder said for the young man to direct the energy from the nose to the stomach area, and when there is enough of it, stop the moment he feels a blockage. Then to start bringing it out. The girl told the young man to concentrate on his consciousness and poked him in the forehead with her finger. He should channel this energy with his consciousness. The older woman said that she had left a trace of qi in his body, and he must diligently channel it. There is no room for weakness in his practice. Only in this way will he have a chance. The young man started to remember something. He interrupted the girl and said, he forgot where he put the money he had saved. Is there any way he can get his memories back? The older girl asked if the young man had yellow paper and vermilion. The boy thought that the girl had been kind to him and was helping him. He would have to thank her. The young man began to remember various meaningless scenes from his life. He also remembered where he had put the money. The young man thought that it was becoming too much to remember. The young man thought, he is a single guy after all. How can he be without money? The young man found a hidden bag of money. There was a lot of that money. The lad thought that the hard times on liquid porridge were over. The young man thought that that alley held memories of the day he died. He doesn't know what happened, but it must have something to do with his death. The young man decided to investigate it. The young man thought that the elder had promised the seal's effect for 12 hours. He should make good use of that time. The young man thought that he was almost done. It was good that he had reread the Tales of the Strange from Liao's study several times. Li Mu was called out by someone. A voice said the elder had warned that something had happened to the young man. So that's why he came to check on him. The man showed himself at the entrance and asked if the young man was all right. Li Mu replied that he wasn't really. The man asked why he was so happy then. The boy said that he had found some money at home in time, and now he could even pay back what he owed. The man got excited and said, that's great. It's not good to stay in debt. The young man saw that they were overflowing with some kind of energy. The boy thought that 7 emotions and 7 colors, red being the color of happiness. That must be what the older one was talking about. The guy decided to test it a few more times while he had the chance. The young man lied and said he lost that money again when he was on the street. The guy analyzed other emotions in the person he was talking to. The young man added that the lost money was then brought to him by a child. He found them on the street, and everything began to fall into place. Li Mu talked about his dream and how he woke up and found the money, and then he was robbed, and then he found it all again. The man interrupted the young man and said they would talk about the money later. He should get some rest already. His head was spinning. It was as if the young man had sucked out all his energy. Li Mu apologized for taking so long to give the money. The young men said goodbye. Li Mu thought that Zhang was very understanding and his help was helpful. But still, one should be more frugal. The boy thought, Li Si is next in line. He remembered that the street was under his control. The young man was invited to the tent and told that a good time could be had here. The girls asked what brought the young man here and offered to go inside. Li Si asked the young man what was wrong. The boy said that he had come to repay a debt. Now he had some money. Li Si said the young man would still be in charge of this street if he had already recovered. Li Si said he had more things to do and got ready to leave. Li Mu wondered where the joy was in his interlocutor. The young man didn't expect Li Si to be so indifferent to money. Looks like we'll have to find another way. The young man continued to do good deeds. He fed a stray pet, took a kite out of a tree for the kids. He took an old lady across the street. The young man told the girl that little joy he received. But he was surprised that the dog he helped a little was happier than all the others. The girl inquired what were his signs of fortune according to his birthday. The young man began to go through all the animals of the Chinese calendar. The older woman said cryptically, 4 pillars, day of purest power, Yang. None of this was surprising. The boy asked, what does that mean? The girl said, the young man was born with the ability to gather spiritual energy to embark on the path of cultivation. His strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. The young man rejoiced and said that the god favored him. The young woman told him not to get so excited. A special cultivation body is also a great addition for both cultivator and demon. If word of this got out, he would be in great danger. The boy was frightened and asked what he should do. The elder said that as long as he didn't blab it himself, no one would be able to identify his body so easily. Moreover, this is the center of the county. Demons and spirits won't dare to make trouble here. The girl said that she's going on patrol. When the young man gathers enough energy of the 7 emotions, she will teach him the method of soul condensation. Li Mu thought that demons wouldn't dare to cause trouble. For some reason, the boy felt like he was dead after all. The elder decided to continue patrolling. The girl said that he needed help. The girl stood in the town and asked for help. She wanted to be listened to. Li Mu turned his attention to the girl. The world is going downhill. What a shame. How can one turn a blind eye to such a miserable person? The young man asked the girl, does she need help? The girl was surprised. She didn't expect a reaction from this man. The girl who asked for help was surprised. Can the young man really see her? The young man turned around and said, the sun is very blinding today, so he can't see anything. The young man turned around and ran away screaming. He wanted to inform the elder that there was a ghost there. Li Mu ran with bulging eyes and shouted that ghosts really exist. He had just seen one. The girl looked back and asked, what kind of ghosts were we talking about? The older girl pulled her sword out of its sheath and asked, where are the ghosts? The boy pointed in the direction where he had seen the girl and said the ghost was there. The elder told the young man to calm his mind. The girl urged the young man to concentrate the energy in his eyes. She did not ask him to squint. The elder said it was only a low-level ghost. He should not be feared. The young man asked the elder if all people turn into ghosts after death. The girl said that not everyone has a chance to become a ghost. Only those who have a great obsession or have unfinished business. The young people were going back to the ghost. The boy said she asked for help. She had some unfinished business. The older woman said she would ask now and find out. The ghost girl bowed and asked for help. She promised to work hard and diligently in the next life. The elder asked what she could do for the girl. The girl asked to save her child. The girl told that her parents and husband were no more. She herself was unfortunately sick. Even though she was dead, her baby was still alive in her arms. He should not be left unattended. Li Mu looked at this heartbreaking picture. He asked the eldest if she could be saved. The elder said that unlike the young man, this girl is already dead. It's only her soul's anxieties that keep her here. The girl added that when the anxiety fades, she will disappear. The boy asked the older woman to let the girl know to the ghost what they can do to help her. The young man asked if there was someone who could be trusted with his child. The ghost said she had an older brother who lived in a village west of town. She would be grateful if the young man would give him the child. He will give the child to his brother. The ghost girl thanked and cried. The elder said the feeling she has for the young man is a mother's love for her child. This gratitude, the best reward. The ghost girl said she could now leave in peace. The mother wished for her child to live a good life. Li Mu told the elder that he would definitely keep his promise. The elder told the young man that that girl's brother looks good. She thinks he will raise the child well, so there's no need to worry about it. Li Mu asked, the ghost they saw had a low level. So ghosts have levels too? The girl said, ghosts have levels too, but she didn't want to go into details. Said it was dangerous. The older girl urged him not to be afraid. Just like humans can be good and evil, so can ghosts. If you meet such a ghost, you just have to stay away from it. The girl didn't expect Li Mu to find a way to gather the 7 emotions so quickly. Today was just the best time to purify the 7 souls. The girl said that she would teach him the soul-sealing technique. This night is the night to try using it. The heavenly beast guards the gate, and the lovely girl keeps the 10 souls in tenderness. He tells the girl to stay with him and not to act rashly to see the source of the form. The girl wondered, what is he doing now? The girl decides that the neighbor seems abnormal. The mother told the child to leave him alone and go to sleep. The young man was asleep. Music was coming from somewhere. The boy opened his eyes. He heard the words, "I will live forever. There are no tombs in the mountains. The rivers have dried up. Winter thunder shakes the summer rains and snows." The young man thought it was terribly noisy. He went out into the courtyard. He wanted to see where the sounds were coming from in the early morning. The young man saw a pretty girl humming a song. The guy shouted, "What's all this noise early in the morning? It's just awful." The girl was genuinely surprised. The guy saw the color gray. He thought it was the color of anger. The girl shouted that it was getting rather late. "Who's been sleeping for so long?" The young man, looking at the gray color, thought she was still angry. The boy's eyes turned gray as well. He thought she might not blame him if she was disturbing her sleep. The young man stated that he would sleep as much as he wanted. The girl stated that she could sing as much as she wanted, and that was her own business. The young people had a long discussion. Who has the right to what? What's more important, the right to sleep or the right to sing songs? The young man let off steam and thought he had enough anger for now. The girl expected him to continue, decided he had weak nerves. The boy turned around and walked away into the house. Limu decided to get some more sleep and then sell his masterpiece. The neighbor was furious. The young special asked who her mistress was angry with. The woman stated that they had a nasty neighbor. The woman turned around and said she didn't want to talk about him. She wanted to wet her throat after all the swearing. The owner of the bookstore was studying the young man's manuscript and found it interesting. The man liked the work, especially the story of the kitsune. It was described in a very dramatic way. The shopkeeper said the young man could go home and wait for news. Limu went to every bookstore in the county. He considered it the only way to make his fortune. The young man noticed that everything was quiet today. There wasn't even anyone to help. The boy walked past the house. A neighbor poured water on the road, and the water got on the young man. The young man became indignant. The girl asked the mistress not to be nervous. The mistress turned around and went into the house and told Wang Wan to go back to work. The young man waved Wang Wan's hand and greeted her. The landlady called out to the girl and the girl ran away. Limu thought that the neighbor was very pretty, but she had a terrible temper. Wang Wang told the landlady that their neighbor was an official, and now they shouldn't be afraid of bad people bullying them in the future. The boy realized that this was being said about him. The young man overheard the conversation. The landlady asked Wang Wan if she was afraid that her neighbor would bully her. She said he was handsome and didn't look like a bad guy. The young man thought the little girl had a keen eye and was very nice. The landlady said that the better looking, the more suspicious the young man might be. Wang Wan said that her mistress is not eating again. Mistress said she doesn't want to get fat. That's why she doesn't eat lunch. The young man thought that she has this weakness. She doesn't want to see or smell when someone is eating. Wang Wan stated that there is no way to live without food anyway. The young man cooked the meat on the hot stones. The smell was just wonderful. Why is there no reaction from the neighbors? Wang Wan was hanging laundry in the courtyard after washing. She smelled the fragrant smell of meat. The neighbor grabbed her head and asked if Wang Wan could smell that smell. The girl said that the smell was very enticing. Wang Wan suggested that the smell was coming from the neighbor's yard. The young man looking at the steaks thought it smelled very good. The neighbor and Wang Wan looked out from behind the wall. Limu asked, "Do they also think the smell is very fragrant?" The woman asked, "What does the young man do?" The young man said he is cooking food, can't you see? The woman said for the young man to cook somewhere else. Limu said he is in his house cooking wherever he wants. The neighbor stated that he was disturbing her. The guy wondered why he doesn't bother others, but only her. The woman called the neighbor an unpleasant word. The young man did not react. Wang Wan thought that this guy was not vindictive at all. The young man apologized and said that he was wrong in the morning. As an apology, he wants to give the girls a treat. The girls were very surprised. It seemed to them that this was out of character for the young man. The woman said that she, Liu Hanyang would rather die on the spot than eat a single bite. Mrs. Liu asked Wang to take her to her room. She needs to rest. She felt dizzy. Mrs. Liu thought she was angry today. Yesterday she felt very tired. Outside, someone knocked on the door. The woman said for Wang to check who was there. The girl went out to the courtyard and opened the door. There was a neighbor standing on the threshold. He introduced himself and said his name was Li Mu. He had come to apologize to Miss Liu. The young man brought a prepared dish. He said it was a small gift, and he hoped that Madam would be able to accept it. The girl's eyes sparkled. Apparently, she liked the young man. She said they would accept the gift. The girl entered the house and told her mistress. A neighbor named Li Mu came to apologize and brought a gift. The mistress stated for the girl to put the gift away. She doesn't want to see it. Wang tried this gift by herself. The lady said that the girl could eat the whole thing if she liked it. The girl said her mistress better try it. It is very delicious. Wang said one bite won't make her fat. Mrs. Liu tried one bite. It was very tasty, and all the pieces, one by one, ran out. Wang sadly noticed that she only got one piece. Mistress blushed with shame, but she couldn't help herself. Madam yelled that Li Mu had completely ruined her weight loss plan, and she would deal with him some more. The young man said he was very happy that they enjoyed it. Li Mu said hello to Mr. Zhou and asked how things were going. Mr. Zhou asked if Li Mu was getting better at home. The young man said that he had already recovered. Zhou stated that at first, the young man was like a scaredy cat and hid everywhere. If it wasn't for Madame Qing's inspection, he would have thought that the young man was possessed by a demon. The young man said that it was safer here than at home. The boy thought to himself, if he didn't need to get 7 emotions at work, he wouldn't have come here. Zhou told the young man to go to Old Man Wang. He just had a lot of things to do. Old Man Wang was a gambler. He played dice. People always came to play with him. A young man saw a work colleague and asked if he was playing again with Old Man Wang during his work shift. The young man told Old Man Wang to go back to his office. He wants to talk to him about something. The co-worker left and the young man was left alone with Old Man Wang. Li Mu suggested Wang play a game of visiting with him. Old Man Wang said that he had never seen Li Mu playing before. The young man said that he knew how to play. The young man thought that he not only knew how to play, but also how to lose. The game started, and the young man lost to Old Wang several times in a row. The young man said he didn't want to play anymore. Maybe later. Wang stated that it was a good win, but for some reason he felt very tired. The young man woke Lao Wang up. The man was snoring at his workstation. He woke up and asked what the young man needed from him. The young man said that he had some free time lately, so he came here with a request. The young man was interested in some business he would handle in Yamen. The man began rummaging through the case papers. The man offered different cases for the young man to choose from. Several of the villagers had sheep that had been gored. There was not a drop of blood left in them. The boy declined. He wants to live a few more years. Next case. The fisherman claimed there were some ghosts in the water. The young man said next case. A man died a few days ago, but the grave was opened and the body disappeared. The young man said he is not looking for death. Old Man Wang said, there is another case. There is an abandoned house standing, and all the inhabitants have disappeared. Li Mu turned around and left, saying goodbye. There were no interesting cases for him. The young man thought that it was all demons, ghosts, disappearances. How could ordinary people deal with such things? It was already dark outside. The young man thought he was hallucinating. He must have been too tired. The guy raised his head and saw the outline of ghosts. He couldn't understand what was going on. The young man thought, where did the ghost come from? The ghost laughed and said that the young boy's soul would belong to him. The ghost decided to use demonic magic on the young boy. The boy couldn't understand what was happening. He couldn't move. The young man gave himself instructions to move. The demon's hand was approaching the young man's face. The young man remembered that he had an amulet that the Qing head had made him. The young man had repelled the ghost's attack thanks to this amulet, and now he could move again. The young man started to run away from the ghost and thought how good it was that he carried this gift with him. The ghost with glowing eyes shouted that the young man would not run away from him. The young man froze again. Again, he could not move. The ghost got close to the young man and asked why he would not run away again. The ghost said he liked this kind of game of catch-up. The ghost took the young man by the face and said that he had already lost his 7 souls. Now he wouldn't live much longer. Why doesn't the young man give him his remaining 3 souls to help him advance? Suddenly from nowhere, Amitabha Buddha appeared. He threw that demon away from the young man. The young man ran after the Buddha and shouted that the master had helped him. The ghost wondered, where did this monk come from? How dare he stick his nose in his own business? Buddha Amitabha is a poor monk from Jinshan Temple. His Buddhist name is Zhuandu. The ghost shouted that if the monk interfered with him, he would take his soul too. Buddha said that humans and ghosts have different paths, but if a ghost steals people's souls, it is against the heavenly path. The poor monk should save the ghost's soul, purify the karma, and send it to a future life. The ghost laughed. Buddha can't save him. It is beyond his power. The monk asked Li Mu to hold his pot for a while. The young man decided to help the monk. The pot was heavy. The Buddha released his hands and once again asked the ghost if he would allow him to save him. Li Mu wondered why the ghost was going to attack him again. The young man lifted the monk's pot upwards. Everything around him lit up with light. The ghost was not going to give up. The monk said if that was the ghost's answer, in that case he would save him. The monk attacked the ghost and hit him with his staff. He said, not by kindness, so by force he should come to his rescue. The young man thought that the poor monk had hit the poor ghost hard. It was the ghost's own fault. There was no point in stalling when he was being helped. The ghost shouted loudly, apologizing that he was wrong. The monk calmly said that he was just trying to help the poor ghost. The ghost was screaming to be pardoned. The Buddha said that the poor monk would spare its life, but if it did dirty deeds, it would have to dispel its soul. The ghost shouted that he would not dare anymore. Li Mu gave the poor monk the item he was holding. The Buddha thanked the young man heartily. The young man thanked the monk for saving him from the ghost. Buddha said that the young man need not be afraid anymore. The evil spirit was humbled by the poor monk. The poor monk would save him and lead him to the right path. Buddha turned around and went his way. The Buddha, after a few steps, stopped and turned around. He said the poor monk has noticed that the young man has lost his 7 souls, so he is giving this Buddhist rosary, and he gave the young man the rosary. They will protect against the usual evil spirits and ghosts. The young man held the Buddhist rosary reverently in his hands. He thanked the master for saving his life. The Buddha went his way. Amitabha Buddha said, saving others is also saving oneself. The young man became sad. Both humans and ghosts are evolving. Only he asked for help. The Buddhist rosary does not give complete security, and in the matter of the 7 souls must be resolved as soon as possible. The young man thought that he should thank the girl for this amulet. Thanks to the talisman the girl had given him, he was still alive. The young man, thinking about it, wept. The next day came. The young man was worried. Why isn't the older girl here yet? He expected the girl to come here during her morning walk. The door behind the young man opened. The young man saw Lu's roommate come out. The woman saw the young man, turned around, and defiantly went to her house. The young man decided to forget about this encounter. He thought that he didn't care about the neighbor. Mrs. Ching passed by and asked what the young man was doing here. The young man ran up to the girl and said that he had met a ghost yesterday. He was helped by the talisman that the elder had given him. The girl said that another yin spirit was asking the young man for help. The young man began to explain everything in detail. Last night, a ghost had appeared to him. He manipulated the energy to harm people and even turned it into ghostly claws. The girl thought, he's already so advanced that only one step separates him from becoming an evil spirit of the 3rd realm. The boy continued his story. He said that then came the monk. Both Buddhism and Taoism have ways of curbing evil spirits, and this monk defeated the evil spirit. The young man decided to show the girl the Buddhist rosary that the poor monk had given him. If it was a strong spirit, the monk has incredible power. The young man asked what he should do to also protect himself from evil spirits. Lady Ching said that the young man's spiritual power was too small to learn any techniques in Taoist arts. The girl said that it doesn't take much spiritual power to practice Taoist arts, but Taoism is a secret in every sect. The girl was telling the young man about Taoist arts, and the guy realized that he had to think of another way to quickly increase his strength. Head Ching suddenly pulled her sword out of its sheath and brought it towards the young man's neck in a sharp motion. The boy froze and asked, "What is this girl doing here?" Head Ching said. The young man should remember that there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Rushing to do things faster could lead to unfortunate consequences, both for the young man and those around him. The young man tried to reassure his interlocutor and told her not to worry. He agreed that his strength was low. The young man added he would never do anything that could harm the world. The girl looked sincerely into the young man's eyes and took her sword away from his neck. The girl was afraid that the young man might stray from the path of truth. The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. There are countless evil cultivators who can't stand being alone and take people's souls and blood. Madame Ching said that this kind of cultivation in the immortal world is punished. A month ago, an evil cultivator of the realm of comprehending truth was killed by the masters of the Buddhist and Taoist schools, and his soul was scattered. The young man noticed that the immortal world did not tolerate evil cultivators. The girl confessed, because of her carelessness, Li Mu was in danger. The girl held out a sword to the young man and said that the name of this sword was Qing Hong. It is a magical weapon. If the young man accepted it, he would not have to fear the usual evil spirits and ghosts. Head Qing handed the young man this sword and a book, said it was all for the young man. The girl said that the notes in the book were all he needed to know about the cultivation world. The girl waved her hand as she left and added, even though the young man had a sword and rosary, he still needed to gather the 7 souls as soon as possible. The young man thanked the Qing head heartily. The young man immediately started studying the manuscript. He familiarized himself with the cultivation realms and studied the entire structure described in this textbook. The young man thought that this book was quite well documented. Some special purpose talismans were recorded here, in addition to the practice realm and history. The Taoist scriptures mentioned in the book were also familiar to him. Taoist scripture, it is a canon of path and virtue. The young man was on the rise. According to the book, magical abilities are exercised through spiritual power. The young man read passionately about Taoism and the ways in which it could be brought into the cultural life of the masses. The young man studied what the position of his fingers should be when casting a spell. He found it not too difficult. The young man tried to learn some of the theses by heart. It was not an easy task. He noticed that he was exhausting himself. Suddenly there was thunder and lightning. The young man clutched his chest. Blood flowed out of his mouth and he collapsed exhausted on the threshold of his house. Mrs. Qing continued on her way. Suddenly she became anxious. The girl had a rapid heartbeat. What was that, she thought. In the village, an old man was educating the locals. He was telling the news. Something caught the old man's attention. The man looked around. It was the sound of a bell. Everyone knew that if a bell rings for no reason, it means something serious has happened. The residents decided to go to the main hall. The students greeted their master. The assistant asked the master what was going on. Why did the Tao bell suddenly ring? The old man held a scribbled piece of paper in front of him. The man shouted that this is a holy relic of the Tao. It's a fragment of the Tao scripture. The inscribed scroll rippled and trembled. The master said, "This is unheard of," the writing board trembling. "It is unclear whether it is a blessing or a curse." Mrs. Lu and Wang Wang walked out of their house and closed the door behind them. Wang Wang noticed the body of a young man lying on the ground. The young man started to open his eyes and heard the woman send Wang Wang to the pharmacy to get medicine and a doctor. The young man finally came to his senses and sat up. The boy couldn't understand what had happened to him. Mrs. Lu said that the young man fainted on the street, so they called a doctor for him. The young man thanked the lady for her help. The woman said it was nothing, but it couldn't be ignored. Mrs. Lu extended her hand to the young man and said that she paid for the consultation and the money for the medicine out of her pocket all at once. The young man would have to pay for it anyway. The young man agreed and asked how much money he had to give to his savior. The young man wanted to pay the woman in full. The woman took a logarithmic calculator and by some simple manipulations calculated the full cost of the medical package for the young man. The young man was very indignant when he found out what he had been billed. He said that for that money, he could have revived a corpse. The young man looked at the medicines they had bought for him and at what price. He concluded that this was a very greedy pharmacy. Li Mu was very angry. The boy thought that Mrs. Lu was stupid, but she had too much money. Her good intentions led him to bad results. Li Mu thought that he couldn't blame this woman. The boy said that he didn't have that kind of money with him right now. Mrs. Lu suggested that the young man write a promissory note. The girl had no doubt that the young man would pay her back. The boy wrote that he was borrowing a certain amount of money from his neighbor for a limited time and put a fingerprint instead of a signature. The young man left in a bad mood. He said he had some business to attend to, so he couldn't linger. Mrs. Liu wished the young man well. The young man came to the pharmacy and said that he wanted to make a return the medicine, and get his money back. The pharmacist said a refund was out of the question. The medicines were custom made for the young man. Li Mu said it's a fraud, and he will file a lawsuit in court. The pharmacist said the young man was talking nonsense. The man said that when they made the medicine, they warned him right away that they would only make it to order. The old man added, the girl said that the young man's body should be protected. It was precious, so the medicine should be precious too. The young man realized that he would not get his money back. Seeing the young man off, the pharmacist said that this establishment was based on honesty and did not engage in fraud. The young man thought he had fainted after reading the Taoist manuscripts. After what happened, he was reluctant to continue reading. The young man was not discouraged and decided that he could try another Taoist classic. The young man returned to his home. He stuck the talisman on his forehead and took the brush in his hand. The young man was intensely writing something down. Enlightenment came to him. It was a pity that he hadn't finished copying the mantra of the god of the three caves, Taishan. But he decided that what he had would be enough. The talisman flew off his forehead and began to fall. After falling on the young man's hand, the talisman faded. The boy thought that although the talisman no longer worked, it was still quite useful. After writing it down, the young man decided that he needed to make some preparations. The young man remembered Wang Wan's neighbor girl and got very excited. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. The young man changed his clothes and began to cook the original lamb and urumqi kebabs. The smell was fragrant, even drooling. Wang, being in the yard, smelled the fragrant odor of cooking kebabs. The girl decided to check what was going on in the neighboring yard. Wang looked out from behind the wall and saw her neighbor, Li Mu, cooking delicious kebabs. The young man asked if his neighbor had already eaten. The girl shook her head negatively. The young man invited Wang to visit, and she gladly agreed. The young lady was radiant with happiness. Wang ate the kebabs offered to her with great appetite. The young man thought that he should talk to the girl first to get closer to her. Li Mu asked how old Wang was. The girl said she was already 16. The guy asked where the girl was from, and she said she couldn't remember, and continued to gorge herself on fried meat. Li Mu asked at what age did the girl start courting her mistress. Wang replied that since she was 6 years old. The young man, realizing that the girl would not be free soon, told her to stay here. There is still plenty of meat. If anything happens to it, the young man asked Wang to go to the government district to find Miss Li Qing. The girl asked, what could happen to the young man? Li Mu said that he is not feeling well. He is afraid that he will faint again. The young man settled down in the shade and began to use spells to perform Taoist techniques. The most important thing for him now was to properly learn how to hold his fingers on his hand. Li Mu repeated the spells written in the book. Heaven and earth are boundless, and the universe is vast. The law is born in the heart, and it never ends. The young man received no response from the universe. He thought he had phrased the request wrongly, so he decided to try again next time. Li Mu scrutinized the manuscript carefully. He allowed that there might be a mistake, and that's why he's holding the fingers of his hand incorrectly. The young man practiced a bit more, changing the position of his fingers, and decided that this time it should work. Heaven and earth have no power. Heaven and earth borrow each other's strength. Law is born from the heart. After these incantations, thunder rumbled and lightning appeared. It rained over the young man. The young man lost consciousness and fell face down. Wang almost choked on the kebab. The girl tossed the meat aside and ran up to the young man. He didn't move. Wang shouted to her mistress that their neighbor had fainted again. Madame Liu checked the young man's condition and ordered Wang to run to the doctor immediately. After that, the young man jumped up and said that there was no need for any doctor. The young man, feeling trembling in his whole body, said that he was fine. Li Mu thought that he would never pay back his neighbor in his life if a doctor came to see him again. The madam inquired if the young man was sure he was all right. The boy answered nothing, but excitedly recalled the 7 emotions and colors. He tried to calm himself down. Miss Liu looked intently into the young man's eyes and asked, he must be suffering from some serious illness? The young man's eyes were very sad. The young man thought that the neighbor was sympathetic to him. Li Mu decided that this was a good opportunity to mend their relationship. The boy told Mrs. Liu that she must have already figured out everything about his health condition. The woman was frightened. The young man said that he had no more than 6 months to live. The woman walked up to the young man, put her hands on his chest, and excitedly said that the doctor had detected the young man had an even pulse and said that he was healthy. The young man objected. Healthy people don't faint twice a day. The young man sadly said that pain keeps him awake at night. That's why he can't get up early in the morning. Miss Liu apologized for yesterday morning. She will no longer sing in the morning. The young man said that he has long since resigned himself to it. The young man tried to reassure his neighbor and said that he would definitely pay back his debt before he died. The woman said that in fact, she had deliberately asked the doctor to use the most expensive medicines. Mrs. Liu said that the young man had no obligation to repay the money. The woman and her maid went to her home. She said that if the young man had any problems in the future, he could always come to her, and she would do her best to help him. The boy thought that Mrs. Liu was very easy to deceive. He hoped that he wouldn't get what he deserved for this lie. Li Mu took the manuscript and decided that the Taoist classics really worked. One must continue to train intensely. The young man studying the manuscript decided to try the 9 words of truth. In a mountain village, a bell rang after hours. The villagers thought, "What has happened again?" This was the 18th time in the past 3 days that the Taoist bell had rung. It was the first time it had happened in the past few decades. Someone suggested that perhaps this bell appeared to be broken. Finally, the bell quieted down. The young people also calmed down and decided to continue their studies. Li Mu was meditating in his home. He tried to control his emotions: sadness, hatred. The young man kept focusing on the basic aspects of the Taoist teachings. The young man slowly opened his eyes and visualized a dark forest in front of him. The very same ghost appeared in front of the boy, and the ghost pronounced that he had finally found the young man. The ghost appeared to be balanced. He said that he had spent 3 days in a nightmare. He had to listen to the 3 great sutras of the same monk. It was unbearable. The ghost wailed for a long time about how hard it was for him to bear that monk. Finally, he said that he managed to break through and escape the moment the monk was distracted. The terrifying ghost stated that if it wasn't for the young man, none of this would have happened. Therefore, he intended to devour this soul today. The ghost rushed towards the young man and said that the monk would not save him today. The young man showed his rosary. The ghost said that the rosary would not help him either. The young man remembered that he had a sword given by Lady Qing. The boy tried to use the Taoist techniques he had learned during his training. So far, it wasn't helping much. The young man tried to channel his energy in the right direction. He kept missing all the time. After another attack, the ghost jumped up to the young man and fell to his knees. He apologized and said that he mistook him for another person. The evil ghost said that he would now leave immediately and not bother him anymore. Li Mu stated that in that case, he would let the ghost live for now. The young man recited another mantra and the ghost disappeared. Li Mu thought that the next mantras would be even stronger. This ghost had a very strong sense of fear. The boy felt prepared and decided that it was time to gather the 7 souls. The young man thought that Zhang Shan should have recovered as well, so he decided to pay him a visit. The young man knocked on the door and entered the man's room. He asked what Zhang Shan was thinking about. The man wondered why the young man had come to see him so early. He suggested playing a few games of dice. The boy agreed because he wanted to suggest it himself. The young man decided to spend some time on this hobby because there was nothing to do yet. The old man asked why playing games with Li Mu was so tiring. He no longer has the strength to keep his duty to his spouse, and his mother-in-law suspects that he is going left. Their co-worker burst into the room and told them to stop playing games. They had urgent work to do. The men ran into the center of town and on the way demanded that everyone make way because they were on duty. Everyone wondered what was the rush of the civil servants. Li Mu inquired, "What was the rush job?" A colleague said he didn't know. They were simply told to arrive at the site. The 3 colleagues speculated on the way. What could have happened, and why were they called to the site so urgently? The men arrived at the site and realized that they were about to have a new boss. It was Han Zhe. He practiced in the same sect as Head Qing'an and now works in the same government district. Li Mu knew that most of these practitioners are from well-known sects and only enter the county government to practice. Ordinary matters are handled by civil servants. But this time a practitioner was sent. There was an event. The young man hoped that he would have a chance to get some emotions. The young men reported for duty. The supervisor said that they were the only ones waiting for them. Li Mu assumed that something important had indeed happened. The supervisor was extremely serious. The servants went to the door and knocked on it. Some noise was heard from the other side. The servants were frightened. The door opened and people came running out with a noise. They shouted that they were hurt and not to be hit. A man with a broom ran after them and shouted that they had come to Zhao's house with deceit and called them blind, and that they should get out of here. The civil servants said someone had reported the incident to them. That's why they came here. Their uniforms show they're on duty. The man with the broom thought he was an immortal. He apologized, said he was blind, and invited the elder to enter the house. Li Mu suggested that the co-workers follow their superior into the house. The owner of the house blocked their way. The man stated that they should stand there and not enter the house. The man said angrily that it was the Zhao family that had risen to the county level, and their character had only gotten worse. The men started discussing amongst themselves about the possibility to seduce the Zhao family's daughter, and then they could get some preferential treatment, but they agreed that they didn't need it. Li Mu asked a passerby what happened to the Zhao family. The passerby said in confidence that the Zhao family's son was possessed. Li Mu and his co-workers were very scared. The passerby said to keep it a secret, because the wedding between him and the daughter of the county governor was approaching. If this case is not handled properly, the governor will be blamed. Therefore, this case is given great importance. The young men fell silent. They saw their chief coming out. He was followed by a young man. The young man was led under the arms. He looked possessed. He kept muttering something. His hair was disheveled. The young men noticed that this young man really looked possessed. They had recently seen him on the street. He wasn't like this back then. Li Mu remembered something like this was described in the book Madame Ching had given him. When a germ of light leaves the body, the person would immediately lose consciousness and fall into a coma. When an open soul leaves the body, one becomes weak-minded and lethargic. When a purified soul is lost, one loses interest in everything. Li Mu realized that this young man had lost his second soul. The superior asked to be given cinnabar and a paintbrush. He wanted to help the young man. The young men assumed that Chief Han was going to paint a talisman. Han waved the brush and brought it close to the sick man's forehead. The young man's head glowed. Han said for the sick man's soul to return, and it opened. And so he repeated several times. Han kept saying the same thing, for the young man's soul to return. The colleagues assumed, as a practitioner should, that their superior's breath was not hitching while he was shouting the mantra. The master of the house asked how the immortal was feeling. The warden says he's fine. He's just dizzy. The sick man's second soul had not yet dissipated. He felt its presence, but he doesn't know where it is. The parents of the sick young man asked what they should do now. They are counting on help. Head Han told them not to panic. He needs a piece of yellow paper and a few strands of the sick boy's hair. The parents of the sick young man prepared everything. Head Han began his preparations. The immortal set the hair on fire, and when it burned, he scattered the ashes. The ashes landed directly on the cinnabar. Han dipped his brush into the vermilion and wrote characters on a piece of yellow paper. Li Mu saw the inscription and said that it was described in the introduction to Cultivation. The young man said that it was an indication of the path of an immortal. Han continued his manipulations. The man hid the piece of paper in his fist and began to cast an incantation. The young man couldn't understand what he was doing. Immortal Han opened his hand, and in the palm of his hand was a paper figure that flew up and rose up. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. It was unbelievable. Han declared that they had found the location of the young man's second soul. They should all follow the paper crane. So they all headed in that direction. The crane flew out of the house. A group of young people followed it. The crane flew towards the forest. The crane's flight was long and tiring for the young men. The young men tried to take a break and rest a little. They were thirsty. Han said they must not stop. There was not much time left. Li Mu said that they were mortals and not as strong as immortals. Someone shouted that the paper crane had stopped and pointed a finger in its direction. Master Han anxiously looked in that direction. His eyes expressed fright. He shouted that he had to be careful. Limu noticed that it had gotten dark and quiet. He couldn't figure out where everyone had gone. The young man assumed he was hallucinating. This had never happened to him before. The young man became wary. Hallucinations did not bode well. The Book of Memories said that one should concentrate one's spiritual power in the eyes. After this concentration, the young man saw the people around him. They were in the same situation. No one could see anything, nor did they realize where they were. Han decided that Zhao's soul had left his body for a reason, so it was the work of a ghost. Immortal Han assumed an appropriate pose and told the evil to appear before him. After a few lightning flashes, everything returned to its place. Everyone saw an unusual phenomenon in the air. What could it be? The young men suggested that it could be a ghost. There was a ghost of a girl in the air. Han pointed his finger at the ghost and said that the evil creature should give up young Zhao Yun's soul. The ghost hissed in response and looked with its fiery eyes. Poisonous snakes emerged from the ghost's mouth, and they headed towards Han. The man said it was all cheap tricks, and he's not afraid of them. Master Han spread his arms out to the sides, released his internal energy, and destroyed those poisonous snakes. The ghost was no longer afraid of him. The ghost realized that he couldn't win now. He turned around and began to move away. Han said that the ghost could not escape. He would catch up with him and defeat him. The man said there was nothing to wait for. We had to catch up with the ghost. The men were upset. They had to run again. It was tiring. It was already dark outside. The moon appeared. They noticed that they were already near the wild mountains. The road home would be a long one. Limu knew that ahead on the road, Bishui Bay awaited them. He remembered that that bay might be haunted. The young man kept seeing a distant ghost ahead. Perhaps it was this ghost, and it dwells in that bay. Han kept shouting that the evil creature would not escape him, and directed a beam of concentrated energy towards that ghost, and struck it. The energy beam hit the ghost directly in the chest. It lost stability and aerodynamic properties. It was forced to dive and fall to the ground. Master Han approached the trembling ghost and ordered the ghost to bring back the soul of the young man, Zhao Yun. The ghost cried out loudly and the soul was separated from him. Han declared that it was not easy to become a ghost cultivator, and in front of his second realm, even harder. The man stated to the ghost that in order to practice, he was stealing people's souls. This is unforgivable. Master Han said that justice would be done today. He set a yellow paper on fire and planted it. Master Han noticed that the ghost had disappeared. He thought it had been destroyed. The man shouted that the ghost was now in the water. Han turned around and saw a girl standing on the water. The ghost girl asked if he liked her. At the same moment, many pretty girls appeared in front of Han's eyes. They were laughing while in a flower meadow. Limu thought, where did so many pretty girls come from? The girls started hugging the young men and showing them affectionate feelings. The young men were melting with pleasure. Limu tried to fight himself. He realized that it was not good, but it was a very powerful illusion. How could he resist it? They hadn't invented the strength to resist it yet. The young man thought that he should rather recite the heart purification mantra. The mind is as pure as ice. The sky does not yield to fear. The world is endlessly changing, but that is its constancy. The soul is happy and peaceful. The young man opened his eyes and saw that everything had disappeared. He thought that it was fortunate that when he had studied the 9 words of truth, he had also learned the heart purification mantra. The young man saw Master Han walking with a beautiful woman in his arms. He realized that Han had been caught. Limu noticed that his work colleague was also cuddling with a mysterious girl. Talking about how it was wrong was getting him nowhere. One of the beauties told the young man not to be too cocky. Limu noticed that his colleague couldn't resist the charms of these witchy girls. The young man wanted to stop his colleague, but he couldn't understand what was happening. He couldn't move. A girl came up to the young man and asked him if she was ugly. Limu started to make up his mind. He said he was blind and didn't know if she was beautiful. The girl hugged the guy and said he was ridiculous, and asked who was better, her or the young man's wife. The guy stated that he was still single. The young man held on as best he could, but he didn't know why he should. Limu still couldn't move. The girl still hugged him and asked if he wanted to move in with her in this beautiful place and have fun with her and her sisters. The young man cried. He would love to, but his body won't allow it. So the girl must behave with dignity. The beautiful stranger said that the young man is lying. All men in this situation can't keep still. So he's trying to fool her. After that, the young man was glad that he could move. Li Mu thought that this girl has no right to flirt with him, and he was about to show her. The young man was about to recite a mantra, but in the same instant, the girl disappeared. The young man came to his senses and realized that he was back in Beshi Bay. The ghost girl stood in front of him and asked for his forgiveness. The girl said that she wanted to apologize to the Lord. The guy thought, what does she mean by saying that? The young lady introduced herself and said her name was Su Hai. Asked what the young man's name was? The young man thought the girl was up to something. He was curious about the state of the others. The other men were not so principled, and so they were now lying on the shore of the bay without feelings. They must have been exhausted and seemed to be lying unconscious. Li Mu thought that this ghost was interfering with their work. The young man introduced himself and said his name was Li Mu. He wondered why Miss Su was preventing them from getting rid of this evil ghost. The girl said that the gentleman only knows the result of what happened, but he doesn't know the reason why the ghost took the young man's soul. The guy thought that she really has a yin ghost aura, but it doesn't cause evil feelings. Maybe that's her secret. The girl said that that ghost name was Lin Wang. She's Zhao Yun's fiancé, and they were supposed to get married next year. A few months ago, Zhao Yun was spotted by the governor. When the chance to become part of the governor's family came up, Zhao Yun decided everything. However, the engagement could not be canceled. There was no way the young man could justify marrying the governor's daughter. Zhao Yun drowned the girl in Bishui Bay and buried her body on the shore. The girl's parents died early, and after her death, the engagement was naturally never mentioned. The interlocutor told the young man that on that day she saw a large amount of aura of hatred gathered on the shore. So she gathered her 3 souls together before the soul dissipated and helped her cultivate. She taught the girl techniques so that she could take revenge. Her training was too superficial and she was only able to capture one Zhao Yun's soul. Li Mu said that he would report it to the right place so that justice could be served. As an official, it was his duty to punish bad deeds, eradicate violence, and bring justice. The interviewee said that the girl would not wait for justice. In a quarter of an hour at the most, she will completely dissipate, because her foundation is extremely unstable and that man seriously injured her. The young man asked his interlocutor, would even she not be able to save that girl? The girl said something she cultivates is called the ghostly path. With it, it's easy to hurt people, but hard to save them. That girl's foundation has been destroyed. She can't be helped anymore, unless a Buddhist master reads a sutra for her and restores her foundation. The girl declared, if she couldn't catch a fair reprisal on Zhao Yun, she would scorch his soul and condemn him to a life full of pain, which would serve as his punishment. Li Mu tried to explain that if the marriage to the governor's daughter was dissolved, there could be political repercussions. The government is full of masters who might pursue his interlocutor, and there would be no escape for her. The girl said that she is willing to face them, although first we have to find a way and try to save Miss Lin. The girl said if the young man doesn't know Buddhism, he won't be able to save Miss Lin. The young man thought that the Buddhist rosary beads the monk gave him contained Buddhist power, so if he borrowed some of that power, it could help. The young man said that he wanted to try it. The girl asked if he practiced Buddhism. Li Mu said he didn't really, but he could give it a try. The young man assumed the lotus posture and began to try, and recited various incantations that he had memorized. The young man pronounced that form as indistinguishable from emptiness. Emptiness is indistinguishable from form. Form is emptiness, and everything in the world is ghostly and illusory. Miss Lin's outline began to take on a more stable shape. At the temple in the northern district, the monks noticed that something was happening. The Buddha statue began to glow. They began to pray intensely. A young man noticed that nothing was happening. He must have misread the incantation, the young man thought. The next moment, the young man was blinded. He squinted his eyes and thought, what is that bright thing? Li Mu shouted that this light was blinding him. The young man couldn't open his eyes. The girls looked at him in surprise. The female companion asked in surprise. The young man said he didn't practice Buddhism. Buddhism means light. The boy noticed that this light was coming from him. Li Mu kept thinking that this light was blinding him. He didn't know how to control it. The girl was even more surprised. Did the young man not know what to do with this light? The young man was ready to cry. He said he was only learning and was trying to try. The girl advised the young man to disperse the Buddhist energy in his body. She wondered why this young man didn't know anything. The young man was sweating with exertion. He wanted the light to dissipate. The young man succeeded and the intensity of the light subsided. It worked for him. The young man thought that Buddhist techniques were even more powerful than he had realized. The young woman thought that by not being a Buddhist, but knowing how to use Buddhist teachings, this man had achieved such a result. She asked the young man how he knew about these techniques. The girl looked at Mrs. Lin and said that she seemed to be losing her strength. She needs some help. The young man asked, what should he do now to save Miss Lin? The interlocutor said that she would try to trust the young man this time. The young lady said that the Buddha's light could ward off ghosts and also help them. As long as the young man doesn't have violent thoughts in his head, he won't hurt her. We should try again to slowly use the Buddha's light to envelop her. The young man agreed and said he would try again. The young man took his time and he began to succeed, and he was enveloping Mrs. Lin with his light. The young man felt some warm feeling. It was soft and dazzling white, and it smelled very pleasant. The young man touched the feeling with his hands. It was tangible to the touch. The girl asked if the young man was all right. Li Mu said he was fine. He was just a little tired. He needed to rest. The girl said that she is no longer human. She has no difference between men and women. The young man can lean on her for a while. Mrs. Lin said that she cannot repay the young man for saving her life. Li Mu said that it was the government's mistake to let the girl suffer so much injustice. The young man looked at the girl and thought that she had 10 times more gratitude than Zhang Wan. The guy wanted to channel the 7 emotions of a person of profound virtue to his interlocutor, but it was usually not customary in Taoism to show it to the outside world. Li Mu decided that with his current abilities, he couldn't influence anyone at all. An energy like Lin Wan's was probably his limit. The young man asked Lin if she was going to continue her revenge from now on. The girl stated that the Zhao family was now related to the governor, and she can't harm them. Therefore, she wants to go to the young man, Li Mu. The guy said that even if the girl doesn't take revenge on them, the young man will be punished according to the strictness of the law. Lin asked why the young man is helping her. Li Mu said that he wants to do his duty honestly. He is sure that he will get that rascal, and even the governor can't do anything. Tears appeared in Lin's eyes. The girl was touched. The young man thought that he had reaped a worthy harvest. Lin thanked the young man for his kindness. The ghost girl said that all officials should be like the young man. If everyone was like the young man, there would be many fewer ghosts in the world. Li Mu said that he was not worthy of such praise. The young man realized that he had to gather all his 7 souls or he would die. If he could help get revenge on Lin, he could use her to form his first soul. Li Mu said that Zhao Yun's second soul should be spared first. Lin should stay with Mrs. Su for now, and when the time comes to go to court. Lin said that she would do as the young man said. The girl assumed that the young man didn't know how to act tough, but she promised to teach him how to act that way. The girl suggested to the young man that after Zhao Yun is brought to trial, he should come back here. She would have something for him. What exactly, he would find out when he came. The master came to his senses after losing consciousness and realized that he had a headache. All the men around him were in the same condition. The man couldn't believe that he had slept through the night. This ghost has a clear mind. Killing an official is a serious crime. The supervisor began to wake everyone up and tell them to wake up. The men began to come to their senses after a rough night. Li Mu's co-worker said he had a very sweet dream. He felt good. All the men remarked that they too had had such dreams, and there is no need to talk about it. The man asked the young man why the ghost had left them alive and brought such dreams upon them. Li Mu replied, perhaps the ghost was afraid that the government would persecute her. They looked at the chief. He was stern and extremely collected. The supervisor said that they should return to the workplace urgently, and everyone should get ready to go. In the town, everyone was discussing that Buddha from the temple appeared to the people. Everyone wanted to see it, and people lined up. The chief was thinking that people can be very ignorant, and they can't tell the difference between truth and lies. Li Mu asked his colleague why he couldn't resist temptation last night. The co-worker asked how Li Mu was able to avoid falling into the trap. He's a young guy after all. The co-worker asked Li Mu, maybe it's the fact that he can't? Li Mu asked his co-worker, who is Chin Chin? The man was startled and told him not to say that name out loud. and he wouldn't ask unnecessary questions either. The men thought that their colleague could be very unpredictable sometimes, and could ignore pretty girls. This was hard to explain. Limu thought it was because of a girl named Chin. His co-worker grew up this girl together, and they were engaged at a young age. Then this girl ran away with a rich man, and the young man still can't get over this tragedy. He tries not to think about it, and forget that name. Limu said that no one is born a bad person, but he doesn't know anyone worse than Zhao Yong, who killed his fiancée for his future. A man came to Zhao's house. The master said that he brought a soul belonging to Zhao Yong. Once he put this soul in, the young man would become normal again. After the soul returned to his body, Zhao Yun shouted for the ghost not to kill him and left. The master said that the young man was scared. He should sleep and calm down. The man gave his parents a yellow piece of paper and said that this talisman has a calming effect on the mind. The young man should carry it with him. The master told the servant to prepare a big thank you gift for Master Han. Master Han looked at Limu and saw Lady Qing's sword in his possession. He was very surprised. The master asked why the young man had this sword now. The colleague said that the last time he faced a demon, Lady Qing asked the young man to protect himself and gave him the sword. Master Han silently turned around and left. The colleague said that he likes Madame Qing, but she ignores him. The man said Limu has more prospects than Han, and he should work harder. The young man thought that he can't even save his life. What hope could he possibly have? The young man had hopes after all. He remembered Madame Qing and Madame Lu in the neighborhood. The young man smiled. Li Qing is strong and will be able to protect him. Liu Hanyang is a couple years older, but a mere child. He didn't know which one to choose. The young man decided that he was thinking too much on this topic and needed to put unrealistic thoughts out of his head. Elmu asked a colleague if he had two women, one skilled in martial arts and could protect him, and the other rich. Who would he choose? The colleague said, "How can a man let a woman protect him? He would of course choose the rich one." Another co-worker, Li Sai, said he wouldn't choose anyone. The young man felt unbalanced. He couldn't find peace of mind. Zhao Yun was resting after returning his soul to his body. The woman said that he was ruthless. The young girl was his fiancée. He shouldn't have done this to her. The young man said that he was doing it for Zhao's family. The woman announced that they should make some arrangements just in case. Nothing could go wrong in the young man's marriage. The young man went back to the workplace and woke up the old man, who was dozing off there again. The old man asked if maybe the young man wanted to play visit again. The young man said that the Zhao family's case is closed. You can make a report and call it a day. Then he will go home to sleep. The old man asked that the young man bring him Zhao Yun's case file. This young man, Zhao Yun, possesses a rare fire body. If he cultivates, he will be able to do twice as well as ordinary people. The old man added that his soul, a great tonic for demons and ghosts. No wonder the ghosts had attempted his soul. Wang Wan was overjoyed when her neighbor came home. Her eyes lit up. The girl said hello to the young man. The young man took the basket and thought that the girl had bought a lot of things for breakfast. Wang Wan became embarrassed. Li Mu invited the girl to come over to his house to have breakfast together. The young lady was very excited. The young people shared breakfast for two. It seemed to the young man that the girl was not full. She, blushing, shook her head. The guy said that he would bring another plate of noodles right away. The young man made Wang Wan a delicious breakfast. The girl got excited and started eating. The young man thought that his breakfast used to cost a penny, usually a bun. Since Wang Wan started delivering food to him, it was usually either a plate of noodles with onions or fried rice with eggs. The young man thought that eggs weren't cheap these days. This is what he decided to buy to supplement his diet. Wang Wan ate the entire breakfast and thanked Mr. Li. The girl said that it was now time for her to go home. The young man thought that now he wouldn't even be able to eat noodles if he continued like this. Mrs. Lu told Wang Wan not to eat or drink in foreign places and would go straight back home after delivering the groceries. The girl said that the noodles this morning were very tasty. Mrs. Lu stated that the girl can't eat other people's food every day. The neighbor is already underpaid and she eats it all. Wang Wan decided she could give the young man the money she had saved for a dowry. The mistress decided that her maid had won and said that she would now go to their neighbor's house. The young man woke up and thought, who would be looking for him at this hour? The young man opened the door and saw that it was the neighbor, Mrs. Lu. The young man asked what could he do to help. Mrs. Lu asked for a favor. She said she was very busy during the day. Could the young man cook a meal for two so that Wang Wan could eat with him? She would give money for that. The young man said he didn't need money. He owes Mrs. Liu, and he is willing to cook food for several people. The young woman said she doesn't agree like that. Wang Wan can eat a lot of food, so she will pay money to the young man every month to feed her. The boy thought that an unknowing person might mistake him for Gigolo. The young man agreed and said he would pay back the unspent money. The girl thanked Mr. Li for his courtesy and said that she was always willing to help him. The young man closed the door behind his neighbor and heard the knocking again. He wondered why she was coming back. He opened the door and saw his co-worker there. The co-worker said he needed witnesses, so he needed help. The man's wife accused him of cheating on her. He explained that yesterday they were investigating a particularly dangerous case, and they'd encountered a ghost and fell under the ghost's influence. They barely saved their lives. It all had to be confirmed and proven. The woman didn't believe a word of it. She said in that case, what happened to her husband? Why did the ghost woman deprive him of his yang energy, and he was now unable to perform conjugal duty for a month? The woman has warned her husband many times not to go to the bad places. He still won't listen to her. The woman said that next time she won't let him home. Li Mu said that if the family scandal is settled, he will go home. The brother thanked Li Mu and asked where he was going now. The young man stated that he was going to investigate a case. The man said that he was going with him. It is not safe for him to stay at home for now. The man said in a whisper to his brother that as soon as he leaves, his wife will demand proof from him again, and he can't prove anything yet, no matter how hard he tries. Li Mu said he was going on a dangerous mission. He could lose his life. His brother said he's going with him anyway. The young man said his companion has two options. The first is to stay home and talk to his wife. The second. The man interrupted him and said he was choosing the second. The young men came to the Lin family's village. The young man said that it was Lin Wan's former home. The man was surprised. They came to a dangerous business, but the young man does not allow them to wear formal clothes and said it is dangerous. Li Mu said to his interlocutor not to ask anything or say anything unnecessary. Just stand by his side. An old man approached the young men and asked who they were and what they were doing here. The young man said hello and said that he was Lin Wan's distant relative, her cousin, and wanted to know how she was living here. The old man said that the girl disappeared 2 months ago. Zhao Yun came to look for the girl, but so far the search has not yielded any results. No one knows where she disappeared to. The young man expressed his surprise. Had his cousin really disappeared? The old man said sadly, if the girl was here, she would have joined the Zhao family and been blessed for the rest of her life. The man asked, when did Li Mu have a cousin? Why hadn't he told him before? The guy said that he recently found out. She is pretty, but a little shy. After a while, the stranger asked the old man if Miss Lin Wan was home. The old man thought that there were too many people looking for the young girl today. The old man turned around and saw no one. He wondered who he was talking to. He lowered his head and saw his interlocutor. It was a very small man. He asked if anyone else was looking for Miss Lin. The old man said that 2 people had come. One introduced himself as a cousin. They had just left the village. The stranger thanked the old man. The man asked his brother what kind of case he was working on. The young man said it was the case of Lin Wan's disappearance. The brother asked why the young man suddenly decided to investigate this case. It's not his jurisdiction after all. Besides, there are many similar cases involving demons or ghosts happening every year. The young man asked if his brother remembered what the old man said. The girl and Zhao Yun were in a relationship. The brother asked what was wrong with marriage, and then the man remembered. It turns out Zhao Yang was going to marry the governor's daughter. The brother asked, does the young man suspect the Zhao family of being involved in young Lin's disappearance? Li told him that he doesn't want to involve his brother in the matter. Therefore, he can go back home and stay out of the way. The man asked, does Li Mu really want to be involved in such a dangerous case? The man noticed that his brother used to be the most timid person in the world and hid from all matters. He didn't take initiative. He's changed a lot since then, after he almost died. The young man said that it was after he died that he realized how to live right. The young men heard someone following them. It was the short man who approached the old man. He asked Li Mu why he should not value his life and mind his own business. The young man became very upset. With his current spiritual sense, he didn't notice the approach of this stranger. The stranger said threateningly, If someone touches something they shouldn't, they should be prepared to die. The young man realized that this type was sent by the Zhao family, sent his brother to get help. The stranger said his brother couldn't escape, so he chased after him. The stranger threw a yellow paper talisman at his brother, and he stopped. His whole body trembled, and he couldn't move, and he lost his sight. The stranger turned around and moved towards the young man and said that it was his turn. The young man was not confused and drew his magic sword from its sheath. The villain stopped. He said that he did not expect to see such a magic weapon in the hands of a petty official. But this deal had brought him a lot of money, and he wasn't going to stop, and threw black paper pieces at the young man. Limu noticed that those black paper figures were emitting ghostly energy, and there was an evil cultivator in front of him. The young man thought that Buddhist magic should be used against such ghostly tricks. He decided to take on the empty appearance of Dharma. The villain wondered where the light of the Buddha came from. How does the young man know the techniques of these monks? The mercenary said that the young man had succeeded in pissing him off. Now he would use his most powerful spells. The villain assumed an appropriate pose and began to recite a spell. The young man knew that it was a blood destruction spell, containing over 300 words in the introductory book. The young man thought that this evil cultivator thought he could kill him, but he had underestimated him. The guy thought if this evil cultivator could kill him with a 300-word spell, he would immediately eat his sword on the spot. The mercenary continued to recite his prayer. The young man at this time was thinking about the Lin girl. A bolt of lightning broke out and struck straight into the ground. The lightning struck the rascal. He thought that he hadn't finished his spell yet, and his opponent didn't have any combat merit. It didn't matter because the villain was immediately burned. Only ashes remained. The young man thought that this mercenary had no chance of defeating him. He helped his brother free himself and took off his talisman. The brother asked, "Where did that gnome go?" Limu explained that the rogue had been struck by lightning at that place. It happened that way completely by accident. The young man said that after being struck by lightning, the mercenary turned into dust. The brother said that the Zhao family is very unscrupulous. They hire hired assassins to massacre officials. Brother asked, what will they do now? Limu said he hadn't decided yet. A colleague suggested going to see the judge and see what he has to say. Our hero's brother came to Elder Zhang with a question. Elder Zhang asked what was wrong with his face. The man, excusing himself, said that he had an unfortunate fall. Zhang didn't believe it and said his wife was beating him, and that is a disgrace for a man. The man said he had important business to attend to the Lord. A woman has gone missing from the village. After a little investigation, it is suspected that she was murdered. The old man was interested and said he was listening carefully to all the details. The man said that after the woman disappeared, her fiancé is going to marry someone else. The whereabouts of the missing woman are still unknown. It all seems suspicious and not logical at all. The old man suggested it's not logical unless the fiancé knows that the woman is not coming back. He ordered that the suspect be brought to the magistrate immediately and he would personally interrogate him. The man said that the man was from the Zhao family. The magistrate was surprised. Is this the family whose eldest son is an official? The old man said, then we can take our time. The man said it is not that family. The old man changed his mind and said that a human life is at stake. We can't delay, we must bring the suspect for questioning immediately. The man said that this Zhao's alleged father-in-law is quite strong. Therefore, he would not be able to bring this young man in on his own. The old man asked, who is this father-in-law? The man said that the father-in-law is the governor. The old man almost choked on his tea. Mr. Zhang asked the man to come closer to him. There was something he wanted to say. The old man said for the man to get out of here immediately. He doesn't want to see him for a few days. Mr. Zhang kicked the man's butt and told him to get out immediately. But in the next moment, he changed his mind and told the man to wait. The man came back. The old man asked how true the information was. The man replied that he had investigated it himself. Messengers could be sent to the village to confirm the information. Everything will be explained to them. The old man said that in 2 days the young lady will invite her close friend for a walk. Her friend is his daughter. The old man ordered the man to find 2 men to provide security. If anything goes wrong, the man will have to be beheaded. The man ran to his younger brother for a report. Limu asked if Mr. Zhang agreed. The man said he didn't answer but beat him up. Limu asked what his brother was rejoicing about then. The young man said he would have to use his method. The brother said he had his own methods too. The young man asked that his brother's brilliant idea was to sit in surveillance in front of the house with the girls of easy behavior. Li Mu didn't understand what they were doing here. Zhao Yong is said to be a hardworking, disciplined man who rarely leaves the house except to study hard. The brother said that according to his observation, for the past 3 days, the young man came to this house every day. The man added, he heard that the governor's daughter is very good looking. But Zhao Yong does not miss the opportunity to have fun before the wedding. If the bride saw him here, what would she think? The young people agreed that for this young man, money is not the most important thing. The governor's daughter and her friend are strolling through the city. Chief Zhang's daughter asked with interest, would the son of the Zhao family show up today? The man said he found out everything. Zhao Yong every day at this time goes out for a walk. A friend told the governor's daughter that her fiancé is a very handsome and hardworking young man, and they will see him soon. Li Mu thought that according to his brother's plan, the governor's daughter had been spoiled and arrogant since she was little. She came here to spy on her future husband. If he is compromised, the bride will turn on him. After that, the marriage will be dissolved. Beyond that, the young man will not be untouchable. The man pointed at the young man and said that this guy, there is Zhao Yun. The bride wanted to look at him. The girls saw that the young man was going to visit the house for entertainment. He has offered to organize everything like last time. The girls wondered, why did Zhao Yun go to this lewd house? The bride said she was promised that the young man would be very decent. Someone made a mistake. The man said it was this young man. It's exactly Zhao Yong. The bride said he's a man and it's normal for him to go to places like this. Besides, they're not married yet. The girls finished their tea and decided to go shopping. There was no point in staying here. The girls went outside and noticed Zhao Yun buying gifts for the girls from the funhouse, and while doing so, carrying on conversations that compromised him. The bride kept eavesdropping on this conversation. The groom told the girl that his bride was fat, and he only agreed to the wedding because of his high position and money. And of course, he will come more to this establishment. The governor's daughter got upset and said that she wanted to be alone for a while. Li Mu thought that this girl was very reserved and vulnerable. She doesn't look like the daughter of a powerful governor at all. She is very easy to offend. The brother told the young man that if the girl doesn't quarrel with her fiancé, we'll have to go to plan B. Li Mu asked, since when did his brother have a plan B? The brother said he could use his killing spree, because other than that, nothing else would work for him. At the same time, at another similar entertainment establishment, Mr. Li was leaving the girls as he usually does. The girl decided to give the young man a gift and told him that if he came back tomorrow, she would give him another gift. The young man was surprised. He had not paid the girl any money at all. The young man said that he never accepts gifts from girls, so she could keep it. The girl asked if the gentleman would come back to her tomorrow. The young man saw 2 dark shadows coming toward him from behind. They stopped him. Mr. Li asked what were they doing. They were his co-workers at work. The brothers said they had a very important mission. To save the woman, he must let her fall in love with him. Li Si said that he refuses. He has touched everything in his life except love, and has never done anything against his principles. Therefore, such a way would not be suitable. The man remembered about a girl named Chin Chin. Li Si grabbed his chest and told him to shut up. The men almost got into a fight. Li Mu pulled them apart. The guy said that there was a woman who was betrayed just like Li Si. The woman's fiancé brutally killed her to marry the governor's daughter. That scoundrel didn't think it was enough and invited the man to get rid of her soul. The young man calmed down a little. The colleagues said that it was now their duty to deliver this scoundrel into the hands of the law. Li Si thought he should help and asked what was required of him. He felt sorry for the dead girl. The young men told their plan. Li Mu doubted whether their colleague could handle the mission assigned to him. His brother said that this man could handle any girl. If he didn't go to this lecherous house, the girls would come to him themselves and pay money for it. The governor's daughter was upset. She couldn't imagine that her future husband would turn out to be such a low man. It turns out he only wants her father's influence. The girl cried and thought that she was very naive. The young person decided that no one could like her. Walking towards her was Li Si. The young people accidentally bumped into each other. Li Si staggered and fell down. The young woman apologized. The young man asked if the young lady was all right. The governor's daughter said that she was fine and thought that a very handsome young man was standing in front of her. The guy said he was glad the girl was okay and asked what her name was. The girl noted that the young man did not disparage her because of her figure. No one ever had spoken to her so reverently. The girl introduced herself and said that her name was Chen Miao Miao. 3 days passed. The governor's daughter's friend said goodbye to her and said she didn't know when the next time they would see each other. The governor's daughter said that she wanted to thank her friend. Because of her, she was able to meet a new young man. This young man was a very unusual person. He was not embarrassed by her looks or her figure. He said that she would fill his heart and there would be no room in it for anyone else. He liked her very much. The girl told Miao Miao not to let anyone fool her. The governor's daughter said that she is not like that. She doesn't have an attractive figure. And why would this young man deceive her? The girl decided that when she returned home, she would tell her father that she would not marry Zhao Yun. She'll wait for that man. He said that in 3 years, his mourning period would be over. He'll come to her house to ask for her hand in marriage. Mr. Zhang's daughter, seeing her friend off, wondered if she was doing the right thing. Li told her not to worry. If the governor's daughter marries Zhao Yun, it will be a great sorrow. Therefore, what they are doing is for the good. The girl said that Li Mu has changed. He didn't reason like this before. Now he has a great responsibility. The young man said that now he has realized something. The girl said that when all this is over, she will go to her father to pay tribute to the young man and thanked him for his work. The man told his brother that now they could go back to playing cards. They saw Li Si resting nearby, so they decided to ask him how he was doing. The young man asked his friend how he managed to fall in love with a girl in 3 days. Li Si said that a wolf's heart can only be obtained at the cost of dog guts. The best way to get a girl to give her heart is to give her yours. Sincerity can only be exchanged for sincerity. Li Mu asked, did his friend really give a girl his heart? The guy said that he gives his heart to every girl. Li Mu stated that then that sincerity is worthless. The young man said, sometimes it's better to be sincerely silent than to talk to just anyone. Li Si said that his friend has really changed. Before, he wouldn't even hold a girl's hand. Now he says things like that. Li Mu said for his friend not to look down on people. What's he going to do in 3 years? Is he going to go to her father to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage? The guy said the girl was nice, but he didn't deserve her. The secret guard reported to the governor that his daughter was not going to marry Zhao Yun. The governor was outraged. He wanted to know all the details immediately. The secret agent gave all the details of what had happened. How the girl saw her fiancé coming out of a suspicious house, and he had been there less than a quarter of an hour. The groom shows up there every day. The governor was surprised. Why did he spend so little time there? The secret agent said that the 15 minutes included the time the young man spent going in and out of that building and taking a bath. The governor became even more frustrated. That's not enough time for anything. The governor said that in that case, his daughter's marriage should be reviewed immediately. The secret agent also reported that it seems his daughter has fallen in love with an official named Li Si, but he hid his real name and identity from her by making a 3-year contract with her. This man might be up to something. The governor was serious. If that man had made a promise, it was not for him to decide what to do now. The governor said if Miao Miao likes the other person, there is nothing that can be done about it. The man said that they are no longer interested in the Zhao family. The secret agent documented everything. It was reported to Mr. Zhang that the governor's family had left the Zhao family. The man ordered, in that case, to arrest Zhao Yun immediately and bring him in for interrogation. At the interrogation, Zhao Yun was told that they only expect him to tell the truth, and he knows the reason for his arrest. Zhao Yun shouted that he didn't kill anyone because the girl was his fiancée. Zhao Yun's parents cried and said that he was a good young man, and the girl just happened to disappear. Mr. Zhang said that without proof, he doesn't arrest anyone, but they found Lin Wan's body. Zhao Yun's mother cried and said it was a tragic death. We must find her killer and bring her to justice, Mr. Zhang said. If the young man really didn't kill this girl, then let him raise his head and look at her. The ghost of the girl stood in front of the young man. The young man cried out in fear that there was a ghost in front of him and fell down, losing consciousness. Mr. Zhang said that the young man was sentenced to be executed in 3 days for premeditated murder. The woman screamed that her son must be saved. He is an only child. The man said that this is irrefutable evidence, and there is no way out. Zhao Yun was left in jail until his execution. It's been 3 days, the town square. Li Mu saw the sword and thought it was a chilling sight. It wasn't just a sword. When using it, not only would the head fall from the shoulders, but the 3 spiritual origins and the 7 souls would be destroyed. This is to prevent the prisoner from turning into an evil spirit and continuing to do evil after death. Mr. Zhang said that the hour had come and ordered the sentence to be carried out. The executioner swung and blood splattered around. The old man said, "This is all the county can do for Miss Lin." The girl's spirit thanked the old man and said the girl would remember everything he had done for her. Mr. Zhang said he was ashamed that such a thing happened in his county. Li Mu and the others should be thanked for this matter. The townspeople said that Master Zhao was a good man, but he had spawned such a monster. These petty officials are really brave, since they dared to defy the governor. They are indeed full of courage. The stranger recognized the names of the 3 young men who were involved in solving this crime. He thanked the passers-by for the information and withdrew. The passers-by decided that this must be a person not from around here. Li Mu was cooking food again. Wang Wan didn't like this kind of food. It was goose blood food. Madame also refused to eat this food. She said that her soul was not that resilient. The neighbor said she had a question for the young man. She said, "Rumor has it that the young man took part in solving a high-profile crime and brought the villain to justice." The young man agreed. Madame asked if he was afraid of the Zhao family or the governor. The young man said that he doesn't have long to live anyway. Therefore, he is not afraid. But before that, he can eliminate some more villains and do a lot of good deeds for people. It's worth living in this world for that. Mrs. Liu felt a sense of deep respect for her neighbor. Her brother came to visit the young man and said that he had good news. They were rewarded with a 2-month salary for a well-conducted investigation. It would be nice to go somewhere to rest on this occasion. The ghost of a girl appeared and said that the criminal had been punished. Justice had been served. The ghost of the girl thanked the young man. The young man thought that the monetary gratitude was Mrs. Lin's gratitude. The young man felt that something was happening to his body. He thought that he had already reached the limit. He wanted to stop. The young man heard someone calling his name. The young man opened his eyes and saw a girl shaking him and asking if he was okay. Mrs. Liu asked why the young man had fainted again, and his mouth was bleeding. The young man said he was fine and was used to it by now. The young man told his brother about his health problems. He couldn't believe that Li Mu only had 6 months to live. The neighbor offered to take the young man to the doctor. The boy said he wanted to rest alone. Lin's ghost appeared and worried about the young man's health. The young man said that he was feeling much better now. Lin said that she is now a cultivator ghost and doesn't know if they will see each other again in this life. If there is a next life, the girl would like to become a cow or a horse to repay the young man for his kindness. The young man said goodbye to Ghost Lin and wished her a happy journey. The young man decided that he had already absorbed a lot of joy, and now it was time to achieve some results. Li Mu assumed the lotus posture and began reciting the memorized mantras. He wanted to make progress. He held his fingers on his hands correctly. The young man realized that he had made some progress. The first soul was ready, the ghost dog responsible for the alarm. He could now detect danger approaching him, regardless of the situation. Now he should try the Taoist technique that he couldn't perform before. The young man recited a Taoist incantation, and a miracle happened. His magic sword itself drew out of its sheath and began to hover. The young man continued to recite the incantation. He approached the sword and grabbed it. Manipulating the flying sword magic treasure through the air could only be mastered by third realm practitioners. The second word of truth helped him bridge the gap between realms. The young man felt very tired. His magic power had been depleted in just a few moments. It seemed that it was still difficult to control magic weapons at his current level. The young man decided to get some sleep. It was early morning. Someone wanted to touch the young man's shoulder. The young man managed to intercept the approaching enemy. It's all thanks to the vigilance of the ghost dog's soul, the young man thought. Not yet fully awake, the young man touched and found that there was something soft in front of him. It turned out to be his neighbor. She asked why Li Mu was touching her in these places. The young man was surprised and asked what the girl was doing here. The girl said she was in pain and asked that the young man let her go. The young man was embarrassed, but he let the girl go, although it felt good for both of them. The young man apologized many times for his behavior. He didn't mean to act that way. The girl said it was nothing. He is an official and it is normal for him to be vigilant. The girl said, then she made chicken soup and decided to give him a treat. The young man looked at his neighbor and thought something had happened to her. She was at the execution site but was shocked and came back with a fever. She has been in bed ever since. We should give her some medicine. Apparently she was really scared. The young man said the medicine would only help a little, but the Taoist talisman is quite effective. He promised to draw it. The girl was surprised. Does the young man really know how to paint talismans? The young man prepared paint and brush and decided to get to work. The young man took the girl outside and told her to wait outside the door. When everything was ready, he would call out. Mrs. Liu agreed to wait. The young man thought he had overreacted. He didn't know what he should do now. The young man had never drawn talismans before. Now he would have to learn. The neighbor said that if the young man wasn't doing well, she would go to the pharmacy and get medicine. The boy said that he was already finishing. The young man decided to portray the mascot anyway. It didn't work the first time. It didn't work the next times either. The young man couldn't concentrate on drawing. It turned out to be too difficult. The young man crumpled a piece of paper, threw it away, and thought he had an idea. The boy pronounced, "If the mind is clear, the sky will not fall." The boy concentrated and he got a calming talisman. The girl looked into the room. The young man didn't think that the heart-cleansing technique had such an effect. The neighbor saw a lot of crumpled paper. She called the young man a pervert. What was he doing in broad daylight? Was he really thinking of her while doing such things? The girl shouted. The young man said he was just drawing this talisman, nothing more, showed the girl his work of art, and said that this talisman was a calming talisman. The young man gave an instruction. One should put this talisman in water, then give the water to Wang Wang to drink, and in half an hour, she will feel better. The girl said she would come back after she tried it. The young man was pleased with himself. He was able to do something he had never tried in his life. Miss Liu ran into the young man's room, leading Wang Wang behind her. The young man asked why they were so excited. Liu asked if the young man had a talisman that when used, one could eat and not get fat. Li Mu said that there is a face preservation talisman that can keep youthful and attractive. Surely there is also a figure maintenance effect. The girl rejoiced. The face does not age, youthfulness all the time. Asked to name his price and she would pay any amount. The young man said that he did not need money. He would try to draw a talisman for her in the evening after he was free. The young man was upset. Mistress is gaining weight even from water. No wonder she was so excited when she heard about the face-saving talisman. The young man noticed that his wrists were swollen after drawing the talisman. A young man passing by was noticed by Madame Ching. She called out to the young man. The young man saw the girl and was very excited. He asked when she had returned. The girl asked if the young man was able to successfully create a soul. The boy said that it was thanks to Miss Lin Wan. The young man gave the girl back her sword and said that she had many dangerous tasks and the sword would be more useful to her. The guy said that now he could defend himself. The girl took that sword back and gave the young man another sword. She said that with it, the young man would be able to defeat an ordinary spirit with one blow. And she added that she would leave the manual for this sword in the duty room. The young man rejoiced. He decided that he would use his magic power on this sword from time to time. The weapon suited him better than the previous one. It could be used at the soul purification level. The young man saw a bookstore and remembered that this was where he sent his manuscript. He had been so busy with an important task that he had completely forgotten about it. The young man asked the shopkeeper if someone had chosen his manuscript. The shopkeeper said his novel didn't qualify. We should try to sell it elsewhere. The young man thought, a popular masterpiece from another era, can't it become popular in this world? The young man hoped that at least one of all the bookstores he had been to earlier would have someone with a keen eye. The young man went from store to store. He failed everywhere, and in every store he was given advice on how to correct his manuscript. The boy was frustrated. The last bookstore in the neighborhood had failed. Writing a novel, it really is a dead end. He wondered what else he could do to make money. The young man noticed that some old man was addressing him. The young man was satisfied with the result of that negotiation. The young man was reported to the girl that everything was arranged. The young man was given the highest price. The girl said that if he had any requests in the future, everything possible should be done to satisfy them. As for the manuscript, one should submit it whenever, but not rush him. The man said that in that case, their bookstore would lose a lot of money. The girl declared to do as she said. The next day came. The young man was out walking in the countryside. He was pleased that he had sold his book expensively. The young man thought that he would first pay back the money he owed to Mrs. Liu, and then he would prepare to create the bird yin. The young man thought that apprentices usually have masters who teach them and provide them with the necessary resources. He, on the other hand, relies only on his skills and books, and his equipment depends on the generosity of his surroundings. The young man thought that he was not far from Bishwi Bay. He was curious about what Su-hee wanted to give him. The young man noticed someone hiding behind a tree. He asked who was there. A stranger appeared from behind the tree and said that it was unexpected for him. He didn't think the young man would turn out to be a practitioner. No wonder he had discovered him. The young man asked who he was, what he was doing here, and why he was following him. The stranger said that his hapless younger brother had died at the hands of the young man. The stranger said the young man looked sickly, and he would like to see what the young man's strength was. The villain opened his green eyes and looked intently at the young man. The boy thought that the demon in front of him was now a demon. The stranger stated that although his younger brother was a weakling, he was at the soul-sealing stage. The young man had only refined one soul. The green-eyed fiend asked how the young man managed to destroy his brother. The young man thought that it was the third realm. His only effective technique is the first word of the 9 words of truth. If he couldn't destroy his opponent in one blow, he would die himself. The villain said if the young man doesn't want to answer, then he will skin him and search his soul and find out for himself. The young man shouted loudly for his rival to disappear. At that moment, a lightning bolt erupted and was directed at the green dwarf. Li Mu noticed that his opponent managed to dodge the lightning. The green dwarf was surprised that the young man knew the lightning spell. The dwarf said that if it wasn't for the amulet, he would have died by now. He said that the young man couldn't possibly know the lightning spell, since he hadn't even refined his 7 souls. The dwarf decided that Taoism was to blame. The young man knows Taoism. The young man thought that his opponent was helped by the replacement talisman. The boy decided to try again. The opponent dodged the lightning bolt again. The young man thought that his lightning spell had a low hit percentage. After several failed hits, lightning craters formed in the ground. The green dwarf said his pants were on fire. What good is being a Taoist if he can't get hit by lightning? The villain stated when he takes the young man's soul, this Tao will belong to him. The young man thought that the difference in spheres was so great that he couldn't hit him. The dwarf threw his long green tongue out towards the young man and shouted for him to die. The young man decided that now was his chance. He pulled out a dazed talisman. The villain couldn't realize what had happened. He couldn't move. He saw that the young man had his brother's amulet. The dwarf realized he was screwed. The young man read the lightning spell once more. This time it was an exact hit. The lightning struck the green dwarf. The soul came out of his body. The dwarf's soul turned into a green dragon. He asked how dare the young man destroy his body. He said that he was about to tear the young man's soul into pieces. The boy thought that the lightning didn't destroy him completely, but the young man's strength had already run out. Now he could only hope for a Buddhist rosary. The spirit of a dwarf in the form of a dragon was approaching the young man. The young man took out the Buddhist rosary. The young man's whole body glowed and began to emit light. The dragon said that the young man would not be able to stop him with that rosary. He would see how long the young man would last. The young man thought that the lightning had drained his power, and the energy in the pearl was almost depleted. The only way to survive was to head to Bishwi Bay. The young man headed in that direction. The dwarf's soul was chasing the young man and thought that he wouldn't be able to escape far. No one would save him today. The young man stumbled, fell, tore his rosary, scattering it. The dragon jumped over the young man and said that now he would destroy him. Suddenly, someone grabbed the dragon by the tail. He asked who dared to interfere in his affairs. The ghost of the girl said that the dragon was very brave if he dared to touch her people on her own territory. The ghost of the girl devoured that dragon. She said that it turned out to taste pretty good. Su. He turned to the young man and said that he had only been cultivating for a short time at all, but he had already managed to seriously wound a demon with so much experience. This is not bad at all. The girl's ghost picked up the young man and carried him to safety. The young man imagines the ghost dragon grabbing him by the head and lifting him up. The young man screams in fear and wakes up. He realizes that it was a dream. So he is not dead. The young man cannot realize where he is. The girl offers the young man a drink and says if she had arrived a little later, the young man would have been devoured. The boy asks Miss Sue, "Where did that demon go?" The girl calmly tells the young man not to worry. She has already absorbed it. The young man is worried. The young man is in a house by the bay. The guy thought that if she was able to absorb the spirit of a third realm lizard, it means that she is a cultivator of the third realm. The imperial court always spoke well of ghost cultivators with souls. The girl said that Taoist techniques, it's a secret art. But the young man is weak and doesn't look like a core disciple. Madame Sue said that she sensed the pure direct aura of thunder magic there. How can the young man use them? Li Mu said that he didn't know how to explain it. Madame Sue influenced the young man's body and said that the matter was finished. The young man thought that everyone can smile at good fortune. The young lady gave the young man a book and said that it was in gratitude for seeking justice for Lin Wan. The young man inquired, "What is this?" The young man looked at what was written in the book and realized that it was secret Taoist techniques. The young woman said that more than 10 years ago, a Taoist priest had fallen in battle. Afterwards, she obtained his manuscript and learned some of the techniques. For 10 years, she practiced intermittently and only then reached her current level of Taoism. The young man said that this book would be of great help to him. The young man said that he would always be willing to thank the girl for such a gift. Mrs. Sue told the young man to visit her more often. The young lady asked the young man to find out about a man who was a judge 20 years ago. The ghost girl explained that the hut was covered with illusions and that ordinary practitioners could not see it. If the young man encountered danger in the future, he could lure them to Bishui, and that's where she will help. The young man saw and picked up the bag. He thought, this is what's left of that demon lizard. Madame Sue said that it was a soul-nourishing bag of evil cultivation that should contain the soul he caught. Another unrighteous soul captured by an evil cultivator. A ghost popped out of the bag and laughed. The ghost screamed. The damn four-legged snake had caught him last time when he wasn't ready, but it wouldn't succeed this time. The ghost saw the young man and was scared. It was him again. The young man shouted to Mrs. Sue to stop this demon from leaving. The demon got scared and tried to run away. Miss Sue directed her magic powers at him. The girl stopped the demon and captured him. He begged her not to kill him. The ghost screamed that he had wronged her in the past, but because the girl is kind and lenient, he pleaded to let him go. Madame Sue was unwavering. She clutched the ghost tightly by the throat. The ghost began to choke. The young man asked the ghost how he knew he didn't have 7 souls. The ghost said once he had accidentally absorbed the remnants of an evil spirit that had the magical power of Heaven's Eye, and he was able to learn this technique and gain the ability to see through 3 souls and 7 souls of a human. The young man did not believe this ghost. The ghost said he was not deceiving. The young man said the ghost told him about this technique and he would try to test it. The young man tried it and he succeeded. So the ghost really wasn't lying. This technique not only consumed little energy, but it also allowed him to see the strength of the enemy. The young man looked at Mrs. Sue, but he couldn't see anything. Unfortunately, he can't see through those who are stronger than him. The girl asked the young man, what happened to the 7 souls? The young man replied that he was looking for a way to form. Madame Sue said that condensing the 7 souls is much more difficult than purification. A young man could become a ghost cultivator and reach the middle level of the 3 realms within 20 years. The young man refused. After all, he wasn't married yet. Madame Sue said that if the young man became a ghost cultivator, he could find a female ghost cultivator and engage in pair cultivation already. The young man liked the expression about pair cultivation. When he reached the middle level of the 3 realms, he would be able to reconnect with his body and be no different from a living person. The girl moved closer to the young man and asked how he felt about such an offer. The ghost saw that he had no time for him now and asked if he could leave. The young man said to stay where he was. That ghost had tried to kill him twice today. He won't use lightning but let Miss Sue eat his soul. The ghost said for Mrs. Su to forgive him. After all, they are all ghosts. Why make life difficult for themselves? The young man thought that this ghost's emotional strength was very bad. The young man noticed that a monk approached them. He said that his improvement was not successful. The ghost in the sack had run away from the Nongs, so they had to search for him. The ghost asked the monk to accept him and promised never to run away again. He will always listen to this monk's sutra because he loves to listen to his reading. Mrs. Su said that she would not let this ghost go anywhere. The ghost grabbed the monk's hand and started reciting the sutra, said he knew it by heart. The monk asked the young man to give this ghost to him for re-education, and he would guide him to the right path. The young man said that he was giving this ghost to a traveling monk. The monk said to let the ghost return to the sack himself. The ghost turned into black smoke and flew into the pot the monk had in his hands. The man put a lid on top of it. The Buddhist told the young man that in just a few days, he had gone from losing his soul to the first ghost dog soul. He helped people in need and did good deeds. He has a strong Buddhist aura. He must meet the Buddha. The young man said it was all thanks to the rosary beads given to him by a monk. But those beads were destroyed. The young man regrets it very much. The monk said that the beads are just an external object. The young man is marked by wisdom. Perhaps he wants to enter the void and follow the Buddha. The young man objected, saying he had no such plan yet. The boy thought he didn't want to be a monk. Mrs. Su stood up for the young man and said that there was no need for him to become a monk. Ghost cultivation suited him just fine. The young man said even though Madam is a ghost, she has never ever harmed anyone and doesn't need to be reincarnated. The monk said that this girl has a magical power that surpasses his power. She would be able to keep her human heart in the future and would not harm this world. The young man thought if this monk got addicted to taming ghosts and tried to harm Su-hee, they would definitely fight. The girl told the monk to take better care of himself. The monk gave the young man a book and said that this sutra was meant for him. It would help him understand and become wise and remove the obstacles of karma. The monk chanted. The young man picked up the song. The poor monk said that the young man had a great destiny connected to his Buddha. As he left, the monk told the young man if he changed his mind, he would be waiting for him at the Temple of the Golden Mountain. Mrs. Su said that the monk was testing the young man's wisdom. The girl said that the young man only uttered one sentence and the Buddha's light appeared, so he obviously has a great talent for practicing Buddhism. Madame Su gripped the hilt of the young man's sword. The young man blushed with embarrassment. The girl said that the young man was good at practicing Taoism. The girl continued, although Buddhism and Taoism can be practiced at the same time, it is still not easy. It's hard to practice one thing at a time as it is. You shouldn't be too greedy. The young man thought that the strength is always in the truth. If Su-hee didn't appear, with his meager skills, he would have been devoured by the lizard demon. As long as he didn't have absolute strength, he only had to survive. The young man returned to the city. He thought that the fusion of the second soul, the bird yang, was a must. As for sadness, he needs to evoke more emotions from people. To absorb someone's emotions, you need to be face-to-face with another person. If one is at a great distance from the person, the technique is useless. The young man heard that a traveling storyteller was needed at one of the pavilions. The young man went into the pavilion and asked the owner if the tea house needed a storyteller. The man thought that this was the exact guy the mistress had told him about. He asked if the young man wanted to tell his story. The young man heard the mistress come down and give instructions to the manager Juan. The young lady turned her attention to the young man. The young man was surprised. He recognized the mistress as his neighbor. The girl asked, "Is Mr. Li Mu doing here?" Manager Huang thought he couldn't go on like this. The young man thanked Mrs. Liu for her invaluable help. The young man pretended to be looking at the pendant around his interlocutor's neck. In fact, he was looking at a beautiful spot lower down and thought he wouldn't mind lying down on it. The young man's nose was bleeding. Mrs. Liu said that the young man needed to rest. The young lady asked why the young man was going to pee again. The young man explained that his salary was very small. The girl said that the young man wants to catch criminals, write books, and tell stories. But that would take a lot of effort. The young man said that if he is not suitable for her, he can inquire about a job elsewhere. Miss Liu said she would not refuse him. The young woman said if the young man wants to work, she will give him a place, and made an offer he could not refuse. The young man thanked the girl for her kindness. He said she was very kind to him. and helped with the distribution of his book. But the boy wants to earn money by his own efforts. The lady was very touched by his revelation and said that she would organize everything. In the restaurant, the storyteller retold various stories. It was very entertaining. The patrons were demanding a continuation. The narrator said that he was not feeling well at the moment and paused. The visitors became upset. They wanted to eat and listen to the story. The man said that there would be a new storyteller at the pavilion today, and he is offering everyone to listen to the continuation of the story as performed by him. The guests were not happy. What is there to hear from a newcomer? Of all the storytellers, only this old man can tell good stories. The visitors were about to leave. The young man thought that although most of the visitors had left, he had a chance to prove himself. The young man said hello to those who remained and said that today's story was called Butterflies in Love. The regulars turned their attention to the new storyteller. The young man could not be seen, only his shadow. The young man said he was hiding so people wouldn't recognize him. The young man began to tell a very sensual story about a girl. At one time, the young man cried his eyes out when he heard this story. The guy thought that while the visitors would listen to this story, he would collect their emotions. The young man's story was so interesting that the visitors lingered and ordered more food. The young man was very enthusiastic about his tale. The number of visitors increased. It was a poignant story. The story was about a girl and her love for a young man, and how that love was tragically interrupted by the death of her chosen one. The patrons of the establishment were vigorously discussing what might be the sequel to this story. Mrs. Liu also sat and listened to the young man with interest. The young man knew that this was the saddest part of the story. He needed her to evoke sympathy from the listeners. The young man thought that the visitors' emotions were there, but he couldn't take them because they weren't directed at him. The young man decided that in that case, he was wasting his time here. The young man snickered. He was going to condense the bird's yin and regain his strength, and now it was all gone. The listeners asked where the narrator had gone. Why was he silent? Li Mu said that there would be no continuation and went to the exit. Attendees said they had paid for admission and wanted a continuation. A panic arose. Everyone demanded a story. They called the young man a fraud. They said he was teasing them. You can't tell a story only halfway through. The young man began to pick up on emotions. There was a lot of anger. He realized there was a way out. The young man came back and said there would be a sequel. But not today. The listeners continued to be outraged and demanded that he finish the story today. Threatened him. The young man thought all this anger is good for him, and he's collecting those emotions. The young man came home. His neighbor came to visit him. The young man said he thought it was the listeners from the pavilion who came. Mrs. Liu asked the young man what was in the continuation of that story. She was very interested in the fate of the protagonist. The young man said that he would start the continuation where he left off, and in the meantime, he himself was busy preparing food. The young man was washing vegetables and continued his story. Mrs. Liu was completely immersed in the story. Passions were boiling in her head, and there was a storm of emotions. The man finished his story. Mrs. Liu wept. The protagonist had been martyred, and her fiancé had not been resurrected. The girl demanded that the young man change the story, to make it end well. The boy said that could not be done. The girl tearfully asked the young man. The young man looked at her breasts and thought that beauty would not seduce him. The guy's nose bled again. The young man turned away. The girl asked to change the ending so that the protagonists would stay together. For that, she promised to cook the young man a big delicious dinner. The boy said he would not change the words in the story. The girl said that the young man, a very terrible person. The young man pulled a live fish out of a large vat and was deciding how to cook it. The young man was in a good mood and was humming a song. The lady continued to cry and looked sadly at her neighbor. The young lady asked, "What is that song?" It is so unusual. She had never heard it anywhere before. The young man said it was called Butterfly. The girl was happy and asked the young man to sing it again. The young man didn't know how to get rid of the annoying neighbor. He asked, shouldn't she be in her store right now? The girl kept insisting that the young man sing the tune. The boy thought he was in a desperate situation right now. The song continued. The young man cooked the food and hummed the song. Mrs. Liu sat silently and listened to the young man while wiping away a tear. Wang Wan appeared in the doorway. She said hello to the young man, and the girls looked at each other. Their faces were covered with blush. Wang Wan understood and said that she would come back later. Miss Lu covered herself with a blush and said that she was just leaving. She was very shy. The young man shouted afterward that dinner would be ready soon. Wang Wan helped the young man in preparing dinner. The young man looked into the cauldron and appreciated the quality of the cooking. Told the young man that the fire was too strong. Wang Wan said that since they moved here, she had a happy life. The young man asked where they used to live. The girl told where they lived, but said that everything was expensive there. So they moved to this county. The young man asked the girl why her mistress had no family. Wang Wan said that when she moved in with her, she was already alone. Wang Wan said she only knew people from musicians. When her mistress was young, she was brought to the musicians, and the family hasn't been able to find her for a long time. The boy said he thought Mrs. Lu was from a big family. He didn't expect her to have such a past. The young man asked, how did Wang Wang meet her mistress? The girl said that when she fled with her family from starving places, her parents abandoned her because she ate a lot. Mrs. Lu picked her up. The young man stroked Wang Wan's head. A child growing up in poverty. How did she manage to make a living? Mistress told the girl that it was better to rely on herself than others. She sang and played for people on stage. Wang Wan helped her wash clothes for the people in the troupe and saved money. When the landlady saved up money to pay the ransom and open a store, they came here. The young man thought that there are few people with such courage and determination, even among men. The young man heard music blaring from a neighboring house. It was his butterfly. The lad thought that although it was different from his version, Mrs. Lu had repeated it just by listening to it. The boy admired Mrs. Lu's musical ability. Mrs. Lu asked the young man if there was a full version of the song. She had an idea she wanted to discuss with the young man. The young lady said that in the past few days, the story about the butterfly falling in love could go viral, and if it becomes popular, they might publish it as a book. Theaters and musicians would create dramatic works based on it, maybe even an opera. The young man thought it was a great idea to patent the story. The young man said that the girl could make her own decision, but he had one request. Mrs. Lu said that the young man will be compensated according to his wishes. The boy replied that it is not a matter of money. After this story is turned into a play, he wants to play the lead role. The girl said the young man doesn't know how to hold his own on stage. A quarter of an hour on stage is worth the effort of 10 years. You can't just become an actor. The young man said he would study. The boy confessed that he has had a dream of becoming an actor since childhood. He wants to be on the stage and fulfill the dream before he dies. The girl agreed to this condition. The guests continued to listen to the touching stories. The narrator was very entertaining. These stories were called Li's Tales. The young man knew that thanks to his listeners, he was quietly replenishing his anger. Li Mu continued his story. He was very good at it. They were emotional stories. People listened with bated breath, but they thought that they would be cruel to him if he stopped his narration halfway through this time too. The young man began to add little by little cases from his personal life to the stories, changing them slightly. He even mentioned a Taoist monk with a good heart. There were also ghosts in the story. This time the story was about an old man who met this Taoist monk and about his hard life. The young man himself was beginning to believe the stories he made up. The young man stopped and said he was done for the day and invited the audience to come back the next day. The audience pounced on the young man again. Running away, he thought that at this rate he could gather a great deal of emotion. Soon he would have enough anger to create a second soul. The young man couldn't make it out of the establishment. Near the back door, they were already waiting for him. The boy decided he'd overdone it this time. Then an idea struck him. He opened the door. The young man went outside and asked who had seen the storyteller. Everyone started asking, "Isn't he inside?" The young man said he came out of there. There was no one there. The boy pointed his finger inside and said, "He must still be in there." Then he shouted that this crook always stops at the most interesting place. We should catch him and break his legs. Taking his feet away from there, the young man thought, although there was a lot of anger gathered, the difficulty of condensing it is several times higher than that of joy. In the duty room, the young man listened that the 7 emotions are divided into good feelings and bad feelings. 4 emotions are positive and 3 are negative. The young man said that he understood everything. Mrs. Ching added that the difficulty of purifying negative emotions is several times greater than positive emotions. There is no shortcut to purifying the 7 souls. The boy said he was only able to gather anger and sadness and fear. Ching said that the young man should figure out how to collect the other emotions over the next 6 months. The girl turned around and said she was going on patrol. The girl on her way out of the room asked the young man how that story ended. The boy wondered, does Mrs. Ching really know that he tells stories? The girl said there is nothing criminal about it as long as it doesn't hurt people. Ching repeated her question about continuing the story about that old man. The young man had to continue his story. The young man was passionate about the old man and his vineyards. Mrs. Ching listened to the story with interest. After finishing the story, the young woman thanked the young man and went to work. The young man did not expect that the boss lady would listen to the stories in that establishment in his performance. The young man thought, why did his brother steal the book from Lao Wang again? Why wouldn't he steal the book of Taoist soul purification? The young man had read that the heavenly foxes would repay any kindness as revenge. He wondered, was that talking fox he had saved a male or female? Old man Wang entered the room and told his brother to return the book to him immediately. The young boy gave the book to the old man. The boy asked if old man Wang had any books on Taoist soul purification. The old man wondered, why would the young man need such books? The lad said that he had encountered an obstacle to perfection and was looking for a way out. Are there really no shortcuts to perfection? The old man asked, who said there are no shortcuts? Wang said that there are many shortcuts on the path of perfection that can be taken. For example, taking a person's soul and growing it. If one is courageous, there are shortcuts everywhere. The young man said that he was not going to do anything illegal. Old man Wang said, if the young man doesn't want to take a human soul, you can take a demon soul. The interlocutor told the young man that Taoist disciples all over the world don't just wander around and kill demons. Do they really have nothing better to do? The young man liked the idea of capturing a demon's soul. The old man said it was the easiest way to practice. The boy said he refused. The young man asked the old man, people who go to kill demons for their souls to enhance their refinement, and demons who kill to take a soul, what is the difference? The old man noticed that the young man was as illiterate as he was. The lad stated that once one tasted the sweet taste of quick success, one cannot sustain the normal speed of practice. With time, one could start killing demons that didn't harm humans. Then one could reach humans that way as well. The young man disagreed with this. The old man took to telling the young man about the law of the jungle, about the survival of the fittest. The boy did not want to discuss it and asked the old man about a judge who had been 20 years ago in one county. The old man recalled something. The old man said that that judge had married the daughter of the head of that county, and he had only been a judge for 6 months. The old man said he had a service body to the young man. In one village, 2 people were gnawed to death. They were exsanguinated, probably the work of a demon. The young man should take the case. He and Mrs. Ching are the only free people. Old man Wang said it's an excuse for the 2 of them to investigate together. The young men arrived at the village in question. The locals were told that 2 officials had been sent here to catch an evil spirit. The officials asked where the scene was. Madam Ching began to interrogate the locals on the way. She wondered if anything like this had happened before. A local said that his family had had 2 sheep mauled a few days ago. Li Mu thought that only a beast or a demon could gnaw the sheep. The villager showed him where the place was located. He noticed that there was something wrong in the chicken coop. The young man went over to the chickens and found a tuft of hair. Where did it come from here, the young man thought. The young man suggested that his co-worker look at the scene. The girl looked at the evidence and decided it was a demon that had not yet transformed. She folded a crane out of a yellow piece of paper, as is proper in such cases. The girl let the crane fly in the air and told the young man to follow it. The young man thought that this was the magic of the talisman of indicating the path of an immortal. This was the kind of method he had seen from Mr. Han before. The young men came to the forest and lurked. The crane led them to the right place. The young man and girl saw a weasel roasting a chicken on the fire. This seemed very unusual to them. The weasel sensed that it was being watched and instantly disappeared. The young men followed the animal and saw that it hid in a cave. They cautiously crept up to this cave. A weasel came out of the cave. It was of huge size. The beast told the people to get out of here. The young man drew his sword and told the beast that it was just a matter of a few chickens, so he would have to go to the magistrate and write an explanatory letter. He should correct his mistakes and compensate the villagers for their losses. The young man added that it is not easy for the beast to practice why it resists so fiercely. The beast said that humans are very cunning. They do everything for the sake of their souls. If he follows them, death awaits him. The girl drew her sword sharply and pointed it towards the beast. The animal was wounded and shrieked. The young man thought that this demon's Tao level should be similar to Madame Qing's Tao level, but this beast flew off with a single strike. The young man asked, had the girl reached the condensation stage? Head Qing said that she had. The beast thought that he couldn't let people get into the cave. Another beast came over to the weasel and said that he was not an opponent to humans and had enough of fighting. The two of them would always be together. The beast bowed to the young men and said that he was the one who caught all the chickens. They could kill him, but just don't touch his girlfriend. The girl said they were not going to kill anyone. The girl thought, if this beast is willing to give his life for his friend, then he can be considered good and righteous. The beast asked if they wouldn't take his soul for perfection. The young man said they didn't want those souls. The beast said he couldn't help it. A friend was injured by a practitioner who wanted to take her soul for cultivation and destroyed her foundation. It was necessary to bring some chickens to replenish her energy. Actually, they never ever hurt anyone. The girl said that if the beast was hurt, she could help. The guy thought, although demons and ghosts are different in nature, there are no attributes in Buddhism. Buddhist energy should help the demon beast to heal its injury. The young man used his Buddhist energy to help the beast man heal its injury, and it really worked. The beastman thanked the young man. Qing asked the young man, since when did he study Buddhist arts? The young man said that he wasn't going to betray his mistress even by studying Buddhism. The girl said that in the young man's situation, he better gather his 7 souls first. Limu said he reads sutras when he has nothing to do, but in the future, he is going to get married. The girl said the weasels should go back to the village with them and see what decision the judge will make. The weasels agreed. The young men decided to go back home. The girl stopped and said she could smell another demon. Mrs. Qing told the young man to get behind her. A huge demon came out from behind a tree and inquired who was in front of him. The young man thought that this creature's aura was more powerful than a lizard demon. It must be a werewolf demon. A huge opponent appeared in front of the youth and said that he sees 2 good pelts and 2 portions of human blood. That's what he likes. The flavor of human blood food is much better than those mountain spirits and wild monsters. The villain said that the girl has a good foundation. If he eats her, he can advance to the 4th level. Qing told the young man to move far away. She will deal with him herself. The villain said if he ate the girl, he wouldn't have to hide in the forest anymore. So he turned into a tiger demon and said they could attack together. The young man said the demon in front of them was a werewolf demon. The demon said the young man had hit the mark. The demon told the girl to be his baby girl, then he won't kill her. The girl said no way she would, and she brought her deadly sword down on him. The demon said that if the girl didn't want to do it the right way, he would do it the wrong way, and she shouldn't blame him for not showing mercy. This was a bloody battle. Madame Qing thought that one couldn't let go of a demon that feeds on humans. He looked dangerous and unpredictable. If he relied solely on beast instinct in battle, he was no match for her. The girl, using her combat skills, stabbed her sword into that demon's body. The werewolf said that it was really painful, but he was about to show a little trickery. The tiger opened its mouth. Black smoke billowed out of it. Qing said that it was a strong hate energy. If she inhaled it, she would be paralyzed immediately. The girl took out a talisman in the form of a yellow leaf with inscriptions, waved her hand, and told the energy to dissipate. The energy of hatred immediately dissipated around the girl. She was able to continue breathing evenly. The werewolf shouted loudly, "What a ridiculous stunt! He wasn't ready for this." The demon had more methods of affecting his opponents, and he told them to try this now. Gloomy black shadows with burning eyes began to emanate from him. Qing realized that they were ghosts. Everything was imbued with the energy of hatred. They were all the souls of the creatures he had killed. The girl knew that the ghosts should be destroyed first. There were so many souls. Just how many murders had this shameless demon committed? Qing entered the battle with these ghosts. They were just the bodies of ghosts. Why did she feel like they had immortal bodies? There was no end to these ghosts. Although they weren't much of a threat to her, they were constantly draining her strength and magic power. A young man appeared beside the girl. He too had a sword in his hands. He asked how his mistress was doing. The girl was surprised and asked what Limu was doing here. The young man said that he had come to help. Buddhist magic can handle these ghosts. He can't let them drain Madame Qing's strength. The young man started reciting sutras and his body glowed, sending his energy into space. Qing said that the young man has very little strength and he shouldn't force himself. The boy said he could still hold out. The young man continued to recite the sutras even more intensely. The werewolf declared that there were two vile blood eaters in front of him. The young man is no better than his partner. He is ready to give them a quick death. The beast said that he would destroy them now and rushed forward with his claws. Qing told the young man to dodge and she would handle this demon herself. Suddenly this werewolf was calmly patted on the back by someone and said, "Amitabha." The werewolf did not yet know what lay ahead of him. The tiger turned around and saw a poor Buddhist monk behind him. The man said to him, "Amitabha Buddha." The young man rejoiced. He said it was Master Zhuandu. The werewolf asked, "Where did this monk come from?" The monk politely said that the werewolf was too bloodthirsty and introduced himself, giving his name and where he came from. The demon turned to face the monk and asked what the bald man was doing here. The monk stated that humans have their ways and demons have their ways. The werewolf wants to harm the lives of humans for his own good. It's forbidden by heaven, and punishment may come his way. The poor monk wants to remove the obstacles of karma so that the werewolf can be reborn in peace. The tiger laughed and said if the monk wants to try it, that's fine with him. The beast breathed in more air and began to release its negative energy. The negative energy was coming out of the tiger more and more. The monk began to glow with sunlight and created a protective shell around himself. The werewolf said he wanted to see how long the monk would last. The tiger roared loudly. The young man covered his ears and said he couldn't stand that roar. The girl said that it was the tiger's roaring technique. It was not something that could be easily resisted. The monk thought that this werewolf was very stubborn. The man began to direct his energy at a huge tree in the neighborhood. The tree broke and collapsed. The collapsed tree came down right on top of the werewolf. The beast fell and was defeated. The tiger couldn't believe it. He had used the sound technique to win. It was impossible to resist that roar. The demon said he had another way, so he began to send ghosts at the monk. The ghosts of the dead people came at the monk and asked him to save them. The monk got angry and said that this demon had no right. He had killed so many innocent people. The werewolf screamed that those victims would be even more today. The monk stated that he would get justice for the innocently killed. The werewolf swung around and wanted to skin the monk's head with his claws. Li Mu shouted for the man to be more careful. The tiger touched the monk's head with his paw, and a miracle happened. Everyone saw a flash of bright light, and the tiger screamed. Something had happened to his paw. The next moment, the monk sent his opponent very far back with a strong right punch. At the same time, he pumped a warlike monk's cry. The young man said that this monk's head was like a stone. The girl said that Buddhism helps one reach the fourth realm of the golden body. The body becomes so strong that it cannot be dislodged, and the physical strength is so great that it far surpasses that of a demon. The monk calmly approached the lying werewolf. The werewolf raised his head and said that he was asking for mercy. To make sure the werewolf obeyed, the monk kicked the beast in the face with his right foot. The werewolf decided that he would be good from now on. He apologized to the master and said he wanted to be saved by the monk. The monk picked up the tree trunk and said that the tiger should not tell him who would receive salvation and who would not. The werewolf was then hit in the body with the tree trunk. The monk said that he would now destroy the soul and body of this werewolf because he had killed many living beings. The poor monk continued to strike the body of the werewolf with this log. A column of dust rose up and no details could be seen. The girl said that this was the Buddhist way of fighting demons. The young man said that only a monk could do such a thing. When the dust cleared, the monk stood peacefully leaning on this log. The tiger lay senseless in the green clearing. The evil spirit was leaving the werewolf's body. The monk said he could not escape. He stretched out his palm. The same powerful glowing palm was aimed at the werewolf. The palm covered the beast and its evil spirit. The young man said there were so many innocent souls out there. The monk said he would take care of them. The monk was absolutely calm. The girl was surprised. This man knows how to subdue his emotions very quickly. The monk said, "Amitabha," and waved his cloak. The ghosts of innocent souls began to rise. The monk said when they return, he will use Buddhist teachings for reincarnation and help them to be reborn. The ghosts of souls disappeared into the heights, and the monk said it was wonderful. The young man thanked the Buddhist monk for saving them again, and remarked that this is what a fierce fighter should look like. The monk said it was quite late and invited the young men to stay the night at his temple. The young men thanked him. The man said that if the young men stayed at his temple tonight, he would be able to answer their questions and solve their problems. The young man thanked the monk for his kindness and said that his 6 indriyas were not pure. The man pointed ahead to the temple and told them to follow him. The young monks saw their preceptor and greeted him. He said that the 2 men were officials from the magistrate, and today they were his guests. The monk said that he was a little late because a problem had arisen along the way. He asked his disciples to organize meditation rooms for the guests. The young men asked who their uncle was dragging behind him. The monk replied that it was just a wild demon. The monk stated that tomorrow he would ask the tailor to make a mattress out of tiger skin. The young man marveled at the poor monk's wishes. The frightened weasels said that demons were forbidden to enter the temple, so they would wait for him outside. The young man thought that the weasel's foundation was badly damaged and needed to be worked on. He wasn't afraid that they might run away. The young man said goodbye to the animals and told them that they would meet tomorrow. In the meditation room, the young man meditated intensely. He found it offensive to practice Taoism in a monastery. A monk's scripture lay before him. The young man opened the manuscript and realized that it was a heart sutra that was not difficult to understand. This sutra evokes a vision of the Buddha's light. The young man decided to give it a try and began to recite this sutra. Then he thought, is there any other use for the heart sutra? At the Buddha temple, the young monks were meditating and reciting the sutra of overcoming all suffering. Suddenly, the young men noticed that the Buddha statue shone. They decided to report this to the abbot and Zhuandu's uncle. The young men were awakened and came out of their rooms to see what had happened. The girl stated that the Buddha statue in the temple had lit up for no reason. Qing said that this spiritual treasure glowed for no reason, as if they were attracted by something. The young man remembered that the night he first used the Heart Sutra to help Lin Wan, the nearby temples had also gotten a glow. The young man asked, wasn't it because someone was reciting the sutra? The girl said it was unlikely. Qing noticed that these statues have been here for hundreds of years. The masters chant them day and night. If there was an open radiance, it wouldn't wait until today. The girl speculated that such a thing was possible if there was a new sutra. 2 weeks ago, this had already happened in the talisman sect. There were also visions, the Taoist scriptures shook, and the bells rang non-stop. Now even a Buddhist is having similar visions. The young man staggered. He felt dizzy. The girl asked, how is he feeling? Li Mu said, it's because he's exhausted from the battle. The young man didn't think that a few words from the Heart Sutra could knock him out. Qing said that the young man needed to rest. The young man said goodbye until tomorrow morning. The next morning came. Courtroom. The judge said that 2 demons damaged the villagers' property. He orders them to pay double the amount of damages and asked if there was any objection. The demons said they would honor the judge's wishes. The judge calculated the amount of compensation for the dead chickens and sheep. One demon objected and said that 15 chickens, it was his handiwork. But he didn't steal the sheep because mutton stinks and the smell of sheep's blood makes him sick. The judge was surprised. 2 of the sheep were exsanguinated through a bite on the neck. If it wasn't them, who could have done it? A man ran into the courtroom and said there was trouble in the village. In the courtyard, the law officers were checking the well-being of a man who was lying senseless. The young man wondered what kind of demon could have done this. There were 2 bloody wounds on his neck. Han said it wasn't a demon, it was a vampire. The girl asked, what level is this vampire? Han said it was a vampire that could jump. Where could it have come from here? The man suggested that the vampire could have come from the neighborhood next door. The girl said that we should find this vampire and get rid of it as soon as possible. A vampire that attacked once will attack twice. Han said that we should burn this body. The young man knew that a vampire is a human body that transforms after death. The young man remembered reading about vampires. They are born from the evil energy of heaven and earth. They are ageless and immortal. They use the energy of the moon and like to feed on the blood of humans and animals. Han said that the dead man was bitten by a vampire and will definitely come back this night. Even if he is buried, he will rise and sense the living who were close to him when he was alive. Han warned that his interlocutor might be the first to go. The old man said that the corpse should be burned immediately. The old man said that they had buried another person half a month ago, but the body in the grave was also now gone. Han thought that this corpse couldn't be that vampire. To become a jumper, one must have at least 20 years of experience. He said to check the graves of all their family members who died more than 20 years ago. The young man asked Han if it was true that a vampire kills his own family first. Han nodded affirmatively. The girl said that vampires rely on human blood for their cultivation. The bloodline of their relatives is the same as theirs, and that is a fatal attraction for them. The young man said that they should prepare paper, quill, and ink. Han was surprised. He thought the young man didn't know about this. Han asked how the young man knew so much information. The boy said, "He just likes to read a lot." Han prepared a solution and said it was chicken blood mixed with talisman ashes. One should put this blood on their blades and accompany the villagers to search in the nearby hills. The man said to pay special attention to cemeteries and mass graves. To return, one must make it back before sunset. If there is an accident, one should start a signal to call for help. Mrs. Ching said that Li Mu would stay behind and look after Zhang's relatives. The girl told him not to let the relatives leave. If it was their family's ancestor who became a vampire, he would definitely come back. The young man said he heard that sticky rice restrains the dead. Han said, "It doesn't work that way." The man stated, "The young man is talking nonsense. Because of that, he might die and endanger the others." The girl said there is no need to punish her subordinates. Ching asked where the young man got such information from regarding sticky rice. The boy stated that a Taoist master who specialized in controlling vampires and demons said that sticky rice could stop the dead. If one encountered a vampire, one just had to hold their breath and they wouldn't detect anyone. The young man thought that the head didn't reject his suggestion. No matter if the sticky rice restrains the dead, he sprinkled it for extra preparation. Han said that there was nothing unusual about the burial of the Zhang family's ancestors. Could this death be a coincidence? Ching said that it was unlikely. The girl said to become a vampire, certain conditions are required, unless he was bitten by a jumping vampire. However, according to investigations, the man died from a disease, and the one who killed Zhang was a leaping vampire. The young man thought that his co-workers were standing guard around the house. Ching is afraid that the vampire will be scared of her, and he is not here in the ancestral hall. The young man is in suspense. He doesn't know if the vampire will come or not. The young man looked over and saw that everyone around him was asleep. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. He is starting to feel sleepy too. The young man heard a knock on the door. He drew his sword and rushed to the door. It was his brother knocking. The young man asked if he had found anything. The brother said he didn't find anything, but he ate something not fresh, so he is looking for the restroom. The young man explained the direction to go to the restroom. His brother moved very quickly in that direction. The guy thought that Zhang Shan wasn't worried about the vampire at all. The guy decided that he was getting too tense. There was another knock on the door. The young boy asked who was there. He decided it was Li Si. The young man opened the door and saw a huge shadow in front of him. It had an overwhelming aura. It was a large-sized man with glowing eyes. He growled like a beast. The boy realized that the vampire was already here and he had to signal in time. The young man used a flare gun. Everyone paid attention to the signal and realized that the vampire was here and is in the family hall. The vampire growled even louder, showed his sharp teeth, and moved on the young man. The vampire stepped on the trap, his leg going up in smoke. The young man thanked Uncle Lin in his mind. The man heard that there was another person not far away from him. He looked around. Zhang Shan was startled when he saw the vampire. The vampire lunged at the man. The young man yelled for his brother to hold his breath. Zhang Shan clamped his nose and held his breath. The young man thought that the vampire couldn't see Zhang Shan in front of him, which meant that this method was working. The vampire could not detect the man in front of him. Li Mu realized that in any case, this jumping vampire would be handled by someone in his leadership. Han threw a talisman made of a yellow piece of paper and it stuck to the vampire. Han cast an incantation and the vampire became motionless. The vampire stood still and looked around. Li Mu and Han came over to him. Each of them swung and kicked the vampire. The vampire's talisman was destroyed. The leaf burned. The vampire became agile again and began to dodge the blows. The vampire lunged at the young man, thrusting his clawed hand forward. Qing came over and pushed the vampire far back. She asked how Li Mu was doing. The girl said for the young man to go protect the Zhang family. She would deal with the vampire herself. The young man noticed that the vampire had run away. The young man was upset that this vampire was a weakling. The girl said that she will try to catch up with him. Han Jie is left in charge. Han thought, looks like Li Mu was right. The sticky rice is really holding him back. Han thanked the young man. The young man decided to check to see if anyone was hurt. One of the men said it was Grandpa. The young man wondered, was the vampire really the grandfather? Han wondered. It had only been 6 months since the old man had died. How could he have become a vampire? The youth noticed that the vampire had returned again. He was hatching a new plan of attack. Han thought that this vampire had just diverted their attention. He ordered everyone to go back into the hall, close the door, and not come out even if they heard a noise. Han told the young man to use sticky rice. The young man realized that the rice had been absorbed by this black mist. This mist would neutralize the effect of the rice. Han said to Li Mu to be careful. The vampire attacked the young man. The young man had to evade the attack. The young man couldn't understand how this vampire could sense him. Could he be able to sense the body of a pure yang? Han shouted for the young man to dodge more intensely. Han jumped towards the vampire and pierced its body with his sword. The vampire roared and emitted dark smoke. Han was surprised. The vampire broke his sword and pulled it out of his body. The peachwood sword was broken. The man realized that it didn't work. The young man was amazed. This sword was a sacred weapon and was destroyed by a vampire. So it was absorbing the energy of the moonlight. The vampire was taking on a more and more sinister appearance. Suddenly the vampire disappeared. The young man thought that his heartbeat might give him away. It was dangerous. The young man felt the demon leave a scratch on his shoulder and disappeared. It was very fast. The boy thought that he couldn't match the vampire's speed. It would be hard for him to escape. The vampire disappeared again and reappeared somewhere else. He did this many times to confuse the young men. The young man thought this vampire was too fast. We should think of some way to suppress him. The young man said that Han was injured quite badly. Han was trying to use Taoist techniques. The young man noticed that the power of heaven and earth rushed towards Han. The vampire roared, but he couldn't do anything. An old man's ghost appeared above Hanja and began to attack this vampire. The old man's ghost was very powerful, and the vampire couldn't do anything to him. Han swiped his hand, and the old man's ghost cut this vampire in half. The young man noticed that the vampire was destroyed. Han decided to burn that body, just in case. The young man thought that it was finally over. The young man almost fell down. Qing supported him and asked if the young man was hurt. The young man said that they were finally done. The girl said that the young man was poisoned and she would treat him now. The girl moved closer to the young man. Qing said that she had just neutralized the corpse poison with her spiritual energy. The young man is fine now. The young man blushed with embarrassment. The girl said to tell the Zhang family that the vampire was destroyed and it was time for them to go back. The co-workers said that the young man should stay home until he is healed. This is Madame Qing's order. The young man said he had a terrible injury, but Qing cured him of the poison and now he won't die. Mrs. Liu came and asked where the young man had been missing for 2 days. The girl saw the injury. The boy said he had some business to attend to. Mrs. Liu said she would call a doctor right away. The friends noticed that the young man is very dry with his neighbor, and she is very worried about him. The young man thought that the wound still hurt after the poison was removed. If it was a little deeper, and he might be left without an arm. Wang Wan, seeing the wound on the young man's shoulder, closed her eyes in fear. The girl invited the doctor into the room. The doctor said it looked like the mark of a ferocious animal. The doctor said for the girl to wash the wound and he would prepare medicine. The young man stated that he had to take off his shirt before he could have the wound washed. The boy said that men and women have reputations and now Liu can hurt his own. Therefore, he can do it all by himself. Mrs. Liu, nibbling her lips, said that the young man, even with such an injury, he still tries to be honorable, and inquired who had injured him. The young man's brother began to tell the whole story from the beginning, starting with the chickens and the sheep. That's how he got to the vampire story and explained why Limu was injured. The girl was surprised. What demons and vampires are we talking about? Jean Shan tried to say something else, but the young man chased him out of the room by kicking him in the ass. Running away, the man said that he had official duties and had to hurry. A thrilling story he would tell next time. The girl told them to take care of themselves. Liu thought that the young man's health is very good. He has to face dangerous things because of being an official by profession. Mrs. Liu pondered. Should she ask the young man to resign his post? Wang Wan asked if it was true that the young man had caught the monster. The young man said that he almost got caught himself. The girl caught a glimpse of her mistress. She always looks like that when her neighbor is not home. Wang Wan told the young man that her mistress has been worrying about him for the past 2 days. Liu heard this conversation and became shy. She said that she was not worried at all. Wang Wang stated that her mistress kept peeking over the fence. The young man thought they were both worried about him. The boy said that there are various incidents happening, so he is hardly ever at home. He is grateful that the girls are worried about him. Mrs. Liu said that being an official is very dangerous. If he continues like this, he might get killed. Maybe the young man should quit being an official and start writing books or giving speeches. The young man said that officials should not pass up in the face of danger. They should ensure the safety of their people. After all, life is undoubtedly important. The boy stated that it is precisely because the girl is concerned about him that he does not want to waste his life, and he should not be ashamed of what he does. Wang Wan asked her mistress what Mr. Li meant. The mistress said that the girl is still young and doesn't understand a lot of things in life. The mistress said that there are many demons and ghosts in this world. The reason why they can live here safely is because there are people like their neighbor to guard them. Wang Wan said that she understands everything, but their neighbor is injured and he is having a very hard time right now. The girl asked if she could stay with Mr. Li and look after him. The landlady didn't mind and the girl started to help the young man. She brought him a tonic soup that her landlady had specially prepared for him. Wang Wan fed the young man from a spoon. The young man thought that other than his mother, no one had ever shown him such care. The girl asked the young man, was it true that the demon tiger was a talking tiger? What do vampires look like? Is it true that vampires can jump and suck human blood? The young man answered all the questions Wang Wan asked him in detail. Unexpectedly, his colleague, Mrs. Ching, came to visit the young man. The young man immediately jumped up and introduced Madame Ching as his neighbor, who was looking after him while he recovered. Wang Wan said hello to Li Ching. The girl said that she had brought the young man a talisman and wanted to watch him recover. The girl said that the talisman should be dipped into water, and when it dissolves, drink it. After it heals early, there will be no scars left. Wang Wan said that she would bring water right away. The young man thanked his colleague and said that the court still holds these animals, weasel. The girl said that the weasels will be released after they pay damages. The girl has already reported that sticky rice can contain the dead. When the disaster in the neighborhood subsides, the judge will reward the young man. The young man asked if the technique Han used was Taoist. The girl said not exactly. Han's lineage once had a strong person from the upper 3 realms, and this ancestor had left the abilities of Taoism to those close to him. The girl continued, by performing this technique, Han can summon the shadow of his doppelganger and use magical power. Han is at the soul condensation level and can summon a shadow doppelganger at the condensation level using this technique. The young man thought that Han was only a level 2 practitioner, but was able to kill a vampire that was close to level 4. Comprehending the Tao is indeed useful. If his thunder technique could hit a target, a mere demon tiger or vampire would be no match for him. Bishui Bei, a young man, came to visit Li Su. The girl said that they were now far away from the center of the county, so they wouldn't attract the attention of others. The young man could practice his thunder technique without any worries. After practicing a few times, the girl said that this thunder, it seems wrong. The young man is not directing it correctly. The girl showed how to attract the thunder correctly. There was a 100% hit. The young man couldn't understand how she could do it. Li Su said that it was really an unusual thunder. The boy was scared to death. The Taoist technique the young man is using is also unusual. Li Su said that the sutra the young man used to save Lin Wan was also a bit different. If the young man could reach the soul condensation level and then become proficient in the thunder technique, he would have no rivals in the lower three realms. Li Su said that he could try to attack her. The young man thanked the girl for choosing to be his sparring partner. The young man had practiced a lot. He was very tired. He didn't have 100% lightning hits yet, but he was making progress. He had run out of magic power and needed to rest. Under Miss Su's guidance, he had indeed become more proficient in using techniques. The girl said that the young man could take a break and he should keep records of these training sessions. The boy gave Miss Su his notes and said that he found out about the person she asked him to make inquiries about. The young man said that man was a judge for only 6 months, and then he was transferred elsewhere. He was promoted and married the daughter of the head of the county. The girl took this information very angrily. The young man asked if Mrs. Su had a grudge against this judge. Li Su said that it was not a life-and-death feud. The young man decided he would help Miss Li Su, and if he met her enemy, he would take revenge on him. The girl said that from now on, the young man may not call her Mrs. Su. She is only a few years older, so he can call her sister. The young man thought, how old was she when she passed away? Li Su said, and that she was always 18 years old. The girl asked if the young man could give her a massage. The guy thought he shouldn't have asked about age. Li Su said that the stories the young man wrote were interesting because ghosts and demons have feelings of love and justice. The girl asked the young man if there will be a sequel. Li Mu said that only the first volume has been published now. He doesn't know when the second volume will be printed. He will bring the manuscript next time. The girl was surprised to hear that it was written by a young man. How could an official write such a story? The boy said that the official's salary is not much, so he writes novels to earn some money. The girl said that the story is beautiful, but in reality there are not so many loving men, and they are not so lenient with demons and ghosts. Li Su told the young man that only a man with a heart like his could write such a story. The boy agreed that there aren't many real loving men in the world, but not all of them are heartless, just like not all demons and ghosts and evil beings tormenting the world. He wrote only about what was in his heart. The girl asked, "What is in the young man's heart?" Li Su asked why people make love to ghost women in the book. The young man thought that he had brought the novel to change her mind about men, but he didn't mean anything else. The girl said not only ghost women exist, but even dragons. Could the young man have such a strange fetish? The young man said he has nothing of the sort. He is still unmarried and in the prime of his life. The young man wanted to say that love has no boundaries. No matter if it is a human, demon, or ghost, everyone has the right to pursue love. Li Su said that the young man could care less. In any case, she had become his sister after all. The young man thought that this talk could go far and began to say goodbye. He said that he had to go, and he thanked the girl for her kindness. The young man himself did not realize what he was doing. The guy quickly withdrew, and the girl asked him to bring something tasty next time to dispel the boredom of her little sister. The bookstore. Today there was an influx of people wanting to buy the bestseller that Mr. Li Mu had composed. Madam didn't realize that a small good deed could affect the bookstore so much. Other bookstores wanted to track down the author of this work to contract him to sell the book. The girl thought that her neighbor deserved a lot of praise. Mrs. Liu entered the young man's courtyard and said that she had made her decision. The girl saw a young man practicing martial arts with a sword in his hands. He asked what was the decision. The girl saw the young man's body and a blush covered her face. She became embarrassed because she saw the young man without clothes and covered her face with her hands. The boy said he was practicing and sweating a lot. The young man saw a yellow mist enveloping his neighbor. He thought, what does the yellow color mean? Is it desire or lust? Where did it come from? Did his neighbor really want something from him? The boy had really thought she was a benevolent neighbor all along, but he never thought she was. He decided to forget about it for now. After he gathers energy, Mrs. Liu told the young man to get dressed right away. The girl tried to make herself forget the young man's body. It wasn't working very well. The young man said he was already dressed. Now the girl could talk about why she was looking for him. Liu wanted to know if the young man had finished the second volume of his story. Liu said that after the second volume, she proposes to split the profits between the young man and the bookstore. Would he be okay with that? The young man, of course, agreed. The young man said that he had already finished the second volume. He would bring it over now. The girl read the book and asked why the young man writes in it about ghost women who fall in love with people. The young man thought, does the neighbor think he has some kind of fetish? The guy said, he writes what readers like. That's why they buy the book. It's to make money. But he's not interested in ghosting women. He still likes just beautiful women. The young man paid attention to the beautiful body part of his interlocutor. Mrs. Lu thought that with a figure like the young man's, it was not surprising for ghost women to be attracted to him. The girl said that the young man could continue practicing. She would not interfere with him. The boy said that he still likes humans, and he is not attracted to ghost women. Limu thought that the more he tries to explain, the worse it gets. The young man got distracted and decided to read the book Suhi gave him. The book was about foxes. The young man remembered the fox he had freed and thought, what was happening to him now? He hoped that animal wouldn't fall into the trap of the hunters again. Somewhere in the valley of the mountains, grandmother is walking in the woods. The weather is hot, and although the valley is shaded by trees, it is still very stuffy. Grandma came to a clearing, and the foxes gathered around her. They were saying that Grandma had come back and wondered what she had brought them this time. From the smell, they assumed it was fried chicken. The woman said there was enough for everyone. The animals ate the innkeepers and said it was delicious chicken. The old woman went to one fox cub and said that she had not forgotten about him and brought him a book, which is the best in town right now. The grandmother remarked that books were more important to this little fox than food. The fox thanked his grandmother, took the book, and went into the forest to read. The little fox was reading a book about how a fox and a ghost ended up together. It described how demons and ghost women fall in love with humans, and how the fox repaid the kindness. The young man meditated and read the sutra. The majestic anger in his body was comparable to a transformed demon tiger, but the energy melted like ice in the sun. The young man thought that the second soul was finally ready to be formed. The lad had a great surge of power formed when the second soul was condensed. It was worth practicing for the entire month. Now that 2 souls had been condensed, if he managed to form 2 more souls, he would be able to overcome those 6 months mentioned by that old Taoist. The young man decided that now that his wounds had healed and the second soul had been successfully formed, it was time to end his vacation and go on patrol. Mrs. Lu was conducting business negotiations. She told her interlocutor that it was impossible. The interlocutor, Mr. Ren, asked why don't they do business together. Mr. Ren said that she is a weak woman. It must be difficult for her to run such a big store. He's just trying to help. The man thought that his interlocutor was very stubborn. He should think of another way to get the manuscripts. Jen said that he wouldn't insist. The man said goodbye and walked out. Li Mu thought that this man didn't look like someone who had come to buy a book. The young man asked Mrs. Lu what that visitor needed. The young lady said that he was a bookstore owner. He wanted to buy the next volume of the story the young man was writing and publish it in conjunction with their pavilion. But she said no. The story is now the main book of the pavilion and attracts a lot of visitors. This intellectual property can't be sold. Madam remarked that the price that man offered was ridiculous. He was just messing around, probably because he felt that there was no support behind her. Li Mu wondered, why did Miss Lu feel that there was no support behind her? The girl said, she's been here for about 2 months and hasn't had time to make connections. The young man said he's an official, and this is his district. He is in charge of everything that happens on the streets. He is the person who supports Mrs. Lu. The girl sadly asked if a guard is considered an official. Li Mu said if there are any problems, you can go to him. The girl took the young man's hand and said that she was counting on him to take care of her. The boy said that after patrolling for a long time, he suddenly felt slightly thirsty. Mrs. Lu said that she would make tea now. Li Mu said that he will support the girl if she has any problems, and she doesn't have to be afraid. He has many friends in the magistrate's office. The guy drank his tea and went on patrolling his neighborhood. Said he'd be back in the evening for dinner. The girl thought how she could remember the past when it was already decided that it would never touch her. At the age of 7, her parents had sold her to a music group. There she was fed once a day. The rest of the time she had to practice. She had to dress her own wounds when her fingers cut into the strings. She was bullied by her elders and had to suffer in silence. Lu didn't want to live her life dependent on others. So she tried to practice and learned all the musical instruments of the band, worked more than 6 hours a day, refused countless offers of help from men with ulterior motives, played hard to earn money, finally saved enough money to buy herself out and open her own store. The girl traveled a long way in one evening and came to this region. She opened the store, hired people, and opened the pavilion. The girl thought that all these years she has not relied on anyone and doesn't even know what it's like to have someone to rely on. Miss Lu thought that now that person for her seems to be her neighbor, Li Mu. The young man asked Wang Wan where her mistress was. He hadn't seen her for a few days. The girl said that the music troupe in the theater had just started work, so her mistress has been busy at the store these 2 days. We should persuade her to come home to rest and sleep this night. Wang said that when she carried the food to her mistress, she saw that she was sleeping badly in the store and eating badly. She has nightmares all the time and is very exhausted. The young man said that he would talk to Mrs. Lu today. The young man meditated and wanted to create a soul-searching talisman when he reached the soul creation realm. He decided to practice with the talismans he already knew how to make. The protecting one could be given to Miss Lu. The young man felt something strange. It seemed to the young man that the surroundings were very quiet. This feeling seemed to be coming from him. He thought that he was being overly sensitive right now. A fluctuation appeared on the ghost search talisman. The young man flinched. He realized that this was happening in Madame Lu's house. The boy cautiously crept up to his neighbor's house. The young man sensed that there was an evil energy present in the house besides Mrs. Lu and Wang Wan. The young man tried to see the true form of this energy. He decided to activate his heavenly eye. The young man saw that there was a ghost present. The energy of the ghost is penetrating the mistress. Perhaps this was the reason for her poor sleep. It could be seen that the woman was tormented by nightmares. The ghost sensed the presence of the young man and moved towards him. The ghost said that there was a handsome boy in front of him. What does he want when he breaks into the bedroom of 2 girls at night? The ghost asked if the young man might be a rapist. The boy thought the ghost was trying to scare him. This ghost is very curious. The young man asked if she had seen enough of him already. The ghost wondered, can the guy really see her? The young man said, if he had met her a week ago, he probably would have been scared. The young man bared his sword and asked, who is she that dares to come in here? And who sent her? The ghost woman was scared to death. Could this young man really be a practitioner? Lu woke up and asked who is there. The girl told the stranger to leave or she would call for help. She has a very strong neighbor, and he works as a guard. The young man said it was him. The girl wondered what he was doing here. The boy apologized and said it was not the time to talk about it. The ghost began to quietly move away. The young man stated that he didn't let him go and pulled out a talisman. The ghost was upset that he had been noticed. The female ghost decided to disappear through the door very quickly. The young man threw his talisman in front of her. The talisman stuck to the door and the door was blocked. The ghost decided to jump out the window. She thought she'd make it out faster than the talisman would stick to the window. The young man threw the talisman towards the window. The young man scattered the talismans all over the rooms in such a way that the ghost could not leave the room. The young man told the ghost to give up. He sealed the room from all sides and it would not be able to escape. The girl turned on the lamp and asked the young man why he was talking by himself in someone else's house in the middle of the night. And why is he in her house half naked? What did he want here in the first place? The young man remembered that he was in a hurry and forgot to get dressed. The girl pulled the blanket over herself in fear and asked what the young man wanted from her. Mrs. Lu told the young man to stay away from her. How could he do such a thing? The boy tried to explain everything. The girl interrupted him and told him to leave immediately. The young man touched his finger to her forehead and told her to look in that direction and showed her where. Lu noticed that her house looked somehow unusual and there's someone else in the room and he's dressed in all white. The girl guessed that it was a ghost. The girl screamed and told the young man that there was a ghost standing in the corner, just like the one she had seen in her dreams. The evil ghost went to the young man and said, so he has some skills, and told him to give his life. The young man decided to activate his Buddhist skills and began to emit sunlight. The ghost girl coughed. The ghost girl wondered, is the young man a monk? How does he know about Buddhism? What had he done to her hands? The ghost decided to brush his hands. He told the young man to stay away from him. Li Mu asked how this female ghost dared to nightmare his neighbor, and why is she harming people in the city. The ghost woman said that she had received such an order. Some man had captured her soul and said if she didn't do it, he would scatter that soul. Li Mu remembered that he was an official and asked what kind of man and what exactly did he order her to do. The ghost said, "She doesn't know this man. He asked to pursue Mrs. Liu, and when it was done, he would come and find her himself." The young man decided that this was the same ghost who had been dreaming about Mrs. Liu lately. If he didn't catch this ghost, it could have ended fatally. He had never seen Mrs. Liu so frightened. She must be terrified right now. Li Mu told the ghost to stand in the corner and turn to face the wall. To Mrs. Liu, the young man said that he had subdued the ghost and now there was no need to be afraid. At this moment, Wang Wan woke up. She saw the half-naked neighbor and asked what he was doing here. The young man said it was nothing. Wang Wan was able to spot a ghost in the corner. She was terribly frightened and screamed. The girl screamed and threw herself into the young man's arms, hugged him and cuddled up to him. She needed protection. The young man wondered how the girl was able to see this ghost. The young man told the ghost not to show her face again. Otherwise, he would deal with her immediately. The young man calmed Wang Wan down and said that he would chase the ghost away now. Li Mu said that he would now take that ghost out of the house and said for the girls to stay put. The young man decided that he should at least get dressed. The girls silently escorted their neighbor out and admired his body. Wang Wan asked when their neighbor would be back. Lu stated that the young man would get dressed and come back soon. Soon the young man returned and said that he had taken the ghost into custody. Tomorrow he will take him to court for questioning. The boys said that the girls could rest easy now. The young man explained that he sensed the evil energy here and came to help. The young man apologized for scaring the girls. Lu said that she had misunderstood his intentions at first. Li Mu said that according to the ghost, someone directed her to this house. Does Madam have any suspects? The girl said that her pavilion's business is booming. There are too many people's interests at stake. She doesn't know who it could be. The guy told the girl not to worry. Whoever is behind this, they will find him and deal with him to the fullest extent of the law. The young man said goodbye and got ready to leave. The girls asked the young man to stay. They were still scared. Li Mu said that it might be a little inappropriate. The guy thought that in such a case, a single man would stay together with single women in the same room at night. The young man suggested leaving a few talismans outside. That way, even if other ghosts appeared, they wouldn't be able to get inside. The girls looked at each other and decided not to let the young man go anywhere. Wang Wan kept saying that she was very scared. The young man said in that case, he would stay outside to guard the house. Lu stated that the young man could stay inside and sleep on the floor. The boy stated that he would be outside and went outside the door. If anything happened, they could call him. Mrs. Liu thought that even if she can't even see the young man, she will still feel him. And that's a big relief. The girl thought that now even the biggest ghost won't scare her. The young man sat outside and pondered. It had been almost 2 months since he had been in this world. I wonder how his friends from his past life are doing. The young man was covered with a blanket. It turned out to be Mrs. Liu. She said it was cold outside and the young man might catch a cold. The girl asked why the young man was sad. He said he had forgotten what his family looked like. He was thinking about the past, his family, his friends. The girl said she didn't want to remember her past. The young man said that in any case, this ghost really scared Mrs. Liu. The girl said she had never seen anything like that before. She was amazed that the boy wasn't afraid of ghosts. They're very scary, aren't they? The boy said he used to be afraid of them too. Ghosts are just an illusion, but people are stronger than they are, so ghosts must be afraid of people. The young man thought that he was also a kind of ghost. The girl yawned. She wanted to sleep. Lu said that the young man wasn't that old, but he had already been through a lot. It must be hard to be a guard. The boy said nothing comes easy, but he thinks catching ghosts is easier than running a store. The girl made an unexpected offer to the young man and suggested that they practice together. She said that it might be asking too much. If his sect doesn't allow it, then he can pretend like this conversation never happened. Li Mu said that anyone can become a practitioner. It's just a matter of ability and talent. He doesn't have a sect and practices alone. If a girl wants to, he can help. Lu got excited and said that would be great. She wants to learn. The young man said he's going to go deal with the female ghost tomorrow. And when he comes back in the evening, they will get started. Lu said she would wait for him at home. The young man thought of the Buddhist practice method. Taoist teachings are no secret. Even demons and ghosts can practice it. The young man thought that Ching had taught it to him, and he would teach it to Miss Lu. And he didn't see it as a problem. He would have to go to Old Man Wang and see if he had any suitable books. The young man noticed that the girl leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep. In her sleep, she spoke the young man's name. The young man adjusted the blanket on the girl. It was so cold outside, and she fell asleep. The guy took the girl in his arms and thought that she hadn't gotten much sleep lately. After all, she was haunted by a ghost. Now that the ghost was gone, she fell asleep peacefully. Li Mu carried the girl into the house, laid her down, and covered her up. He decided to be outside and watch over the house, and now no demon or ghost would be able to enter the house and disturb her. The young man noticed that the girls were sleeping soundly and did not look frightened, and wished them sweet dreams. Li Mu reported to his superiors that someone had sent a ghost to possess the owner of the book pavilion. She couldn't sleep at night and her health deteriorated. The warden said that the bookstore pays taxes correctly. Who dared to put ghosts on this bookstore? It must be dealt with. The young man said he caught the ghost, but the owner of the pavilion is very frightened. The warden said he's instructing the young man to handle the case, to protect the pavilion owner, because it happened on his property. The young man has to make sure the girl is protected. If anything goes wrong, he will be held responsible. The young man said he would fulfill everything. Mrs. Lu was afraid to stay home alone because of the ghost. She decided to clean her neighbor's house for now and cook his dinner. Wang Wan came in and said she helped clean up and washed all the dishes. Liu told Wang Wang that she should help her clean up Li Mu's house. A young man appeared on the doorstep and said that he had already returned. The girl was surprised. Shouldn't he be back in the evening? The young man said that the management had instructed him to personally deal with this ghost and arrange protection for Miss Lu, so he would be around for the next 2 days. Liu and Wang Wan were glad that the young man would be guarding them the whole time. The young man said that he would train the girls now. First, they must lie down on the bed. Mrs. Lu was surprised. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The young man confirmed that they should lie on the bed first. Wang Wan was embarrassed and said that she would come back later. What will happen here is not for children, she said. Mrs. Lu had a fantasy. She thought the young man would offer to pay her with his body. Li Mu asked if the girl wanted to be trained. Mistress, blushing, asked if it was necessary to undress for that. The guy thought that from the look of her, the girl was thinking of something else. He said she had misunderstood him. You don't have to take off your clothes. You just have to take off your shoes. The girl thought that if she took off her shoes, Li Mu would see her feet, and that's something only her future husband could see. So she asked for permission not to take off her shoes. The young man said to start practicing, you have to get into the right position, and told how the feet, palms, the top of the head should be positioned. The girl remembered about the ghost. He was very frightening. If it hadn't been for her neighbor, she wouldn't be safe now. The girl said she would take off her shoes in order to become stronger. The young man decided that she was very nervous today. The girl thought it was the first time she was barefoot in front of a man. She doesn't plan to get married anyway, so the young man can look at her feet, if he wants to. The young man paid attention to Mrs. Lu's feet and noted that they were cute. If she lived in his world, she could be a foot model. The girl noticed the young man staring at her feet. Li Mu explained to his student what to do to assume the lotus pose. The girl managed to do it. The guy told her to close her eyes. He would begin to guide her, and he touched her forehead with his finger. She should inhale through her nose and then slowly move the air into her stomach area all the way down. Then, slowly exhale through her mouth, and she should feel a warm flow. The girl noted that it was as if something had gone into her body. The young man told her to focus on her heart and mind. She should memorize the path of this trail of qi circulating in her body and try to guide it with her mind. The young man said that he left a trace of qi in the girl's body. The guy thought that this trace of qi couldn't stay in the girl's body for too long if she had average abilities. She should grow her own qi. The young man said that they should keep trying. The girl thanked the young man. The young man said that when she developed her spiritual power, he would teach her how to refine her soul. Then Wang Wan ran up and said that it was her turn now. The young man told the girl to take off her shoes and climb onto the bed. The young man wondered how last night Wang Wan was able to see the ghost herself. The girl said she didn't know herself. The boy thought that there was something special about Wang Wan. The young girl cried and said she was in pain. The boy said the pain would go away soon. The young man told her not to be nervous and to relax. The young man explained, and the girl struggled to assume the lotus pose. The girl complained that her leg was about to break. She was in a lot of pain. Mrs. Liu said that this was a mandatory pose for cultivation. Wang Wan should be able to do well. The young man said that he can be around them all the time. The two of them can always fight back the villains if they practice. Wu Wanwan cried and said that she would definitely succeed soon. At one point, the girl shouted that she had succeeded. Mrs. Liu praised her. The young man noticed that the ghost told him that Mrs. Liu was in contact with the person behind it. But that person doesn't know that the ghost has been caught. The young man said to go to the pavilion and lure the snake out of its burrow. Mrs. Liu thought the bookstore owner with whom she had a conflict might be behind it. He showed up again today. He wants to discuss the same issue again. The girl told him to invite him in. A man came into the office and said hello to Miss Liu. He asked why his interlocutor looked so bad. She had lost a lot of weight in a few days. The girl said she had too much work and hadn't rested for a long time. The man said that the girl should take care of her health and monitor it. One should shield herself a little from exertion. The girl said that Mr. Ren is right. The man said that if things are hard at Mrs. Liu's bookstore, he is willing to share the burden with her. The girl said that the man shouldn't worry about that. Ren stated that if she worked hard, she would have nightmares of evil spirits at night. Liu shouted that it turns out it was his doing. The man said that he didn't do anything. He shouldn't be accused for nothing. The girl stated if Ren could rid her of those nightmares, she would agree to his proposal. The man said that he doesn't understand what his interlocutor is talking about. If Madam rests well, she will not have nightmares. Liu stated if Ren is still hiding what happened, then they have nothing more to talk about. The man said that Mrs. Liu is new here and doesn't know the situation, but she wants to take a bite of the tidbit. This is very naive. The girl said she could report Jen to the authorities. Jen said he knows everything about the girl he's talking to. She arrived here with the maid, and there is no one behind her. She wouldn't dare report this to an official. What's the use of complaining if there's no proof? The lady laughed. Jen asked what she was laughing at. The girl stated that her interlocutor was wrong. She has a very reliable person behind her. Ren was frightened and asked, "Who is the powerful person behind Mrs. Liu?" At this moment, a metal chain flew by and wrapped around Mr. Ren's neck. The man realized that he had been caught red-handed and began to say that it was all just a joke. Don't take it seriously. He's the owner of the biggest bookstore. He can't be arrested. Li Mu said we should take this criminal to the magistrate's office and they will deal with him there. Mr. Han asked the young man if he knew the beautiful owner of the bookstore pavilion. Was she married? The young man said she was his neighbor. And she is not married. Is Han in love with her? The man said he's not in love with her, but he wants to ask about her. She's a beautiful, lonely neighbor who's also wealthy. Han said he's just curious. If Li Mu and this miss were together, he wouldn't want a young man standing between him and Miss Qing, and asked a direct question. Who would the young man choose, Liu or Qing? The young man spread his hands and asked, why should he choose? Han was furious. He assumed that his subordinate wanted to be with both girls at once. Old man Wang shouted that the young man didn't need the basics of pre-cultivation. The man said that he did need them after all. The old man said that he would find them, but the young man would definitely have to return them. The guy asked under what circumstances could ordinary people see ghosts. Old man Wang said that such eyes were possessed by people who were inclined to develop the demonic cultivation path from birth. The young man wondered if this meant that Wang Wan had an innate ability. Li Mu explained to his roommate that these talismans have the power to ward off evil spirits. Therefore, girls should keep them close by. It would be difficult for ordinary ghosts to get close to them. The young man said that the lady should read these books. They contain the theory of spiritual practice. The girl said that the trace of qi the young man gave her became a little bigger. The young man extended his hand to the girl and told her to give him hers. The girl stated that the young man was holding her hand very tightly. The young man apologized. The young man said that the girl's spiritual talent was very high, asked what her signs of destiny were according to her birthday. The girl told about her signs. She thought that when it comes to marriage and matrimony, they usually ask such questions. The young man said that the girl had a pure yin body because she was born on a day of pure power. Li Mu told his interlocutor that she had a pure yin body. It was the best body for cultivation. The girl said when she was a child, her parents invited a master who predicted her destiny. She was told that pure yang and pure yin people were naturally doomed to be lonely and lose loved ones. The lady said it could be dangerous for the family members around her, and her parents thought the girl was unlucky, so they sold her to a music group. Lu decided she was the one who brought bad luck. The guy pointed out that that master was a charlatan. Practitioners with a pure yin body are geniuses in cultivation. The girl said that the young man didn't have to comfort her. It was her destiny to be lonely. She had gotten used to it over the years. The lady looked very sad. Li Mu said that there is no such thing as loneliness from birth. He has a pure yang body, but no one has ever said such a thing to him. The young man showed the records. They never deceive. A pure yin body doesn't make a girl lonely, but a genius in cultivation. The girl read that a pure yang or yin body has a soul different from normal, desirable to evil spirits. The girl read further, if they cultivate, their speed is several times faster than normal people. Men with pure yang and women with pure yin, they are the only pair. They can join together to form a paired cultivation, combining yin and yang and complementing each other. Mrs. Lu dreamed. Her fantasies were about pair cultivation with a young man, and she wanted them to complement each other. After all, they are a natural couple. The young man confessed. He said that Mrs. Lu was not his type, and he had no such interest in her. The girl's heart was broken. Lu thought that she has a beautiful body and looks. She's a good cook and is loaded with money. Why doesn't he like her? The girl shouted. What is the young man like in that case? The young man couldn't understand why his neighbor was so angry. The young man said that he likes nice, obedient, well-mannered people and know how to take care of people. As for age, they should be younger than him. Lu thought that she was 3 years older than the young man. And what's wrong with being 3 years older? When you meet an older girl, you find gold instead of copper. Luke went over the candidates in her head. Sweet, docile, well-mannered. Know how to take care of people. A little younger, the girl thought it might be Wang Wang. Lu shouted that the young man was making plans for Wang Wang. No wonder he is so nice to her. The young man thought that he wasn't making plans for Wang Wang. However, if he thought about it, she would be his dream girl in 2 years. The boy said that he wasn't thinking about Wang Wang right now. He only had a few months to live. Liu asked if there was no way to cure the young man's disease. The boy said it's a long story, but he's willing to tell it. The young man said that 2 months ago, his 7 souls were kidnapped by demons and evil spirits. Only by collecting 4 souls within 6 months does he have a chance to survive. Right now, he had only concentrated 2 souls. Lu told the young man to hurry up and collect the rest of the souls. The young man said that the 7 spirits are inherent in the human body. They are born from the 7 emotions. In order to gather them, the young man needs to accumulate the energy of these families of emotions. In addition, these 7 emotions must be experienced by other people. And this is not easy. Lu thought that among the 7 emotions is anger. No wonder the young man is always trying to make her angry. Li Mu said that he is just trying to survive. The girl suggested that the young man wants to play in the theater to absorb the sadness of the audience. The boy said that this is the fastest way to sympathize and feel sad. The girl was upset. Li Mu told her that this was his dream, and this is a man's false speeches. Madam sent Wang Wang to the theater to warn the masters that they have 3 days to write the script for the butterfly play, and she is willing to double her salary. The head of Jen's bookstore was fined and closed the store for 3 months, and he paid monetary compensation. After that, he was also beaten with a rod 50 times. Now he can't stand up, all for trying to hurt the owner of another bookstore. Ren says the son must avenge his father. The young man warned his father not to take the slippery slope. The old man stated he didn't know there was someone behind this new woman. The young man argued that practitioners who work in government agencies are very smart. The young man said to just let it go, told his father to stay home and get better. No more provoking the county leadership. The young man tried to use massage to cure his father. The man noticed the pain was gone, and he'd already recovered. The old man jumped to his feet and said that the young man's magic was really strong. The young man said it would only take away the pain. The wound would still have to be cared for. One should stay at home and dream of silver and good things. The old man said that the young man should follow the master's teachings to practice well. The old man told the young man in afterthought that when he makes a lot of money, they will buy up all the bookstores in this county. The young man came to the temple and told the young men that he wanted to meditate and practice in this place, and asked that no one distract him. Mrs. Liu gave the young man a butterfly script and asked that he read it. The boy thanked the girl for her kindness and promised to make sure to repay everything. Liu told the young man to memorize all his lines. He should be flawless on stage so that the audience would express their emotions more actively. The young man said that he will try his best. The young man said that the girl should be deliberate in her practice and not think of shortcuts. Otherwise, she will end up hurting either herself or others. The guy stated that once she perfects her first soul, she will be able to draw a talisman. He would teach her. The girl struggled to draw hieroglyphics on a piece of paper. Li Mu offered to try it again tomorrow. Liu said she could do it. She was very close to success. The girl wrote the whole text on a piece of paper and said she had succeeded. The neighbor said she was very grateful to the young man for teaching her to read. The boy said that the girl can read the Pure Heart Sutra whenever she draws a talisman, but not to tell anyone about it. The young man thought about the two women in his life and didn't know which one to favor. The young man came to the county government house. Mrs. Ching was there practicing and meditating. The young lady asked what happened. The young man said that he had accidentally received a sutra that helps to purify the mind and preserve its strength. When he reads it and draws a talisman, the sutra calms his thoughts and increases the success rate of the talisman. The boy said that he would like to share it with his lady. The girl said it was too valuable for her to accept. The young man said that Ching taught him how to cultivate, saved his life, and gave him a sword and a book. He was willing to give his life for the girl. The girl was very touched by such a statement. Ching asked what the young man was going to condense next time. He had already condensed a ghost dog and a falling arrow. The young man said that he was currently interested in the bird yin. He said he intended to play a part in a play to gather the energy of sorrow. The girl said it was a good idea if everything went according to plan. The girl said she would hand over all the business to his brother and he should concentrate on his soul. The young man said that his conversation partner is very beautiful when she smiles. She should do it more often. The girl blushed and told the young man to go back to the patrol. Li Mu asked his brother if he had been back from patrolling for a long time. The man was surprised that his brother was trying to woo Madame Ching. The young man said that the woman would never get angry for a compliment. Besides, there are often women among practitioners. The interlocutor said that the young man feels differently now. The young man said not to exaggerate and went on patrol. Backstage at the opera house, the young man remembers the last time he hid from the guests in the tea room and it went well. This time it should go well too. The actors wondered how they could appoint a newcomer to the lead role in such a fine play. It's an injustice. The actors realized that this role is a chance to prove themselves. What's the theater mistress looking at? Mrs. Liu thought if her neighbor saw what she looked like, he would be shocked. The young man looked at the actor opposite and couldn't remember where he had seen him before. But he looked familiar. The young man wondered, was it really Mrs. Liu? He didn't recognize her right away. The young man asked why she was dressed like that. The girl said that she was playing one of the roles in the play. The young man said that the girl was very well disguised as a man. It is hard to recognize her right away. The young man looked at the girl's breasts and asked, where did it all go? The girl shouted that it was none of his business and let him watch himself. During the break, the young men listened to the audience's feedback and decided that they need to practice more. The girl agreed, but decided that it is difficult to rehearse independently without a master. Isn't there another quick way? The young man said that there is no quick fix for improving acting. The girl suggested that the young man come to her place in the evening and they would rehearse all the lines together. The actors who overheard this conversation thought of something else. After the performance, the young man was squeezed like a lemon. He was naive, thinking that playing a role and getting a lot of emotions is not difficult. The girl said that every line is not easy. Behavior, movements, and skills must be at the level of a master. It can't be achieved without 10 years of hard work. The young man apologized for keeping his roommate late and said he was leaving because everyone needs to rest. The boy said that if he didn't succeed, he would have to break his leg, put up the bowl, and go out on the street to beg for alms and make people feel sorry for him. The girl thought the young man was being hard on himself. The boy said that if he wasn't, he would die. The girl stated that there are 7 souls, 2 of which are born out of love and lust. How does he want to collect love? By lying to many women? The guy said he wants to deal with the sadness first and offered to talk about it later. The girl stated that love is a deep feeling. How can it be combined with lust? The lady tried to imagine how it could be combined. The young man tried to imagine it too and offered to talk about it later. Leaving the neighbor's house, the young man thought that it was very close. He caught himself thinking about the wrong thing. The young man decided to go home and practice his lines. He thought he should go to Suhei's house. He hadn't been to her place in a few days. The young man came to Bishi Bay and brought some goodies with him. He promised to bring a jug of wine next time. The girl watching the young man thought that he was too pensive today. What could have happened to him? The young man said he was frustrated with his acting. He had practiced for a long time last night, but he still hadn't made any progress. The girl said Li Mu didn't think that by using just 3-5 days of rehearsal, he would be able to compete with those who have been practicing for decades. The girl said, one could hypnotize himself, forget that he was a guard and get into the role. He will think he is that character in the play. And after he's fooled himself, he'll really be acting. It will be an illusion. The boy asked how he could learn how to do that. Suhei said if the young man called her sister, she would teach him. The young man thought that these were suitable conditions. The young man called the girl his sister. The girl liked it very much. The young man got embarrassed and said it came out of his mouth by accident. The girl explained that illusion is a spell that charms the heart. It can be used not only to enchant others, but to enchant yourself. The young man thought that thanks to Sister Sue, he would be able to easily blend into the play. When the third soul is concentrated, he would thank her once again. The girl asked how he wanted to thank her. The guy stated that next time, he will cook any delicious dish for her. Suhei said that the young man is giving away copies of his story and calls it an inspiration. Why doesn't she help him become a ghost cultivator? The boy stated that when he dies and his soul doesn't dissipate, he will definitely come to the bay to keep her company. The young man said goodbye and headed towards the city very quickly. The girl was surprised that the young man was reacting in such a way to his sister's jokes. The boy decided that he would benefit from these jokes. He should check in here more often. The young man came home and saw Mrs. Liu waiting for him on the doorstep. The girl sent him to rehearse. The sooner he finished the performance, the sooner he would overcome the danger. 10 days of daily performances in the theater passes. The young man had gathered a lot of emotion. He decided it was enough to condense his third soul. The early morning of the next day came. The young man thought that he had managed to condense the bird's yin last night, but didn't know if it had worked or not. The young man asked the Buddha for his blessing. He hoped it was working. Carefully, he touched it. The young man shouted that he was finally a man again. The young man went outside to get some fresh air, and the neighbor asked why he was up so early today. The young man said that he woke up and couldn't go back to sleep. The girl asked why the young man was so happy. The girl asked that the soul born in sorrow is called bird yin. What is this soul responsible for? The young man wondered why she was asking. Lu inquired, the 3 souls the young man has collected, what will he do next? The young man thought, what is left is fear, love, lust, and hate. Love and lust the most difficult. The young man thought, what if there is a spiritual practitioner who loves him to death and is willing to offer his love? Then it would only take one person, and within 3-5 days he could concentrate another soul. The young man wondered where he could find a cultivating girl. The guy thought that his boss had a pure heart and practiced hard, but he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. You can't make nice by force. The guy thought that he could create such a practitioner himself. His roommate's cultivation speed was amazing, and a pure yin body. The young man thought if the girl fell in love with him, he could wait until the day she collected all her souls. Maybe it would become a double harvest of love and lust. The girl wondered why the young man was looking at her like that. But he hadn't forgotten that Lu Hanyang had already purified the first soul. Her perception now was amazing. The mountain road outside the city. Madame asked, did they recognize the identities of the dead? The man said they were hunters, father and son. They were hunting in the mountains 2 days ago. The bodies were lying one on top of the other. Han assumed it was the work of a demon, but there were no traces left at the scene. There was no way to verify it. Thought there was something wrong here. The young man said, "It's very strange. There's 7 souls scattered." The girl asked, "Can the young man really see other people's 7 souls?" Limu said there is magic that can do that, and suggested that the girl take another look at the victims. The young man helped the girl activate the heavenly eye. The girl saw that indeed 7 souls had disappeared. This is not a simple case of a demon harming someone. We should take these bodies to the magistrate. The specialist said that after death, usually 3 souls are dispersed, but to have all 7 souls disperse at once, that's an unusual situation. The man suggested that these people's deaths were most likely the work of a human. As for the wounds on their bodies, that was committed later. The purpose is to make one mistakenly believe that they died at the hands of a demon. Han stated that this is a common tactic used by evil cultivators. The boss said that the magic guide talisman was unable to find their souls. Elder Joe said that the evil cultivator was controlling the situation. Old man Wang said that a person's soul power doesn't dissipate so quickly. Wang continued, "Even if they are refined until enough time passes, the talisman will still be able to sense them. Only this talisman can be drawn with a cultivation level above the condensation realm." The man turned to Qing and said that only she possessed the 3rd level of cultivation. One would want to count on her. Han stated that this was a complicated talisman. It would take several days of work to draw it. By then, the remaining soul power will have dissipated. The girl said she would give it a try. We should take a few strands of hair from the bodies and prepare the material for the talisman. Qing thought that the more complicated the talisman was, the harder it was to draw. There was a logic to it. It was necessary to infuse energy into it. The difficulty of finally becoming a talisman increased exponentially. Qing thought that with the pure heart sutra that Limu had given her, it would cost nothing to draw a talisman of this level. If the heart is pure, the sky will not tremble. The girl said that she had succeeded. Everyone was naturally surprised. The girl served out a paper crane from the talisman and launched it into the air. The crane circled in one place. Maybe the souls of these 2 people were scattered? The crane started to move and flew outside. Everyone decided to follow it. Everyone walked up to the house that the crane flew up to. Han knocked on the door and said that an investigation was underway. "The government officials have arrived. We must open the gate immediately." The gate was opened by Ren, the owner of the book pavilion. The man said he was wrong last time, but he's already been punished. "Why did you come to see him?" The man said he hadn't gone anywhere recently. Han said the perpetrator broke into this yard, and it is necessary to search in. Ren said he was fine with that. Investigators asked who lives in this house. The man stated that his son lives here. He practiced with an immortal and then returned home and practiced here. A criminal would not be able to break in here. The young man opened the door and asked how he could help. Everyone saw a paper crane circling around the man. So the souls of the dead are in it. The young man thought he had been declassified. The villain decided to run away. Han noticed. The young man decided to climb over the fence to catch up with the culprit. Mr. Han was scratched on the cheek. Blood spurted. It was a black cat. It jumped at the young man with a scream. Qing swung her sword and split the cat in 2. The young man thanked the girl for her help. The alleged culprit said how dare they destroy his cat. Qing said that they should capture the criminal immediately. Limu noticed that the criminal has an omnipresent ghostly aura. He is too dangerous. The young man tried to enlist the light of Buddha to help. The young man began to emit Buddha light. His co-workers asked if he was a monk. Han inquired when the young man had time to become a monk, and in which temple does he serve. Why has he still not shaved his head? Does a monk have the right to marry? The young man thought, what does it matter at this moment? And he's not going to get married just yet. Han stated that they should hold hands and stay where they are. Han imagined that he was holding the girl's hand. A blush covered his cheeks. He thought those hands were very rough. The man opened his eyes and noticed that he was holding Limu's hand. The young man said to hold on tighter. Han stated that the first thing to do now was to destroy this formation. He threw a talisman into the air and told it to disperse. Lightning appeared in the sky, but everything didn't dissipate. The talisman wasn't powerful enough. Qing commanded that we should attack the center of the formation directly. Everyone drew their swords, extended their arms forward, and began to attack the center of the formation directly. The young men succeeded and the black aura was dispersed. But they saw the alleged criminal running away, overcoming the fence. They decided that they should chase him. Ching stopped everyone and said, "They can't fight in the city. It would be too dangerous. We should wait for the criminal to leave the county so as not to endanger people." Han said that was a very wise decision. The girl said that she and Han will go in pursuit. Limu will stay here and investigate thoroughly. To investigate thoroughly, the young man took the owner of the house with him. They saw that his son's house was in shambles. Ren asked why the place was such a mess. The young man asked, when did his son start practicing? He was interested in absolutely everything. The man said that a little over 2 months ago, his son met an immortal master. He said that the young man's body was inclined to the element of wood and asked if he wanted to practice with him. The father said that he was fine with it. The young man said that his son had perfected himself by killing and stealing people's souls. The person who taught him this was an evil cultivator, and he had no good intentions towards the young man. Ren said he didn't believe it. An immortal master has real skills. He has seen it with his own eyes. The master walks on water, sits on fire, and can ride the wind. He can also spew fire and become invisible. The young man was surprised. These were all abilities that could only be practiced by cultivators who had reached the middle 3 realms level of spiritual sight. The young man thought that his colleagues wouldn't be able to handle a practitioner of the middle 3 realms alone. He should warn them to be careful. The young man rushed to catch up with his colleagues. The criminal continued to drag his feet away. The civil servants were catching up with him. The young man asked how long they were going to chase him. Han stated that the evil demons must be destroyed. Even if he ran to the end of the world, he would not escape them. The young man pushed off and jumped far forward. As he jumped, he once again left black smoke behind. Han said he would destroy it with lightning. The villain said that was not all, and he had something to answer. Ching assumed that the culprit was stalling for time, but they should still capture him. The girl bared her sword and prepared to go on the attack. Ching noticed that someone else had appeared near the young man. It was a large black shadow. The criminal turned to this shadow and called it a master, and asked that the master kill them and he would swallow their souls. The man in black laughed. Ching said there was no escape from her sword and rushed to attack. The villain in black threw the girl back with a slight movement of his hand. She thought that the opponent was very fast. Han shouted for the girl to be more careful. Han summoned his inner energy, and the spirit of the old man appeared again to assist him. The man in black said that his opponent had good technique, but it wasn't enough to even injure him. The villain said that the legacy of the talisman school was indeed not bad, but even those powers couldn't handle the man in black. Han was surprised. How could there be such a thing? The girl said, "We should leave. They wouldn't be able to handle him." The young men were surprised to see that Limu was here. What was he doing here? The young man said their opponent is at the spiritual sight level. Han gave the young man a talisman and told him to run away. They already know everything about the adversary. The villain said that they won't be able to hide from him. All 3 of them started running away from the evil cultivator. He shouted that it was useless. There was no way to hide. Limu suggested that they split up. The young man said for the villain to try this and activated a lightning strike. The villain was surprised when he saw the lightning. He continued to pursue the young man. The young girl ordered Han to go back to the magistrate, and she would go to help the young man. The young man knew where to retreat to. He was sure that Han and Ching had gone to the magistrate. The evil criminals caught up with the young man. The young man found himself on the shore of the bay. This was his point of retreat. The young criminal said that the young man's death would accomplish nothing. His colleagues would await the same fate. The young man thought that Sister Sue should help him. The criminals couldn't understand where such a thick fog came from. A girl appeared beside the young man and asked what happened. Thanks to the fog, the young man was able to break away from the pursuers and told Sister Sue that he had encountered an evil cultivator of spirit sight levels, and he had to flee here. The girl told the young man not to worry and leave it to her to sort things out. Limu said that this person was very powerful. We have to be careful. The girl smiled and disappeared into the mist. The young man noticed some sort of hand appearing from the thick fog. He told his master to be more careful. The master declared that it was only a wicked soul. The girl took offense and said that he himself was an unholy soul, and so was his family. The villain told the girl to burn and directed fire at her, but he could not penetrate her. The girl activated the 3 true fires and protected herself. The evil cultivator said he wanted to see what other tricks she had. The girl took out her bone swords and said that she would try it now. The young man saw Sister Sue get into a battle confrontation with the evil cultivator. The evil cultivator began to harass the girl and threw her far back with another blow. The young boy picked up his sister. The girl declared that this was no ordinary spirit sight level practitioner. He is much stronger than that monk, and he has a soul cover. The girl said she had to use the young man's body and penetrated it. The young man realized that he had to give up his body, and he decided not to resist. The young man once again activated the thunderbolt. The lightning was aimed at the villain, but he was not hurt. The villain said that it was not a bad strike, but it was useless to him. The young man with the sword in his hand made a dash and was right in front of the villain. Their blades crossed. The girl in the young man's body thought that this was a very strong opponent. She said that they would not be able to overpower him. The most she can do is to protect the young man. The young criminal's body is full of dark energy and evil spirits, while the man in black is as calm as a bottomless pool of water. The young man thought that with Sue He's strength, he would be able to raise his strength to the 4th level. The young man thought that if he could use Sue He's magic power, he would be able to perform a technique a level higher. The young man decided to take control of Sister Sue's body. The young man said that he had an idea, and he wanted to try something. The young man tried using thunder again. The villain stated already better, but still not enough. The young man thought that now he would have to try another way. This would be a novelty for him. The young man pointed his sword directly at his opponent. The villain said that it was not enough. A simple sword couldn't hurt him. The young man decided to use a new technique. Once it was completed, magic weapons would not be able to stop him. The word technique that he couldn't even utter was successfully executed this time. Many swords were pointed at the villain afterward, and he didn't know what to do. The man in black realized that the power of heaven and earth had been used against him. The many swords struck the villain. The villain's soul decided it had to escape and left his body. The young man saw that the soul had escaped from the body. He won't let it go so easily. Another sword pierced through the soul of that fiend. Sister Sue asked, "Did he die?" The young man replied, "Definitely." "Sue," he asked, "how many secrets does the young man have?" The young man said he would definitely tell someday. The girl decided that he must be just one step away from the level of creation. This time they were really on the cusp. The young man asked Sister Sue to share the energy with him once more. There's something he wants to try. He needs her magic power. The young man tried something, but he failed. The girl stated if he continued further, her soul might dissipate. If one applied the technique further, there was no telling how powerful it would be. The girl said that she would take the strength from this young criminal, and then Li Mu could take him to the magistrate. The young man thought it was a pity that Su He couldn't leave Bishui Bay. Then they would be able to team up and use their combined strength far beyond the 4th level. Head Ching finally found the young man. She asked where the evil cultivator had gone. The young man said that when the evil cultivator was chasing him, a righteous cultivator passed by. The man killed the evil one and saved him. The man said that now he was fine. The girl said that the young man had no right to act on his own. This was the first time Li Mu had seen his mistress so evil. Old man Wang said that the young man was lucky to escape from that evil cultivator. But there was another problem. The young man realized that Mistress Ching was still angry with him. He told the girl that he had made a mistake. The young man stated that he shouldn't have taken matters into his own hands and running away without permission. The girl started reprimanding her subordinate and said that he took too much responsibility. Why did he start taking the evil cultivator away from everyone? The young man said that this is what anyone would do in his place. The young men clarified the relationship for a long time in raised tones. The young man decided to calm the older one down and massaged her shoulders a little. The girl calmed down. Ching assumed that the young man had given her a chance to survive. The guy said that he owed her life, knowledge, and even a sword. Therefore, he believes that he made the right choice. The young man held his head high and said if their lives were at stake, he would choose to save Madame Ching without hesitation. The girl told Li Mu not to do anything in the future without her permission. Otherwise, he would no longer be her subordinate. The young man thought that Ching could be persuaded after all. Han heard the conversation between the young men. Li Mu said that he would do whatever head Qing told him to do. Han overheard the conversation, decided that Li Mu was a shameless young man, so he held a grudge against him. Han said that men don't humiliate themselves like that in front of women. Li Mu objected. A great man will bow to the wind. A foolish man will throw himself into the abyss. Han said he would turn a blind eye to this today because the young man had saved him. Han couldn't understand why Lady Qin treats this young man so well and ignores him, and that lady from the pavilion making eyes at him too. Han summoned one of his subordinates and asked him a question. The man asked who was better looking than him or the young man named Li Mu. The subordinate said that Li Mu didn't look anything at all. Qing told the young man that the young criminal had condensed 7 souls in 2 weeks. They killed demons, but when the demons ran out, they attacked humans. The young man was very surprised. It turns out that all the victims were killed by the young criminal. So maybe the man in black wasn't guilty of anything. What if the man in black didn't hurt anyone? Then he killed an innocent man. The girl asked, "What's wrong with the young man?" Han stated that these demon energy fluctuations. Han stated, perhaps the young man has developed an inner demon. The girl stated that the man in black, an evil cultivator, there was nothing to pity him. In the cultivation process, inner demons only grow stronger. If one didn't fix them, cultivation would become even more difficult, and one could enter the path of a demon. The girl took the young man's hand and said that she wanted to calm him down. Han said that he himself would help the young man calm down. The girl stated that he was her subordinate and it was her duty. Han was worried. In that case, they might get even closer. He wanted to find a way to get Li Mu away from Miss Qin. The path of cultivation is very difficult. Internal demons might appear from time to time. One must be careful. The young woman said that was the end of it. The young man thanked and said that he felt much better now. Qin said that cleansing the mind would be good for the young man too. Han threw the young man a green core and said that this was the soul energy he had accumulated over the past few months. When he was getting rid of the demons, it was a reward for the young man saving his life. The young man thanked. Han said for the young man to train harder and condense his soul energy soon. Wang Wan was playing with a small puppy and wanted to pet it. The young man thought that the girl might encounter something demonic in ordinary life and wouldn't even realize that there was danger. It was better to temporarily block her natural spiritual sight. The girl was glad that the young man had returned and said when Madam comes back, they will have a great dinner. The boy told Wang Wan to close her eyes for a moment. The girl closed her eyes. The young man wiggled his fingers in front of her face and said she could open them now. The girl opened her eyes and thought they had kissed. In front of her was Mrs. Liu. The young man wondered how Miss Liu manages to appear out of nowhere. The young lady stated that she was waiting for Wang Wan to prepare dinner. The young men cooked dinner for 3. A pleasant, friendly conversation took place over dinner. Mrs. Liu became jealous of the young man with Wang Wan. The girl clung to the young man for every trifle. She couldn't calm down. Such conversations could not lead to anything good. They had to end. In the end, the girl thought it wasn't so bad to be a little self-sufficient and lonely. The young man said that he had had enough. The girls could continue without him. When Li Mu left, the lady asked Wang Wan if she wanted to marry him in 2 years. The girl was surprised at such a question. Wang Wan replied, "Why not? He is a very good man." Outside the estate gate at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a lot of people gathered and there was a commotion. People wanted to execute. Old man Ren was upset. It was about his son. The old man said that his son had cultivated immortality, but ended up losing his life. What kind of immortality was this? The young man thought that when embarking on the path of perfection, one must fight against evil and fight against oneself. If one is not careful, demons can appear. If you take one wrong step and go astray, there will be no turning back. The young man realized that so far his luck was good, but this couldn't go on forever. The boy thought, what's wrong with having a wife like Liu and living a peaceful, happy life? What more could a man want from such a gentle and virtuous wife? The young man thought that there is a flip side to the coin. Not everything in a marriage is sweet. A wife may constantly nag and berate her husband. Passing by the workroom, the young man noticed that Mrs. Qing called out to him. The girl asked a serious question. Where did the young man learn the Pure Heart Sutra? The boy didn't understand why it mattered. The girl said that when she was drawing talismans, she discovered that the sutra could increase the success rate of the talisman. The entire Talisman Academy produced no more than 10 heavenly talismans a year. The girl stated, "If the people in the Talisman Academy found out about the Pure Heart Sutra, that sect would become dominant on 10 continents. No one would be able to stop it. If rumors about it spread, it would lead to a huge calamity for the Taoist sect." Had the young man told anyone else about this? The young man said that he hadn't told anyone. Ching said if this sutra was revealed, it would lead to the young man's death. The young man heard someone outside calling the girl Lee's sister. The young man wondered, who is that arrogant person out there? The girl said that she hadn't seen Brother Wu for a long time. The young man thought that this person was like a mountain. Brother Wu asked Sister Lee to have lunch with him. The girl refused because she has to patrol. The man wondered why the girl keeps rejecting him. They're from the same sect. She knows he has an earth elemental body, so he offers her a pair cultivation. The girl says she likes to practice alone and left Brother Wu with nothing. Brother Wu saw the young man's sword and asked where did he get it from. He remembered that Sister Lee had this sword. The young man said that this sword was given to him by the chapter when she feared that he would be in danger. The man thought that there must be something extraordinary about the man Sister Lee valued. She apparently had a great opinion of the young man. The young men said goodbye. The young man thought that if he didn't possess the Tao of soul purification, Brother Wu Yu's imperceptible yin energy mixed with evil energy would have been a hindrance to his cultivation. It was good that he was able to dispel everything. The young man thought that he should learn more about Han Zhou. The young man sought out Han Zhou and said that he had a question. Does he know anything about the official Wu? Han asked, does the big man also dislike the young man? Han said, even though he is fat, his strength is first class. His cultivation speed is faster than an ordinary person. His grandfather was the oldest of Madame Qing's people, with a cultivation level of creation. Han said, he didn't know why the young man was asking, but he wanted to warn him. This person is extremely stingy and vindictive. It's best not to mess with him. The boy said he's not going to mess with him. It's not like he can beat him. The young man asked what Han Zhou reads with such interest. Han replied that it's a Taoist book. It's very deep. It is impossible for the young man to understand. Mrs. Liu wondered how can one open a haunted house? The young man asked, why not try it? The trickster is born of fear, but telling a ghost story does not cause fear in the listener. How do you make people afraid? The young man says the idea is a good one, but who will pay to let themselves be scared? The young man says the extra cost can be deducted from his share. Now he will go and tell about the book. He doesn't know anything about running the store, so count on the girl. Lu said that Mr. Ren sold his bookstore to them today. The girl thought, if Li Mu stays alive, she and Wang Wan will be happy. The listeners again demanded for the story to continue. They decided to block the doors so that the narrator wouldn't escape in the middle of the story. A young man ran outside and said they couldn't stop him. The young man heard someone ask him what happened next to his characters. The young man looked up and saw some stranger sitting in front of him. The young woman inquired if the young man was the narrator, right? The young man stated that that was the end of the stories for today. If the girl wanted a continuation, she should come back next time. The girl stated what she wanted to hear right now, and her spirit, a snake, appeared beside her. The young man thought that the demon in front of him was a werewolf, and he wouldn't be able to handle her. The girl asked if the young man had a claim on her. The boy said, no, and he is ready now to tell the continuation. The narrator told his story to the end. The girl listened attentively. Then she commented on the actions of the protagonist. The young man asked, can he go now? The girl asked if the young man had ever seen a very tall man. The boy said that there are many tall people. He needs to know what he looks like before he can answer that question. The young man noticed that the girl was beautiful but distracted. The stranger thought for a while, then she realized and tried to suggest to the young man an image of the man she was looking for. The young man saw the image of this person and became very frightened. The girl felt it and said that the young man's heart beat very fast. So he saw that person. The young man asked if the girl was immortal. The girl said that the man was one of her people. The young man said he had not seen him. The girl showed an image of another person and asked if the young man had seen this one. The boy was confused. He thought, killed one, Lizard came. Killed a lizard, a snake came crawling in. Limu said he didn't see that either. Thought the demoness was obviously out for revenge. Can't have her revealing it. The girl looked the young man in the eyes and asked again. The young man tried not to be nervous and said he didn't see anyone. The stranger walked away and said out loud that she would have to find someone else to ask. The guy thought that this girl might cause trouble in the neighborhood. We need to report this to the proper places soon. The young man saw Brother Wu and an idea struck him. The young man caught up with the girl and said that that fat man is the county guard. He might know. The young man thought that those demons were villains. So this snake was no exception since she was with them. The young man heard Brother Wu Bo wondering what kind of demon dared to come here alone. The boy heard Wu Bo trying to deal with the demon so that there would be no trouble in the future. Wu Bo was furious. He couldn't believe that the demon had escaped from him. Wu Bo shouted that he would find her and bring her to justice, and he threatened to follow her for a long time as well. The young man thought that even a demon of the fourth realm wouldn't be able to handle Wu Bo. However, that girl had succeeded. The young man took out the talisman and thought that before she found out about it, he should be the first to get rid of her. The young man noticed that the forest was in a mess. Fallen trees, holes everywhere. The young man picked up a snake demon's scales from the ground. He realized that this girl was around somewhere. The guy ran after the talisman and saw the girl lying on the ground. It looked like she was badly hurt. This Wu Bo is some kind of maniac. Limu reached for the ball and thought that by taking advantage of the moment, he could get rid of her. So the girl wouldn't blame him because he's a human and she's a demon. The guy looked at her and stopped. She looks like a girl the same age as Wang Wan. The young man thought that he is a guardian and can't take the life of a demon or a human. Decided to ask her a few questions first. The young man started to wake her up. The boy took a branch and poked the girl, asked if she was still alive. The girl opened her eyes and moaned. Demoness got up and said that the young man shamelessly deceived her. This is not the way to do with pretty girls. The young man said that he only had one question. The girl stated that he could destroy her at once. The young man decided that she had a serious injury. The guy began to threaten and said that if the girl did not answer, he would undress her. The girl said he wouldn't dare. The young man asked why the girl was looking for those two men. The girl replied that they were her people, but they broke the rules and hurt others. She wants to find them and bring order. The guy said that the girl is still lying. The girl stated if she is cheating, then let her become a dog. Only humans can cheat. The guy thought that the girl didn't have a shadow of doubt on her face. Most probably she is not lying. The girl began to cough. She was still weak. The young man thought that the girl was just holding on as hard as she could. He felt sorry that he had hurt her for nothing. The young man thought he would have to clean up this mess himself. Loaded the girl on top of him and walked forward. He knew he couldn't take her to the magistrate because they would destroy her there. The guy decided to take this girl to the bay to Suhei. Suhei wondered what the young man had done to the snake. She almost died because of him. The girl woke up and opened her eyes. The young man asked how she was feeling. The stranger was frightened and screamed, "What is he doing to her?" The young man stated that he was not interested in snakes. He is the one who killed the lizard and the small one she was looking for. He thought she was an evil demon out for revenge. So he tricked her into contacting that fat guy. There was a terrible misunderstanding. The girl claimed that all people are liars. The young man said that he could swear that he was telling the whole truth now. Otherwise, he was willing to turn into a dog. The girl thought that a practiced man wouldn't dare to break the oath. The guy asked for the girl's hand and said he would help her heal. The girl gave her hand. The young man began to heal her. The girl said she was very pleased. The girl said she felt warm, so the young man did not stop. The young man finally healed her and said he was tired. Suhei hugged the young man and said that he is too kind, depleting his magic power to save others. As he approached the magistrate, the young man heard someone swearing and shouting that he would track down this demoness after all. At the magistrate's office, the young man saw Wu Bo. There were a bunch of snakes around him. The big guy yelled that the demoness was badly injured, so she couldn't run far. The man speculated that perhaps she had been rescued by some accomplices. Wu Bo shouted, no matter how many snakes he destroys now, it won't take away the hatred in his heart. The young man thought that the fat man was really angry. Couldn't find a real demon, so he strangled a few ordinary snakes. We need to get the demoness out of here as soon as possible. The young man brought the young girl some I-do. The girl devoured it with gusto. The guy asked if she should catch some frogs or rats or something. The girl told him to eat the nasty stuff himself. The guy suggested the girl use chopsticks. She couldn't do it, and she said that only stupid people could come up with such a thing. Limu said she could eat with her hands. When she's done, he'll heal her wounds, and she could leave before it was too late. The girl said she wasn't going anywhere because she ran away from home. The young man said then she can go anywhere, not necessarily home. The girl stated that she wasn't full and wanted more. Suhei noticed that the young man had not visited the base so often before. Men always take care of new people, forgetting about others, the girl said. The boy explained that he was simply indebted to her. The young man stated that as soon as she is cured, she will leave immediately. She is just an extraneous demon. Suhei caught the young man's eye and said that if that girl is an outsider, then it turns out that Suhei is a relative. The audience in the pavilion stand and listen to the new performance. It's like nothing they've ever seen before. It's a story of terrible events. People are asking what this store is doing now. They say it's a haunted house. It used to be a bookstore, but then the owner sold it. The guy said if someone could walk through the store, he'd give him 1 silver. There were no takers yet. One brave warrior came out of the crowd and said he was willing to go for the money. The brave man was invited inside. The onlookers thought that so far this man did not seem to have met with anything inside. We should listen to him when he comes out. Suddenly the onlookers heard a scream of terror. It was not a human scream. The audience wondered what was going on inside. A daredevil came out. He demanded his silver. The man asked if any of the guests still wished to challenge and go inside on their own. Daredevil said there was nothing scary going on in there. A couple of guys had pulled up sheets and were scaring the others. Not even a coward would be scared of something like that. All the gawkers outside decided to go inside too, to get the promised silver. One daredevil sneaked inside and decided it was very dark. Although in principle, it was no big deal. The man looked at the various decorations and he was not afraid. Suddenly, a scary green monster appeared near him and said that it died a cruel death. The monster told the man to give his life. The man was terribly frightened. The hapless brave man turned around and ran away screaming. He shouted that a real ghost was here. Limu took off his mask and said that this one was also very frightened. The guy thought that fear could be absorbed by putting on a scary mask and scaring people. That way, he would accumulate enough fear emotion in a few days. Mrs. Liu asked the young man how the emotion gathering was going. Wang Wan also said hello to the young man. The boy said that he will complete the plan in a few days, and then he will be able to condense the 4th soul. The girl asked when it would be possible to charge already. The guy said she's the owner, it's up to her. 10 days ago at the opening ceremony, the business was doing quite well, but now the store is making a loss. Li Mu said he had somewhere to go, so he might not be expected for dinner. The girl thought that the man in front of her was ungrateful. After all, she's not the only one running the store. He absorbed the emotion of fear and ran away without even thanking her. Mrs. Liu said that the young man treated her like an outsider. The girls discussed among themselves for a while more about the young man's character. Mrs. Liu condemned him, while Wang Wan defended him. On the way to the bay, the young man thought that 2 or 3 more days and the snake would recover from its wounds. Lately, the young man had been all about the haunted house and healing. He noticed that from somewhere appeared strong fluctuations of magical power. The boy thought that Sister Sue was left in the bay. The young man rushed over to help. He sensed that one of the auras belonged to Suhei and the other 2 were demons. So the girl is surrounded by demons. The boy saw Suhei fighting with 2 men. The boy thought that the girl wouldn't last in this confrontation. Suhei felt that Limu appeared nearby. The demons thought that the girl wanted to escape from them. Suhei decided that the young man had appeared just in time. In that case, these 2 would not be worthy opponents for them. The young man immediately activated the lightning mode, and there was a thunderous explosion. The demons didn't expect that such an attack would be organized against them, but they managed to build a protective dome and were not harmed by the lightning. One of the demons thought that the aura of this lightning was strong. If it hits them, they will at the very least be seriously injured. At worst, it would be even worse. The young man asked his sister if these demons were capable of blocking his lightning. The girl said that they came here and immediately made an attack. It is useless to talk to them. They only understand the language of pain. Limu decided to use his magic sword. The young man pointed this sword directly at the villains. The demons decided that their opponent would quickly adapt to the attack. One of the demons swung his magic rings and there was an explosion. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, a tiger and a bull appeared instead of demons. The young man thought the demons were playing a joke on him. He wondered who else they could summon. The young man prepared his sword to attack again. The beasts thought that they couldn't escape these shadowy opponents' swords. They thought they might die today. Suddenly, someone commanded the beast to stop the battle. Suhi's guest appeared and asked what her uncle was doing here. The beast asked if their mistress was safe. The girl said that of course she was. She had been healing Sister Sue's wounds all this time. The young man was surprised. It turns out the snake demon knows these two demons. The beast turned into humans again. The girl said they were uncles from her family. The uncles apologized for such a rude intrusion and asked them not to execute them. The two uncles turned out to be very grumpy, and they argued with each other for a while. Limu used to think that all demons were rude and vicious in nature. But this bull and tiger turned out to be quite polite and simple-minded. They are more like humans, unlike humans themselves. One of the relatives asked who had injured their mistress. The girl said one fat guard. Next time she saw him, she would surely take revenge. Uncle said that physical training is always good. Otherwise, people can make demonic pills from the demon. The girl declared to her uncle not to flaunt her weaknesses. The young man smiled. The girl yelled at him that there was nothing funny here, and he should immediately attend to her treatment. Limu thought that the snake was very carefree. It seemed like she didn't need to be treated at all. The young man had the impression that he was being used. During the therapeutic process, the snake told the young man that she was very comfortable now. The young man said that the girl's wound had long since healed. The girl replied, "Of course it has healed." The boy said he knew he was being used. Since the girl had healed, he had no need to heal her anymore. The snake asked if the boy would mind becoming her husband, and then he could legally take care of her every day. The young man closed his eyes. It seemed to him that he was in trouble again. The guy said he felt nothing of the sort for the girl. He is a human. She is a demon. They can't be together in principle. The girl said the young man was wrong and made a reference to his play. The uncles said they were on their way out. The girl stated that she would come home if they took the young man with them. In parting, the snake apologized to Suhi for disturbing her. The young man said that he would meet the snake next time once he had made certain progress in his cultivation. The girl called the young man a cheat. She said her name and said that she would still come back to him. Sue. He said that this girl was fun to be with. There was someone to talk to. The young man objected. Talk and he could talk too. Suhai asked if the young man would also come here regularly again. Limu said he only came here because of his injuries. Would the girl follow him if he called her with him? Suhi replied that she can't go far away from this place. Otherwise, her soul would dissipate. The guy asked, why would that happen? The girl said he would have to look at the bottom for the answer, so she pulled him into the water. The girl warned that this lake was deeper than others. The young man, diving to the bottom, thought that the water here is transparent, and the bottom is clearly visible. It seemed to the young man that he saw something shining at the bottom. The boy was amazed. It turned out that there was a sacrificial altar at the bottom. An altar hidden underwater has the effect of condensing the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The young man decided to swim closer. The young man noticed that there was a girl on the altar. The young man was surprised. It was Suhei. The girl opened her eyes. The young man started to gasp. He couldn't move from his seat, decided that the girl was pulling his soul out of him. Panic set in. The young man jumped out of the water with a scream. He fell to the shore. He had to catch his breath. Suhai asked if he had seen the altar. The girl added that there at the bottom was her body, and what's in front of the young man now is her spiritual body. The boy said that she was able to evolve her mind. The girl replied that her body was submerged in the water, lured by the stone platform. Somehow her soul managed to escape, but she can't get too far away from the body of water. For 20 years now, her body has been fueled by the spiritual power from the platform. The inability to leave the body of water is most likely due to this platform. The boy said that he would come back here again. The young man came to the workplace and said that he had an important request for Old Man Wang. The lad showed the diagram and asked him what it was. The old man became wary and said it was a corpse feeding formation. Experienced Old Man Wang said if the young man wanted to completely destroy the information, he would have to deal with the water artery first, or wait for the corpse to get strong enough to get out of it. But actually, it's a real horror. The guy realized that releasing the corpse right now was impossible, and the rescue of Suhei must still be discussed. We have to think it over carefully. The chief gathered the personnel and said that it's for a reason. The situation in the area is very tense because of the vampire infestation. There are already cases of bites. It's a matter of time before the epidemic spreads to the entire county. Wu Bo remembered that 100 years ago, a ghostly family had turned a small country into the land of the dead. From that, the entire country had to be covered with formations to suppress the calamity. Countless high-ranking cultivators were used to do so. Ching said that the northern county, it was the ancestral home of the talisman sect that would not allow the spread of vampires. The chief said that this time, it would be necessary to act without delay, and to everyone involved, convey this information. Head Ching approached the rank and file and said that there was an important matter that needed to be brought to their attention. The young man thought that he had a bad feeling. The girl said that there was a disaster with the vampires. The epidemic might spread soon. We should warn people not to go out at night. The young man thought that just one jumping vampire had become their headache. If there was an outbreak in the county, the consequences would be unthinkable. Old Man Wang said that the talisman sect wouldn't let it get very far. Even if a spirit vampire appeared, it wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Ching said that many disciples of the talisman sect had come down from the mountains to help fight the vampires. The young man thought, when this calamity subsides, he will be able to focus on fear. Fear is a negative emotion, and it takes a lot of energy to refine it. The young man wondered how he could get energy from the vampires. Head Ching said that she had a matter for Limu. The girl said that there was a large amount of energy left in the vampires' bodies. She would help the youth gather that energy so that he could condense the fourth soul. Ching noticed that the young man wouldn't be able to deal with the jumping vampires right now. It would be dangerous for Limu to gather energy by himself. The young man asked why the girl was so kind to him. Ching replied that he is her subordinate. Therefore, she is responsible for his life. The young man said he understood the point. The guy thought that there are a lot of jumping and maybe even flying vampires in the area. Even if a spiritual vision realm practitioner is involved, it's dangerous to be alone. Wu Bo saw that Head Ching was devoting a lot of time to the young man. He thought that the young man was thus building his career in a friendly group, and held a grudge against the young man. Suddenly, a Buddhist monk appeared. He said hello to Wu Bo. The monk asked why this man had killed so many living beings. The man said that they were just snakes, as many as he wanted to kill. Wu asked why the monk picks on him if others kill chickens and ducks. The monk said that chickens and ducks are pets. People kill them for food, but they still accumulate bad karma. The monk said that Wu killed the snakes because he had bad thoughts in his head. It will have bad consequences. Wu replied maybe he kills snakes for food. Snake meat is delicious. Wu said, today he even ate snake soup and offered the monk a bowl of soup. The monk said hopefully, Wu will not make any more mistakes. The man said he did not believe in the Buddhist endless sea of suffering. The monk said that a man should be kind and compassionate. Wu stated that snake bile is a very useful thing. Wu cut one snake in front of the monk and said if he didn't catch the one he wanted, he would kill all the snakes in the neighborhood. Limu wanted to show something to his boss. They were in a deserted place. The young man showed how he could summon lightning. The girl was surprised to think that it was Taoism, an incredibly powerful technique. The young man said that it was the Tao of Thunder technique. This technique surpasses all ordinary spells, but the number of the strongest is very small. If one possesses this skill, one can resist even flying vampires. The girl wondered why the young man was passing this thunder technique to her. The boy suggested that the girl give it a try. Head Ching tried it and summoned purple thunder and the same purple lightning. The effect was stunning. The young man thought that this thunder was much more powerful than white thunder. The girl declared that she would practice this technique. Ching said that she would not ask the young man where he got this technique from, because everyone has their own secrets. The young man has his own task and his own secrets. The young man stood in silence. The young man thought that the girl trusted him a lot. The young man invited the girl to come over for lunch. She surprisingly agreed. The young man was very excited. He knew that his co-workers had invited Ching several times, but she kept turning them down. The guy said that he was ready for his guest to cook the best noodles. The girl agreed. Colleagues at work noticed that the head of Ching went into Li Mu's house. The men were very surprised that the young man closed the door tightly behind him. The young man invited the girl to sit down. He himself went to prepare a meal. The girl saw a manuscript of a popular book on the table. Did he really write this book? Next to the manuscript lay a woman's golden stiletto. From the next room came someone's voice. He asked if the young man had finished the 5th volume of his story. Liu came into the room and asked if her hairpin was here. It seems she forgot it yesterday. Mrs. Liu asked the guest who she was. Ching said she was Li Mu's colleague. Liu said she was his neighbor. He is not home right now. Ching handed her neighbor a hairpin and asked, "Was this what she was looking for?" Liu said thank you. A young man appeared and asked if they had met already. The young man introduced the girls to each other and remembered that he still had noodles cooking in the pot. "We should hurry up." The young man went to look after the noodles and said that they would be ready soon. Wang Wan appeared. The young girl was excited that the noodles would be ready soon. Wang Wan asked a co-worker if the girl would be having lunch at their house today. Liu shouted that it's not their house. It's just that the girl often takes meals here. Ching asked Liu, is she a practitioner too? Liu said she is not a practitioner, just learned a few things. The girls exchanged compliments and called each other cute. The young man at lunch thought that the girls were just chatting at first. Why aren't they saying a word now? Li Mu talked to a co-worker about a work-related topic. Ching'an supported this conversation. Then she put down the chopsticks and said that she had finished her meal, thanked for the food and hospitality, and said she was going back to work. The young man told Ching to take care of herself. The neighbor asked what kingdom is Mrs. Li Ching in. The young man said it was in the 3rd. Liu was surprised. The boy said she has been practicing since she was a child. Liu said that she is very beautiful and has a high cultivation level. She can't become like that. The young man thought that his neighbor with great looks, beautiful figure, high aspiration for self-cultivation, and has a pure yin body. In addition, she is rich. Liu said that the co-worker treats the young man very well. This is the first time he brought someone to lunch. The boy noticed that in this world, Ching is the most trustworthy person for him. Everyone who is kind to him, he keeps in his heart and never forgets. Guy said that the energy in the body of vampires would be useful for soul condensation. This time, he will go to help the girl gather some energy. With her talent, she would soon be able to reach the soul condensation realm. While the young man was pouring himself an extra portion of noodles, he noticed that everyone had already dispersed. Mrs. Liu returned to her home and said that she was very angry. She asked the maid if she was treating the young man well. The girl replied that the mistress was very kind to him, like no one else. The girl sadly remarked that she was not as good to Li Mu as his co-worker. Madam said that she is not angry with her neighbor because all men are pigs. Wang Wan thought that their neighbor would cook pork for them. Mrs. Liu rebuked her assistant, said she only has one food on her mind. She wouldn't understand even when her husband was stolen from her. The girl was afraid. Who would steal her husband? Liu calmed her down. She said she wasn't even married yet. She called Wang Wan a fool. The girl said her mistress is very smart and she will follow her for the rest of her life. Liu asked how will the girl be able to follow her for the rest of her life when she gets married, and pulled the girl by her ear. Work environment. Li Ching asked the young man, what are his plans? The young man replied that he had already condensed 3 souls so he could handle ordinary vampires. The girl stated that everything will be fine as long as the young man stays by her side. The young man looked at Ching and realized that she must have met his roommate at some point, and she had seen right through Liu Hanyan at a glance. The young man thought that he shouldn't have lied and said that he only told her about the pure heart. The girl said he could pass the technique to whomever he wanted and didn't need to explain anything to her. Li Mu said, he is glad that Mrs. Ching is not mad at him. The girl asked why. Should she be mad at him? The co-workers looked into the young man's room and said, he is still too inexperienced. They explained when a woman says she is angry, more often than not she is not. When a woman says she is not angry, she is definitely furious. The young man became upset. Was the head really angry? The guy really couldn't guess what women were thinking. His neighbor expresses all emotions at once. His work colleague, all emotions are restrained. Old man Wang said that the young man should be careful when dealing with vampires. He doesn't want the young man to be buried before he is. The man lashed out at old man Wang and said he considers him a friend. Why does the old man treat him like a child? The old man shouted if Sean strangled him, he would have to buy a coffin with his own money. The young man walked out of the room. He could no longer bear these worthless conversations. The young man thought that he should prepare to go on a business trip. 2 days passed. The expert civil servants arrived at the scene. There were many wounded people around. The young man assumed that all these people had been injured by vampires. A Buddhist monk also happened to be in the same area. The local elder said hello to the new arrivals and thanked them for coming to help. He said he would tell them about the incidents. The elder showed the scene and told them what the situation was in the county. The old man said that help came from all the counties. Many immortal masters had descended from the talisman sect. Even the flying vampire had been destroyed. Fortunately, not all the cities were affected. The elder said that they were now seeing the injured who had suffered on the battlefields with the vampires. There are many underground caves in this county. The vampires are hiding in them. Even cultivators don't dare to go in there. It's dangerous everywhere at night. The old man showed a building where the civil servants could spend the night. The monk proceeded to treat the injured. He said if you don't get rid of the corpse energy, it will spread to the whole body. Then the person would lose his mind and become dead. The monk removed the corpse energy with Buddhist light. Li Mu said that he could help the monk and also began to heal with Buddhist light. The monk stated that Master Li was born with the roots of wisdom. He has only been practicing for a few months, and he already has such skills. Perhaps the young man could become a Buddhist monk in the future. The young man didn't want to continue talking about this topic. The boy thought that all monks sway people to their side. The young man asked the elder to call the people and practitioners who were affected by vampires. He would help them remove the corpse poison together with this monk. Li Mu and the Buddhist monk conducted many healing sessions. All those who recovered passionately thanked the masters for their invaluable help. Toward evening, a young man said that he was very tired. The monk looked intently at the young man and asked if he didn't need virtue. The monk suggested that the young man close his eyes and mentally experience his surroundings. The young man closed his eyes and visualized virtue. The boy thought it was something other than the 7 emotions. The monk suggested that the young man try to gather virtue into his body. The young man noticed that the Buddhist Dharma in the body began to circulate faster. The boy thought, no wonder that monk likes to enlighten others, saying that helping others is helping yourself. Turns out there's such a benefit to doing good deeds. The neighbor and her maid periodically looked into the young man's yard. He hadn't been home for 2 days. Mrs. Lu was very angry. Lu said that she didn't really want to see him. The mistress saw a note at the door. The young man informed that he had gone on business. Girls should stay home at night and lock the doors and windows, and carry a talisman with them. Liu didn't understand. Are there really a lot of vampires in this county? The girl crumpled the note with anger and said that no one needed his help. The civil servants were traveling along a mountain path. They saw a village up ahead. As they got closer, the young men saw that the village had been destroyed. It was terrible. In such small villages, all the people could turn into vampires. During the epidemic, over 1,000 innocent people were killed by vampires. The young man thought that the scourge of vampires in this county had reached a serious level. The county magistrate was dismissed by the district magistrate to investigate. Han said that they couldn't take care of those who had already died. We have to head inland as soon as possible. We have to finish off the vampires as soon as possible. The young men were caught up by some dog. The dog, glaring with demonic eyes, growled and lunged at the civil servants. Big Wu spotted it and shouted for everyone to be careful. The man sliced the dog in half with a sharp thrust of his blade and said the dog had attacked the wrong man. The young man thought that this fatty was already at the peak of his cultivation. Although he's huge, he's not slow at all. It's hard to catch its fast movements. The snake was lucky to be able to escape from him. The monk said he hopes the dog will be reborn in the next life. Wu stated that evil beings don't have souls, therefore they cannot be reborn. Han noticed that a little farther away is a village of refuge set up by the government. They should proceed there. The young men approached this village. They noticed that it was well guarded. Han met the villager. The man said that he would be right down. The man opened his mouth and ordered and told everyone to come in. The local told the current situation. He said that zombies hide underground during the day, and at night they attack the village, and they don't have enough men to fend off the attack. Han said they would stay in the village for the next night. The young man wondered why the big man was so quiet now. The big man looked at the young boy. The boy noted that looking at Wu Bo was like looking at a poisonous snake. One must be very vigilant and careful with this man. A local resident said that the conditions here are still bad. There are vacant houses of villagers in the village, so they can choose anyone they want. Wu Bo pushed everyone away and said that he was going to rest and to stay out of his way if he has nothing else to do. Han said for the locals to ignore this ignoramus. It's just the kind of upbringing he has. The locals said Brother Wu is very talented. He's just a little arrogant. The young men saw the vampires standing motionless. The elders said that they were all previously sealed vampires. Head Qing tried to work with these vampires. There was no response from the vampires. The girl said that there was nothing alive in this jumping vampire. Qing suggested burning these vampires first. From the 3 waves, there was no energy in the dozens of vampires. Could it be that there was no energy in the vampires at all? The young man thought that in that case, this trip would be in vain. The next day in the village came. A local said that they had taken the initiative to find the cave where the vampires were hiding, to try and eliminate them once and for all. Han said that they have 3 condensation level masters. Han stated that they can also condense souls, so if they encounter a flying vampire, they can still fight it. The local said that one of the civil servants should stay in the village. Han said, then he will stay. Head Qing said the underground caves are very dangerous and suggested that the young man should stay in the village. The young man said he is in control and will go to the caves. The young man told the local man that he would not be a burden. He has some secret techniques to deal with the vampires. The local said that now is the time to move out. This mountainside has no light all year round due to the difficult terrain. Even condensation level practitioners don't dare to go too deep. There was only one underground cave in the vicinity of this village. A local said that vampires were most likely hiding here. One should be prepared for anything. The local showed a map and said that this diagram of the cave made by the villagers, if it was too dangerous, one should leave this place immediately. The girl said that the young man should follow her all the time and not stray far away. Qing handed out talismans to everyone and said that it would hold their energy so that it would be hard to detect them. Wu stated that they were just a bunch of worthless monsters. Everyone received their talismans, thanked, and moved deeper into the cave. They moved slowly and with caution. The big guy said he could feel the corpse energy. The local said the vampires were sleeping now. Yang energy is at its peak. We have to be careful, control our breathing, and not wake the vampires. Moving with caution, the expedition came to a place where there were a lot of vampires. The guy couldn't understand what was going on. Only a few jumping vampires near the center had weak energy. The one in the middle sucked all the energy out of them. The local said that this vampire's power is very close to that of the flying vampire, so one should stay calm and not wake him up. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't wake up until sunset. The young people decide to use talismans to immobilize the vampires. Then they will all deal with the one on the rock together. The local man said that they shouldn't fight here as the corpse energy is very strong. In the end, each vampire got their own personalized talisman. The young man attached the talisman to the vampire the old-fashioned way, by hand. The boy thought that these vampires were once villagers. They could have lived a simple, peaceful life. Now they had become unconsciously evil. The young man thought that the vampire in the center had absorbed the energy he needed from all the vampires nearby. If the young man could absorb the energy of the center one, he would condense the 4th soul in one fell swoop and still have some left over. He would be able to share it with his neighbor and her maid. The guy thought that he only had 1 talisman left. We have to finish this quickly. The young man saw that the vampire standing in front of him was awake. The young man noticed that many of the vampire's eyes lit up. He thought that this was a bad thing. The boy didn't realize what he should do. There was only 1 talisman left. It was too late to try to hold them back. The young man decided to block his own energy and place the talisman on his forehead. The evil and horrible vampires that were already approaching the young man suddenly stopped. The young man looked into the distance and saw that there were countless vampires. It was impossible to control them. The young man was worried lest the center vampire on the rock woke up. More than 10 jumping vampires woke up and they jumped up sharply. The young man noticed that the vampires were coming at them. Moreover, they were jumping vampires. Wubo said that they were surrounded. Ching stated that they would fight here. The locals said to withdraw. The expedition decided to withdraw the same way. The vampires were chasing them. Head Ching said for the young man to run forward. She will hold the vampires back. Limu said to help the head of Ching. Wubo stated that if he becomes, the vampires will catch up with him. The guy realized that something had to be done. The vampires were getting closer and closer, even the ones with the talisman. The boy tripped and fell. The vampire was already there. The big guy said he couldn't stop because he could get killed. Many vampires were already in the passage. The guy realized that he couldn't go there because he would be destroyed there. The young man activated thunder and lightning, but missed. The vampire turned out to be very fast. The young man drew his sword. Those vampires were trying to absorb his energy. The boy was afraid that his energy might be depleted. The girl wanted to help the young man. Brother Wu wouldn't let her. He said he couldn't help him anymore. Ching said if he didn't get out of the way, he'd die. So she decided to use Taoist magic. Wu got scared and let the girl pass. The monk said he knew that Wu woke the vampires on purpose, and he's going to tell everyone about it. He deliberately framed his colleagues. Wu stated, in that case, the monk will go to hell now. The local asked where the others were. Wu replied that they wanted to die. It was not his fault. The young man thought it was over. The vampires were getting bigger and bigger. The young man activated the thunder and lightning again. Suddenly, the young man saw that the head of Ching had come to his aid. The girl pointed to another exit. The monk stated that this exit was blocked, and they would not be able to get out of there so easily. Everyone noticed that the vampire in the center had awakened. The girl said that now they will fight to the death. The center vampire screamed and walked towards the passage they came from. Limu thought that this vampire was more intelligent. The monk assumed that this vampire wanted to let them go. The local in Wu noticed the vampire chasing them. They had to go back and reunite with the remaining members of the expedition. The young man suggested that the central vampire would soon turn into the flying leader of the others. The girl said that this cave was filled with corporeal energy and isolated from the outside world. Their energy cannot be replenished. She can no longer use thunder or her strength will completely run out. Ching decided to try the talisman against these vampires. Along the way, she fought them using her sword. The youngsters scattered the remaining talismans at the vampires. Wu saw a free exit from the cave and wanted to take the chance. However, a vampire grew in front of him again. He growled menacingly. Suddenly, a very strong wind rose around the center vampire. All the talismans were blown off the vampires. The young man said that this vampire king had already developed a basic spiritual intelligence. He used these low-level vampires to deplete their talismans and suck out their energy. The monk said for everyone to gather around him, and he would use solar energy. The vampires wouldn't dare approach. The monk created a protective solar dome. The vampire's black energy kept bouncing off the Buddha's light. The monk worked very hard to maintain this light. The monk stated that the Buddha light could handle the vampire, but its energy would not be enough. The young man asked the monk to lend some of his energy. The monk lent him some of his energy. The young man said something Buddhist, and the monk trusted him. After the young man engaged, the monk thought that the Buddha's light had diminished a little but had become more concentrated. The monk decided to channel all his energy into the young man's body. The boy said he had limited power. One vampire suddenly snuck up on Wubo. The big guy sent him far back with one powerful punch. Wubo scattered talismans and shouted that he could do without vampires. The young man thought that he hadn't had any run-ins with Wubo, and they weren't enemies. But he had deliberately awakened the vampires and blocked the way for the young man to die. Without committing revenge, practicing was pointless. Wu asked a local to cover him while he dealt with the talisman. The talisman was Earth level. The man was surprised. Did Wu really have an Earth level talisman? That means Wu could kill all the vampires in one fell swoop. The man said he envies the big guy because he has a really powerful Earth level talisman. It's a great treasure. With that, the local pierced Wubo's body with his hand and pulled out his heart. Wubo cried out in pain. The monk said that the man had a grudge against the big man, but he hadn't shown it before. The young man couldn't believe that this master had taken the demonic path and massacred Wubo. The man said in order for there to be progress in his own self-development, he must rely only on his own strength. Wubo said that the man had brought them here on purpose. The man replied that he hadn't allowed Wubo to die yet. He still needed him. The local turned to the vampire and said that according to their agreement, the energy of this man's souls belonged to them and the souls themselves belonged to him. The vampire leader grinned. The central vampire began to blow out air. The young man thought that his soul had almost left his body just because of that vampire's breath. Wubo began to come to his senses. The young man wondered if his heart had recovered. The local looking at the big guy was frightened and said, "No way. Could it be that he has a heavenly talisman? Only with a heavenly talisman can one regenerate severed limbs and survive even after beheading." Wubo said that the only heavenly talisman he had was the one he used in this way. Wu raised the earth-ranked talisman and told his opponent to die. The man asked the vampire king for help. The vampire king covered the traitor with his body. The man thought he was saved. The head vampire grabbed the man by the throat and sucked all the life and energy out of him. The man turned into an old man and gave up his spirit. The vampire took his cloak and said that the corpse energy was gone. Ching said that this vampire turned into a flying vampire, and it would be hard to deal with him now. They should all attack together. Wu put a talisman on his forehead and told them not to drag him into this showdown. The girl said that now was not the time for hard feelings. Wu instantly disappeared. The monk said it was an earth transfer technique. Wu ran away. The young man said he was ready to fight this vampire, but he wasn't interested in them. The vampire rushed after Wubo. Wubo ran out of the cave and thought he was finally saved. This journey had been dangerous. Although he had spent the talisman his grandfather had given him, but he still survived. The man saw a flying vampire hovering above him. He thought, how could that one get out? Li Mu said that the vampires seemed to have stopped. The vampires didn't move. The girl stated that the vampire king didn't come back either. The monk stated that in the way of practice, Master Qin, in the end, could not resist the temptation. The young man added, no one could have imagined that Brother Qin would conspire with the vampire king, and that a disciple of the talisman school would turn into an evil cultivator. Old man Wang was right. The nature of cultivation was such that the strong would devour the weak. Even if one doesn't harm others, one can't guarantee that they won't harm you. One must be careful and vigilant and not trust others lightly. Everyone noticed that an old acquaintance, the monk Zhuandu, had appeared in the cave. The monk declared that Master Li's wisdom was so profound that he was wrong last time. The boy thought he had been exposed, and now the monk would offer him to become a monk again. The young monk greeted his uncle and said he was happy to see him here. Zhuandu said he happened to pass by here yesterday and discovered a corpse energy in the cave, so he came down here for reconnaissance. The young monk said that the flying vampire had escaped. We should get rid of it as soon as possible. Zhuandu said that we have to get out of here first. Head Qing said that we should first burn all the vampires in this cave. The young men set the vampires on fire and headed out. Zhuandu suggested the young man to join the cohort of monks on the way. The monk said he was willing to discuss terms with the young man. The young man asked if he could not shave. Could he not live in the temple? The monk nodded affirmatively. The young man asked if he could marry. The monk shook his head negatively. Qing stated that the young man did not want to be a monk, and there was no need to cling to him. The monk thought that they are together. In that case, he decided no more coercion. But he still had one request. Li Mu also thought that everything was going well until the monk started to coerce him. The monk said that perhaps the young man's strength would help the abbot of their monastery regain his footing and solve old problems. The monk said that he could borrow the young man's energy for this time. The temple would be indebted to the young man. The boy said that he can save lives, but he is not very powerful. Therefore, he may disappoint. The young monk said that Li Mu has a very powerful sutra. People saw that a bloodied Wubo was in front of them. It is unclear what happened to him. Is he still alive? The monk said that his souls were scattered. The vampire had sucked out his blood and life force. If he hadn't escaped, he wouldn't be in this state. Zhuan Du stated that he was destined to do so, and no one should blame him. The senior monk said that he should pursue the vampire. The one ran off to the west. The young man noticed that that vampire had become a flying vampire. Zhuan Du promised that he would definitely meet that vampire. The young monk said that his uncle had acquired a golden body long ago, and he would be able to deal with the flying vampire. Head Qing said that they should return to the village first. In the village, the young men were met by Han and asked why they had returned so quickly. Had they gotten rid of the vampires? The young man said they had gotten rid of the vampires, but one flying one had managed to escape. So the experienced monk gave chase. Han asked what happened to Bo and Brother Qin. The young man said that Wu Bo had been killed by the flying vampire, and Brother Qin had conspired with the vampire to drag them into a cave and condemn them to certain death. The monk added that Qin had almost killed Master Wu, but all his strength was sucked out by the vampire. Han didn't believe that Qin could have done what they said. The girl confirmed that it was all true. Qin had long ago taken the path of evil and brought cultivators to the cave to give the vampires their souls. Han was terribly upset. He said that it was impossible. The man turned around in frustration and ran off to the village, saying on the way that Qin couldn't have done such a thing. The young man said that he should leave Han alone for now. Han decided to get some privacy and secluded himself on the roof. He sat on the roof and remembered the past conversation with Brother Qin. He realized that he had left him in the village on purpose, so that nothing would happen to him. Li Mu came up to Han and asked if he was crying. Han said no, he had dust in his eyes. The young man noticed that Han's voice was shaking. Han said Li Mu annoys him. Why do all the women like him so much? The young man speculated, probably because he is handsome. Han said his interlocutor is shameless. He wasn't like that before. Li Mu noticed that people change all the time. Han said that Qin's brother had changed too. Han thought that Qin used to be the hardest working, most diligent practitioner in their company. He had become an evil cultivator, probably because he was jealous of Wu Bo. Han said that Brother Qin was in charge of his practice. He only managed to gather qi the first time with his help. Han added that in this world, Qin was the best person for him apart from his parents and master. Li Mu doesn't know what it is because he doesn't have a spiritual master. The young man said that he has a spiritual guide. Han imagined who that might be. Li Mu asked why the companion is not interested in who his spiritual master is. Han said that he didn't want to know. Han stated for the young man to leave him alone and leave this rooftop now. The young man thought that practicing together was unfair. One should be able to tolerate being alone and endure trials. Although vampires are terrifying, what's even more terrifying is the complex human heart. Han stated that he was returning to the sect to report the news about Brother Qin and Wu Bo. The young man thought that he wanted to hurry home to eat the dinner that Madame Lu had prepared, especially since the vampires in the neighborhood have all been wiped out. In the evening, monk Zhuan Du showed up. He said that the flying vampire was too fast and he couldn't catch it. The monk asked the young man, did he want to use the vampire's energy for his cultivation? These days, he had collected quite a lot of energy from the vampires he had killed and is willing to give it to the young man. The monk handed the young man a green core and said that it was the energy from the vampires he had killed. The young man noticed that there was a lot of energy here. There would still be a lot left after the anger was purified. The monk reminded him of his request and said that when he returned, he would ask the magistrate if they would release the young man to help. The young man reported to the superiors that Wu Bo had been killed by a flying vampire. The superior said that it was unpleasant news. It would be difficult to explain to the talisman sect. The young man asked, is his boss really afraid of the talisman sect and that it would make their work difficult? The boss said that behind them was the courtyard of the great Zhou dynasty. The chief said that the county had been busy with official duties lately and had no time to mess with the sect. The young man thought that the talisman sect and the county had their own differences. Otherwise, the sect could send one of the creation-level practitioners who could resolve the crisis in the county. The young man's brother wondered if the fatty was dead, and he was finally dead, and then he had to be burned. The young man asked where old man Wang was now. Shan said Wang had gone on vacation. He wanted to visit relatives. The young man wondered if old man Wang had any other relatives. Shan asked if the guy was counting on his inheritance. The young man thought that now that the 4 souls had been condensed, he had some of the energy given to him by Master Zhuandu. This should be enough for Miss Lu and Wang Wan. They will be able to purify their souls. The young man walked towards the house. The boy asked what Wang Wan was thinking about. The girl was glad that her neighbor had returned. Wang Wan said that her mistress had been worried about the young man for days. Just then, Mrs. Lu appeared and said she wasn't worried at all. Lu said she was afraid that if the young man was bitten by a vampire, Wang Wan would have nowhere to eat. The girl thought that her mistress was still angry. The young man asked if they had anything to eat. He was very hungry. Lu said for the young man to change his clothes and wash his hands. She had just boiled some noodles. The young man got full and thanked her for the delicious food, pulled out a green kernel and said it was for his roommate. Lu said she wasn't going to forgive the young man just because he gave her a piece of jade. The young man said that the energy in this jade could help her and Wang Wan purify their souls. When it comes to practicing, it's best to be down to earth. The young people clarified their relationship for a while longer. Mrs. Lu made unreasonable claims against the young man, as if he had been her husband for a long time. The young man, to calm the girl down, reminded her that she had a pure yin body. It was the perfect body for pair cultivation. Lu thought that the young man was hitting on her. The girl stated that the young man was dreaming. The guy said that it didn't have to be him. He warned that Lu wasn't his type. Mrs. Lu asked Li with resentment, "Is Qing his type?" The young man replied that he wasn't really. The young man dreamed if the girl had the strength of Wang Wang's head and character. The boy added, "And besides, his suitor would be as rich as Madame Lu." Mrs. Lu turned purple with anger. The young man, suspecting he had said something wrong, asked if there was any tea, very thirsty. Lu stated that she would not even give him water from the pot. The young man wrote a report. He mentioned tens of thousands of caves and tombs. But he believed that safety was paramount. The elder of the talisman sect had killed all the vampires in the area. The guy looked regretfully at the door and said, "It's a pity Guard Wu won't come back again." However, he had framed his colleagues and betrayed them. Someone like that, and killing him is not enough. The young man saw that Head Qing had returned. The guy said he was glad everyone had returned safely and asked if they had caught the flying vampire. The girl said they hadn't managed to do so. A lot of people had been looking for it, but it had all been to no avail. The girl thought that something was wrong here. The young man wondered why the vampire, after killing Wu Bo, didn't return to the cave to continue killing. A traveling old man in one of the villages offered his talisman and said if he used it, the girl would have a big and healthy baby. The girl thanked the Taoist master. It seemed to the master that a bat had just flown over him. The bat turned into a huge man who turned to the women who were leaving. The old man watched them. The huge man turned out to be Wu Bo's grandfather, Elder Wu. The girls recognized the immortal master. The elder showed the girls an image of the man and asked if they had ever seen him. The girls said that there was no such person in their village. The elder told the girls that talismans are a way of communicating with spirits and ghosts, and that they should not believe charlatans in the future. The girls pounced on the old man and told him he was a liar to give them their money back for the fakes. The old man shouted to the elder that they were all in the same boat. Why is he doing this? The elder decided that the old man was a charlatan and decided to move on. The man thought, how could this old Taoist define his kingdom in one word? The old man asked if his talisman was a fake. The elder took the talisman and felt that it was full of aura and it didn't dissipate. This is an unusual talisman. The elder apologized to the Taoist and said that it was a real talisman. The old man motioned for the man to follow him. The old man said the man is after a flying vampire. The elder explained that that vampire had killed many people, and his grandson included. We need to get rid of him immediately. The old man said that the former head of the talisman sect was a benefactor to him. Today, he will fulfill his duty. The old Taoist remarked if the man continued to pursue him, his grandson would not be the only one to die at his hands. The elder said that the flying vampire had only evolved. The old man raised his hand and activated the mystic light technique. The men saw a vampire running ahead. The old man said it was the one he was looking for. The mystic light disappeared. The elder said this vampire destroyed the old man's technique. The old man said, if one wants to get rid of this vampire, it is better to come to the main peaks. The young man studies the soul condensation mantra. The order of soul purification and soul condensation can be reversed. His last 3 souls should be born out of hatred, love, and lust. But before refining his soul, the young man thought it should be condensed. The lad decided that he would concentrate on what he had for now. He had yet to find a way to quickly gather love and lust. There are cultivators who seduce young girls by deception and rob their bodies of their senses, and then abandon them. That's why they make the girls hate them. In this way, love, lust, and hate can be gathered at the same time in one fell swoop. The guy got upset. He could never do that, because it's inhumane. The young man came to the realization that the only way to legally get love and lust was to find a wife. The young man suggested that maybe this was God's hint and he should marry several girls at once. Monks entered the young man's office and asked if he had time to visit their temple now. The boy said that he would now alert his superiors and they could go. The young man remembered a past visit to this temple when they had dealt with the demon tiger. He had felt something incredible here then. The monks said they should proceed past the Buddha hall and through several more long corridors. Then they would find the abbot of the monastery. The young man saw many believers chanting the scriptures. The power of their merit was pouring into the statue. The monk asked if Master Li was interested in merit. The fellow said that this power is completely magical and he doesn't know what the secret is. This power is called merit in Buddhism and in Taoism, the power of the mind. The imperial court is considered a national level fortune. She said so it can help practitioners with perfection and also help and unify the national movement. The monk brought the young man to the abbot of the monastery. He introduced them to each other. The young man greeted the abbot. The abbot said that he wanted to ask the young man for a favor. The abbot wanted the young man to use his energy to heal him. The young man engaged in the healing. The young man thought that his power was not enough. Xuandu decided to transfer his energy to the young man. The young man thought that with such pure and profound Buddhist power, he could try to use the Buddha's light again. The young man said that Master Xuandu's power was almost exhausted today. Therefore, that was it for today. The young man thought that every time there is a breakthrough through the realm and knowledge cultivation, the toxins of dirt are eliminated from the body. This makes the body more flexible. The young man thanked Master Xuandu for his help. The young man noticed that the abbot's complexion began to look much better. He said he could repeat the procedure a few more times. The monk offered the young man a bath and said that a change of clothes would be ready. 9. The young man thought that Master Xuandu had told him about the method of cultivating the first realm of Buddhism. If he followed this practice, his physical strength would increase greatly. The boy thought it was exciting. The young man was called out by Han's co-worker. Accused the young man of becoming a monk. The young man said he was just borrowing a uniform. The young man didn't understand why Han expected him to become a monk. The young man came home and said that he had returned. Mrs. Liu asked why he smelled so bad. Had he fallen into a dung pit? And what are those clothes he is wearing? The young man said that his uniform had become dirty, so he had to borrow an outfit, and dirty clothes have to be re-washed. The young man stated that there was no need to wash his clothes. He could do it himself. Liu stated that he couldn't do it himself. The girl was horrified. How did he manage to get his clothes so stinky? While the girl was busy washing his clothes, the young man decided that he would wash the vegetables for lunch. Liu stated that she found some unusual books at the bookstore today. The girl said that she put these books to the young man in the study. Liu took the young man's hand and said that his skin became whiter and more tender. The neighbor wondered if the young man was practicing some skincare technique behind her back. The guy thought, doesn't Liu still want to maintain her beauty? She draws spiritual energy into her body every day, and with the facial enhancement talisman, there is no need for her to learn Buddhist techniques. The young man said that he doesn't practice any secret techniques. He always looked like this. It's just that Liu didn't notice. The girl said the young man is handsome, but you can't tell that from his demeanor. The boy said Liu was beautiful too. It was the morning of the next day. Bishui Bei. The young man spread food on the table. Su, he said that as soon as the snake left, he stopped coming here. What was he thinking about when he came today? The guy said he had recently returned from a business trip. He had a lot of work to do. He came here as soon as he got off. The young man said he destroyed all the vampires, but one flying one escaped. The boy noticed he was interested in the body at the bottom of the lake. The young man asked around and learned that the altar under the water was a complex formation. It is almost impossible to break through from the outside, only when it gets strong enough to come out. But then Suhei would be in danger. The girl said, "Well then, let her try. She'll be able to fend for herself." The guy countered that the female body underwater has the same origin as Suhei. If it is possible to destroy her spirit consciousness and Suhei takes over her body, she will come back to life. The girl stated, "The soul body is not originally created and cannot be reborn by rebirth. A soul is a soul, a corpse is a corpse." Suhei said, "Even if you combine them, you will get evil, so there is no point in trying." The boy said, "You can't let that corpse absorb the girl." The young man said, "If the body shows signs of coming out of the formation, we should activate that talisman, and he'll get here as soon as he can." The boy plucked a lock of his hair and wrapped it in yellow paper. It was a talisman. The young man called this talisman a guide. With this hair, he would automatically look for it. When he sees the talisman, he will realize that the girl is in trouble and immediately rush to help. The girl says she understands and she won't lose the talisman. There's a man waiting outside the magistrate's office. Li Mu came over and asked who the monk was waiting for. The man said he's not a monk. Just because he's bald doesn't mean he's a monk. The young man apologized and said he was wrong. The man said that he came here from the ancestral court of the talisman sect. "We have to inform Li Qing that Master Ma is looking for her." The young man realized that it was Uncle Ma who had arrived and said that he would take him to his head. The men saw that the study was empty. The young man suggested that the girl might be out on patrol right now. The boy suggested that the old man rest in her office for now. The old man said that he would be looking for the district judge now. The young man stated that the supervisor was not available right now. The old man asked when he would be back. Suddenly Sean appeared and said that the judge had been looking for the young man all morning. The guy looked at Master Ma and said, "I guess his boss must have just returned." The old man turned around and saw Li Qing. The girl asked what brought Uncle Ma here. Streak said that Wu Bo's death was a great loss to their sect. He died in the line of duty, so the magistrate should give an explanation. The young man poured tea and said that Uncle Ma was tired from the road. He needs to quench his thirst before going to the magistrate. The old man thought he had already drunk 10 cups of tea. Sean said the magistrate was in place and waiting for a visitor. The district magistrate said he was happy to welcome Master Ma to his place. The old man said the judge is very courteous. The judge said that the vampire epidemic has spread to almost the entire county. Thanks to the talisman sect, they were successfully gotten rid of them. The old man agreed and said that practitioners should take care of people. He was poured tea again. The judge suggested this time a very good tea that is popular in this county. Master Ma could no longer drink the tea. The judge offered him some more. The old man said if he kept drinking more, his stomach would burst. He wants to get down to business at last. The old man said that he is here because of the death of Guard Wu. The judge said the county is also sorry. His heart is torn. He would like to personally get rid of whoever did this. The judge cried and said it was his fault. He shouldn't have sent Guard Wu there. The old man said that it was unpredictable. You shouldn't be too sad. The judge calmed down and offered Master Ma a cup of tea for such an occasion. The old man shouted that he wouldn't drink that tea anymore. He had come here with another request. The judge asked what had brought the master here, that he needed help finding some good candidates to replace Ubo. The judge and master continued their conversation. In the eyes of a practitioner, knowing a person's birth date is a sign that their life is in the hands of the knower. The imperial court explicitly forbids people outside of the official government from having access to the registry. Said his interlocutor knows that it is strictly forbidden by the imperial court. Master Ma offered to read the letter. The judge read the letter. It said that thanks to the talisman sect, the spread of the vampire epidemic in the county had stopped. This letter had the breath of a region chief. Judging from that, it was clear that the letter was authentic. Master said that their sect and the county chief could be trusted. The judge thought that the orders of the superiors must be obeyed. Although the talisman sect had contributed to stabilizing the situation, it would only be possible to check the registry in the next 3 future years. The judge added that if there are newborns in the county within 3 years, the county can inform the sect about their special physique. But if the time limit is exceeded, there will be no more checking. The old man said 3 years would be enough. The judge added that the only one who can check the registry is a county government official. Limu is resting at his home. After so many cases, he is finally calm. The world is stable. The young man saw a book and became interested in it. It was a book about the supernatural. It was most likely the book his neighbor was talking about. This was the book he read in the master's building, with a page torn out in the middle. The young man noticed that this book did not have a single missing page. It had markings made by Mrs. Lu. The boy read that a pure yin or yang body was very rare. If such bodies were to meet, one could double cultivate together. Otherwise, one might lose their blessings. Madame Lu shouted out that the young man's clothes had been washed. Mrs. Lu appeared on the doorstep and asked what exactly did the young man read about dual cultivation. The boy stated that such cultivation also depended on relationships. The girl asked, "Don't you like me?" After so many years of living like this, he didn't find anyone for himself. Li Mu said that his roommate hadn't found anyone either. The girl said she hadn't even looked. The guy stated that he didn't want to either. The young men took offense at each other and turned away. The young man asked how many years was the girl going to stay unmarried for. The boy stated that if she did not marry and he did not marry, it would be very bad for both of them. Mrs. Lu stepped aside and said that she didn't feel like even talking to the guy. The young man thought that even his brother was able to find a wife. Why is it not working out for him? Li Mu decided to calm down and continue reading, and read the missing page that wasn't in the magistrate's book. On this page, the young man familiarized himself with the principles of Taoism. The young man thought that if an evil cultivator kills one person, he would be wanted by the authorities. After killing 1,000, they would have long since been wiped out by righteous people. How could they still be promoted? The guy thought, where can one get so many rare special bodies as well as yin and yang from? There aren't many people like that. Li Mu has the purest yang body. Liu Hanyan has the purest yin body. The young man realized that of all the people he knows, only he and Miss Lu have such bodies. The young man remembered that he had transmigrated into Li Mu's body after he died. Therefore, technically speaking, this is not his body. The young man was a bit confused after reading in this book. He didn't know how to feel about himself. The young man looked pensive for a while holding this book in his hands. Liu Hanyan asked what happened. The boy replied that nothing had happened. The death of his predecessor had nothing to do with these people, much less a vampire. The young man put the book aside and thought he was just overexcited. The girl decided that her interlocutor today was very strange. The guy took his neighbor by the hand and told her to follow him. He had important business to attend to. The young man said that they should go to the magistrate now. He would explain on the way what the matter was. The young man thought that even if it was a coincidence, he should find out everything. There were only 5 elements, not counting yin and yang. 4 of them had already died. If this was true, then Liu Hanyan's situation was extremely dangerous. Only by taking her with him can he be sure. The young men came to the magistrate's office. The colleagues saw the young man and asked why he had come back. The boy told Head Ching that he had something to check. Head Ching wondered why Li Mu had brought his roommate to the magistrate's office. The girl said hello. Mrs. Lu was puzzled. Why did the young man bring her here? The girl didn't know what she should do here. Li Mu told her to wait for a while and started looking for the documents. The boy found what he was looking for and got busy studying them. Li Mu thought, if someone is really collecting the souls of the 5 elements of yin and yang to cultivate, then one must have a body of metal and water. It was strange that the people in all the unsolved cases had one of the yin, yang, or 5-element bodies. Han thought, Li Mu is stupid enough to bring another woman to the magistrate. The man noted from the way his head was looking, it was obvious that she cared about the young man's antics. It was not good for him that Madame Ching cared about the young man. Studying the documents, the young man thought that fortunately, out of all the people who had accidentally died, no one had a special type of physique. Lu walked over and asked, "What is the young man reading? Does it seem interesting?" The guy said that according to birthdays, he calculates the physique. The girl asked him to teach her. The young man gave the book and said that it says everything here. Li Mu said that when she reads it, she can try to calculate from someone. The girl scrutinized the book carefully. The young man took his time drinking tea. The young man thought it was a good way for his neighbor to gain a sense of satisfaction from learning something new. The boy thought that he should give some explanation to Head Ching as to why he had brought his neighbor to the magistrate. Maybe for this purpose, the colleague could be invited home for dinner. The girl enjoyed studying this book. She was able to find out what body types her acquaintances had. Lu objected. This book says that the 5 elements of yin and yang are very rare. But she found these elements in all of her acquaintances. The young man dropped his cup in surprise. He interrogated what she had said. The girl was startled. The boy asked, where did she get people with metal and water bodies from? Liu showed the entries in the book. She said that Zhang Dafu fit into this category. This name seemed familiar to the boy. The young man began to strenuously recall where he had heard this name. He remembered the Zhang family from Zhang village. The image of that vampire appeared in front of him. The boy thought, does he have a metal body? And agreed with that statement. The young man once again remembered which of his acquaintances had the bodies of the 5 elements, and he listed them all in his mind. A fathom-level cultivator had spent several months in research, solving all sorts of puzzles, gathering the souls of the 5 elements, as well as yin and yang, trying to break through to the transcendence level. There are already 6 or 7 souls gathered. Only the purest yin was missing. The young man assumed that the death of his body master was part of the plan. It turns out the one behind it is watching the young man's every move after his rebirth. Realizing this, the young man felt dizzy. He almost fell down. Liu Hanyan came over to him and said that she would support him in any case. The young man calmed down and tried to explain about his hunch to Miss Liu. If a comprehension-level cultivator could gather all the souls and process with thousands of living souls, he would have a chance to break through to transcendence. The girl said that it might just be a coincidence, or it meant that the pure yin and pure yang bodies had not yet been obtained. The girl told the young man that he had lost his 7 souls before. The boy suggested the only thing he was missing was a pure yin body. The girl remarked, the book says that a large number of living souls are needed. It couldn't be that thousands of people died and the government didn't notice. The boy remembered that when he was on a business trip, he noticed that there was no energy in the corpses, and the flying vampires immediately identified Wubo. Assumed the young man, the only thing the person behind this wanted was Wubo's soul, a body bound to the element of earth. The girl said she felt scared. The young man remarked that everything was fine for now, as long as they don't know the girl's birth date. The young man's colleagues entered the room and apologized for being disturbed. Qing became embarrassed and walked out. Han thought that his rival had chosen Miss Liu. The young man ran out of the room to talk to his head. She was nowhere to be found. The young man thought that she had misunderstood everything again. At this time, Master Ma appeared and asked, have I found any candidates with a special body? He was told that there were no special results yet, but they had found a girl with a pure yin body. The old man asked where she was. The man said, it's a pity you didn't come here sooner, because unfortunately 3 months ago, she died. Li Mu stared at his brother intently. The young man pounced on his brother and asked, where did he get this information from? The man replied that the girl with the pure yin body had died. The boy realized that all the 5 elements, as well as yin and yang, had been gathered. The girl asked the young man how he felt. The young man thought to himself, why did he put himself out like that in front of his coworker? The boy said that he was fine. Now that pure yin's body had been commandeered, the girl had nothing else to worry about. Liu said for the young man to be careful. Mrs. Liu said she would wait for the young man at home. The boy realized that the stakes were high. It was important for him to talk to someone he could trust and to ask what he should do. The young man went to Li Qing's house to talk to her. The boy went into the girl's office and told her that his roommate had already left, and the girl was holding the book wrongly. It could be seen that Qing was worried. The young man said it's good that the girl is reading the right book, and showed her where to read. Qing asked, I guess the young man wants to find a woman with a pure yin body for pair cultivation? The young man said, one must read elsewhere. If a truth comprehension level practitioner gathers the souls of the 5 yin and yang elements, with a lot of soul power and energy, there is hope to break through to the transcendence level. The girl speculated that the young man feared that he would be possessed by evil spirits. Without knowing his date of birth, no one can recognize the characteristics of his body. The boy said, Sean just learned that a girl with a pure yin body died in the county 3 months ago. A vampire epidemic spread in the county. Wubo died. All the people with the special bodies of the 5 elements, as well as pure yin and yang bodies died. All this can't be a coincidence. The guy said that all the components had been gathered. The girl objected. If there really is an evil practitioner, why does the young man still have his 3 souls? Limu said that there are things he can't explain. The young man admitted that he had already died once. The boy added that his 3 souls were saved by an old master who said they had a relationship like a teacher and student. He passed on a lot of Taoist skills to Limu and left. He said they would meet again, and warned the young man not to reveal his identity. Ching noticed that after he died once, his temperament changed dramatically, and he began to know many techniques and sutras. The magistrate suspected that the young man had been mastered, but no one would suspect now. The lad thought this was a good opportunity to dispel any suspicions the head had about him. Although he doesn't know what happened to him, it must be something other than rebirth. The girl said that they know as if there is someone who is using this book to set things up the way it says. Ching was horrified and said that if that person wanted the soul of pure Yan, he would not let the young man go and might come back. The guy thought that the person behind this had already gotten everything he wanted. It wasn't for them to decide this matter, so it was better to inform the magistrate right away. The chief magistrate lamented that the last few months had been one murder after another, but the last month had been quiet. He thought the figures in his area would not be too bad. The young men said they had something important to tell Mr. Judge. The judge assumed that Sean had learned something about people with special physiques. The young man shook his head negatively. The judge asked if there might be another murder in the neighborhood. The young man also shook his head. The judge asked, "Then what is it about?" The head stated that in that case there was nothing to scare him. The young man thought that the judge was a very disturbing person. He said that they had found some clues. An evil cultivator at the peak comprehension level had shown up. In this county, he was collecting the souls of the 5 elements, as well as yin and yang. The guy added that thousands of people were killed because of him, and their souls were collected in the county to refine them and reach the transcendence level. The judge was really frightened. He even fell off his chair. The young man showed the judge the document and offered to read it. In the past 6 months, 7 people with pure yin and yang bodies and the bodies of the 5 elements had died in the county for various reasons. The judge suggested that it must be a coincidence. The young man said that someone was behind it. The judge showed the young boy the reasons for these people's deaths and said that the evil cultivator had nothing to do with it. The boy objected. He said that it was all deliberately set up so that the civil servants would think so and no one would suspect anything wrong. The judge remarked, "If the special sword killed a person, the soul would dissipate and the evil cultivator wouldn't get his soul." The young man objected. It wasn't difficult for a comprehension cultivator to retrieve souls before the executioner did. The judge said, "The 5 elements can be explained, but what about pure yin and pure yang bodies? This is a very important question." Said his colleagues learned that a baby girl with a pure yin body was born 3 months ago. Babies die often, so the family did not report the case and the magistrate did not investigate the case. The boy added that as for the pure yang body, it was him. The magistrate said that the young man is in good health. Guy confessed a few months ago there were demons and evil spirits that wanted to devour his soul, but he was lucky. Although the evil souls returned to his body, he lost his 7 souls. The judge wondered how could this happen. The young man said that everyone, including himself, had been used as pawns in someone's game. For no reason at all, he had been targeted by an evil cultivator of the Fathom Truth level. He had become a participant in a devious game. The judge was shocked by the situation. Why had all this come down on his head? The young man said that now was not the time to regret. One must decide what to do next, put his whole mind and intellect to work. The judge said there are still some doubts about the case. How could the person who organized everything know that these people's bodies were special? This villain needed to take souls before those people died. How was it possible to set all this up? Limu thinks that a practitioner of comprehending the truth might just be observing. Maybe there's some way to figure him out. Of course, there's another option. The judge suggested there might be a traitor in the magistrate's office. The young man said that couldn't be ruled out. And maybe someone has invaded the magistrate and looked through a large number of family archives. For a cultivator of comprehension of the truth, this is not difficult. The magistrate said, And it's also true that no one but old man Wang could see the registers of the people. He's worked in the court his entire life. He can't have problems with anyone. The judge remarked that the soul of the pure yan body's soul was the most important part of using this method. But the youth's soul was still in the body, meaning that the evil cultivator couldn't capture the youth's soul. The boy said that when his soul was taken away, he was saved by the old master and his soul was able to return to his body. The judge asked, "What is the name of this old master?" The young man said his name was Lao Tzu. He not only saved him, but also taught him some techniques. The old man asked if the young man could prove that he would have no problems. The young man said that Mrs. Ching could prove it. The girl said that they had researched this a few months ago. Li Mu has not been captured, and he knows some techniques of magic Dao. The old man thought that the truth of the young man's words could be verified with a simple magic weapon. The judge suggested that the villain had not yet acquired the soul of a pure yan body and might return to the young man. The boy said, it couldn't be ruled out that he might have found another body. The judge said that this case is very confusing. We have to sign a non-disclosure agreement and investigate it secretly. We have to wait until the investigation is over before we make any decisions. And you can't tell anyone about your pure yang body. Otherwise, the young man can't even expect to live a long, peaceful life. The judge gave the young man 3 days to do all the investigations. Head Ching said that the young man could take it easy. If there really is an evil cultivator comprehending the truth, the talisman sect will not sit idly by. They would definitely send peak heads to eradicate it. The girl added that she would not allow the evil cultivator to kill the young man. The young man thought that it wouldn't be so easy to take his life. Han was very surprised. He thought that after Li Mu brought the neighbor girl to the magistrate, Head Ching would distance himself from him. But they were together again and acting as if nothing had happened. Han made a request to Li Ching. Li Ching thought that Han rarely approaches him. Han asked how to become like Li Mu and be liked by women. The young man said, first of all, one must look as good as Li Mu. Li Ching added, or else one must have a lot of money in one's pocket. The young men came to the village. The man asked what brought them here. The young man said that they were on assignment from the magistrate to investigate a case. The case concerned the man's sister. The man gave all the details that were related to his sister's case. When she was pregnant, her husband left her and became a monk. Her health deteriorated. The man said he wanted to persuade her to remarry, but she refused. Her health had been good before. After questioning the man, the young man said that otherwise he would not have suspected anything strange here. This truth comprehension cultivator is very careful and meticulous about every little detail. It's hard to calculate him and explain his actions. The young men approached the village where the girl with a pure yin body lived. They needed to find the house where this family lived. The young men knocked on the door. The door was opened by a woman and invited them to enter the courtyard. The young men entered. Li Mu said, he has some questions that may bring back unpleasant memories. This case is of great national importance, so they expect honest answers. The young man said he was interested in the cause of their girl's death. The woman said her family had no money to treat the child. They used herbal remedies, but it didn't help. The girl fell ill 4 months ago. The woman cried and said that after a month of suffering, the child died. She was wrapped in a straw mat and buried in the backyard. The magistrate was informed. Li Ching noticed that the old woman breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed strange to her. There was something amiss here. The young man said that it was another accident and suggested going to the next place. The girl said to wait. Ching asked the old woman, the girl didn't die of any disease, did she? The old woman was indignant. The woman claimed that it was from illnesses that the girl died. Ching stared at the old woman and turned on her mind control. Once again, she asked, how did she die? The old woman, being in control, said that it was a prediction. The soothsayer said she was a disaster and would kill her parents and relatives. She read a book, and it said that, so she poisoned the child. The man was outraged. Had his mother really killed her granddaughter? The parents pounced on the old woman and shouted for her to return their child to them. Li Ching said that it was a stupid old woman. The young man said that they will report it to the magistrate when they return, and the leadership would take care of it. The boy said the magistrate will definitely bring justice, said that this soothsayer did not do anything with his hands. He only achieved the death of a man with a pure yin body, with a few words, and no one would suspect him of easily obtaining the soul of a child. The young man said that it was another accident and suggested going to the next place. The woman said that the girl with a pure yin body lived. They needed to find the house where this family lived. The young men approached the village where the girl with a pure yin body lived. The woman said that he was interested in the cause of their girl's death. The woman said that he has some questions that may bring back unpleasant memories. The young man said that it was another accident and suggested going to the next place. The guy thought that the peak comprehension practitioner had collected the souls of the 5 elements and yin and yang without attracting attention. He had really carefully thought of everything. This is a real nightmare. The man said that he was surprised by this visit. He thought another vampire had shown up. Turns out the young men want to see their grandfather's grave. They told him there are no more vampires. There is only one question. Did the young man's grandfather ever practice Taoism? The young man answered that when his grandfather was young, he practiced with that master for 2 years. But in the end, he left the mountain because he could not bear the loneliness of practicing and leaving the family business. He returned to the family. The Taoist master said he had a body of metal. The young man memorized this information. A body of metal is an important piece of evidence. The young man said that as an employee of the magistrate, he learned a lot about feng shui and gained knowledge in the field of burial. The girl asked, "Doesn't the young man want to be a guard anymore?" The boy said that he wanted to work with the Qing head for the rest of his life. The young men arrived at the cemetery where the young man said that his grandfather's grave was located here. The boy said that his grandfather was a very old man, but he didn't have any serious illnesses. He died of old age. Everyone noticed that there were traces of freshly filled earth here. The young man said there was a feng shui master at the funeral. He came and said he would do everything for free, so they agreed. The young man thought something was wrong here. Li Mu said it was a very bad grave. The young man objected. The feng shui master said it was a very good place. The girl asked, "What does all this mean?" Li Mu stated that this tomb faces north-south, and the mountain guys to the west have the tombs facing southeast. Li Mu gave several reasons why it was obvious that the location of the tomb was not in accordance with feng shui. No grass had grown in this place for 2 years. It is a clear place of evil, and the grave is deliberately turned so that their grandfather would turn into a vampire. Qing assumed that a feng shui master was behind it. Both the feng shui master and the one who told the girl's fate and Master Ren Yuan are the same person. The girl said it's all the same person in black clothes. But after all, he was killed. Li Mu suggested that he was not killed. The young man asked, "So who deliberately turned my grandfather into a vampire?" Qing said that there was no need to panic. The boy thought that this man in black might not have appeared at all. He had already achieved his goal. Why would he show up, risking his identity to kill the young man? It didn't fit with his caution. There had to be a better reason. It hit the young man. The Li Mu of this world is dead. Inside him is a new soul. There is only one person besides him who knows this secret. It's the assassin who killed Li Mu. The young men said goodbye to the young man. Li Mu thought that the evil cultivator comprehending the truth is one of the strongest cultivators in the world. He is cautious and patient. He has been creating this trap for half a year. The girl asked, "Why did the young man turn pale?" The boy asked, "Why is this man doing this? I mean, he's hiding himself. Why would a cultivator of truth comprehension be so cautious?" The girl replied that for them, the power of the truth comprehension realm was very powerful. But for the 3 upper realms, it is as weak as them. The girl recalled that 6 months ago, there was an evil cultivator whose soul was dispersed by the joint efforts of Buddhists and Taoists. The boy suggested that perhaps that old man, the abbot of the Buddha temple, had been injured by that evil cultivator. The girl said that the most important thing now was to gather the necessary information, and they went to the next place. The guy knew that the evil cultivator had everything he needed, and he would hide somewhere to secretly improve and level up. But after he did everything, he could come back for him. The young men returned to the magistrate's office at night. The magistrate was asleep at his workplace. Qing reported that in the 7 cases that had been closed, the people had either died of illness or were executed by the law, or died from an accident. Guy added that that vampire epidemic that shook the entire northern district was the work of a human. The judge asked what kind of man? Who could have done such an insane act? This case is so important that the judge decided to immediately write a secret note to the regional chief. Madam Qing should inform the talisman sect and ask, send her masters to help. If there is an evil cultivator behind all of this to achieve the truth, by the strength of the officials will not be able to handle it. The girl said that she would tell Master Maya. The first thing to do is to capture the old woman from the village. Also, we need all the fortune tellers and feng shui masters to appear at the magistrate's office within 3 days. If any of them continue to talk nonsense, the magistrate will personally strip them of their tongues. Master Ma reflected that they had lost 2 disciples this time. He was able to find someone with a pure yin body, but that too was lost. He should have come a few months earlier. The girl came to Uncle Ma and said that there was an important matter. The uncle needed to return to the sect. The girl told Uncle Ma everything in detail and added that an investigation had already been made, and it's all extremely suspicious and extremely dangerous. These cases include the vampire epidemic in the neighborhood. The evil cultivator caused it on purpose, to harvest the souls of ordinary people. Uncle Ma said that Elder Wu had recently returned to the sect to ask the head to take action to eliminate the flying vampire. The master suggested that if the evil cultivator was at the peak of comprehending the truth, then everyone might be in danger. The old man said that he would talk about attracting disciples later. He summoned his powerful magic weapon, placed himself in it, and urgently traveled to the sect. He knew that something serious had happened. The guy understood the talisman sect, one of the largest sects on the continent. Master Ma, a righteous practitioner, and he wouldn't tolerate the appearance of a cultivator. If the sect could send their upper 3 realm masters to catch an evil cultivator using thunder, it would help solve the problem. The young man came home. Mrs. Liu happened to be home as well. The boy reported that he was fine and asked why the neighbor was awake. Mrs. Liu said she couldn't sleep after what had happened. The young man said he was very hungry and would make noodles. Liu said that she won't refuse either. During dinner, the girl asked, "How strong is a practitioner of the level of comprehension of truth?" The guy said that the comprehension of truth is the last level of the 3 middle realms. They can roll back mountains and rivers, change their bodies, master the technique of the 5 elements, and can interrupt the flow of rivers. They know the laws of the heavens. In the world, such people are considered immortal. Mrs. Liu said that she was worried about the young man. After all, he might take his soul. Limu said that perhaps the evil cultivator had already found another body. The guy thought if he didn't occupy Limu's body, then the cause of his death would be official negligence. But the person who should be dead came back to life. Liu said that the young man should flee. Then the evil cultivator wouldn't find him. The boy said that the cultivator of the realm of comprehension of truth has the magical ability to find a person through the light and shadow of the full moon. Therefore, he should hide in a talisman sect or Buddhist temple. The young man said that they both needed to rest now, although maybe the evil cultivator wouldn't come back anymore. The young man came to work and said hello to old man Wang. The young man said that the old man should be careful, and inquired where he had been visiting for 2 whole weeks on vacation. The old man said his old buddy had died and he went to offer his condolences. Wang declared that sooner or later he too would die. Unless the young man think, bury him simply by wrapping him in a straw mat. Otherwise, he will be like a ghost, haunting the young man all the time. The boy said that the old man with his health still has many years ahead of him. He asked what Wang knew about the level of truth. The old man asked why the young man was thinking of flying. Wang said that the young man should stand on solid ground, purify his souls and compact them, to stay away from things he shouldn't. Otherwise, he might go mad and his Tao path would be ruined. The young man asked in a different way, the technique of catching the moon of a practitioner of comprehension of truth. Will it help one to see what everyone wants to see? The old man inquired, does the young man really want to peep at young girls? The young man became nervous. Wang said he would tell him so-and-so. The old man explained that the technique involves shimmering light from one place to another. The distance must be close enough for the technique to be useful. One must calculate the location by concentrating on only one thing without noticing what's going on around them. This technique is useless against cultivators above the creation realm because they can sense if someone is spying on them. The young man thought that there was no way he would use this technique and spy on his roommate while she was taking a bath. It's unclear why such a thought even crossed his mind. Limu asked if it was true that they could tell fortunes from the sky and the stars. The old man said that it is true, but it is not so mysterious. The mystery of the heavens is illusory. Who would dare to say that he could solve it? The young man was told that there was some monk waiting for him outside. The boy remembered that he had a meeting with Master Xuandu. The monk said that he had to bother the young man again. The monk showed the young man the movement of energy. Master Ma and the sect head arrived at the magistrate's office in an emergency. The monk said that he welcomed Master Xuan Zhenqi. The masters exchanged pleasantries and sent greetings to their elders. Xuan Zhenqi said that his elder had collected the souls of the 5 elements, as well as yin and yang, as well as a large number of souls. He had now regained his strength, and he would be even harder to deal with than last time. The monk asked how he managed to escape when he was besieged by so many masters. The interlocutor said that he was one of the 10 elders of the demon sect with great knowledge of Taoism. His greatest skill was the art of soul separation. The last time he fled, a piece of his soul was hidden. So he organized a vampire invasion by obtaining a large amount of souls. He only had to use the formation to refine it before he could regain his former power. The man said that this time, a disciple of the talisman sect had died. He had personally conducted a divination and determined that the one had died at his hands. The young men came out and saw the master. They greeted Mr. Xuan Zhenqi. The young man was astonished. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man turned out to be the head of the talisman sect. The sect head said that he wanted to introduce Taoist master Miao Chen. The young people greeted the honorable master. The girl said, "You don't have to be so polite. This girl's sect is good at Taoist magic." Han said he would take the guest to the magistrate. The monk said for the young man to wait for him too. The young man asked the girl if she had heard of Master Gan Huan. Qing said that he was the one who was killed by the Buddhist Taoist sects, and it was that evil truth comprehension level cultivator. The young man thought that it was the one who killed Li Mu, who determined the fate of the girl with a pure body, and who controlled the vampires in the neighborhood. His goal, to heal his wounds. The young man said that the ancestral court sent an elder to pursue the flying vampire. One can be sure that the 3 masters of comprehension of truth will kill an evil practitioner of the same level. The flying vampire might be Master Gan Huang. The sect elder said that they should eliminate the flying vampire as soon as possible, because once it regains its strength, it will be more difficult to do so. The sect elder asked who had the pure yang body involved in this matter. The judge said that it was Li Mu. A young man walked to the middle of the room and said that it was him. The young man saw that the sect elder had golden pupils. He thought, what would that be about? The elder said that the young man was lucky to have escaped from Master Gan Huang's hands, and suggested that the young man join the talisman sect. The girl said, if he doesn't like the talisman sect, he can join the Xuan sect. This sect has 10,000 Taoist teachings. The man said that the girl shouldn't be so shameless in taking away disciples. The girl said that she was just telling the truth. The young man thought that he had just been checked to see if he was captured. So even a truth comprehension cultivator can't see through his soul. The sect head continued that her sect had many Taoist techniques that were suitable for the young man's physique. The young man thanked everyone for their kindness and said that he wasn't going to join the sect yet. Head Qing looked very disappointed. Li Mu arrived at the Buddhist temple. Here the young man was also being agitated to join the Shin sect. The monk said that even if Gan Huan targeted the young man's soul, he wouldn't dare to search for him here. Otherwise, the evil cultivator in this temple would meet his doom. The lad thought that this monk would not give up trying to convince him to become a monk. The young man came to work in the duty room. There his colleagues were discussing pressing matters. They suggested that the young man play a few games of chance. Someone told them that the young man could guess well. The young man said he was a bit tired and for them to continue without him. Qing asked, why doesn't the young man join her sect? It could bring him a lot of benefits in further cultivation. The boy replied that he was fine with things as they were. The young man stated that he reads books every day, patrols, and has friends in the magistrate's office. In the sect, there is strong competition for cultivation resources, and one must be careful all the time. And it's hard work in the mountains in the sect. The girl noted to herself that the young man didn't want to join the sect because of her after all. A book caught the young man's attention. He thought he had already read it. Old Wang came up to the young man and asked him if he had purified his 4th soul. The boy said he was done with it. The man said it would not be easy for the young man to purify the remaining 3 souls. He could teach him a good way to quickly purify the last 3 souls. The young man asked what that method was. The old man said he would tell him in a moment. The old man began to tell the young man his method, which was based on deceiving women. Li Mu stated that he would not do such things. He thought the old man would tell some good idea. Old man Wang stated that the young man had a poor understanding of women. You can do things to them in such a way that they won't realize that they have been cheated. Li Mu said that he prefers to take his time and won't do anything like this that could kill him. He is not going to do heartless things. This kind of thing is unacceptable. Wang spread his hands and said that the young man only relies on brute force at a time when he could use his brain. It's not a crime after all. The guy decided that he would not take the easy way out, but for working money and getting married. If he's lucky, he'll get someone who's stronger than him in cultivation. Then Li Mu's one wife will be enough. Somewhere deep in the mountains, an elder of the talismans sect. The masters catch the vampire and finally succeed. The sect elder's skill has reached the highest level. The man couldn't believe that the girl would predict where he was headed. The girl replied, if he wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to hold him back. After all, they used talismans as a formation to trap him. The talisman pharmacy was not inferior to the best formations of the spirit formation sect. Master said that everyone should control this formation. The villain hasn't fully recovered from his injuries yet. We should take this opportunity to completely get rid of him. The master added that if even a single piece of the vampire's soul returned to the outside, it would lead to a new catastrophe. A solar dome appeared in the middle of the forest. Beasts and demons began to scatter in different directions. The people of the sect noticed that a very strong energy fluctuation was taking place. The magistrate informed them that a 50-mile radius of the area was a restricted area for practitioners. The master said we should wait until the fluctuation subsided and check out what was going on there. 3 days passed. The three masters suggested that everything should be fine here. The masters were horrified. What had happened here? The place had become dead earth. The judge said he had good news for Li Mu. It's news about Master gone 3 days ago. 3 Taoist masters tracked him down and trapped him. Then they destroyed him. The judge said if Li Mu hadn't revealed his scheme, no one would have been able to detect this evil cultivator. The young man helped to get rid of him. The judge added that the young man would be rewarded. The young man said he was glad that he was able to escape from the evil cultivator level of comprehending the truth. The young man went to the market. The young man wanted to buy some groceries to eat. The lady asked if it was true that the evil cultivator's soul had dissipated. The young man said that it was true. Even though he was strong, he couldn't defeat the 3 Taoist masters. The young man said it was all thanks to the book Mrs. Liu had given him to read. Otherwise, no one would have known about the evil cultivator's plot. The girl offered to buy some wine to celebrate. The young man met his co-workers on the way. The mistress suggested that they come over for dinner. Sean said he agreed. Li Si said they were just about to have dinner at a noodle shop. Mrs. Liu persuaded the young man and they all went to their place for dinner. The company of young people saw Li Qing walking not far from them. Sean suggested that the girl could also be called to dinner. Mrs. Liu called out to the young man's colleague with the intention of inviting the young man to join them for dinner. The young man thought that they must have bought little food for dinner. In the young man's house, everyone was involved in preparing dinner. Qing asked what she could do to help. The young man offered to help her chop vegetables. The girl took a knife in her hand and chopped the vegetables very quickly and professionally. She was a master of the knife. The young man was surprised when he saw Qing wielding the knife. Liu sent him to the lawn and told him that the two of them would figure it out here. The boy told his brother that he was having conversations with Li Si on topics he still didn't understand. The young man started making excuses and said that he and Miss Liu were just neighbors. Sean countered what normal neighbors are like, shopping together and eating out of the same pot. Li Mu said they might not believe him. The brother said the young man is messing with his head. Li Si said the young man is not in her heart yet. They can only be good friends, but they don't love each other yet. The young man said that could be the case. The boy thought that he was very grateful to Miss Liu. She was once attracted to him and still touches his shoulder without shyness. Maybe she really does feel something for him. Li Si thought that sooner or later the neighbor girl will fall in love with the young man. Sean said that it wasn't necessary. He and his wife didn't even fall in love. Li Si looked at the 3 girls and said, "He knows what they are thinking. That little maid likes the young man. Girls at that age are the easiest to deceive." The young man objected. He has never deceived her. Li Si said that Head Qing has also been looking at the young man strangely lately. There is something in her gaze. The young man wanted to know his colleague's opinion about all 3 girls, but he refused to develop this topic. Dinner was ready and the whole company sat down at the table. They wished each other a pleasant appetite. Sean decided that he would try first. The man said that the lady was an excellent cook. He remarked that if his family had even half that kind of cooking skills, it would be worth dying for. Mrs. Liu said she was not worth thanking. Sean said her husband would be unspeakably lucky, and he would be the lucky one. Sean said there are some girls, all sorts of celebrities, who don't do housework and can't cook, but are better at fencing than others. There aren't many like Mrs. Liu. She is beautiful, cooks well, and is rich. The young man thought Sean had said something unnecessary. Head Ching is not a good cook, and she is present here. The young man started making signs to his brother, but the latter didn't understand anything and continued to talk provocatively. Li Si said that his colleagues should be quiet while eating. The man understood and said that he would be quiet and it would be better to eat heartily. Sean remembered that Head Ching doesn't cook well and started apologizing out loud. The girl said it was okay and it was better to just eat in silence. Sean calmed down and said that he wouldn't talk anymore while eating. The young men continued to eat in silence and left the idle talk for later. The dinner turned out to be very tasty. The next morning, the brothers met at work. Sean said that the head had caught him entering the magistrate's office without a headdress, and for that, she sentenced him to patrol the streets for 3 days. So now they can rest without him. Li Mu wished his brother good luck and told him not to overwork himself. Sean couldn't understand what had happened to Head Ching. She usually didn't punish him for such petty things. The young man decided that he would go to Old Man Wang's house and pick out some books to read. The young man went to Old Man Wang's house and said hello to him and asked him why he was awake, and said, "You want something to read?" Wang asked if it was true that Master Gan had died. The young man said he was destroyed by the talisman sect, reduced to atoms. The young man saw that the study was cleaner than ever today. Why is Old Man Wang working so hard today? The old man said he was leaving on a trip and decided to clean up before he left. Stack books in folders so no one could find them later. The young man asked where Wang was going. Wang said he was going far away. The old man said he had wanted to ask the young man a question for a long time. The boy wondered what there was that he knew that Old Man Wang didn't know. The old man came close to the young man and asked, how did he do it? How did he manage to occupy Li Mu's body without anyone knowing about it? The young man wondered, how did he know that? The boy thought that only the killer, Master Gan, and him knew about it. The old man said that he had been watching the young man for months. His soul is an ordinary mortal, but he did something that even a cultivator of the 3 higher realms couldn't do. No one can take a body without a trace and not be detected by the soul-checking pupils. The young man is the first of his kind. The boy asked, who is he? Old Man Wang was surprised. Couldn't he guess? The young man suggested, is Master Gan not dead? The old man said. To everyone, he is indeed dead. There will no longer be a master of illusion in this world. But that was exactly what he wanted. The guy noticed that he couldn't move. It was as if he was bound. The young man thought he had gotten out of the trap, but he never thought he would still be in it. The old man said that the one who had been by the young man's side all these months had been playing with him. It was him. Li Mu asked how he could be calm about killing so many innocent people. The old man said, no one is innocent. Wang said, the world, it's a jungle. The weak don't stand a chance. The young man asked, why did he come back to him? He had achieved his goal, hadn't he? The old man said he still didn't understand how the young man managed to revive unnoticed. No one could calculate his fate. If he didn't know that the young man was dead, even he couldn't suspect that he wasn't the real Li Mu. The old man said that he wanted his body. This young pure yang body was undoubtedly better than the old dying flesh. He wanted the young man to become stronger as quickly as possible. But the one unfortunately isn't in much of a hurry. The old man said that he would have to occupy this body for now and then figure out another way. The old man said that he is not Lao Wang and the young man is not Li Mu. They are similar. The boy said that he is not like that and he is not capable of killing a child who is only a few months old. The old man said he didn't kill the baby. He said the pure truth. Pure yin body, it's an elemental disaster. Tendency to attract demons and spirits and to kill parents and relatives. Wang repeated that it was her family that killed the child. He taught Zhen to cultivate, but not to kill for the sake of his soul. Zhao Yun himself killed his fiancée to gain power. Wu Bo was without pity and did evil deeds. All of them and others deserve to die. This world is not as we imagine it to be. Good people often live short lives and evil people, long lives. It's a world of cannibalism, and the only way not to be eaten is to devour others. The guy said if there's evil in his heart, everything he sees will be evil. It's all just an excuse for his own evil deeds. The old man said he saw no point in arguing. It does not matter now. Old man Wang presented his hand to the young man's head and said that he was quite interesting but too naive, so he would become one of his illusions. Old man Wang became possessed by the young man's body. The young man's expression changed. Old man Wang's body fell to the floor. The young man stood up and left the room. Outside, the young man was seen by Head Ching. The young man seemed a little strange to her. The girl asked where he was going. The boy was quickly moving away. She wondered where he was in such a hurry. Shan was rushing into old man Wang's office. He was carrying the promised buns. The man saw an old man lying on the floor. The old man was lying on the floor and showed no signs of life. Those present determined that the old man had left this world. The co-workers stood and mourned for old man Wang. They looked around, unable to find Li Mu. It was decided that the young man had gone on patrol. It was necessary to find the young man and inform him of the tragedy. Somewhere on a mountain cliff was a young man named Li Mu. He said that he now had a wonderful body. The young man stated that they would switch places in an hour. Inside Li Mu's body, there were two personalities. They were fighting with each other. One said that he was just a part of his soul and had no inner strength. The other was saying that it was enough to purify his soul. With this body, he would soon be able to return to the level of comprehending the truth. Within 10 years, he hoped, would be able to discover the secret of transcendence. All this time, he had truly considered him a friend, and he had trusted him. But the young man had deceived his senses. He was not deceived in all the questions the latter asked, and he helped him a lot. The young man thought that until his soul was completely cleansed, the villain would not be able to fully control this body. We have to intercept the control. Although the villain's soul is more powerful, he is only an intruder in this body. The villain was still curious about the young man's secret. How was he able to take this body? And what were those two Taoist arts? The villain said since the young man won't tell him, then he would have to purify his soul and find out for himself. The boy asked why the villain was doing this. It's not like they're the same. The young man took the lotus pose and began to apply Taoist techniques, and told the villain to give up his body. The soul of the villain left the young man's body and asked, "What is he doing?" The young man kept reciting sutras, and the Taoist incantations helped him. The soul of the villain realized that the young man was using the power of heaven and earth. If this calamity overtook him, he would die. The villain's soul thought that this guy was crazy, and it is urgent to part with him. The young man told him not to try to escape. The guy sealed him in this body. The villain asked for him to let him out. The young man used the light of the sun to deal with this demon. The one screamed that he didn't want it, but he was doomed. The young man emitted light. The guy coughed up blood. He had finally succeeded. The young man collapsed, exhausted, and lost consciousness. The young man regained consciousness and heard someone addressing him and calling him a benefactor. The young man opened his eyes and saw in front of him the fox he had rescued earlier. The young man realized that he was not dead. Li Mu noticed that this little fox had already grown up. The little fox asked how the young man was feeling. The young man still had some work to do on himself. Gan Yin's spiritual power was too great for him. If he couldn't release it outward, he might just explode from the overabundance of energy in less than half an hour. The boy thought that he should act right now. He paid attention to the strength of Gan Yin's emotions around him. The young man thought that it had taken the villain quite some time to build up this game, but everything was ruined with just a few words from him. Gan clearly didn't expect this amount of emotion to be a blessing to the young man again. Li Mu thought that he had enough in those evil feelings to refine his soul for another one 10 times. He should go to Bishui Bay and ask his sister for help. The young man headed for the bay. The squirrel followed him. In Bishui Bay, Suhei immediately noticed that something had happened to the young man. She inquired about it. The girl felt that the young man had a lot of spiritual power in his body. If he didn't release it soon, he might die. The girl couldn't understand why this spiritual power was connected to the young man's soul. Suhei had one idea and she decided to try it. This would be her first time. The most important thing was for the young man to survive. The girl kissed the young man on the lips. The young man, gradually coming to his senses, realized that he was being cured very effectively. He felt a cold and soft touch. What could it be? A blush covered the boy's cheeks. He asked, "What was it?" The girl said that it sucked almost all the spiritual energy out of his body, so he should be fine now. Sue. He never thought she would give her first kiss to this young man. The young man admitted that it was his first kiss too. Sue Hai asked if he felt hurt. The boy said if it wasn't for her, he would be dead right now. The girl stated that she would let him go this time. Where did he get so much spiritual strength from? The guy said it was a long story. There was one evil cultivator comprehending the truth. Fortunately, he only wanted to take his body and not destroy his soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. The girl felt sick and she trembled. The young man asked what happened to her. Sue. He said that she had absorbed too much. She should go into seclusion and purify herself. Otherwise, there might be danger, and said for the young man to go back home. Sue Hay stated that she needed at least 2 weeks, or even 2 months. The boy walked home and on the way, thought that the master of 1,000 illusions was gone forever. He no longer had to worry about his soul being possessed by someone, and someone would be able to discover the secret of his rebirth. The young man decided that now he could start a new life. He saw the fox and asked why she didn't leave. The fox said that last time the young man had saved her life, and now she wanted to thank him. The young man said he didn't want anything. After what happened to Van, he can't easily trust not just humans, much less demons. Foxy said that he must repay his debt. Otherwise, it would affect his training. The young man wondered, was it really a heavenly fox in front of him? The young man had read in a book of demons that celestial foxes are possessed by karma and will repay good or evil. His refusal would not change her mind. The young man thought that this little fox couldn't even get medicinal herbs. The boy asked how the little fox wanted to repay him. The little demon said that it was written in a book that for saving his life, the fox cub should marry him. The young man thought he saved the snake and the fox, and they wanted to marry him. He saved Liu Hanyang. Why doesn't she want to marry him? The young man said that the fox is too young to understand the dangers of this world, and you shouldn't believe what is written in the book by unscrupulous authors. The boy asked what book the little fox had read. He wanted to know who dared to write all kinds of untruths. The little fox said that she had read a book and named the book that the young man had composed. The young man thought, if he had known this would happen, he would not have written this book. The boy thought in his book, the fox cub pays his debt and is able to turn into a human. And this fox cub is decades away from that ability. So what should he do? The guy says for the fox cub to come back, he doesn't need anything. The fox cub says he'll try his best to transform. Guy said he already has a family. Foxy said she will be a concubine like in the book. Also, the young man has no family. The vixen said that she knows a lot about the young man because she, a demon. The young man asked that she not tell him anything else. The little beast said he would wash clothes, warm the bed, and do the dishes. The young man thought that if he prevented the fox cub from repaying his kindness, then he would interrupt its cultivation path. Decided to take the fox cub with him. The fox cub stated that she had talked to her grandmother and she had agreed. Now she must do the youngster a favor as soon as possible. The young man said there would be a few conditions. She must stay at home and not go out anywhere. The young man thought that if some malevolent cultivator saw her, there might be evil intentions on her account. The young man said that the fox cub should not talk in front of strangers. The fox cub agreed, and the young man took the animal with him. The young man was walking through the town. He had the fox in his hands. The animal was surprised at how many people were around. A colleague met the boy and told him that he had to go to the magistrate's office immediately. The guy took the animal home and told her not to forget her promises. He said he would be back in the evening. At work, the young man asked his brother what happened. Sean said that Lao Wang had left them. The young man thought that the real Lao Wang had died a few months ago. This was just part of Master Gan's plan. If his plan had succeeded, it wouldn't be the young man standing here now, but him. The young man thought that now he could enjoy the company of all his girls. And even the fox cub. The boy was ashamed of his own thoughts. It was unforgivable. Sean felt sad for Lao Wang. Head Ching said that the young man would go with her now. The girl said that she had a serious conversation to have with the young man. Ching pulled her sword out of its sheath and placed it on the young man's shoulder. Asked who he was? The young man asked, "Why is she attacking?" Ching told the young man not to call her head. He wasn't the one who left the magistrate. Who is he? The boy thought that when he left the magistrate, he was under Gon's control, and the head couldn't help but notice that. Then she realized that something was wrong. The young man told the girl to look carefully. In front of her, Li Mu. The girl thought maybe someone could take over Li Mu's body, but couldn't imitate his eyes. And she said that it was really him. She calmed down and hid her sword. The young man continued that it was him now, but as he was leaving the magistrate's office, his body was being controlled. He was almost captured, but he managed to escape. The girl grabbed the young man's arm and asked what happened. How badly was he hurt? The boys said they were all wrong. The flying vampire was only a spirit doppelganger that Master Gon had cultivated, using the 5 elements and a lot of blood and strength and soul. In fact, the real one had been in the magistrate all along and had been around the whole time. The girl couldn't believe it. Head Ching assumed that it was Lao Wang. The young man confirmed it. The old man had been captured a few months ago and was hiding in the magistrate's building, running his dark affairs. After they found out, he didn't hesitate to leave that vampire behind. He wanted to take over Li Mu's body, but he couldn't handle the young man. The girl asked, "Did Li Mu really kill Master Gon?" The young man said that it was pure truth. The girl stated that she believed the young man. Ching thought, no wonder the young man wasn't upset to see Lao Wang dead. He knew everything. The boy said, if the old man hadn't tried to take over his body, he would have thought that the man was actually dead. The girl said the man was very cunning. The young man asked if this could be reported to everyone. If they found out, they would question him. It could lead to a lot of trouble. Ching said there was no need for that. Gon is already dead anyway, but the young man's wounds will have to be treated, and she would help him with that. Guy thought, although he can use the Heart Sutra to heal himself, but Ching is the best at treating his wounds. Guy asked, isn't the girl interested in how he dealt with the villain? Ching said he would tell her himself if he wanted to. The young man said that he had the power to prevent others from taking his body. The master's soul was scattered by this power. Before he died, his hatred was transformed into evil feelings. After he healed, he would be able to condense the 6th soul. The young man thought that the 5th and 7th souls were born from love and lust. He found a way out. But how would he be able to explicitly tell the chapter that he planned to marry multiple wives and then have long-term relationships? The young man said he didn't know how to solve the issue of the 5th and 7th souls. The girl said that if he is short of 2 souls, it's no big deal. He could take care of it in the future when he got the chance. The guy agreed with his colleague and said that the villain had left him some pure soul power before he died, and he would be able to get his soul power soon. The girl said that using other people's soul power to condense yours is a shortcut. He shouldn't rely on it. He might be at a disadvantage when he fights others. The girl said that for the next 2 days, the young man should take care of his rest. The boy thought that he would first help his colleagues with Lao Wang's funeral. The young man thought Shan looked like he would have to suffer for a few more days because of Lao Wang's death. A man approached the old man and said he wanted to thank him for treating his wife. She got pregnant as the old man had promised. The old man said that the man had bought the medicine with his own money, and therefore he did not need any thanks. The old man saw the young man and thought, isn't this the man who lost all his 7 souls? The old man asked the young man, isn't he dead yet? The old man, looking at the young man, saw that he had gathered 4 souls and many evil feelings for the 6th. He asked, what had the young man done to be hated? The lad thanked the old man for warning him that day. The old man stated that he had taken money from the young man that day, and now no one owed him anything. The boy thought that this old man has the ability to see his souls, so he is on the level of comprehension or creation. The old man asked if the lad had decided how to get the last 2 souls. The young man asked the old man how to do it. The old man said he would give free advice now. The old man said that the young man just needed to be around a female cultivator who focused on spiritual refinement and form a dual cultivation. Li Mu said that it is not easy to find such a girl. The old man said that with the appearance of a young man, it's not hard to get a few mortal wives. If he can't, he should go to the hotspots. If he doesn't find love, he'll find plenty of lust. Girls always want handsome ones like him. The boy thanked for the advice. The young man thought that if he had to sell his body to gather lust, he would rather not have that soul. The young man thought that this was a very strange old man. Better to stay away from such masters. The boy came home. Foxy was glad that the young man had returned. Mrs. Lu and her maid immediately appeared on the doorstep and asked who the young man was talking to. The young man said she just heard what she heard. Lu said that she had just heard a woman's voice. Had he really brought the woman home? The young man started to make excuses and said that the girl was mistaken. Wang stated that the neighbor had a small dog. The foxy girl said that she was not a dog. Mrs. Lu shouted that a demon had appeared in the house. Wang shouted that the neighbor had a talking puppy. Lu asked the young boy what is going on. The boy said not to worry the girls and he will explain everything now. The young man introduced the vixen to the girls and said that there was no need to hold back in front of them. The young man said to the vixen in front of the girls and asked what her name was. The vixen said her name was Xiaobai. The boy explained that he had once saved the fox's life, and the little fox now wanted to repay him. The fox cub said she could give the young man a massage, clean the house, and warm his bed. Wang inquired, what would she do then? Mrs. Lu could not imagine it. Lu said that the fox cub was very cute and asked what else the little fox could do. The little fox said he couldn't do anything else. Just talk. The little fox said she can't do anything else. But when she takes human form, she will give her body to her master. The girls were horrified. The young man said he hadn't taught the vixen that. Xiaobai said she had not been taught this. She had read about it in a book. The young man turned around and walked away and said that this conversation was getting ridiculous and that they could communicate further without him. The young man thought that now that the evil cultivator's case was over, he should go to the temple and continue to treat the temple abbot. Xiaobai said that she could help the young man wash the vegetables. Foxy said to the young man that she eats fruits, chicken, and different roots. The boy said he would have to leave after dinner. The little fox stays at home. Xiaobai dusted the young man's room a little, saw the manuscript on the table, and decided that this volume had not been published yet. The young man came to the Buddhist temple. He was told that he was expected here a long time ago. The boy said he had been delayed by business at the magistrate's office. The monk asked if the young man was hurt. The monk gave the young man a vial and said that there were pills in there that would help the young man improve his magical power. They are also effective in healing wounds. The young man thought that this was a very good thing. The young man thanked the monk for the pills. The monk said that the young man was very kind. The young man was healing the abbot of the temple. The monk was pouring his energy into the young man. The sky is colorless and there is no thought or knowledge in it. There are no eyes and ears, nose and tongue, body and mind, no light and sound and smell and touch. The monk saw sunlight emanating from the Buddha statue. The Buddha's appearance is a little later today than yesterday. Because of the large number of visitors, the Buddha is very busy. The young man thought that thanks to Master Zhuandu's strength, the dark wounds in his body quickly went away. The abbot of the temple thanked the young man. The young man said that Master Gan had done a lot of evil and almost killed him. He had to destroy him for the good and tranquility of the people. The old man said that his foundation had been destroyed. Without the young man's help, he wouldn't have been able to restore his cultivation and wouldn't even be able to live. For such great virtue, the temple would repay the young man in the future. The old man said he sees that the young man is following the path of dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. Therefore, he will help him. The young man thought that after Master Abbot helped him temper his body, he would no longer be pulled by the missing two souls. Even the discomfort he felt was gone. Every time he tempered his body, his clothes would start to get dirty. He would have to wash it again. The neighbor asked why the young man's clothes were dirty again. Every time he stinks like that, it's like he took a dip in the toilet. The girl noticed that the young man's skin was looking pretty again. Lu asked, "Why is this happening? Something is not right here. He is doing something in secret from her." The young man tried to explain and said he was practicing Buddhist techniques. Master Abbot hardened his body with magical power. The girl wondered why his skin becomes so smooth after Buddhist techniques. Lu asked if she could practice Buddhist techniques so that her skin would become better. The young man said it was impossible. The guy said that in that case she would have muscles all over her body. Her hair would fall out and things like that. Lu said then she doesn't need that. Even if you don't practice Buddhist techniques, your skin can still become like his. But there is another way to do it. Mrs. Lu asked, "What kind of method are we talking about?" The young man said it didn't matter. The girl thought that it could be aided by pair cultivation, and she was willing to improve her skin every day. The girl thought that in the past few months, she had treated Li Mu as the most trustworthy person. But having just a close connection or an intimate connection is quite different. But for the previous 10 years of her life, the girl had made a decision that she would live for herself and not for someone else. The girl thought that Li Mu was a worthy man, and she would entrust Wang Wan to him. Mrs. Lu thought she would live with them for the rest of her life and be content with that. After all, she had never wanted to marry anyone in her life. A young man approached the neighbor and said he wanted to give her this, and offered her a couple of pills. One pill for her and one for Wang Wan. It would increase their magic power. The guy figured that Madame was still thinking about his practice with Wang Wan. He said that even if they are compatible, Mistress is not his type. Lu asked the young man if she was beautiful. The girl added that she has a good body. She knows how to play musical instruments. She knows how to cook. She has money. If he doesn't like her, who does he like? The young man asked, "Is she as obedient as Wang Wan? Or as strong as Head Qing?" The girl told him to shut up right now. The young man thought that he would never be able to understand women. One minute he has to make a decision to cultivate with her. The next she forbids him to even think about it. She's hard to understand. The young man came home. The vixen said that she had cleaned the house and washed his study. The boy gave the vixen a pill and said she should eat it. Xiaobai said she felt warmth in her body. Li Mu said it was a pill to increase magical power and improve cultivation. Foxy thought that she was slowly transforming. Vixen said that she would definitely transform as fast as possible and would work hard on it. Foxy was leafing through the young man's manuscript and thought that he liked girls of easy behavior. Wang Wang came to visit and said that she wanted to help to clean the room. The girl asked, "Where is Li Mu?" The vixen said that the young man was in the room and asked if there was anything she could do to help. Wang Wan decided that her place was now taken, and now she feels like a guest here. The girl disliked the foxy boy. The girl remembered how the little fox promised to be reborn as a human and give her body to the young master. The little fox cub can do everything and quite become human, and it eats a little. The girl became sad and went on her way out. The girls were swinging on the swing in the evening and were sad. Wang Wan asked if she was eating too much. Mrs. Lu said no. Both girls thought about the young man and each was sad in her own way. Lu comforted the girl and said that everything would be fine. Wang Wan was afraid that when the fox cub would be reborn into a human, that young man would choose Xiaobai over her, because she eats less. Madame was reassuring her again. Madame Lu thought that the young man would want to earn a lot of money, buy a big house, and marry several beautiful wives. Wang Wan would probably be one of them. Liu thought that the young man could use the head of Qin as well. The girl couldn't understand why she wasn't attractive to the young man. Or maybe he's just trying to trap her by taking the easy way out. Liu asked the maid why their neighbor didn't like her. Wang Wan thought, does the young man really like her mistress? Wang Wan inquired, why would the mistress want the young man to like her? Liu thought, and really why? She doesn't want to get married, so why should he like her? The morning came. The young man woke up and stretched. He felt a pleasant scent nearby. Xiaobai, a descendant of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, her scent was not only not strange, but also very pleasant. The blanket was fragrant and warm, so it's not bad to have a fox to warm the bed. The young man came to work. He asked his brother why he still wasn't patrolling? Or is he waiting for Chief Qing to punish him? Shan asked why Li Mu smells so good. The young man said he couldn't smell any fragrance coming from him. Shan said that it was a woman's scent. Only a woman's natural body odor can smell like that. The young man was startled. Shan thought that the young man had found someone. Old man Wang had just died, and he had already found someone for himself. Head Qing appeared and asked why the young man smelled so good. The boy decided to tell the whole truth and began the story of saving the fox cub. Yesterday he met him again and took him home. Guy was upset. If he knew the smell would stay on him, he wouldn't have let him warm his bed. Just as long as Head Qing didn't misunderstand him. Shan was shocked. Was the fox repaying him for his kindness? The man imagined how it could be. After all, they could turn into humans. Li Mu asked where he even heard about this. Sean said he read about it in his novella. It wasn't some random book. He saw that Head Ching had also read this book. The young man said that Sean had better forget about it. Li Mu was telling everyone that it was a little fox with the knowledge of a human. She could sweep the floor and wipe the table, or something like that. She doesn't turn into a human and doesn't help him with anything. Sean said, so the books don't tell the truth, and went on patrol. The young man told the head of Ching that it was just a little demon that got trapped a few months ago, and he had saved him. The girl said, it's hard to guess what demons are thinking. That's why you can't trust them completely. You have to be careful with them. The girl said she was going on patrol. Li Mu wanted to go with her, but she refused. Lisi couldn't believe it. Mrs. Ching looked at the young man differently than everyone else. The guy said, he feels like the young man likes Head Ching. It's even obvious. Lisi said, a person's face can lie. His words can lie, but a look never lies. There is something unusual about the way the head looks at him. Lisi added that the girl treats his colleague too well. That's saying something too. The guy agreed that she was nice to him, but that was probably because he was on the verge of death. She was doing everything she could to save him. The neighbor is nice to him too, and she likes him too. Li Mu said that Head Ching treats his co-worker well too. The other one said it's different. Lis Shi offered to bet that Head Ching treats the young man differently than everyone else. They agreed whoever loses would patrol the streets for the other for a month. The young men saw Shan pestering a cat on the street and asking if he could become a human. Can he cook food? Is he a boy or a girl? What does his meow mean? Li Si said he needs Shan's help. Shan said he's busy and doesn't have time. The cat turned around and ran away. Shan said to wait for him since he hadn't turned into a human yet. Li Si offered his colleague 2 coins for his help. Shan asked what was the help? The young men were spying on the head of Ching. Shan approached the girl and said that he felt dizzy. He seemed to be sick. The girl gave him a talisman and told him to use it. Just drink it and then he would be fine. Thanked. Li Mu said that last time Head Ching gave him the same talisman. The colleague sent the young man to try to do the same. Li Mu walked over to the girl and said that he seemed to be sick. He has a slight dizziness and doesn't feel well. The girl immediately touched his forehead. Li Ching said that there was no fever. Taking the young man's hand, she said that she checked his body with energy. He seemed fine as well. Shan noticed that the head was treating Li Mu better than them. Li Si said that the young man would now patrol the streets for him for a month. The young man couldn't believe that the head of Ching liked him. The colleague said, maybe it's a little sympathy. The young man wondered, why is this happening? The colleague asked, does he need a reason to like someone? The young man thought, if Ching really likes him, he just needs to develop the relationship well in the coming days, and it would work out well for him. But then his dream of a beautiful marriage would be in vain. The colleague said that the young man wanted a relationship with the head, but he was thinking of someone else. Is he immortal? The boy decided to observe and see what the head Ching thought of him. The young man approached the girl and asked if she wanted to have lunch with him today. He had figured out a way to condense the last 2 souls, and he wants to discuss it with her. The girl asked what was on his mind. Love and lust are not easily put together. The young man said he read in a book that some practitioners directly condense the last 3 souls by playing with a woman's feelings. Li Ching stared at the young man intently. The guy started to make excuses and said that he would not use this method. After all, he wasn't playing with the girl's feelings, but he thought that he might marry several times to get the last 2 souls from his own wives. The girl's gaze became steely and unapproachable. The young man said that there was no law or moral restriction in this, and it is normal. The girl turned around and walked away. The young man thought that Head Ching didn't take it seriously, did he? 3 days passed. The young man thought that the head was mad at him. She didn't even go to the duty room. She hadn't spoken to him in 3 days. The boy decided he should go and apologize to her. The door opened and a girl walked into the duty room. Ching said that love is divided into big and small, and lust is not only carnal desires. There are other ways to condense the last 2 souls. The guy thought that the girl really cared about him having a wife, but decided to explain himself. The guy said he was just kidding that day. The girl said she wasn't kidding, and suggested he read a book. In the book, it was written how people who lost their 7 souls could get them back. The guy said he shouldn't have made that joke. She had spent the last 3 days looking for that book for him. The girl continued, "One of the 7 emotions is love. It is not just love between a man and a woman, it is a small love. But there is also a great love. It is love for all beings. If he loves all beings will love him." The girl said it is like Buddhist merit and Taoist mind power. Every neighborhood has temples for people to visit. The more people sincerely visit temples, the more energy they can generate. The prosperity of temples is closely related to the prosperity and decline of the state. We need to get the same faith from people. That will be the great love. As for lust, it is not only the flesh. There are 6 desires like the 6 roots and 6 senses, which are the desire to see, hear, embrace, taste, touch, and feel. The girl went on to explain what each desire meant. The young man thought that Mrs. Liu always likes to touch his body. This is a manifestation of the desire for touch. But he doesn't absorb the desire of love. It means she doesn't like him. Qing continued, "There are many ways to gather the last 2 souls. You don't have to force yourself to marry multiple wives." The guy thought that winning the faith of the people is much more difficult than marrying several wives. Taking several wives, he thinks, is not that difficult, but it is impossible for him now. Guy must now focus on perfecting Master Gan's evil senses. He must continue to refine the energy that is left in him, and condense the last 3 souls and break through to the middle 3 realms as soon as possible. The young man said that he didn't want to think too much about men and women right now. He is not even 19 years old yet. The young man was caught up with Sean and said that the magistrate was looking for him. Someone had come from the government district. The young man was very surprised. There was an official at the magistrate's office. He said he was looking for Li Mu. The young man showed up and said that he had come on orders. The magistrate said that the young man had done a lot for the people in the past few months. He had uncovered the evil cultivator's plans and saved the county from a big disaster. The judge continued, "Unfortunately, Wu Bo had died in the line of duty, and he hoped that Li Mu would take his place." The young man said that he was too weak for the position. He hadn't even perfected his 7 souls. The judge said that he thought highly of the young man, but now he cannot give him this important role. Official people arrived to deliver an official document from the superiors. The judge told the young man to be nervous. When the vampires appeared in the village, he was the one who suggested that sticky rice could stop them. The judge reported it to his superiors. If not for that idea, more people would have died in the area. The judge stated that the young man's merit in eradicating vampires was not forgotten. The boy thought, what was he getting at? The judge continued, "It was decided not only to reward the young man with energy and strength, but also to transfer him to the office of the boss, where his monthly salary would be twice as high as it was now." With which the judge congratulated him. The young man thought that he would now be in the county government. The judge was surprised. He didn't know that the young man loved his job so much. He said that Miss Qing is a disciple of the talisman sect, and to the disciples of the talisman sect, the boss has no right to order. The young man said that he would like to think about what the judge had just told him. Li Si asked if he could go already. The judge said Li Si will report to the magistrate in a month, just like Li Mu. The man said that he had done nothing good. Why did the supervisor promote Li Mu and not him? The magistrate said the one who gave that order was not the supervisor, but Mr. Zhen. Li Si immediately realized that it was all because of Zhen Miao Miao. Li Si said that in that case, he was resigning. The judge wondered, what will the young man live on then if he resigns? Li Si stated that the doctor had told him that he had a sick stomach and should only eat soft food for the rest of his life. The judge stated that even if Li Si resigns, it is useless. Mr. Zhen implied that he would have to appear, and it didn't matter if he resigned or not. The old man warned that the young man only has 2 options. The first is to show up himself. The second, to appear there bound. Sean said it was his fault. If he hadn't asked his friend for help, they wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Li Si replied that it had nothing to do with his colleague. It was not enough for a beast like Zhao Yun to die 1,000 times. If he could do it again, he would do the same thing. Sean asked, what are they going to do? Would they really go to the county? Li Mu said that he hadn't decided yet. The guy thought that she had much more cultivation resources in the county capital. Li Mu understood. Then he wouldn't be able to see Head Ching and Mrs. Liu and Wang Wan. He wouldn't be able to visit Su Hei. Such a life would not interest him at all. Sean regretted not being sent away. In the county city, the salary is twice as much. Ching said, she heard that the county chief wants to promote the young man to the city. This is a rare opportunity for him. There are a lot of cultivation resources in the county department. The young man said that he doesn't want to go to the county. He is used to following the head of Ching. If the girl doesn't go, he won't go either. Head Ching said that in 2 weeks her training in this county will end. Li Mu asked, will the girl really go back to the sect? Ching said that when the time comes, a new one will be set in her place. The young man didn't think it could come so soon. The girl said that when she left, he would have to take care of himself on his own. The boy said that he wasn't the same as he used to be. Ching said that in the past few months, the young man has become a completely different person. Sometimes she feels like there is another soul living in the young man's body. The boy stated that the former Li Mu really died. The one standing in front of her now is the reborn Li Mu. If he hadn't died once, perhaps he wouldn't have changed. The girl said that the young man is now more responsible, even better than the former one. The young man said that after she left, he would probably go to the county office. He would like to collect the remaining 2 souls as soon as possible. The girl said that the criminals in the city were more serious and he should be more careful there. The guy thought that if Head Ching wasn't at the magistrate's office, he would have no reason to stay here. 2 weeks passed. The young man thought, what are those 2 doing here? The boy figured they were eavesdropping. He had fortunately started practicing his 6 senses, so he could easily listen to what was being talked about. Ching asked Han what's wrong. Han said that he and the girl are from the same sect. It shouldn't be too difficult for her to call him Big Brother. Sister Li has been in the realm of soul purification and condensation for a long time. This is because she has a solid foundation. She probably wants to wait until she gathers souls to achieve spiritual sight in the shortest time possible. The girl said, Han's thinking is correct. Han added, in that case, when she returns to the mountain, she should have some privacy. He had wanted to say something to her for a long time, because there might not be such an opportunity on the mountain. Han musters up his courage and says that he has liked the girl for a long time, and he proposes her to become a couple in pair cultivation. The girl turned Han down. Han asked, is it really because of Li Mu? The girl said that she only has cultivation in her heart and apologized to Han. Han took offense and left the room. He decided that Li Qing refused him, definitely not because she only focused on practicing. Shan saw Han off with a look and said that he felt sorry for the man. Li Mu decided that it was very harsh to be rejected by the head of Qing. A young man came into the room and asked the head of Qing, is she already going to leave? The young girl said she was already going. Qing said the young man may not call her head anymore. The boy said that he is used to it and it will be hard to relearn. Li Mu stated that he wanted to say something to the girl for a long time. The girl blushed and asked what was it. The boy thanked Li Qing. The young man thanked the girl for teaching him how to practice and for taking care of him and protecting him all this time, for gaining energy for him. The girl said that Li Mu was her subordinate. If he has subordinates in the future, he should be just as responsible for them. The guy said that he would leave the room first, and when she left, he would escort her out. The young man walked up to Han. Han said that he too was going back to the sect today. Han said although he doesn't like the young man, he has fought side by side with him many times. Han suggested that the young man celebrate their parting. The young man agreed. The young men celebrated Han's departure and had heart-to-heart conversations. They had a lot to talk about. Han said that he had noticed Li Qing back in the sect. She was the hardest working and most serious in her lineage. Han stated he should have known that in her heart, only practice. He lost the fight for the girl. The young man couldn't remember arguing with Han. Han asked Lima Mu, would he not tell the girl how he felt? Li Si said to his colleague not to make any quick decisions. If Li Qing decided to leave, then it was useless to say anything. The young man thought that if he acted like Brother Han, it would make the breakup seem less like a breakup. He decided that he and Li Qing didn't have a sufficient relationship as a man and woman. This was probably because they didn't spend much time together. After the feast, the young people went home. The friends decided that it would be better for Han not to drink too much in the future. Li Qing met them on the road and said that they smelled of alcohol. Li Si asked the girl what she thought was more important, practice or relationships. Li Si added that in a relationship, it's always easier to take a step backwards than forwards. If a girl takes a step back now, suddenly she will regret it later and have to take more than a step forward. The guy went on to say that in the future one might find that someone had already gotten ahead of her. An epiphany came to the girl. How could she not have realized this before? Li Qing thought, what she has in front of her eyes is not only a feeling, but also a hatred that she can't get rid of. Without revenge, she can't find happiness. The girl wanted Li Mu to wait for her. Li Qing says goodbye to the staff. The judge thanks the girl for her contribution to the county and wishes her success in her future studies. Each of the young men wished the girl a good future, prosperity, and career growth. The young man saw off with a glance colleagues who are departing back to the mountains, to their sect, to the place of permanent deployment. The young man hopes to meet them in the future. Li Si said that he and He Qing were not from the same world. One can forget about her. The young man thought that he still had a neighbor and her little maid in reserve. The boy pondered, the lady is an actress, can cook, can sing and dance. She has many talents and is close to people. She has more humanity in her than Li Qing. The guy thought there was one flaw in his roommate. She announced that she was not going to marry anyone in her life. Liu Hanyang prepared dinner. The girl said that during dinner, the young man was silent the whole time and didn't even eat properly. There must be something bothering him. Li Mu aloofly said that his head had returned to his sect. The girl was surprised and asked if she would return. Now she could see why her neighbor was so sullen. The girl suggested that the young man drink some alcohol for the occasion. The young man supported the suggestion and the young people drank. Lu said meaningfully that there were still plenty of fish in the sea and should not be so upset. After all, the young man wanted to have several wives. The boy said that this was not the case as she thought. The young man said that he was just homesick because of Li Qing's departure. The girl thought that the young man liked Li Qing. That's why he was sullen now. Caring Liu Hanyang suggested that the young man pick up some girls from the opera theater for him. Or if he wants, he can marry Wang Wang. Her heart belongs to the young man. The young man said that's not what the girl is thinking. Lu said she's shutting up. They are not drunk enough yet. The morning came. The young man opened his eyes. The young man looked around and saw that he was lying in the same bed with his roommate. True, they were wearing clothes. The young man jumped up. He was covered in sweat and a blush flooded his cheeks. Why is Mrs. Lu in the same bed with him? The boy saw that their hands were clasped together. What's going on here? The girl turned on her side towards the young man and said it was still early morning. Why make such a loud noise? Opening her eyes, Lu saw the young man in front of her. The girl jumped up, startled. There was a blush on her cheeks as well. The young man began to apologize and suggested that nothing had happened between them. The girl thought that she didn't feel anything strange in her body. Her clothes and even her shoes were still on. The young man said that it was okay to calm down, since they still had their clothes on. But here their hands were interlocked. The girl tried to convince herself that nothing had happened last night. She remembered that they had been drinking with the young man. But now she found herself in his bed. The young man thought that the energy in his body was flowing too fast. The boy couldn't understand why this was happening. After all, it wasn't like he didn't have a physical workout right now. It was probably because the energy was going from his left hand to his mistress's right hand, and from her left hand back into his body. Nothing else. Nothing to fantasize about. The young man thought it was because the bodies of pure yin and pure yang attract each other. This conduction process makes the energy work 3 times faster, so one day of this practice would be like 3 days of normal practice for him. The girl thought that holding the young man's hand was very pleasant, and she slept like that all night. But when she let go of him, that comfortable feeling was gone. The girl said that when she held the young man's hand, it felt relaxed. What was that from? The guy suggested maybe because they have special body types. The girl asked, is it because of pair cultivation? Did the book say that pair cultivation required this? The guy suggested that perhaps it was also a method of paired cultivation. It just doesn't work as efficiently. Wang Wan entered the room and said that the young people had drunk too much last night, and slept on the bed, holding hands tightly. She couldn't get them out. She had to leave them here for the night. The girls saw the young people together and blushed with embarrassment. Li Mu immediately said that nothing happened. Liu Hanyang thought that Wang Wan's heart was entirely given to the young man. She can't be allowed to misunderstand everything. Wang Wan said that she had just misunderstood everything. Mrs. Lu suggested that the girl go to the store and she would explain everything to her on the way. She felt uncomfortable staying with the young man together. The young man assumed that a lot of alcohol the day before had been drunk in vain. The young man was approached by the foxy Xiaobai. The boy thought, no wonder there are always enough evil practitioners in the cultivation world. After all, there are things that can be easily done with less time and effort. No one wants to go through all that hassle. Pear cultivation not only doesn't kill anyone, but it eliminates the need to do one good deed a day. It's quick and convenient. The young man thought as he held hands for one night and felt his strength increase. No wonder the book said that for pure yin and pure yang bodies, not to engage in pear cultivation, a waste of the resources of heaven and earth. The guy noticed that his heart was beating very fast. He couldn't understand what was going on. The young man tried to make sense of himself. After all, he wasn't in love with Mrs. Lu, was he? At this time, the girl was feeling very distracted. She felt that nothing could be fixed. The girl couldn't find a place for herself. The music troupe and theater were operating as usual. The bookstore was steadily increasing its turnover. She thought of the purity of her mind. Her heart was as pure as the sky. The girl tried to calm down and forget about what had happened. She decided to muse. Music could be heard from her house. Mrs. Lu still couldn't find a place to be. She kept seeing the young man in her thoughts. The young man couldn't read the book anymore, so he slammed it shut. This morning, he was thinking about Liu Hanyang more than Li Qing. Li Qing had left not long ago, and he had already started thinking about other women. The young man thought that he had lost his mind. The boy decided to focus on training. He hadn't used the energy he had been given yet. It should be enough for him to refine that evil cultivator's evil senses. The young man closed his eyes and began to meditate. It was noon. He had nothing to do at the magistrate's office, so he decided to go home a couple hours early. The young man caught himself thinking that he wanted to see his neighbor early. On his way out of work, the young man saw Mrs. Lu. He really wondered why the girl was at the magistrate's office. Luke said she was passing by and decided to stop by. The young men decided to go home together. On the way, they decided to stop at the market and buy some food, so that there would be something to make a meal out of. Colleagues saw that the young man was not walking alone. Sean said he was jealous of the young man. He too would like to eat food prepared by Mrs. Lu every day. The young man thought that he had been distracted all morning, but now seeing his neighbor, he calmed down. Why did she come to the magistrate's office? Liu Hanyan said she could walk anywhere. This time she was walking past the magistrate's office. The young man asked if maybe she was also thinking about him this morning. The girl said she didn't miss him, but wondered why did the young man say the word too? The boy assumed that their relationship to each other had changed after last night. Their pure yin and yang bodies are like two magnets. Even if they are far apart, they will still be attracted. They just stayed together in bed, and now they can't help but think about each other. The girl told the young man not to talk as if anything had happened. She knew what they should do now. The guy suggested to his neighbor that when she missed him, she should silently recite a heart-cleansing mantra, and thought to himself that he'd probably fall in love with her soon. Liu objected, "It's not like she can recite that mantra all the time." The young man asked, "Does that mean she thinks about him all the time?" The girl said it was his fault. There was no need to drink a lot of alcohol. Li Mu thought that she offered to drink alcohol yesterday for his sake, and he couldn't blame her now. The guy said that he didn't know that pear cultivation would have such an effect on them. Just holding hands led to such an addiction. It can't last forever. If they don't see each other for a while, it will pass. The girl asked if he was really leaving. Li Mu said that he had already enrolled 2 weeks ago. The world is so big in 10 continents, it's a pity to stay in a small county for the rest of your life. The girl thought that Li Mu was the first friend she made in this town. After he left, she would be alone with Wang Wan again. The girl decided that she didn't want to see him anymore, and said she congratulated him on his promotion. The young man at home started the formation of the next soul. Xiaobai watched him. The young man began reciting the sutra. The young man activated the condensation. 5 of the 7 souls are collected, but his strength is no weaker than a practitioner who condensed 7 souls. This was similar to a practitioner who had entered the second realm. The young man decided to try the 9 words of truth again. The young man realized that he still couldn't pronounce it. It seems the third character of the 9 words of truth is still beyond his current strength. Xiaobai said that the young man had successfully condensed his soul. The guy said that in a few days the vixen had already paid in full for his kindness. The city was not like here. There were many high-level practitioners, and it would be dangerous for the fox to be there. After a couple of days, he decided to send her back to the mountain. Xiaobai didn't want to go back. She felt that she had not yet repaid his kindness. Foxy said that the boy's kindness was a saving grace for her. It could not be repaid by sweeping the floor and clearing the table. The lad thought that this vixen was very stubborn. The lad said she can't repay him now. The young man said that as soon as the vixen learns to take human form, she can visit him in the city. This conversation was overheard by Mrs. Liu. She thought, so when the vixen becomes a girl, the young man would be willing to meet her. Liu thought that the young man is really after the fox girl. Li Mu, he really is an outlaw. The young man thought that his neighbor was thinking about something strange again. The regional city is the capital of the northern county, and countless cultivators are stationed there. The guy explained that this little demon was just starting his cultivation journey. There was no way for him to survive in the big city, and one must go back to the mountain. The little fox is talented, but it will be a long time before she can transform. Even if she can find him in the city, it will be more than 10 years. Liu asked, "When is the young man leaving for the county city?" The young man replied that it would be in a few days. The girl suggested practicing together again. Li Mu asked, "Does she remember how she felt after the previous practice?" She had become addicted. Pair cultivation affects development, but it is addictive. The girl said he was leaving in a few days anyway, so they could do it one last time. She restrained herself for a few days, but still mustered up the courage to propose. The young man said he of course agreed. The young men sat back down and took each other's hands. Although it's not full pair cultivation, but it works pretty well too. The next day came. The young man drew the talisman, but it didn't work. He thought that his roommate was all he could think about right now. Liu asked the young man if he was coming or not, inviting him to the pair cultivation session. The guy said, "She said yesterday, this will be the last time." The neighbor told the young man not to talk much and to come. He said he was coming now. The third day came. The same thing happened in their relationship. On the fourth day, they continued pair cultivation without reservation. The young man wondered where this understanding between them came from. The young man decided to take the vixen home. They were in a mountain forest. The vixen said her home was up ahead, in the valley. The chanterelle said if her grandmother knew that she could repay kindness, she would be happy. The young man asked, "Where are the vixen's parents?" The vixen said that after she was born, her parents were killed by a stronger demon, so she was raised by her grandmother. The fox tribe is an ethnic group at the bottom of the food chain among demons. It's very hard to survive. Her grandmother and sisters treat her well. Her grandmother has 3 tails. The young man stopped. He felt the smell of blood up ahead. What does it smell like? The vixen broke out of his arms and rushed forward. The young man ran after her. The young man shouted for Xiaobai to be extremely careful. Ahead of them, they saw the foxes lying down. Xiaobai saw her sisters lying motionless. She screamed, but they didn't move. The vixen cried out. The young man wondered how that was possible. The young man noticed that there was an even cut on the fox, as if it were a mortal wound from a sword. A demon wouldn't leave wounds like that. Perhaps it was a human practitioner who killed demons to obtain their souls. The guy felt that there was no energy left in the bodies. Even if it was energy from a demon, it couldn't dissipate so quickly. The vixen cried and called out for her grandmother. 44. The vixen screamed for her grandmother to come back quickly because she was scared. The young man asked if her grandmother was here. Maybe he could find her with the help of a talisman. The vixen said she could show him. They came to a cave, and Xiaobai said this was the cave where her grandmother lay. She practiced here. The young man found some of her grandmother's wool and said it would be enough. The young man spun the wool into a piece of paper and made a crane out of it. The young man let go of the crane and it flew away. The boy and the vixen ran after it. Grandma must be somewhere nearby. The three-tailed fox stood in a clearing surrounded by demonic wolves. One of the wolves said that she would finally get what she deserved. The wolf said he could transform when he destroyed her. The fox said that if he wanted to take her, he could only try that in another life. Fox thought if she wasn't so badly wounded, she wouldn't even pay attention to these demon wolves who hadn't transformed yet. She was badly wounded by a human practitioner, and she was running out of energy. The fox said if she died, she would take all the wolves with her. The wolves decided to pounce on her and destroy her. They thought the fox's meat might be tasty. The fox regretted not waiting for Xiaobai. The wolves noticed lightning flashing in the cloudless sky. Where did it come from? A crater formed in the ground, at the bottom of which lay a wolf that was no longer alive. The remaining wolves decided that they had to retreat immediately, so they retreated. Xiaobai saw her grandmother. The fox asked how she was doing. The fox said she didn't think she would see her again. The vixen gave her grandmother a pill and said that after taking it, everything would be fine. Grandma thanked the vixen and said she was all she had left. The grandmother lost a lot of blood. The young man thought, even if he gives her the pill, it won't help. She's still alive, but she's only hanging on by sheer willpower. The boy said if the fox wants to say something, now is the time. Fox said everyone was killed by a human practitioner. Xiaobai said she will avenge them. Grandmother said she shouldn't take revenge until she is strong. The fox grandmother said she was leaving her granddaughter for the young man. The young man said he would take care of her. The old fox said that the granddaughter must obey her benefactor, be close to him, and serve him well. Grandmother could no longer be with Xiaobai. The little fox cried for a long time. The young man told her to rest in peace. The young man buried the fox grandmother in the demon cemetery. The vixen said that from now on she would train hard and would never party again. The boy knew that most of the fox grandmother's soul and energy was sealed inside Xiaobai. When Xiaobai fully absorbed and refined her, it would be time for her transformation. Xiaobai asked if she could still follow her master. Guy reminded that he would soon be traveling to the county seat. This is a completely new place. The guy didn't even know if he could take care of himself, not to mention taking the little demon with him. The boy said Foxy could stay at the county magistrate's office for now, and when he had enough strength, he would take her back to his place. The young man returned home. The neighbor said he was just in time. The girl saw that the vixen was very sad. She asked what had happened. The young man told everything. The boy said that he couldn't leave the vixen alone in the mountains, so he took her back. But he's leaving soon for a town that's full of danger for the little demons, so he can't take her with him. Lu said that she and Wang love Xiaobai very much and will look after her. The young man gave the girl a sapphire and said that the energy of the wolf demons is here. When it dissipates in a few days, this could be given to Xiaobai. The girl gave the young man the money and said it was his share from their joint projects. The young man thought that he had earned much less than what he was getting now. Lu asked when he was leaving. The young man said tomorrow morning. He will go straight from the magistrate's office. He won't come back here to say goodbye because he doesn't like parting. The young men parted. The magistrate told the young men that the district office was no better than their magistrate. When they get there, he advises them to keep a low profile and be careful. The magistrate said life is the most important thing. If they don't get settled there, they can go back. The magistrate will always find a place for them. The old man said the wagon had arrived and they could set off. The young man told his brother to look after Madame Lu's pavilion while he was away. The brother said that he could be relied on. From now on, he would treat Mrs. Lu as his mother. Anyone who dares to offend her will be severely punished, and he would rip that person's head off. The guy thought that Madame Lu had made the right choice, arranging a way for Shan to earn money. Since Mrs. Lu brought Shan's wife to the pavilion, she had a son. The young men said goodbye, got into the carriage and drove to the city. The girls looked after the departing wagon and said that the young man had left. Lu thought that she had a desire to go with the young man. It must be because of the pair cultivation. The feeling of him holding her hand was intoxicating. The girl banished those thoughts. If she continued like this, she would never be able to leave Li Mu for the rest of her life. She couldn't sink like this anymore. The girl suggested Wang Wan to go to the city and open some branches there. The young people continued traveling in the carriage. The guy thought that he had visited Bishui Bay a few more times, but he never got to see Sister Sue. He doesn't know how she is doing. The young man was very worried. He wondered when that woman under the water would be able to come out. Sue said he can't believe the young man has other women he is thinking about. The guy asked, how does the guy know what he thinks about women? Lee Sue said he can read it on the young man's face. Right now, he is worried about the girl and thinks she is in danger. The wagon driver said they've been on the road all day, but there's still half a day to go. There's an inn up ahead, and they can stop there for the night. And in the morning, they could go on their way again. The young man said it was better to sleep in a bed than in the open air. The young men stopped for a rest. The young man offered some food to the driver, but he refused. The boy thought that Mrs. Liu not only prepared the food, but also put warming charms on the food box. It was very touching. Guy remembered that he often quarreled with his roommate. He regretted that they had parted. Night came. The young men were resting. Two strangers came to the hotel. One girl looked at the young man and told her sister that he was very handsome. The other told her to take his yang energy. She would be scolded if she was late. One of the girls repeated that the young man was very handsome. And she is a bit out of place. He has soft skin. She doesn't even want to take his energy. The sister said she can't do anything, and she said she would do it herself. She also decided that this guy is very good looking. It didn't work out for the girl either. The guy thought these two were chasing two birds and not catching one. They didn't get his yang energy, but he didn't get his lust energy. They decided to try again. The young man put talismans on them. The girls were surprised that the young man was awake. The boy said, "Why should he sleep peacefully and let himself be used? These two demons have the nerve to suck out people's yang energy for their cultivation. It could even lead to his death." The girl thought that they ran into the wrong person this time. The younger girl cried and told the young man to forgive them. They just wanted some of Yang's energy. They had never hurt anyone in their lives. The boy said if they had harmed people, they would have disappeared by now. But since they had never harmed anyone, he wouldn't kill them. The guy thought the summoning technique was really good. He took the talismans off the girls. The girls asked if they could go. He will let them live today, as it is really not easy for them to practice. But they must not commit any more crimes in the future. The girls thanked the young man, said they never would again, left the hotel and flew away. The young man thought that when he was away from home, it was better to do more than less. But as a guardian, he must go and see. The girl asked her sister why she didn't tell the immortal to save them right away. The sister replied that the young man was merciful and he didn't hold them responsible for their actions and let them live. She could not ask him for anything. The girl said they would be punished by the king when they returned. The second said they wouldn't die anyway. The first one said they were already dead anyway. The boy thought that these two ghost women had a heart and a sense of justice. He didn't let them go for nothing, but they are under the king's control. A mid-third realm ghost cultivator doesn't care about the yang energy of mortals. So the king, the middle of the third realm, then there's nothing to worry about. The young man followed the girls and saw a low place where yin was concentrated. Ghosts and demons like to use such places as a lair. The guy noticed that the woman disappeared at the entrance of this cave. So he has to go deeper to answer the questions. Going deeper, he sensed that there was something else here. The girls were kneeling in front of the king. The demon asked, where was the yang energy they had obtained for him? The girls said that they hadn't met any strangers. There were no visitors at the inn today. The evil demon said, they know what happens when they come back empty-handed, right? A long rope appeared in the demon's hands. The girls screamed in fear. The eldest said her sister was still very young and asked that only she be punished. The demon didn't like the kindness involved here. The king said that next time, if they were also useless, he would reverse the decision and would save them the trouble. The two demons told their king that they had captured a stranger so that he might enjoy it. The king said they had done a good job. The king thanked the demons and they said thank you for the reward. The king thought that a little more souls and flesh and he could reach the realm of souls. When he does, he will be very useful to his majesty. The king stretched out his hand and thought, what should he eat first? Suddenly a young man appeared and said to the demon under his arm, who gave him permission to do this? The young man thought, this demon really hasn't reached the soul realm yet. The demon shouted, who is it? The girls recognized the young man. The king thought, this person is a practitioner, and his soul will be more useful to him. The king ordered his subordinates to massacre the young man. The demons decided to destroy the young man and moved to attack him. The young man said that no one could take his life and began to do justice with his sword. The demon king shouted, "How can this simple man make such a loud statement?" The man and the demon merged glances. The young man thought the demon is strong. The boy thought, even though this ghost is strong, it doesn't know the techniques of hand-to-hand combat. After each blow from the young man, the demon was injured. He was not prepared for this. The young man thought that a demon of this level was no match for him. The young man was skillful with his sword. The demon decided to use his demonic tricks. He said that the young man couldn't see or hear him, so how would he want to fight him? The boy thought it was the demon who wanted to hide in the fog, so he decided to surprise him. The young man began to emit a golden light. The demon thought he was a monk and called him a monk and his whole family monks. The young man decided to activate the lightning. The demon shouted that he was the king's subordinate. If the young man killed him, the king would not spare the young man. Lightning appeared and deactivated this demon. He was finished. The young man looked at the other demons. These little ghosts are full of evil and rage, and at first glance they are not kind. The girls began to apologize. The boy said that he won't destroy them because they didn't hurt anyone. They don't look like the kind of ghosts that harm people, and asked how they came under the influence of this evil ghost. The girl replied that originally they were just orphaned souls in the mountains. This evil spirit had taken them captive and forced them to suck out the yang energy of mortals for his cultivation. They didn't know how to free themselves from this nightmare. The girls bowed and thanked the young man. The young man looked at them very carefully and said that he had one more question. Which king were they talking about? The girls said they had only heard the evil spirits say that he was the 18th ghost general under the king, Chujung, but they had never met him. The young man thought that meant there were 17 other generals before him. The boy thought that this evil spirit was not one of the weak ones. That king must be at least middle 3 kingdoms to gather so many ghost generals. The girls asked why the young man wasn't leaving and said they didn't know where to go. The boy thought that these 2 ghosts with good hearts were not very strong. If they wandered off on their own, they might be discovered by a strong demon at any moment. The young man decided to send them to Sister Sue's house. She is lonely there alone. The guy offered the girls one place and told them where to go. They should find the girl and tell her that they are from him. The girls thanked him. The young man said if the girl doesn't show up when they get there, they should wait patiently for her. It's a safe place there. The boy warned the girls to be careful on their way. The young man remembered that there was a man here and tried to bring him to his senses. The boy woke up, scared, and screamed that it was haunted. The boy said he had destroyed all the ghosts, and the man was safe. The boy couldn't believe that the ghosts were really gone. He said that this guard saved him. Limu said the guy is already free. Limu said he would walk the young man home and asked him where he lived. The boy said he lives in the city. The young man said he was fortunately headed there too, and would drop him off on the way. The young man went back to the hotel. He laid the demon prisoner next to him to rest. Li Si continued to sleep like a baby. Looking at the rescued young man, Limu thought that the life that had almost disappeared was being reborn in his own hands. This kind of satisfaction is not something that can be achieved by telling a story or acting. The morning came. Li Si asked who it was between them. The young man said that he freed him from the demons last night and will take him to the city today. Said the young man got himself into a lot of trouble. Everyone woke up, ate breakfast, and went on their way. Limu asked the young man if his home was in the city. Why did he get so far alone? The boy said he ran away from home to play outside the city. Then he got lost. He got grabbed by those 2 ghosts. Driver said they were already in town. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The young man said he had arrived and could leave the carriage here. Limu said for the young man not to wander alone anymore. He might not be rescued by anyone next time. The young man told the driver to take them to the county office. At the county seat, the main power is in the hands of 3 people, and it is clearly delineated. Each of them is responsible for his own duties. The closer they got to the finish line, the more Li Si sighed. Limu asked, didn't he say that Miss Chen was a good girl? The interlocutor said that she was good, but he didn't say that he wanted to marry her. That wasn't how he planned his life. The young man asked, what was the plan? Li Si replied that he wanted to live a fun life for a few more years, and then find a modest woman and marry her. For some more time, the young men explained their views on how women should be treated in marriage. Each of the young men defended his point of view and believed that it was the only correct one. Li Mu began to list all the virtues of the girls who liked him. The guy didn't see anything wrong with treating not only these girls well, but also to everyone else. Li Si said whether his interlocutor wanted to see all these girls marry someone other than him. The young man huffed. He hadn't looked at the problem from that angle, and regretted that they didn't tell all the girls how they felt. Li Si said that with Li Qin, the young man will definitely not succeed, but Miss Lu would have to be saved by the young man. The young man said as much as he would like to, you can't jump above your head. Li Si said, if you can get a sensual relationship with a girl, you can turn a blind eye and just enjoy her. The driver brought the young men to the magistrate's office and said they could come out. The duty officer said hello and told them that new colleagues had arrived and suggested they come in and see if they had time to check in today. The young man asked, what does it mean to have time? The man said that they would find out everything now. The young man saw the formation on the formation. Everyone who was here were soul condensation cultivators. One of them had a soul condensation level. The man told the elder that 2 from the county had arrived. Could they participate in this trial? The elder told the 2 to stand in a row. The young men said hello. Li Mu thought, what kind of entrance test are we talking about? The superior said that being an official here is not something they can do even if they wanted to. Everyone has to pass the test to be qualified to serve in the magistrate's office. The young man feels a blinding light in front of him. He opens his eyes, unable to realize where he is. The young man thinks he has fallen into an illusion. This is an entrance test. I wonder what's in this chest. Could there be something dangerous in here? The young man opens the chest and sees that it is filled with jewels. If he takes this step, everything will belong to him. For the rest of his life, he will enjoy fame and fortune and all sorts of delicacies. The young man is encouraged to take the step. The boy realizes it's just a money bait. Though in the illusion, all kinds of temptations will endlessly increase. It is easy to go crazy from it, but he is not inclined to give in to such temptation. Every day he had his mistress in front of his eyes. She was a constant temptation, and he held himself back. So this chest of gold was not a temptation to him. The young man opened his eyes and realized that not everyone thought so. The warden said that he who could not resist the temptation of money when he became an official would be a villain to the common people. The chief said that these 2 should be sent back to their homeland and never be hired. They had not passed the temptation of jewelry. The warden noted that 3 people passed the test. One of them does not listen to the call of his heart and is very reserved. Another has no interest in money at all. The third does not think this chest is worthwhile. The 3 people who passed the test are lined up and waiting for further instructions from the supervisor. The supervisor asked Li Mu why he didn't give in to temptation. The young man replied that he was not interested in money. The supervisor thought that he had experienced many people from the strong in spirit to the weak in spirit. But this was the first time he saw a man who had not lost his mind in illusion. The man asked the other man why he had not succumbed to the illusion. The young man replied that officials should set a good example, and not to take bribes. The third replied to the man to the same question that it was not a chest, but a small chest. The supervisor thought that this young man was very fond of women and therefore would not be able to pass the second level. The warden announced that the 3 had passed the first test. He hoped that in the future they would also be able to resist the temptation of money and remain fair. Next, the second test awaits them. If they pass it, they will be officially appointed as officials of the magistrate. A young man is subjected to another illusion. In front of him is a seductive girl who calls him her master, and she offers the young man to take advantage of her. The lad realizes that this ordeal is called seduction. The young man hears a voice saying that he can step forward and do whatever he wants with the girl. The girl says that she has been waiting for him all her life. The boy compares this illusion to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu wins in looks. The illusion loses on all fronts. The warden sees that many men can't resist this illusion. The warden says that this is not enough and must be continued. After a second test, again the same 3 men are found to have failed the illusion. The boss, looking at Li Mu, said that this is a very strong man and his cultivation level is good. He could be hired right away. but he is constantly thinking about some girl. A person who thinks of such a way to break the illusion definitely knows how to love. The supervisor looking at Lee Soo wonder why he is smirking. Doesn't he love beauty? The man congratulated the same three again. They had passed the second test. To become officials, candidates must be able to resist money and beauty. They have passed. From now on, they are officially considered to be guardians of the magistrate's office. The man said that before they were admitted to the magistrate's office, he would give them a third test. If they passed it with honors, they would become his personal assistants and be relieved of their duties of patrolling the streets. The young man thought that if he couldn't pass the third test on his own, he would use the mantra of a pure heart. The supervisor created another illusion, and a terrifying ghost appeared in front of the young man. He raised his hands and shouted loudly. Li Mu pulled out his sword and thought that it was just an ordinary illusion. The ghost tried to attack the young man. The young man realized that the third test was a test of courage. This embodied demonic and ghostly energy could be confused with a standing ghost. The guy realized that he couldn't be intimidated, whether it was an evil fathom cultivator, a leaping vampire, or a ghost. He fought with all of them. These transformed beings absolutely could not disturb his mental balance at all. Many of the candidates screamed and were afraid of the ghostly demons. The chief said that as officials, they should be able to resist all sorts of temptations and have a certain amount of courage. A man who is afraid of death cannot be a good official. He must have a strong mind and possess impressive courage. The chief thought that these three candidates were really strong. The man praised these three men. They are truly courageous. The superior asked Li Si if he was afraid of death. The young man said that there was nothing scary about death. The man thought that this man was a mere mortal, but he managed to pass 3 trials in a row without hesitation. He had passed the trials that most soul condensation practitioners would not be able to pass. The man looking at Li Si thought that there was nothing unusual about this guy. The supervisor asked the Lord Viceroy, what should they do with candidate Li Si? The Lord Viceroy said to let this young man stay. The warden objected and said that this person is not a practitioner. He is an ordinary person. Lord Viceroy said that this man was chosen by the Lord in charge. The man said he understood. His eyes rounded. Li Si asked his friend if he didn't pass the test, would he be able to return? The young man said of course he could. Li Si was upset. He hadn't thought of that before. The boss announced that everyone left here had passed the preliminary entrance test, and he would now escort them to their residence. Li Si approached the supervisor and said that he was very greedy for money and easily tempted, and he won't be able to work here. The supervisor hoped that the young man could change in the future. The boy shouted that he was a big lover of women and would feel bad if he couldn't meet them every day. The supervisor said it's good if the young man can be so energetic. Li Si said he is a coward and runs away when he sees evil spirits. The warden said a guard should value his life. Fight if he can win and run away if he can't. The young man asked what he had to do to be chased away. The warden said he had passed 3 inspections. No one would kick him out. The magistrate, it is a big family and the young man can be accommodated. The Lord in charge said the young man passed all 3 tests, the money of women, and did not give in to temptation, and was not afraid of ghosts. The Lord in charge was satisfied. These were the good qualities of the man Miao Miao had met. The Lord in charge said that this young man should be invited to see him. The chief said that originally the magistrate did not provide accommodation, but the area chief was considerate of everyone and replaced the registration room with a bedroom. The man said that if someone did not want to live at the magistrate's office, they could rent their own accommodation. The young man thought, a room for 8 people means there's no privacy here at all. He has too many secrets. He needs enough space to practice. The young man decided to rent his own room. The boy thought he was no longer a poor guard and could afford to rent a private room. The guard on duty came and said that Li Si called the Lord in charge and wanted to talk to him. The young man said doomfully, he's sure he won't be able to escape from here. The guy told his friend, if he doesn't come back, to visit all the hot spots and say hi to his girlfriends. Li Mu wished his friend a happy life with Mrs. Miao Miao and healthy children to their family. The chief was told that a guard from their county government had arrived. There was the young man who had been saved from the ghost by the young man the day before. He pointed at Li Mu and said that he was the guard who had saved him. The man thanked the young man for saving his son. He said that the man saved his family's legacy and he was a benefactor to the entire Shu family. The man said that he had prepared a small gift for the young man. The young man said that it was his duty as a guardian to get rid of ghosts that hurt people. The boy said he appreciated the man's kindness. There was no need for gifts. He was doing his civic duty. If he took the gift, it might reflect badly on the magistrate. The chief asked if the young man had really saved the son of head Shu. The young man told how everything happened yesterday. Shu said that the young man was a man of honor, and he can't ruin his reputation. If the lad can't accept the gift, he will give it to the magistrate. The man said that he has a small business in the city. If it would be useful to the young man, he would do what he could. The chief thought that the young man's sincere gratitude was quite gratifying. At first, he thought the man had used some method to resist the temptation into illusion. The man said that he could see the young man really wasn't interested in money. Otherwise, why else would he refuse the gift offered by Mr. Shu? The young man, after learning about the size of the gift, regretted not accepting it. The warden said that Mr. Shu is a well-known merchant in the neighborhood. He often distributes food and patronizes the poor. The young man couldn't forgive himself for refusing the gift, which was 1,000 coins. He should not have been so polite. He had worked hard for Mrs. Liu for half a year and only received half of this gift. Li Mu said that he never accepts gifts in the official position. It is against his principles. The supervisor said that it was lucky to have a guard like the young man. The young man tried to calm down. The gift could not be returned anyway. The boy kept thinking about his neighbor, and he felt uncomfortable. After practicing double cultivation for so long, he had truly become attached to her. However, the Pure Heart Sutra only helped control this for a time, not for life, and he didn't know how to get rid of this bond. The guy realized that they were living separately, and after a while they will stop thinking about each other. They could meet whenever they wanted and engage in pair cultivation at any time. The young man thought that when she was far away, it was a good opportunity to get rid of the addiction. Just don't think about her all the time. One should think about something else, like the evil spirit he killed last night. The young man asked the man what he knew about the king, Chujiang. The chief said that this rabbit has almost reached the realm of creation. He has 18 ghost generals under his command. Most of them are of the soul compaction realm. They are a major scourge in the northern county. The superiors are downcast from not knowing how to deal with them. The chief said, the difficulty is that the villains are constantly hiding, hard to find. The king is easy to defeat, but with the Lord of the Underworld behind him, the battle will be extremely hard. The young man asked, who is the Lord of the Underworld? The man said it was the master of 1,000 illusions. The young man said that he had never heard of him. The interlocutor told the young man that the demon sect had 10 sections and 10 elders, and told the young man the entire hierarchy of this hostile world. The boy thought he had just destroyed the master of 1,000 illusions, and here was another Lord of the Underworld. Why does he always get lucky on such monsters? The young man thought that there was actually nothing to worry about. The demon elder would not be interested in a subordinate of a subordinate of a subordinate. The boy knew that he was completely safe, because no one knows that he was the one who destroyed the evil spirit. The one who should be worried the most right now is Li Si. Li Si arrived at the Lord in charge and said that he wanted to pay his respects. The Lord in charge asked what punishment the young man deserved in his opinion. The young man said he did not know and was ready to hear the sentence. The Lord in charge stated, he knows what the young man was doing in the county. The lad asked what was required of him. The Lord asked if the young man was afraid he would destroy him. Li Si replied, if they want to kill him, he cannot prevent it. Therefore, he is not afraid. The Lord took control of the young man's mind and asked what the young man thought of Meow Meow. The young man said that she is the most innocent and kind woman he has ever met. The Lord asked if he thought she was not beautiful. The lad replied that beauty and ugliness are only appearances. In his heart, she is more beautiful than anyone else. The Lord laughed and said that he was giving the young man 2 courses of action. First, he should stay with Meow Meow and make her happy for the rest of her life. Whatever he needs, he will get. Money, power, or cultivation, he will be able to satisfy the young man with everything. The boy asked, what's the second thing? The Lord said that every year during the festival, he would ask the young man to light a couple incense on the grave. The young man replied that the son-in-law was bringing a bow to his father-in-law. The young men met and talked about how they spent their time. Li Mu asked his friend, Didn't Mr. Chen make life difficult for him? Li Si mentally said goodbye to all his girlfriends, saying their names out loud. Li Mu asked, was the man really going to give up? The young man said that he would take a look. Mrs. Meow Meow is not in the area yet. She will be back in 2 weeks. Li Mu told his friend, no matter how many women there are in the world, it's not as good as having one at home. Li Si asked, what about the young man? Li Mu said he doesn't know yet. The master told the newcomers about the principles of work and showed the area of their responsibility on the map. The young men listened to everything attentively. The man said that they should regularly maintain law and order in their assigned part of the city and be responsible for the safety of the villages outside the city. Li Mu would be his deputy. The master said that the young men had 3 days to settle personal matters, and then they should come to the magistrate's office. 3 days passed. The young man spent 3 days looking for a place to live. He raised that if the search was not successful, he would have to stay in an inn. The young man was told that someone was waiting for him outside. The young man dreamed. In this city, only the Shu family's father and son know him. Maybe the head of the family decided to give him another gift. The young man saw Shan and wondered why he had come here. The man said he had come specifically to meet the young man and to deliver someone. Shan said this is who he brought and pointed to the wagon. Mrs. Liu and her maid came out of the wagon. The girls saw the young man and were very happy to see him. Xiaobai was with them. The young man asked, what was Mrs. Liu doing here? That was all he needed. Wang Wan said that Madame had come to the city to open a branch here. The guy thought that it had only been 3 days since he left, and Liu Hanyang had already decided to open a branch here. The young man asked, is it really true that Liu Hanyang wants to open a branch here? The girl said that there aren't many opportunities in the county to expand the business. There are many more rich people in the city, so there are more opportunities. The guy asked if the girl had already chosen a location. Had she recruited people already? Had she found a place to live? The girl shook her head negatively at everything. The guy said, she doesn't have any decision, but she has already arrived in the city. Mrs. Liu said for the young man not to teach her how to run a business. The girl said they should eat first. Wang Wan is starving to death. The young man looked at the girl and caught himself thinking that he was very happy to see her. Li Si said that the young man should not hesitate to marry her. The young man thought that she just wanted to practice paired cultivation. In the past few days, he had thought 1,000 times about going back to the county to find her to do so. The girl and her maid visited the mediation office and looked at the object she wanted to purchase. She found an object that interested her. The broker said the girl had a trained eye. It would be ready in an hour. The man said there are a lot of people wanting to buy this 2-story house. He'll get people to clean it up so the girl can live in it comfortably today. Shan thought how nice it was to have money. He also wanted to buy himself such a luxurious house. Li Si did the math and said that if Shan didn't eat and drink at the magistrate's office, he could save a little money. And after 100 years, he would buy himself such a house. The girl said if Shan didn't want to be a guard, he could come and get a job with her. In 10 years, he could earn money for such a house. Li Si began to persuade his friend to move to the city and work for Mrs. Liu. The man said that he was in the city, hardly knowing anyone. Li Si said that if the man moved to the city, he would take care of his friend. Li Mu confirmed that Li would be a powerful man. Shan wondered when his friend had time to become so powerful. Shan thought that he was an ordinary man, and this kind of job could be dangerous for him. The man shouted that he would only resign when he returned. Li Si suggested that his friend drink more alcohol tonight. The man said he needed to find a place to sleep first. Mrs. Liu said there is plenty of room in the new house, so he can stay there for the night. Shan said he could stay in that house and even sleep on the floor. It's better than paying for a hotel room. Li Si said his friend can stay overnight at his place. He has a big bed, but they have to drink a lot of alcohol first. Shan said he wouldn't stay at Mrs. Liu's place. Li Si thought that he had taken away the third extra, and Li Mu would have to do a good job tonight. The young man thought Liu's eyes are giving her away. The girl wants to do cultivation. The guy decided to quit. He can't indulge her all the time. The young man said it was time for him to leave. Liu asked where he was staying. The young man admitted that he hasn't found a place to stay yet. Liu said that there were many rooms in this house. He could choose anyone. The girl said for him to stay with her. It would be easier that way, and more convenient for his practice. She offered to buy him the house next door, and then they'd be neighbors again, and he would pay her rent. The boy thought that in that case he would go to the hotel and get his things and come back here. The young man thought that he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and keep from double cultivating. The girl entered the room and asked when he was coming. The guy looked at Lu and realized that he wouldn't be able to give up this addiction and said that he was on his way. The young boy now understood why evil cultivators go further and further down this path when they start harming people. These famous sects strictly restrict their disciples from cultivating them. The young man thought he had a strong heart, but it was hard to resist the temptation to increase his spiritual power so quickly. The boy couldn't resist the idea of dual cultivation with Liu Hanyan, but he had never thought of taking souls. The girl was even less determined than him. The guy thought, does the girl really have a strong desire for him? We should try this technique and find out. He was interested in lust. The girl said, the young man took her energy again. The boy said, he just wanted to try it, but he didn't think it would work. Lu said she could take energy too. The guy thought he also has an attraction to Miss Lu. That is what lust is. The young man said, let's see who takes more from whom. The young men began to cultivate. Exhausted, they collapsed on the bed. They said they couldn't take any more. The young people came to believe that they were attracted to each other. The reason for this was their cultivation. The girl, as she fell asleep, said that she was not going to discuss it with the young man. The boy said that they were single, but did it every night. The girl said she wasn't going to marry anyone, and she doesn't care. The young man said he wants to get married. Lu was surprised. What does he mean by that? The boy said they can't live without each other anyway. Why don't they stay together and not waste their pure yin and yang? The girl thought about that suggestion, but he had said she wasn't his type, and she's not as good as Wang Wan and Li Qing. The girl asked why he suddenly changed his mind. Lu assumed that he wanted her money. The guy said that's not true. Good and evil are rewarded, not reincarnated. No one said this retribution would come so quickly. The girl said she was going to go rest in her room. The guy figured they would be living together anyway. He would have many chances to prove that he didn't want her money, but only her. For the past 6 months, he had been so focused on saving his life that he hadn't even paid attention to his feelings. If it wasn't for Li Si's words, he wouldn't have realized that he already had 2 women living in his heart. Li Qing was his guide in cultivation. Liu Hanyan was almost the perfect wife for any man. A friend had told him to treasure the one in front of him, and he immediately thought of Miss Lu. But reaching Mrs. Lu was not easy. The boy figured she was moving to the city anyway, so he had plenty of time. Tomorrow he decided to consult with a friend. A vixen came running to the young man and said she missed him. The boy said that her cultivation had improved a lot. The young man thought that this vixen is still a demon. If she reveals herself to other practitioners, he couldn't be sure that they wouldn't have bad intentions. The young man remembered that he had used the Buddha's light to treat the snake quite successfully. It not only kept the demonic energy inside her, but also saved her from the harm of the Buddha light in the future. He decided to try this with the fox snake as well. Xiaobai thought that she would be able to transform soon. Lu couldn't sleep. She wondered what the young man meant, talking about how they can't be without each other. Did that mean he liked her? The girl continued to ponder. He had said many times that she was not his type. Is he, like her, poisoned by dual cultivation? The girl thought if she had known the consequences, she wouldn't have taken the initiative then to have a glass of wine with him. If she hadn't ended up in the same bed with him that night, there would be no difficulty today. The girl caught herself thinking that it pleased her to know that the young man wanted her. Aside from wanting many wives, Li Mu had no obvious disadvantages. It no longer seemed unacceptable for the girl to marry him. Lu realized that it was too late to fix the past now, but it was up to her to decide how to behave in the future. The morning came. The girl remembered what she had been thinking about the day before. Marrying Li Mu? How could she have only thought of that? The girl remembered that she obviously didn't want to marry anyone. Did she really want to steal her future husband away from Wang Wan? At work, a young man asked Li Si how he courted girls. Li Si asked, did he really decide to admit his relationship with Mrs. Lu? And said that there is no single instruction. It all depends on the person. Li Mu said that he has no experience in courting girls. Li Si declared that sincerity is an eternal truth. The guy explained that sincerity is the least valuable thing in this world, but it is also the most valuable. He had always relied only on his sincerity. Limu asked him to be more specific. Madam had an unfortunate life experience. She achieved everything by relying only on her own efforts. Li Si said that such a woman often keeps her heart closed and finds it hard to trust others. The young man must use his sincerity to penetrate this closed heart. The young man decided to be sincere in everything towards the lady. The boy tried to help the girl in everything and tried his best to woo her. Lu told the young man not to be like that. She was beginning to be afraid of him. The boy thought that the sincere way doesn't work with Mrs. Lu. We should forget about it for now and do some cultivation. He developed the first 6 senses of Buddhism, visual awareness. He can see through all illusions and bypass several formations. This is better than the heavenly eye. The next day came. The master said that the government had received a report from the villagers that something strange had happened in a village outside the city. No one was hurt, but it was suspected to be the work of a demon. A young man was sent on a business trip. The young man came to this village, knocked on the door and said that he was an official who was investigating the incident. The girl opened the door to the young man. The girl said that her husband needed help. Her husband has been going somewhere every night for the past few days and coming back and sleeping during the day. The girl complains that he can't wake up during the day, no matter how much she wakes him up. So she showed the young man her husband. The boy determined that the 7 souls are still with him, but they are exhausted. The yang energy has been sucked out of him. The girl asked what should she do. The guy said when he wakes up, don't say anything to him or ask him anything. If he went out again for the night, the young man would follow him. The guy thought, if the demon is practicing sucking people's yang energy, then the level of the attacker is clearly low. The young man had a level 2 talisman with him. He thought that if it was difficult, use the talisman to retreat. The young man saw that girl's husband walking at night. The boy decided to follow the man. He wanted to find out who exactly was bringing evil to these people. The young man noticed that the man was entering a house. Limu realized that judging from the demonic aura permeating that bamboo house, it was a monster that had changed appearance. Through the window, the young man saw the man telling the lady that he was here again. The young man noticed that the man's body was twitching. He must be stuck in an illusion. This demon is trapped in the illusion and sucking out the yang energy for his cultivation. The guy realized that without his lightning, he wouldn't be able to defeat this demon. But the demon is not responsible for the death. It probably shouldn't be destroyed right away. The young man had an idea, and he decided to check something out. In this house, the demon had been mocking the man steadily. Someone knocked on the door. The door opened and there was Limu. He'd been told it was haunted, but it turned out to be a green snake, or an ordinary woman. The young man said if the man didn't come up now, he'd tell his wife, and she would break his legs. The girl came up to the young man and said she could give him what he wanted. The boy said, "What if he wants her?" The green girl tried to seduce the young man. She thought he was very handsome, and she didn't want to deny herself. She thought her catch today was not bad. The girl thought that there was very little of Young's energy. She felt like she was being drained. The stranger fell to her knees and said she felt dizzy. The girl thought that this person was unusual. A flying sword appeared in the room. The young man pointed this sword at the girl and told her to give up. The girl called the young man a scoundrel and said he had tricked her. It turns out that he is a cultivator. The guy stated if she was not following the right path, she should have foreseen this day. The demon decided to run away and said the young man couldn't stop her. The snake flew out of the house and the young man rushed out to find her. The snake hit the young man with its tail, but he managed to block the blow with his hand. The lad thought if he hadn't cultivated Buddhism and Taoism and his body wasn't hardened, this blow would have broken his arm. The young man decided to fight the snake. The boy grabbed the snake's tail and pulled with force. The snake screamed. The girl screamed she did not hurt him in any way. Why did he come after her? The young man said that she had broken the law by sucking the life energy out of the man. She must come to the magistrate and be punished. Then her life would be saved. The girl shouted that if she went there, she would surely die. People like to extract the soul, take poison, and eat the flesh of snakes. The young man said in that case they would have to fight, and hit the girl in the face with his fist. In this way, he was doing his duty. The girl was suffering from the harassment of the lawman who had attacked her. The young man summoned lightning. The snake thought that if the lightning struck her, she would immediately die. The boy offered the girl a wager. If she wins, he'll let her go. If she loses, she'll go back to the magistrate with him and face the law. But he could assure that her crime would not be punishable by death. The girl asked what the wager was. The boy said on her ability to charm. The girl thought the young man was strange. She was sure she would charm him. She had never met a normal man who could hold back in front of her charm. The young man said he was all in front of her. Snake decided to use her charms. She asked, "Is the young man always alone?" The young person asked if they might be better off doing something more enjoyable. The young woman thought, "This man has done her harm. Why not just destroy him?" However, this man practitioner is quite handsome. Snake thought that if she could repair him to herself, she could feed on his yang energy every day. It would be best for her cultivation. The young man noticed that she was very greedy in this matter. She was now becoming more and more lustful. It seemed to the girl that her body was getting softer and softer. She assumed that he was pulling something out of her. The snake recoiled from the young man and asked what he had done to her. The boy thought that this demoness exuded more lust than all the girls he knew put together. He didn't think his body could help him. The young man said she had lost and should return with him to the magistrate. Snake regretted that her sister wasn't around. The young man felt the strong aura of a demon appear outside. It was a demon of the middle three realms that had already formed its core. The young man was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle this demon. The snake said that it was her sister and it would save her. The boy thought that he wouldn't be able to fight. Gotta get this man and run away from here. He was lucky that Master Zhao had given him this talisman. The snake shouted to his sister that this man was escaping. The sister appeared, and the snake asked her if she could bring this man back to practice. The sister said she knows that one is stealing human yang energy for cultivation. The sister said she came to take it back. The green snake took offense that sister didn't care about being bullied. The elder said that's what she deserves. If the magistrate knows about this, how will she be able to explain everything to her father? Green remembered that the man was a magistrate. The sisters started to figure things out with each other and said they would sort it out when they got home. The young man continued to drag his feet away. He noticed that the speed of this talisman was much faster than he expected. The demons didn't follow him. The boy thought, if the second snake had malicious intent, he wouldn't have been able to escape today. Eventually, the young man reached the man's house. His wife was waiting for them on the doorstep. The woman asked what had happened. Limu said that her husband had been bewitched by a demon. Every night he would go there and the yang energy would be sucked out of him. That's why he was so sleepy during the day. If the woman would keep an eye on him and not let him go, it wouldn't happen again. The woman asked, "This demon won't come to them, right?" The young man said it wouldn't. The boy did not realize that it was the man's inability to resist temptation that gave the demon the opportunity to take advantage of him. The snake demon doesn't feed on people. Otherwise, that man would have died in that bamboo house. The woman thanked the young man and told him that if he wanted to run away again, she would rewind his legs. The boy thought that this talisman should be kept to save his life at critical moments. He should go back to the magistrate and tell the master about the green snake. He is not so strong to deal with the demons of the middle three realms that have already formed their core. The young man knew that he was only a junior guard who had only reached soul compaction. He should speed up his cultivation. If he could draw out that snake's energy at least once a day, he would gain lust energy in a month. Li Mu came home late. Mrs. Lu and the others were probably asleep by now. The guy regretted that he didn't have time to eat and decided to make himself some noodles. Mrs. Lu was awake. She said finally the young man came back. He inquired why she was awake. The young lady said she was hungry and couldn't sleep. She wants to make noodles. Would he be willing to join her? The young man said he wouldn't say no and will take part in it. The young man admitted that these noodles are very tasty. The girl thought he had been eating for a very long time. The boy asked why she was not eating. Mrs. Lu stated that she was reluctant, and the young man could eat her portion. The girl noticed a bruise on the young man's arm. The mistress was frightened and asked what was wrong with his arm. The boy said he hadn't even noticed it. Apparently, it was left over from the fight with the demon of the night. That's probably when he hurt himself. The girl asked why he was so careless. It pained her to see his white and soft skin like that. He should finish everything, and then she will bring him medicine and wine. Mrs. Lu lamented that the young man always comes in beaten. The boy thought that a bruise of this size would go away by itself in 2 days at most, but Madam insists on giving him medicine and wine. She wants to seize the moment to touch it. The young man thought that in Mistress Lu there is no lust. He can't do it, but it's up to her. She offered to practice today. She told him to wait for her in bed. The girl said he could release her lust energy if he wanted to. In any case, by practicing pair cultivation with him, she would have it. If he took a little bit every day, he could refine her soul. The guy said that he would find a way to collect it from someone else. Lu asked, "Does he still want to have multiple wives?" The young man asked, "Isn't it normal that he wants to get married?" The guy remembered what his colleague said. You can't blindly chase a woman. You have to be ardent or cold at the right moment, make her feel the heat of emotion and urgency. Now was the time. The girl thought that they have the relationship of tenant and pair cultivation partners. She has no right to decide how many wives he wants to take. The girl said, she is asking for Wang Wan's sake. I mean, he knows how much she likes him, and it will be sad if he is like this. Li Mu said he only wants to marry one at the moment. The girl thought, if he really wants to marry her, what will happen to Wang Wan? If she takes the young man away from Wang Wan, the girl will be upset. But if he wants to have 2 wives, then he should pull it off. The young man said that he understood. The guy thought Lu agrees if he marries 2. The guy thought Lu meant as Li Qing's second wife. The next day came. Magistrate's office. A young man sits with a talisman on his forehead. The guy meditates and thinks that Master Gan's memories are much richer than the magistrate's library. The sect elder specialized in corpse recycling when Zhang died half a month ago. He turned him into a jumping corpse with decades of experience. The young man was interested in something. To achieve immortality and rebirth by taking over someone else's body, the memory soul says that it can be done with magical skills. Although it is a demonic technique, it can be perceived as a life-saving technique. The guy thought that his memories were so vast that it would make him dizzy just reading it. The master said he finally found Li Mu. The master said the young man did a good job last night, although he couldn't bring the demon snake. But he had saved the people. For that, he will have a reward, a piece of jade. Master said that this jade contains spiritual energy. It should be used for cultivation. The young man thought that this was the reward Li Qing had told him about. If he did his job well, he would have plenty of cultivation resources in the future. The master added, judging from what happened last night, one of the 2 demons can take on human form, and nothing is known about the other one yet, so it won't be easy to deal with. The master hoped that the second one wouldn't cause much trouble. Miss Lu unfortunately said, the bookstore, music hall, and theater are already occupied. They are rarely visited here. Shan suggested to the girl that she should ask Li Mu for help. At that moment, a young man appeared on the doorstep and asked what he could do for them. Shan said for the young man to approach them and give advice. The brother said that he wanted to help Mrs. Lu open a new pavilion in the city. But here the scope of this business has long been divided among the big owners. They don't know where to start to make money. At first he wanted to ask Li Si for help. The young man said that it's not worth asking Li Si for help right now. He is in a special situation. The young man asked the girl what she thought about it. Miss Lu said if they can't do it, they won't open a branch. In any case, the business in the county will be enough for them for a lifetime. The girl said that she would make the young man some food now and asked what he wanted. The young man gave Mrs. Lu an invitation. The girl asked who gave it. The invitation was from the Shu family. It is a big businessman in the city. How did the young man get an invitation to the banquet? Does he really know the head of the family? The boy said that he had only met him once. The girl suggested that if the Shu family wanted to help them, the issue of the store branch would be solved. The young man said that he didn't want to go to the banquet at first, but since they were already in such a situation, he would not refuse. The young man said that he would go to the banquet with his girlfriend. Mrs. Lu was overjoyed. The girl asked if the young man would also come to her room tonight. The young man said that he would not be able to refuse her. Wang Wan thought, why do Madam and the young man stay alone in the bedroom every day and don't come out all night? The morning of the next day came. The young man asked if she had perfected her 5th soul. The girl said that she now had the same level as him. The cultivation speed of his inferior pure yang body is not as good as her complete pure yin body. She has the energy he gathered for her. and she will definitely refine the 7 souls before he does. The girl said that Li Mu should hurry up, otherwise she will overtake him. The young man said that if it came to that, he would fell her and leave her lying on the ground begging for mercy. The girl asked, would he really dare to hit her? Li Mu said of course he wouldn't dare. The guy said for her to come home early today after he finishes with the store. He will teach her the techniques of Taoism. The girl remembered that Taoist techniques should not be passed on to outsiders. The young man said it was righteous sex forbid it, but these techniques he was not taking from them. Besides, Lu is not an outsider. The girl asked if he had taught anyone else before her. The young man didn't answer and said that he was already late for work. Miss Lu became sad. She knew he would be. He must have been teaching Li Qing. Wang Wan walked into the room. Madam said that they were only practicing. There was nothing else. Wang Wan said, she can see that the young man also likes her mistress. Liu said she doesn't like him. The young lady said she won't be angry. After all, the mistress saved her life. Liu said Wang Wan is still very young. Wang Wan said she just wants to be with mistress and master all the time. Liu asked if the young man must have seduced her when she ate at his place. Wang Wan said the young man seduced her mistress too. Mrs. Liu said that the young man was being rude to her. The young man thought that he couldn't let Liu Hanyang know that he had passed the technique to Li Qing first. The young man was afraid that in that case, Madam would never cultivate with him again. On the way, the young man was called out by Inspector Zhao. The supervisor said that there was a matter for the young man. We need to check on the girls in the pleasure house. The king's subordinate might be related to this case. The Lord wants to find out the king's secrets through the ghost general. The warden says the young man is new here. He won't be easy to expose. He won't be seduced by beauty, so he's the best candidate. Ghost General is located in the 4th realm. Therefore, the young man's life is in no danger. He will receive a generous reward after completing the task. Inspector Zhao reminded him that there are 10 temples under the Holy Lord of the Underworld, and the king is the 2nd most powerful among them. He left the sect and came to the remote northern county, so he must have had a purpose. The young man's reward will be 30 pieces of jade, either magic treasures and talismans of equal value. The young man thought that 30 jades, that's almost half a year of cultivation. The young man said that the reward wasn't that important. The most important thing was to rid people of evil. The young man said that he could do it. He said that the ghost general would be destroyed. Will there be an additional reward for this from the magistrate? The magistrate said that if the young man destroyed any of the 18 ghost generals, he would get a big reward. The stronger the general, the more generous the reward. The young man said that he had killed a ghost general once before. The chief said that he now wants to take the young man to the Lord Viceroy's office. Lord Viceroy's office. One could smell a strong stench in the air. The young man thought that the Lord Viceroy consumes a lot of alcohol. The warden told the Lord the whole truth. The Lord said, "Thank you. Did the young man find a ghost general under the king's command?" The young man said it was like that. The Lord Viceroy asked, "Which of these generals did the young man destroy?" and showed images of these generals. The boy pointed his finger at one of them and said that one. The Lord Viceroy looked into the young man's eyes and said that he was a very brave young man. The Lord Viceroy said that the young man should be taken to a room, and there he would choose something from the honors. The warden said that this is the treasure pavilion where the county office keeps the awards. Each floor represents a different level. The higher the deposit, the higher the reward. The young man asked, "Has anyone ever received an award from the heavenly room?" Inspector Zhou said that heavenly rewards must be submitted to the magistrate and approved by the emperor himself before they can be given out. They are not kept in government offices. The supervisor brought the young man into the room and said that he could choose one of the talismans or magical weapons here, or get the same value amount of jade. The boss advised him to take the Thunder Talisman. It could kill demon cultivators below level 4. In critical moments, it could save a life. The young man thought that the Thunder Talisman wasn't that useful to him. Besides, it's disposable. All the other talismans are also disposable. They aren't as good as the jade. The young man saw a hair clip on the wall and thought that it would suit Miss Lu. The young man took the hairpin and said that it would be his reward. The master was surprised. The young man suggested that the Lord Viceroy hated King Chu. The inspector said they have a blood feud. Lord Viceroy's parents died at the hands of the king. When the Lord Viceroy first arrived in the northern region, he was the first to take the lead. Running dangerous errands, He always rushed ahead of everyone else. 18 rampaging ghost generals had to be eliminated by the Lord Viceroy in 2 weeks, and 5 of them died one after another. Even the king's most valuable general had been destroyed. The young man couldn't believe that the Lord Viceroy was so brave. He looked completely different now. When the 5 were annihilated, the king went into a rage and personally massacred the Lord's family. After that, he became what he is. He hates the king with all his soul. If the young man destroys the king, he can choose expensive resources for himself. The inspector said that the young man no longer needs to come to the magistrate's office so as not to attract attention. He should investigate the pleasure house and complete the task. The young man remembered Inspector Zhao's story. The tragedy of Lord Viceroy's family reminded him of that. It was his duty to protect the people in his district. From time to time, the young man has to fight demons and evil spirits. Even if he himself is not afraid of them, he still has to be careful of what they can do to the people around him. The young man decided to increase Liu Hanyang Yuanwan's strength as quickly as possible. Miss Liu asked why the young man had returned so early today. The young man said that there wasn't much work to do today, so he decided to come back early. The young man asked the girl if she went to the store today. Liu said she went, but she came back early. The boy gave Mrs. Liu a hairpin, and the girl was surprised. She asked why he was giving her a gift all of a sudden. The man was surprised. "What's wrong with it?" Li Mu said. "But if she doesn't want it, he will keep it." The girl snatched the hairpin from him and told him not to blackmail her. The young man walked over to Wang Wan and said he had a present for her too. The young man gave the girl the jewelry box. He said he hoped she would like it. Wang Wan said of course she would like the young man's gift. The girl opened the box. There was a hairpin in it. She thought it was a hairpin even prettier than Madame's. Wang Wan thought that the best gift should be her mistress's. Wang Wan went to her mistress and gave her the hairpin and said that this gift was for her. Liu said that this hairpin was given to her, so it was her gift. The girl thought that her mistress's hairpin looked too simple. Wang Wan was happy that she got such a beautiful gift. Zhao Bai also wanted to wear beautiful clothes and jewelry. She wanted to transform as quickly as possible. Li Mu invited the girl to go out of town with him. He left the fox and the maid to guard the house. Mrs. Liu said they hadn't eaten yet. The young man said, "Mrs. Liu's hairpin is different from Wang Wan's hairpin." Liu said she knows the hairpins are different. The young man likes Wang Wang and Li Qing, so he gives them the best, and she gets the rest. After all, she's not a good fighter like Master Li and not obedient like Wang Wang, and she is not his type. The young man was surprised that Liu remembered those words. He said it was just a joke. The boy said that the girl has versatile talents. She is good in the kitchen, beautiful, rich, advanced in cultivation. He likes her very much. Liu Hanyang asked if the young man really thinks so. The boy said he was willing to swear with all his heart. The girl said no one asked him to swear. Li Mu asked, "She's not jealous, is she?" The girl said that she doesn't know such feelings at all. The young man thought that he was blind before. Mrs. Liu is just as nice as Wang Wan. The girl asked why he brought her to such a remote place. The boy said, "There's no one here so she can get her hairpin." The young man reminded her what kind of barrettes were different, but it wasn't what she was thinking. The young man began to recite a spell. The barrette turned out to be a magical weapon. The young man said, now she could see it was no ordinary hairpin. The girl blushed, pinched the young man, and told him not to talk about it anymore. According to Li Si, when a woman stops avoiding physical contact, it is a sign that they have taken a big step towards each other. The young man thought that he and Madame had taken a big step towards each other. The young man said that he would first teach the girl how to use the seals, and then he would teach her Taoist techniques. If she practiced, she would be able to defend herself in case of danger. Liu Hanyang agreed. The girl was learning how to launch the hairpin. The young man told her to think about the direction the hairpin was traveling. The young man warned, if that hairpin hit a person's heart or brain, it would kill them in one blow. Even if it was a practitioner, but untrained, the hairpin would go through the vital organs, and he would die on the spot. Liu asked the young man where he got it from. The boy said he was awarded this hairpin at the magistrate's office. The girl offered to exchange the hairpin for something else. She thought that he couldn't have chosen this hairpin just for her. The young man advised her to concentrate on practicing. The young man looking at Mrs. Liu's practice thought that women are contradictory. The boy said that he would now teach her a different technique. Combined with what she has already learned, she will be able to destroy the soul and body of a third realm practitioner. First, the enemy's body is destroyed, and then the soul is destroyed. Li Mu said that under normal circumstances, the enemy wouldn't even have time to react to her combined attack. Liu got tired and sat down. She said that she can't do it anymore. She was running out of energy. The guy reminded her that Taoist technique, although it doesn't consume a lot of energy, you can't practice it for long. It's best to start with shooting. The girl asked why he hadn't told her about it before. Liu said that her legs are weak. She doesn't know how she will get back. The guy said he has 3 ideas. 1, he will support her on the way back. 2, he'll carry her. The 3rd, she could crawl back on her own. The girl said that men don't offer the 3rd option. Liu Hanyang stated for the young man to pick her up and carry her home. The girl said he clearly did it on purpose. He, on the other hand, asked her to practice more. The boy said he doesn't want to carry her at all. She's very heavy. The girl said a healthy woman should weigh at least something. The young man thought that this was pure truth. If a woman weighs little, it means she either has small breasts or is not tall. The boy said it was his first time carrying a girl. The girl said that no one had ever carried her before either. The sun was slipping towards sunset. The young men took their time moving around. Liu asked. The young man said that in 2 years, if he is not married, she is not married, they will be together. Is this true? The young man stopped and said it was true. The young woman asked. He said she was not his type. The young man said he did like her. It was a joke, and asked if she was okay with them being together in 2 years. Liu said she'll see how he does. The guy said he would try his best. The girl stated she has one condition. The guy said he would do his best. Liu said that she could never break up with Wang Wang. The guy asked why she brought up Wang Wang. The girl replied that the young man understood everything perfectly. He had planned it this way from the beginning when he seduced her with his food. The guy said that he didn't have the slightest idea about her at that time. He thought the idea of bringing home both mistress and maid came later. The girl remarked that at that time he was fascinated by his head, Li Qing. The guy said that this topic could be skipped and inquired when they could start the real dual cultivation. The girl rolled her eyes dreamily. She said that it would only be after their wedding. The guy realized that true dual cultivation would only begin on the wedding day. He was satisfied that he had managed to divert his attention away from Li Qing. The young man reached Liu Hanyang's house. The young man put Mrs. Liu to rest and said that he wanted to talk to Wang Wan. The young man recalled that the girl's eyes possessed a very rare spiritual sight. He had sealed her ability back then, but now that she possessed the energy, he would remove the seal and she could develop her eyes as he had taught. The young man remembered that old man Wang had given him a book on cultivating spiritual sight. The girl rejoiced and said that it was wonderful. The young man's memory contains information about cultivating spiritual sight. This is just what will help Wang Wang find the right path to cultivate. The young man said that the girl could now open her eyes. Wang Wan opened her eyes and looked intently at the young man. The young man noticed that his mind was blurred for a moment. Wang Wan had only refined 2 souls, and her unconscious use of spirit vision made his mind shake. Once she learned how to use this talent, it wouldn't be difficult for her to control her enemies. Ghosts and demons would obey her. The young man said that the girl could now go to bed. If he doesn't make an effort, she will soon learn to suppress him. He would have to choose a magic weapon for Wang Wan so that no one would think he was prejudiced against her. The next day came. With the help of the Shu family, the 2 stores were successfully opened. In a month's time, a bookstore and a tea house would already be open. The music square and the opera house are not in the plans yet. While walking, a young man noticed that he found himself near a pavilion with girls. The young man decided to pay attention and see what was unusual about this pavilion. It was part of his service assignment. The guy thought that all the customers of this establishment are quite ordinary people. There is no ghostly or demonic aura around. This is the most ordinary pavilion. The girl suggested the young man to come in and have some fun. The young man said that he wasn't like that, and made a facial expression as if he had eaten a lemon. Liu Hanyang told the young man that they were leaving this place. The young man thought it was a waste that he didn't come here alone. Liu asked, "Does the young man really think they look good?" The boy said they are dressed like ghosts and he doesn't like them at all. Liu wondered why he was staring at them intently. The guy said he used to stare. He couldn't say anything about his assignment because it was secret. The girl stated that he was staring very intently there. All men are the same. The girls held the young man's hands tightly and would not let him go. He asked them to let him go. There were people staring at them. The young man looked and saw Li Si not far in front of him. He was with a girl. Li Si had a sad look on his face. He saw two pretty girls who were next to his friend and looked at the girl who was next to him. The girl asked why his companion was crying and wanted to wipe his tears with a handkerchief. The young man said, "It's all right. It's a strong wind today," and a speck got into his eye. Liu Hanyang asked the young man if he wanted to say hello. The guy said Li Si and Miao Miao reunited after a long separation. It's better for them to stay out of the way. Liu saw that they were really together. The young man said that this time Li Si didn't want to be together. The boy pointed out that the former Li Si was not like that. The girl said, "But he doesn't have to work now and doesn't go to the hot spots anymore." The guy thought that his friend was saving his paycheck all the time, occasionally eating cheap food and drinking clean water. He was saving his paycheck to pay for the bride price. By the time he had saved up the money, his fiancée had married a rich man and become a concubine. She hated Li Si because he was too poor to give her the life she wanted. Liu said that the life you want should depend on your own efforts. A woman like Li Si's fiancée has no self-confidence or self-respect. She deserves to be just a concubine for the rest of her life. He fell in love with such a girl. The young man said that all men can't forget their first love. That girl was Li Si's first love. But the stronger the love, the stronger the pain. Liu asked, "So the young man can't forget Li Qing either?" Li Mu wanted to change the topic of conversation and said that there is a noodle shop nearby. We should go there because Wang Wan is hungry. Li Si and Miao Miao went to her father's residence. The girl offered the young man a rest and constantly paid attention to him. The young man said that he was hiding something from the girl, and his real name is Li Si. The boy said to bring Zhao Yun to justice. He had to hide his name and deceive the girl. Miao Miao said, so his confession of sympathy was also a lie. The young man said that Miao Miao is a good girl, from a good family and with a good heart, and he's just a petty official with a small salary. He used to go out with girls a lot. He's not as good as she thinks. The girl said she doesn't care about his past or his status. The main thing is that he should be faithful to her. The guy said he's so poor he can't even feed himself. She can't be happy with him. The girl said as long as she can be with a man she likes, she is happy. The girl said if the young man is uncomfortable in the city, they can go back to the county. If the young man can't support her, she will support him. She has enough money to last a lifetime, and he can start his own business. The young man remembered his first love. She told him that he was just a petty official and could not achieve anything in life. She wouldn't be able to be happy with him. Li Si thought that not all women are like his fiancée. Maybe he should start over again. The guy told Miao Miao that he was just being honest with her. The girl said she was willing to go through all the hardships with him and cried. Li Si said that he couldn't let the girl suffer with him, so they will stay here. 3 days passed. The young man saw Li Si. He looked different. Li Mu thought that in just 3 days, Li Si had cleansed 3 souls. He really decided to stay with Mrs. Miao Miao. Li Si said that he had thought it over. Miao Miao is a good girl and he can't let her down. The young man said that his friend has taken the right path and congratulated him. Li Si said that he has to grow to the level of spiritual sight. These are his father-in-law's conditions. The young man remarked that his father-in-law is willing to spend a lot of resources for the young man to become compliant. Li Si asked how his friend is doing with Mrs. Liu. The young man said that it's a matter of time. Sooner or later they will fall in love anyway. Li Si told the young man to cherish what is in front of him and will think about the future later. The young men passed by a hotspot. Li Mu turned his attention to the girls. Li Si asked, "He's not interested in this place, is he?" The young man said that he is not. It's just that he has a secret mission related to this pavilion, and he doesn't see anything unusual about it. Li Si said that the woman in this pavilion is not the real hostess. Li Si said that the first day he came here, they charged him money, although he was just talking to them about life. Li Mu said, "So there really is something wrong here," and headed inside. Told his friend that they would meet later. The young man was greeted by a woman and said hello to him. The woman asked what kind of girl the gentleman was looking for. She realized that she had a new client in front of her and decided that he should be served properly. The woman invited 3 girls to the young man. The woman said that these 3 girls are the best in their pavilion. They are good at chin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They should all please the young man. The young man looked at all of them intently and said he was choosing this one, and pointed his finger. It was Wrong Wrong. Wrong Wrong said that she would escort the young man out. The young man thought that the hostess's attitude towards the guests here was indifferent. He remembered a friend telling him that hostesses in such places used various tricks to attract customers. Wrong Wrong seemed cold-blooded to him. The guests who choose her must be a little strange, and they must like the cold type. The young man asked if the girl knew how to play the piano, flute, or pipa. The girl denied knowing how. The young man asked, then why did she come here? He was promised that girls could do everything. He told her to go down to the landlady and she would bring another who knew how to play. The girl went down to the woman and called her mother. She called the young man sick. He just wants to listen to music. Who comes here for the sake of listening to music? The woman said that there are people in this world with all kinds of hobbies. The woman said for Chow Chow to go up to the young man. The girl went up and told the young man that she was coming in. The girl came in with her musical instrument. The guy told her to play what she knows. The young man saw the girl undressing. He stopped her. Or Mu asked the girl why she was undressing. She wondered, does he really want her to play with her clothes on? The guy said for her to just play and not take her clothes off. The girl decided that this guy was very strange. The girl mused and thought that she had never met such a person who came here just to listen to music. The young man pointed out that this girl's skills are at a beginner's level. Her music is bland. The girl pointed out that the young man had fallen asleep while listening to her music. She lit incense. The girl watched the young man sleep. The fragrance enveloped the entire room. Chow Chow noted that the young man was very handsome. He would be able to charm any woman in the country. Why did he come to a place like this? The girl had pity for such a handsome man. The guy thought that this pavilion was secretly sucking people's yang energy. He didn't know where the yang energy absorbed by the incense burner went, but he would become a regular customer here for a while. If he had time to leisurely explore the pavilion, the secret of King Chu within this pavilion would be revealed. The guy thought that this lust, at least some good for today? He had almost pulled it all out. He was afraid this woman might figure it all out. The boy opened his eyes. Quite beside him was this girl. She said the young man was awake. She offered to bathe him. The young man said he just wanted to take a nap. He hadn't slept well for a few days, but after listening to the music, he felt better. He said he'd come back. The woman put a bill on the bill. The young man thought it was expensive. The woman said it was a bargain. Something like that would cost more at the theater. The girl was surprised and said the young man was very strange. He just listened to the song and fell asleep. The woman said not to worry. After all, she hadn't forgotten anything, had she? The girl said that everything was fine. The young man thought that a normal man going to a place like this just to listen to music might make the people around him suspicious. But it was hard for Li Mu to pretend to be a real man and lose 19 years of his source of manhood for one mission. It's a terrible thing to do. He was saving everything for Liu Hanyang. Liu Hanyang saw a young man coming out in a dubious establishment quite by chance. Shan said that he didn't see anything like that. The young man came to Mrs. Liu's house and said that he had returned. He was greeted coldly. Liu sternly asked, "Where did he go at noon today?" The boy thought, this is a failure, and said he didn't go anywhere. What happened? The girl said she'd seen him leaving a dubious establishment with her own eyes. The boy wanted to explain himself. The girl interrupted him and said, "Don't tell him he went there just to listen to music." The boy didn't think he'd be caught doing a secret errand, but he wasn't supposed to say anything. But if he didn't tell now, his future wife would probably run away. Guy said she probably wouldn't believe it if he said he was just listening to music. Xiaobai can confirm everything. Foxy said it was just as the Lord says, and he didn't do anything wrong there. Lu said the fox is protecting him. Xiaobai said she wasn't protecting him, and it can all be seen. The fox explained that it was a gift from their clan. Mistress's virginity is still with him. The mistress misunderstood the young man. The young man said that he only went on a secret mission today, listened to some music, and came back. He didn't even touch the girls. Lu asked, what was the other secret mission? The guy said he was disappointed because she didn't trust him. The young man got upset, turned around and walked away. Lu figured he was angry and didn't know what she should do. Wang Wan told the girl to catch up with him. The girl found the young man sadly sitting on the bed. She said she made a mistake and for him not to be upset. Lu said that she should trust the young man. The boy said did she really think an apology would be enough? The girl plopped the young man on the bed. The guy blushed, asking, "What was all that about?" Lu kissed the young man on the lips. Liu Hanyang was also red with embarrassment. She said she gave him his first kiss. Is he still angry? The young man gently told her to make mistakes more often. The girl asked if that was his first kiss too. The young man said she was the first person he kissed. The next time the young man came to the greengrocer's pavilion as a job and said he had as usual. The young man thought that today's kiss was too quick. The excitement did more damage than good. It was a good thing Lu had caught him. Now he wouldn't have to worry about her anger when he came here to investigate. This time it was the same as the last time. The young man listened to music and fell asleep. The girl lit incense again and left. The boy let the paperman follow her. The paperman was originally a secret technique of the talisman sect. It helped them explore dangerous places. The boy wanted to follow where the girl went. In the backyard, the girl brought an incense burner to the woman. The woman told the girl to stay here and not to let anyone in. Nearby was a well into which the woman descended. The young man noticed that the hostess of the establishment was too far away from him, and the paperman could hear nothing. There would be no way to trace it. But he couldn't just dismiss the evidence at hand. He wanted to track down something else. The young man walked out into the backyard, holding his stomach. The girl asked what was the matter. The young man said he had an urgent need to go to the bathroom. The girl pointed in the direction the young man followed. She thought he had frightened her. The young man changed his dislocation, but the smell here was not very good. But he decided to be patient for the sake of the mission. He could hear everything from here, though. The young man heard snippets of phrases. General Ghost, last place, sacrifice, yang energy. He knew he couldn't stay here long. It might alert the girl and affect the plans. The guy came out of his hiding place and headed in the other direction. He's finally gone, the girl thought. It was time to pull the woman out of the well. Emerging, the woman asked if anyone had come up. The girl said there was no one. They left the well region. At work, the young man reported the investigation to his superior. The supervisor realized that the pavilion was controlled by King Chu's ghosts. The young man confirmed that everything was coming from the well at the back of the pavilion. The warden said that the ghost energy is hidden in the well. No wonder they don't see any anomalies outside. The guy added that the mistress and her subordinates are just puppets. They secretly absorb the client's yang energy to cultivate it later. The boss asked if the young man had figured out the reason why this ghost risked causing trouble in the neighborhood. The young man said, "I think so. The 18 ghosts subordinate to King Chu are unstable. Other ghosts can always take their place if they are strong enough. The king has set strict rules for the 18 ghosts. Those who do not advance into the soul-sealing realm within a certain amount of time will become victims. Their minds will be wiped and they will be sacrificed." The ghost at the back of the pavilion was the last in line. She was trying to escape the sacrifice. The boss said that King Chu had come up with an ingenious way to encourage his subordinates to train hard. The master asked if the young man had any knowledge of their secret. The young man said no. If the king has a secret, the lower demons don't know about it. The master told the young man to keep investigating and to report back as soon as there is news. The young man said it was costing him a lot to visit this pavilion. He's already spent $12. He can't pay anymore. He needs a traveling allowance. The master said the young man has a rich girlfriend and they live in a big mansion. The young man asked, who is spreading such rumors? The master said he had only heard about it recently, but the magistrate will pay all the expenses. He will give a command to the treasury. The man gave the young man $30 and told him when he ran out to ask for more. The young man was pleased and said he would order 2 girls at once, and it would be an orchestra. The master gave the young man a twig and said that he could take this with him too. The young man was surprised. The master said it was called a soul-beating whip, and it was made from a 1,000-year-old willow branch. When you use it, ordinary ghosts die and dissipate, even if they are evil. It's not easy for an evil spirit to take a hit with this. The man continued, if you use this whip to hold a ghost for a moment and send a message, help will arrive immediately. The young man thought he had gotten a good thing. The boss was upset and said that it was only temporary, and after the task was completed, the young man would have to return it. If he lost it, he would have to pay for it. The young man showed up at the dubious house again and said that this time he would order a duet. The woman rejoiced and sent 2 girls to the young man. This time the young man put the paper man under the silver and applied another layer of silver powder. This time the sound was much clearer than last time. The woman, just like last time, went down the well. She stood in front of the Lord. The woman brought incense and said the Lord could use it. The Lord said she did a good job this time. She said the woman could bring no more burner and the one in the room could be put away already. The woman said her mistress finally broke through. The mistress said it was too late. In 3 days, His Majesty will gather all the ghost generals. After the young ghosts die, she is next in line. If she doesn't pass into the soul compaction realm in 3 days, she will be sacrificed to His Highness. Madam said that she is fortunately only 1 step away from the goal. If she sucks out the souls of all the men in this building, she will break through immediately. The woman said if she does that, the magistrate will know about it immediately. The lady said that these heartless men who only think with their lower body deserves to die. After absorbing souls, she will be covered. The young man opened his eyes. The girl asked if she had heard him. The young man said that now he wants to sleep alone and for the girls to leave. The boy called for backup, but thought it would take time. But he was afraid that the woman in the well could ruin many lives. The young man had no time to hesitate. He must hurry up and stop all this outrage. Li Mu went downstairs. A woman asked why he went downstairs. Was he not well served? The young man saw another woman and thought it was Mrs. Chu. She looked ordinary, but there was a dangerous energy emanating from her. The young man said that he felt like he wanted something else today. The woman said that the young man could get one he liked. The boy pointed his finger at Chu and said he wanted her. The hostess of the establishment wanted to object. Chu said if the young man wasn't embarrassed by her age, she was willing to escort him. When the young man was alone with the woman, she told him to have mercy on her and began to emit a magical fragrance. The young man thought that the lust he sucked out would soon be enough to condense the last of his soul. The woman couldn't understand why this man's yang energy kept flowing. And why does she feel weaker? The young man thought that the woman suspected something. The young man took out his service whip and used it. Miss Chu realized that the practitioner in front of her. She realized that the young man had powerful energy and quickly escaped through the window. The young man saw Lord Viceroy and other people below. He realized that reinforcements had arrived. The chief said since the young man himself was able to chase her, she wouldn't be able to escape. The young man noticed that Captain Zhao was part of the reinforcements. The captain asked, why did the young man hitch a ride with her? Did she really find out? The young man said that King Chu was summoning all the ghosts in 3 days, and she didn't want to be sacrificed. So she was going to suck the souls of all the people in the pavilion. He had no choice but to lure her into the room and send a message to the magistrate at the same time. Captain Zhao said that the young man had done a good job, and he would be rewarded when they returned. The whip he could already return. The young man noticed everyone in the pavilion being taken prisoner. The captain said these men have been bewitched for a long time, and the magistrate's intervention is required before they can return to normal life. The girls of easy virtue attacked the young man and shouted that he had ruined their mistress. The young man excused himself and said that he was a guard and he was on duty. The passers-by thought that the magistrate had arrested someone again. They say there were demons in this pavilion. The young man was again caught completely by accident. He was called out by Mrs. Liu. The girl asked, "What's going on here?" The guy said, "This is what he told her about. It's his mission. The pavilion was run by a ghost woman and the girls were under her spell. Now they have to be taken to the magistrate to free their souls." The young man said he was doing the right thing. As for his yang, he will leave it up to Liu Hanyang. The girl said it was not worth talking about on the street. Sent him to work and told him to be sure to come back in the evening. The magistrate's dungeon, the secret dungeons, the ghost is chained to the wall. Mrs. Chu is asked what is the plan for the king coming to the northern district. A servant of the law, the Lord Viceroy, tries to get the truth, but the woman refuses to answer. The young man is surprised that the Lord Viceroy himself is questioning the ghost. The captain said that the Lord Viceroy's hatred for the king is unimaginable. The young man thought that no more screams were heard. The interrogation must be over. The Lord Viceroy turned to the young man. He said that the lad had not yet condensed his soul, her soul power was still useful to him, and he left it for the young man to dispose of. The young man thanked him and thought that the Lord Viceroy didn't get any useful information. The lad noticed that the yin energy on the woman's body was very pure, so she clearly hadn't harmed anyone before the pavilion incident. But this time, she had murderous intentions. The guy thought that, judging from her weakness, she would die soon. The woman laughed. The young man asked what she was laughing at. She said she was laughing at the world. Good people are not rewarded and evil people rule. Government officials take responsibility for people. However, they are a bunch of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. The girl shouted that Kui Ming would die a good death. The young man was surprised when he heard this name. Li Mu immediately pointed a beam of sunlight at the woman and she came to her senses. The boy asked, "Kui Ming, is this the one who was in charge of the magistrate 20 years ago?" Sister Sue's enemy's name was Kui Ming. Although she didn't talk about it, Sister Sue's death must have something to do with this Kui Ming. The woman asked who Kui Ming was to the young man. The boy said, "An enemy." The young man asked, "Does the woman have a grudge against him too?" The woman said she wants to tear him to pieces. The young man asked her to tell him what she knows about, and if it is true, he will spare her. The woman said that Kui Ming and her were once an unmarried couple. Her family made every effort to help him collect his soul, and then he took a position in the county magistrate's office. But soon afterward, he killed her and disposed of her body, savagely massacring her entire clan. Then he married the governor's daughter. The young man thought that Sister Sue died probably because of Mrs. Chu, and Mrs. Chu because of the governor's daughter. This Kui Ming did the same thing as Zhao Yun, only much worse. The woman said that she was lucky to stay alive, even if it was as a ghost. And for the past 20 years, she had been practicing self-cultivation and joined the king to avenge her death one day. Unfortunately, before she died, she didn't even find out where he was. Under the pretext of colluding with the cultists, he wiped out her entire clan. Vengeance must be exacted. The young man thought that Kui Ming had become the emperor's son-in-law. He had gone head over heels to ascend to the throne. If such an unfaithful and heartless man ended up in power, it was no wonder the madam felt such emotions before her death. The woman said that she would not rest until he was dead. She was willing to become a sword spirit and serve the young man from now on. The boy thought that if the sword had a soul, she would be able to control it herself, which would give him extra strength in battle, and she would be able to lend him her power in critical moments. The young man said that by becoming his sword spirit, she would lose her freedom and become his servant. Would she really agree to that? The woman said that with her own strength, she will never be able to take revenge in this life. She just hopes that one day she will see Kui Ming die by that sword. The young man said that he would not leave this rascal's crimes unpunished. Captain Zhao asked if the young man had decided everything. The viceroy allowed him to choose 2 treasures. Does he really only want to exchange them for a whip? The young man thought he chose the soul whip and got a few more pieces of spiritual jade, and gathered the soul lust and subdued the ghost woman, who will enter the soul realm as a sword. He is willing to fulfill such an errand once more. The young man came to Mrs. Lu's house. She said that it was just in time. The young man said that he received some jades from the magistrate and gave them to the girls. They can use the jade for training by channeling spiritual energy inside. The young man showed the whip and said it was a magic weapon for their defense. Wang Wan thanked her. The young man thought, although it was strange for a pretty girl to hold a whip, but it was much better than if Liu Hanyang had this whip. If he gave this whip to Lu, she would whip him more often than ghosts. The young man said that he would go back to his place to practice. The young man thought that raising Miss Chu's cultivation to the level of the soul realm was like getting extra help from the third realm. It would be better to give her that soul power first. Chu emerged from the sword and asked, "What does master need?" The young man gave the girl a jade and said that it was a bit for the soul power he had gathered, and asked her to refine it as soon as possible, to advance to the soul realm. The young man pointed a beam of light at the woman and said that he had healed her wounds and she could train. The young man noticed that he was much better at healing wounds now. The woman thanked the young man. The lad thought it was time for him to start perfecting his soul with lust. The young man said that the bad heart was ready. Out of the 7 souls, only the 5th was missing. and he still hadn't collected a single particle of Antiad. Hadn't collected a single one, even with Lu Hanyang. The guy thought that the only way to collect the 7 souls was to gain the people's recognition. But you need the sincere love of the people, and he was just a petty official. The guy pulled out his sword again to make the soul of that sword appear. Chu said that she managed to break through. The young man congratulated the woman for entering the soul realm. The woman said that if it wasn't for the young man, she would be gone. The young man wanted to know if King Chu really had any plans in the northern county all these years. The woman said that the king was developing ghost cultivation in the realm. Among the ghost generals under him, many of them used to be lone souls and wild ghosts. If they didn't reach the soul realm within the time limit he had set, they would be sacrificed to other ghosts. The young man thought that King Chu and his subordinates represented a very large force. If it wasn't for the talisman sect, the king's power would be even greater than the northern county government. Despite the might of the talisman sect, it would not interfere in worldly affairs unless there was a case like the Thousand Illusion Master that exceeded the power of the northern county government. Only something like that would force them to take action. King Chu's insignificant figure did not attract the attention of the powerful. The young man thought that he would have many opportunities in the future. Although he is not his rival, he is not afraid of him. The young man asked for the woman to enter the sword and transfer her power to him. The young man noticed that Lady Chu's strength was not as great as Sister Su, who had been in the soul realm for many years. As long as he had his sword in hand, he could enter the 4th realm at any time and utilize the power of the 5th realm by borrowing various Taoist techniques. Only when he himself enters the middle 3 realms will he have the foundation to establish himself in this world where demons and ghosts run rampant and countless powerful people reside. The next day in the duty room, a young man asked Liu Shi how long had it been since he had finished refining his 7 souls. Liu Shi said that it was the only way he could practice with Miao Miao. The young man thought that his friend had become a new person, and his smile became much wider. It seemed like he had truly found his love. Li Mu still couldn't understand what love was. He had never felt love before. Li Si said that it was a very deep question, and there was more than one answer. The young man should figure it out for himself. The young man asked, "Isn't sympathy between 2 people love?" The friend said that sympathy is possession. Love is self-sacrifice. Sympathy is lasciviousness and capriciousness. Love is restraint and tolerance. After the young man and Mrs. Liu get married and spend a few years together, the young man will understand everything. At first sight, it's a crush, but only after a few years does it develop into love. The boy said he understood and headed for the exit. He said he was going to find Mrs. Liu to nurture his love. There were not many people in the tea house. The young man asked what was wrong. Liu inquired why he was here. The girl said she was worried. The tea house market has long been divided among influential people. Very few customers come to their pavilion, and she is losing money every day. The young man said that she would have to rely on him at the critical moment. The girl remembered that he was the one who brought regular customers to their tea shop, telling unheard stories and annoying tales. The young man said how could she talk like that? The young man objected. They were great stories. He risked his life for them. Liu said he should do something. If this keeps up, she won't be able to afford to support him. The boy said he would take care of it. 5 days passed. The tea house was much more crowded. A very interesting storyteller appeared. Li Mu told various tall tales and made up stories. Everyone was interested in listening to him. Mrs. Liu's tea house became a profitable establishment. Visitors who stayed to listen to the storyteller's stories made more orders and left their money here. The young man told stories about those who do good. They suffer poverty and live short lives. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and longevity. Heaven and earth fear the strong and intimidate the weak. What is the earth if it does not distinguish between good and evil? And heaven, what is heaven? The storyteller continued his stories. The audience forgot their business. There was a very original plot, and everyone was wondering how it would end. The narrator continued in fear. The magistrate ordered the executioner to immediately execute the main character. The blood of the unfortunate one flowed in rivers. The blood of the heroine spilled directly onto the white silk. Not a drop fell to the ground. The visitors of the tea house listened to the storyteller in silence. After the story ended, the visitors began to leave the tea house. It was pouring rain outside, and people saw an old beggar sitting in the rain. There was a girl next to him. The old man smelled very stinky. The girl told her father to go away. It was raining heavily. The old man said that the father was not cold. Someone offered the old man some tea to keep him warm and said it was free. Li Mu handed the girl some money and told her to buy something to eat when the rain ends. The girl thought that this kind man had the same voice as that storyteller. The poor people thanked the young man. The young man thought that some strange rain. Captain Zhao said that it shouldn't rain these days. The weather forecast was again inaccurate. The young man asked what could affect the arrival of the rain. The captain said that whenever a new Taoist art appeared, there was an unusual phenomenon in the sky and earth. The young man had completely forgotten that the heaven and earth of this world was different from his previous world. Here the heavens are actually watching what people are doing. Just now he borrowed a story to scold the world for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Doesn't differentiate between good and bad. Misjudges the virtuous and the foolish. The young man hoped that this was not the reason for the rain. At that time there was thunder rumbling outside and lightning flashing. The young man thought that when he talked about the protagonist's wish, in his story, the rain was the hardest thing to come down. The supervisor asked what was wrong with the young man. The boy said he wondered when the rain would end. The rain ended. The captain said everyone in the neighborhood would go to the national temple to pay their respects. The rain is over. Now they can go there together. The national temple. A national temple was built in each county. The size of the temple was different in different counties. The young man thought that in this temple, this time is very many people. Inside the temple, there were many believers spread out, wishing to pay their respects. In front of the people were statues of 3 emperors who had distinguished themselves during their reigns. The young man pointed out that the energy consumed by these emperors was coming out of 90% of the people. The chief said that national temples were like Taoist temples. As long as people worship sincerely, they generate thought power. In a way, the percentage of people generating thoughts reflects the popularity of the court. The captain said that after the worship was over, we should find out why some people were not generating power. The man grabbed his subordinate and told him not to say bad things about the emperors during the worship process. The young man thought that a female emperor was considered unacceptable and wild to many people. The young man thought that a female emperor was something unprecedented to him. The young man wondered what kind of person the empress was. In the evening at home, the young man thought that he went to the national temple today, and when he came back, he researched the plague situation in Yan County. Right now, the vixen was at a critical moment of transformation, and the demonic energy was chaotic. In the coming days, he thought of helping Xiaobai with the Buddha light to suppress the leakage of demonic energy. The young man told the fox not to go outside when he wasn't around, so that the energy wouldn't be detected. The next morning came. The young man felt a soft touch on his skin. He thought it might be Mrs. Liu. Had she really come to his room in the middle of the night? And he saw an unfamiliar naked girl in front of him. The young man jumped up and couldn't understand what was going on. Who was this girl, and why was she in his bed? By pure coincidence, Mrs. Liu came into the young man's room and asked why he wasn't awake yet. Liu was very surprised when she saw this picture. Liu Hanyang swallowed her tongue. She didn't know what to say. This was something that the girl definitely didn't expect. The young man threw on his clothes and rushed after Miss Liu. The girl was terribly upset. The young man hugged Liu Hanyang and said that he wanted to explain everything, so that she wouldn't be angry. It's not what she thinks. The girl cried and said that she saw everything with her own eyes. There's nothing to explain. Not only what he does on the street, but he brings them home. The guy said he didn't know who she was. He saw her when he opened his eyes this morning. A minute before Liu came in, the girl asked if he himself believes what he says. Liu said she wanted to think about their relationship. Someone called out to the young men. The young men looked around and saw a naked, strange girl in front of them. She asked what they were doing here. The young men thought the voice sounded familiar. They realized it was Xiaobai. Xiaobai asked again, "What are they doing?" The young man couldn't believe his eyes. Liu instantly covered his eyes with her hands and ordered him not to look. The boy couldn't resist. Liu told Xiaobai to go to the room immediately. The girl asked why. Liu said for the girl to look down. The girl looked down and screamed. Xiaobai sat on the bed wrapped in a blanket. She didn't know how she had gotten into this shape. She had gone to bed last night, and when she woke up, everything was like this. That was the only explanation she had. The young man asked Miss Liu if she believed him now. The girl admitted that she was wrong. She had misunderstood everything. Liu Hanyang said she would go find some clothes for the vixen. The vixen sat in front of the mirror, and Mrs. Liu thought Xiaobai was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. She is also a woman, but when she saw her body, her heart beat faster. Liu said they should go to the young man, no need to keep him waiting. The young man saw the vixen in her new look, and his jaw dropped. The young man asked, "What does she look like?" The young man said she was beautiful. Liu grabbed the young man's hand and told him he had to hurry to go to work. "We'll have breakfast on the way." The young man said he had nothing at all to go to work and didn't need to be seen off. The young woman asked, "Isn't he glad that Xiaobai has taken this form?" The young man said there was nothing to be happy about. He was scared to death about her. He was scared for Liu too. Liu said Xiaobai was very beautiful. She wanted to repay him and give herself to him. Limu said Liu was the most beautiful in his eyes, no matter who she compares herself to, and she shouldn't ever doubt that. The girl blushed with embarrassment, kissed the young man, and told him to come back early today. She would be waiting for him. The village is in the county. The captain said it was a village where the plague was spreading. We would have to ask the inhabitants for all the details. The young man knew that practitioners who had refined the 7 souls were immune to all diseases and evil could not enter. All those arriving from the magistrate were well prepared and immune to this epidemic. The young men knocked on the door. The locals rejoiced that the officials had arrived. The captain ordered the sick man to be carried to the bed and a bowl of water brought to him. The chief checked the temperature of the sick man and said he was practically on fire, demanded that they give him a talisman. The man dissolved the talisman in the water. The patient was offered a drink of water with the dissolved talisman. He did not wake up even after that. The young man thought, although the talisman has power, it was powerless in this case. He decided to try Buddhist magic. Li Mu began to emit sunlight and envelop the sick man with it. The chief noticed that the patient's temperature dropped. The young men noticed that the sick man's eyelids darkened. It was a strange plague. Even a magic talisman couldn't take it. The warden asked, "Is it certain that it is a plague?" The young man replied that he was certain. The leading method of dealing with the plague was to completely isolate the affected areas. Only when all the sick were dead was the spread of the epidemic contained. The young man said that he had practiced medicine with his teacher before and had encountered a similar case. In this case, talismans are useless against this disease. Whether the person suffering from this disease can survive depends entirely on God's will, unless they meet a great healer or use a heavenly talisman to help them change their body. The young man thought, is this plague really that hard to deal with? It was simply unrealistic for the people of this county to have a heavenly talisman in their hands. The chief asked the young man if he could save them. The young man said that he would try his best, but right now, the best thing to do was to isolate the village and gather the sick people in one place to avoid infecting more people. Li Mu said that otherwise the situation would be more serious. The chief said that he would send someone to the county government to report the situation. Un will leave the extermination of rodents to the young man. The village chief will close all roads in and out. The captain said that Li Mu is in charge of treating plague victims. 7. The young man said that there are only 10 people in this village infected with the disease, and all of them he will treat now. As long as he washes their bodies with the Buddha's light, the disease in this village can be dealt with. The young man was curing the sick. They were thanking him. The young man thought his energy was being used up too quickly. He knew that the plague doesn't kill infected people in a short period of time, so it's not that dangerous. The young man just needed some more extra energy. However, by saving people, he speeds up his improvement. The young man cured the last injured person as well. He said that Buddhist and Taoist sects only need to erect a few statues or steles and can attract the mind power and merit of people to worship. The young man said he felt dizzy. He needed to rest. The young man was offered sleep. Masked men approached the villagers and said that they must leave this village in exchange for the safety of the entire county. The old man said that there were dozens of families in the village and they did not take care of the sick. They just isolated the village, and they condemned everyone to death. The county official said for these people to leave. The man said no one should interfere with their work. The men with sticks decided to leave the place and ask the Lord for help. The county captain appeared in the village and told the county manager, Zhao, to call him. The captain greeted the county manager. County manager Chen said that this plague was trivial and the people from the management should not have come here. The captain said if it wasn't for him, those people would have blocked the people of this village. Chen said he wouldn't want that to happen. But if the plague spreads, it will lead to more disaster. Chen said that as the person in charge, he has to look at the big picture. The magistrate would find meaning in his actions. The captain thought the magistrate's eyes were only on political accomplishments. The captain said that the epidemic in this village is under control, so there is no need to send troops to cordon off the village. The county government has already developed a cure for the plague. Chen said if they need any help, they can apply. The captain thought that the establishment of such an official in the county had done a lot of harm to the people. The young man said people say that this magistrate Chen is careless and exploit people. The young man thought that with such unfriendly officials, this county does not produce much strength. The captain said for the young man to rest for a while. They will go to another village. Li Mu said that saving lives is very important, and the villagers say that the plague came from that village. The young man suggested that it was even worse in that village. The servants arrived at the village of the Zhou family. There was no sign of plague in that village. How so? The captain noticed that the villagers were no longer tense and panicked like they were during the plague, and they were all organized. What on earth happened here? The old man said that half the village was sick, but thanks to the miracle healer who said it was the plague, he gave them a prescription that they followed, and they were all cured. The old man said that that healer cured the sick, even in other villages. The young man asked to try this medicine. The young man did not understand how this mixture could be a medicine. It is an ordinary soup to break a fever. The captain asked, how can one know all medicines? If it cures, then it is a good medicine. The young man felt the fluctuating power of merit. Someone else here must be practicing merit power. The young man saw someone leaving. The villagers asked why the doctor was leaving. The doctor said that the plague here has been cured. Other people's lives are also at risk. He must go to other villages. The villagers said they had collected some money as a token of appreciation and wanted the doctor to accept it. The doctor said he doesn't need gratitude like that, and the people should take back their silver. The villagers said then they would all bow to the doctor. All the villagers bowed to the doctor and thanked him for saving lives. The young man remarked that there is a lot of merit. This healer saves lives. He is not paid, so he is content with gratitude. He uses his power to cultivate. He must be a practitioner as well. The young man noticed that this healer is surrounded by a clear and pure demonic aura. Is he really a demon? He's a cultivator of the 4th level. The youth can see his demonic aura, but it's hard for him to see his body. The young man grasped his sword with his hand and asked Miss Chu to lend him some of her strength. What the young man saw really startled him. In front of him was a rat demon. It turns out that the healer who cured the plague was a rat demon. The young man realized that there was something wrong with that healer. The young man said if those herbs could cure the plague, then the great epidemics wouldn't have killed so many people. The captain asked if these people were not cured. The young man tested these people. They are indeed healthy, but they were not cured because of this mixture of medicine, but because of something else. It's not as simple as it seems. Li Mu said that they should wait and see even if the healer is fine. If the plague comes back, they will have to treat them again. They can't take it too lightly. The captain said to gather information about the miracle doctor. The young man thought that tonight was the most appropriate night to thicken his soul. He had gathered enough merit and power during the day to use it for soul thickening. The young man began to recite the sutra. The young man's soul condensed above him. It was the germ of light. After he had refined the soul germ of light, he had reached a new level of power. And now he would be able to fulfill the 3rd of the 9 true words. The young man took out his sword and began to use the battle art. He didn't realize what was happening. He could now smoothly use all these techniques together. The young man was confident that now, even in a sword fight, he would confidently win against his opponent. The power of the Do technique is not visible, but it can push one's fighting instincts and awareness to the limit. From that, the benefits would increase exponentially. The young man thought that if it wasn't for the merit he had absorbed today, he wouldn't have been able to refine his first spirituality so quickly. The power of merit was also very useful for cultivating with demons. The young man thought, although this rat demon is pure, this plague is strange. If it's a show put on by a demon to suck out people's merit, then you can't blame them for being ruthless. The healer is in the forest gathering herbs. He made a cut with a knife on his hand, and blood dripped onto the flowers. He thought that there were still a few more herbs left to gather before he went to the next village. In the next village, the villagers saw that a healer was coming to them. The people got excited. The villagers began to say that they were finally saved. The healer came to them. The healer told them to take their time and do as he said. They should follow this recipe and add these herbs. The healer said the people should make a decoction, drink it, and they would be cured. There were rats in this village who saw the healer and ran away. The healer was in the forest meditating, and the rats gathered around him. He thought that this should be enough. The man saw someone approaching him. He wondered who it was. The healer was approached by representatives of the law. The captain said he was spreading the plague and was pretending to be a healer and fooling people, fooling them and sucking their energy, and he was good at it. The captain said he was a rat demon. The healer said he did all that, but he didn't harm a single life. The warden said the healer's behavior had upset the stability of the county, and he would have to go to the magistrate with them. The healer said he would turn himself in, but later. Right now he has more important things to do, and they shouldn't stop him. The captain said he wouldn't run away. The healer noticed he was surrounded. He yelled for them to get out of the way, and he started to turn into a big rat. The lawman threw chains at him. The healer repeatedly told them to get out of the way. The man accelerated and broke all the chains they threw on him. A young man grew in front of the healer. Limu said that he would not pass, and he bared his sword. The huge rat said if they don't want to do it the good way, they will regret it themselves. He's doing it the hard way now. The young man said to be careful. The rat demon disappeared. The civil servants felt that they were getting sick. They thought they were affected by the spiritual poison. Limu thought that this rat demon was moving very fast. The young man bare his sword and said that Mrs. Chu could act. The woman grabbed the sword and engaged in a combat confrontation with the rat demon. The woman skillfully dealt with her opponent. The rat's blood dripped on the ground. She asked what they were going to do with this demon. The young man realized that they had weakened it badly. The boy told her to grab it without hurting it. The young man felt two more people with demonic energy approaching them. They must be the rat demon's helpers. The boy thought that the mistress wouldn't be able to handle so many demons. The young man said they couldn't leave the sheriff and the others here. The lad made a decision, fight to the death, and prepared himself for the confrontation. The young man saw some old acquaintances show up. They asked what Brother Lee was doing here. The healer asked, "What are they doing here?" The man said, "They came here to take the healer back. They already know what he has done." The healer said he just wants to gain strength to save her. When she's better, he'll personally go surrender himself. The man shouted, "How can he save her by tricking some mind power?" The healer sat on the grass and cried. He kept repeating that it was impossible. The men apologized and said it was their fault for causing trouble for the magistrate. The young man said his co-workers needed to be rid of the poison. The man said he would now detoxify them. A month ago, the fourth brother's wife was badly injured and knew she wouldn't live long. So she made up the lie that the power of the mind could heal her, to give him a ray of hope in her final days, so that he wouldn't drown in sorrow. The young man thought that this rat demon reminded him of that couple. The warden came to his senses. The man pulled out his sword and said that there were two more demons in front of them. Li Mu said that these two were harmless, and for the sheriff to calm down. The demons apologized to the sheriff and said that their brother made a mistake. After a while, they will bring him to the magistrate to plead guilty. They need a little time. The man thought, though they bowed their heads, they would like to catch this rat demon today. Why did only demons of this level appear in this county? Is it really possible for this to happen? He asked, "Are they the White Demon King's men?" The demon confirmed this assumption. The young man thought only a level 5 practitioner demon can be called a king. The White Demon King is different from the evil Chu King. He not only restrains his people from committing crimes, but also prevents other demons from causing harm. He has contributed a lot to the stability of this county. The demon said that it was not his brother's intention to make such a mistake. He hopes that when the law officers return, they will be able to explain the situation to the county lord. The sheriff said that in that case they could go back. The situation was resolved little by little. The young man said that he would like to see the condition of the healer's wife. There might still be time to save her. The man wondered, did Brother Lee really have a way to save her? The young man said he would have to see. The young man thought that even if her life hung in the balance, he would try to get her out of the gates of hell. The healer said if Limu cured her, he would give the young man his life. The boy said he should hurry up. The healer brought the young man to his wife and asked him to save her. The young man felt that she could still maintain her transformed state, which meant it was not too late. His Buddha light could repair the damage to her soul. The young man noticed that her soul power was beginning to stabilize. The healer thought that the young man might be able to do it. The girl opened her eyes. The man rushed over to his wife and asked how she was feeling. The girl said she was much better and he could take it easy. The young man noted that he could feel the same energy inside this woman as he felt in Grandma Xiaobai's body. The young man looked at the couple and thought that they were so in love. The healer said that from now on, he is the young man's eternal debtor. The young man said that he would like to ask his wife something. The young man asked the girl, was it the human practitioner who had injured her that day? The girl created an image and showed the young man what the human practitioner who had wounded her looked like. The boy realized what he looked like. The healer said he was a little demon and didn't know how to thank the young man, and asked him to accept the power. The young man said he would accept it gratefully. The lad decided that the conflict between him and the rat demon was over. The young man suggested that the sheriff return to the magistrate's office. The young man sensed 3 powerful demonic auras in front of them. The young man thought it was them. The snake demons wondered, how did the young man end up here? The boy thought that the enemies were meeting on a narrow path. The young man thought he had sucked so much energy out of that green snake last time that it was barely standing on its feet, and he'd also gotten it in the neck. She's not gonna let him go now. The green snake lunged at the young man and said that she would deal with him now. The young man didn't attack her, but dodged her blows. The snake shouted that the young man could only attack from ambush, and offered to fight fair and square. The boy thought that everyone has a limit to his patience. The green snake keeps attacking him. Eventually, he might not be able to stand it. The green snake was screaming that it was about to destroy him. The boy said he let her suck the human life force out of him. The older snake stated that the green snake had herself to blame. She was taking other people's energy, and now she was looking for an excuse. The young man thought that the older sister had a very positive outlook. How could such a kind girl have a sister who didn't know what was right and wrong? Green turned to the man and said that Daddy doesn't help her either. The man said she should apologize to this young man. The man said she should practice hard and should not harm people. She sucked out human life force. That's already a mistake. Also attacked the employee. She doesn't realize what she's done. The green snake approached the young man and said that she was wrong. The young man asked what she was wrong about. The girl said that she should not have taken the man's life force and should not have attacked him. The girl shouted that she was wrong. He shouldn't be too strict and should listen with his heart. The young man bowed to the man and said that he was glad to meet the White Demon King. The king said he thanked the young man for sparing his daughter last time. And this time he saved his brother and sister, and he is indebted for that reason. In addition, the guy is adept at treating the wounds of the original spirit. The young man said he was proficient, but not much. The king wanted the young man to cure his sister. The demons and humans went up into the mountains. Kroll said for everyone to wait near the cave. The young man pointed out that it was very cold in the cave. The king asked the young man to look and showed him where his sister was lying. Kroll said that 10 years ago, her original spirit had been badly damaged. He sealed her in this icy coffin to preserve her last soul. The young man said he would give it a try. The young man noticed that his Buddhist light could not penetrate inside the ice coffin. The young man inquired if this ice coffin could be opened. The king said once they open the coffin, her spirit will immediately dissolve. The boy said then there is nothing he can do to help. The young man said he couldn't help them. The king said for everyone to leave. He wants to be here alone for a while. The older snake said, she wants to know what is going on here. The young man said nothing is going on. If she is curious, she can ask the White Demon King. The girl said, he won't tell her anything. Snake asked, how is Sue's sister doing? The young man said she was doing well, and the snake could visit her. The young man thought, does she really want his energy again? The young man said goodbye to the snake and said it was getting late and they should go back. Well, friends, I don't know about you, but I like this manhwa. The plot itself is quite interesting and intriguing. So if you liked the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment about what you liked. If new chapters of this title are released, I will definitely make a continuation. All the best. See you soon.